Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narration explains that a human soul, called Idea, exists. Idea is defined as the essence or core of the soul. Humans eventually became aware of their Idea and learned to manifest it. A boy proudly says his Idea takes the form of a long sword and his friend asks to see it. The narration states that people began using Idea as words or sentences and could manifest it physically at any time, demonstrated by the boy producing a sword. The swordsman asks his friend what his Idea is, and the embarrassed friend admits it is the ability to make bricks from soil. The narration notes that once Idea manifested, society started assigning ranks to people. The swordsman bullies his friend, mocking him as a low ranky, while the narration says souls that were once equal now had ranks. The bully refuses to be friends with someone of ranky, and the narration says people ended up being labeled. Schools are described as ranking tools that train and sort students by Idea and combat ability for war. The story focuses on one such institution, Houndy Special Training High School. On the school field, several students chase another student, shouting to surround and catch him. The fleeing boy smirks confidently as he prepares to fight back. He swiftly kicks one pursuer away, showing his combat prowess. The boy manifests his Idea, a huge iron axe, ready to attack. He mocks Class 10's weakness while leaping and swinging his axe, telling them to struggle more. A red-haired student braces himself to counterattack. That student manifests his own Idea, a pair of light tunfas, to block the axe. The two clash fiercely, axe against tunfas, in a powerful exchange. The defender is struck and cries out in pain as he's hit. The axe wielder breaks through their defenses, others scream to stop him, and someone curses that he got past them. The red-haired boy, hurt and angry, shouts Park Jin-sung's name in fury. He yells at the bespectacled Jin-sung, who has been watching passively, to stop standing around and help. Jin-sung smiles awkwardly and says even if he joined, he probably would not help much. The red-haired boy explodes, calling Jin-sung a worthless bastard. He says they will talk after the fight as the battle rages on outside. Later, Jin-sung is kicked and groans, showing the consequences of that match. In the classroom, the red-haired boy and another student blame Jin-sung for their loss while stepping on him. They complain bitterly about being teamed with such a useless classmate who ranks last in the school. Jin-sung laughs it off, apologizing and agreeing that nothing can be expected from the student ranked last. The red-haired bully trembles with rage, fed up with Jin-sung's attitude. He attacks again, screaming for the rank F Jin-sung to die and go to hell. Bloodied and exhausted, Jin-sung wonders if demanding his death is going too far and asks if he can just give up. Another bully announces that because they are tired, they will hit rank F Jin-sung 10 times on behalf of each hurt teammate. Jin-sung thinks to himself that if they are tired, they should rest rather than beat him. He realizes that if he lets them hit him, they will get in trouble, but if he keeps dodging he will be beaten all recess, so he decides something must change. He suddenly sprints away through the classroom, screaming for help while the bullies chase him. Other classmates mock him as he runs, comparing him to a fly and laughing as the bullies shout to catch him. Cornered again, Jin-sung curses his situation under his breath. The bullies order him not to use Idea because it hurts, promising to control themselves enough that he cannot complain to teacher Yengo, and remind him that using Idea at school is forbidden. They resume kicking and beating him on the floor. Elsewhere, other classmates complain about having a rank F in their class and say they wanted to beat him too. Some students call Jin-sung trash and say they are embarrassed to share a class with a hopeless rank F who should not even attend school. Holding his chest, Jin-sung quietly mutters that it hurts, both physically and emotionally. He then tells his bullies he does not think their team lost because of him. Angered, they shout that a mere rank F dares talk back to them. Their teacher bursts into the classroom, ordering everyone to sit and announcing he has good news. The bullies click their tongues because the teacher arrived before they finished beating Jin-sung. Students cheerfully tease the teacher about why he is in such a good mood, joking about his personal life. The teacher yells at the noisy class to be quiet while the students continue laughing. Jin-sung senses something ominous from the teacher's mood and feels uneasy. The teacher calls for attention, banging on the desk. He announces that their school has finally been recognized by the government as a capable institution. A lounging blonde student, Byun Jaeyoung, calls out to the teacher, expecting another troublesome proposal. Narration introduces Byun Jaeyoung as an average bully with standard combat skills while he comments that such schemes are always annoying. The teacher orders Jaeyoung to put his legs down because break time is over. Jaeyoung complains and asks if they can stop doing these things, while the teacher says he does not decide and they must get used to it. The teacher explains that their recognition is thanks to the strong performance of the third-year students. He then reveals that from today the school will serve as a pilot testing ground for military systems. This means every student will receive a military rank according to their abilities. The class reacts dully or sleepily to the announcement. The teacher declares that all of them are now comrades in this new structure. He explains that teachers have also been given officer ranks and tells them to address him as the commander of Platoon 10. Jaeyoung objects to being called Platoon 10 just because they are Class 10 and questions what the teacher is doing to them. The teacher dismisses complaints, saying this is a government initiative, and notes that training will include military-style salutes and likely attract many recruiters. He concludes that, effectively, all of them are now soldiers. Jin Sung broods that this new military system will only worsen things. He directly asks the teacher what happens if they do not want to follow the military style. The teacher considers the question silently. He answers that no one is being forced. Students can request a transfer to another school if they do not want to participate. Addressing Jin Sung specifically, he urges him to think carefully about this opportunity, implying Jin Sung knows why. Confused, Jin Sung asks what the teacher means. Other students also ask why the school is suddenly turning into a military academy, and demand a proper explanation. The teacher replies that he already said the third years are special. He elaborates that the third years secured the school's military induction and all received the rank of sergeant. The class reacts with surprise that every third year is a sergeant. The teacher praises the third years as the bright future of the country, recognized by the government. He explains that only the top second years will be corporals while most others will start as lance corporals. He adds that rank assessments can be requested from platoon commanders at any time and encourages them to seek him out, saying their futures depend on it. As he continues explaining about rank insignia and notebooks, Jin Sung tries to interrupt with a question. Jin Sung thinks about how, among the entire student body, there was one person who did not even qualify for the rank of private. The teacher confirms that a single student failed to receive private rank. Jin Sung nervously realizes the teacher is referring to him. The teacher states that Jin Sung will start as a trainee soldier, below private. Shocked, Jin Sung repeats the news in disbelief. Later at the teacher's office, Jin Sung goes to see the teacher who called him. The teacher greets him and begins to address why he summoned him. He claims it is nothing serious but says they should discuss Jin Sung's future. He quickly gets to the point and asks how Jin Sung feels about transferring to another school. Jin Sung is stunned at the suggestion of transferring. The teacher says school is already difficult for Jin Sung and that he doubts Jin Sung will endure once it becomes a military academy. Jin Sung protests that the teacher should consider his hidden potential and asks what he would do if Jin Sung suddenly did well. The teacher is incredulous at that idea. Laughing loudly, he mocks Jin Sung as a comedian for suggesting he could suddenly excel. Jin Sung realizes this is the first time the teacher has truly looked at him, and it is only to laugh at him. The teacher admits that with the upcoming ranking system, Jin Sung's school life will become even harder and says he cannot protect every student. Jin Sung thinks bitterly that the teacher knows he is constantly beaten. Jin Sung concludes that the teacher simply does not want an F-rank student in his class. He further reflects that the teacher expects him to quit after being beaten daily, since an F-rank Adea is seen as useless. Jin Sung then asks the teacher whether he believes souls themselves have ranks. The teacher laughs heartily at the question and insists, of course, there are ranks. Jin Sung quietly answers that he understands. He then states that he personally does not think souls have ranks. Later, back in class, the teacher returns and tells everyone to settle down because the bell has rung. He says that now they are organized into squads. Each sergeant must report attendance. The first squad's sergeant reports that their 10 students are all present. The second squad's sergeant reports 11 students, all present. Jin Sung wonders why they are acting out a military roleplay. The teacher asks the third squad for their report when none is given. Byun Jaeyoung, now sergeant of the third squad, complains about the process but is told to just do it. Jaeyoung lazily reports that 10 are in the squad, with 2 missing and 1 person he labels as trash. He then loudly declares that only 8 are present and jokes through the attendance, prompting laughter from the class while the teacher corrects that his squad actually has 9 members. Classmates snicker that Jaeyoung wished Jin Sung would disappear and that he does not even count as a person, while Jin Sung sits in silence. Another student jokingly asks if trainees like Jin Sung should be included in the head count at all. The teacher dismisses further discussion, saying there is no real problem with attendance. He announces that instead of class there will be an event on the field, with hidden government scouts observing them. Students head outside, unaware that scouts watch from a rooftop in the distance. Inside, a student urges the teacher to skip the details and explain the important part. The teacher reveals the main event is mixed-year squad battles among first, second, and third years. He adds that the scouts have already selected the specific matchups they want to see. Students worry that the scouts will only be interested in the powerful third years fighting each other. Jin Sung decides he can simply kill time by watching the battles. The teacher asks Jaeyoung to confirm his Adea rank as C. Jaeyoung, annoyed, asks why the teacher is questioning him. The teacher then asks for Jaeyoung's overall combat rank, prompting him to boast that he can beat anyone. The teacher announces that Jaeyoung's third squad will fight the third-year 1st Platoon 1st Squad in the opening match. Jaeyoung reacts in horror, screaming at this news. The teacher orders all squads except the third to go to the field and tells third squad to prepare for battle in 20 minutes. As the others leave, they mockingly tell third squad to do well and joke that Jin Sung, the trainee, should not get himself killed. Jaeyoung panics that they are doomed to face the best third years and despairs about having an F rank on their team. He yells that they cannot even make a decent stand with an F rank dragging them down. Jin Sung, who had hoped to rest, grumbles that now he has to fight third years. Jaeyoung approaches Jin Sung and contemptuously calls him trash. Jin Sung smiles obsequiously and answers, asking what the sergeant wants. Jaeyoung grabs him by the head and hits him, furious at his manner of speaking. He continues yanking Jin Sung's hair, saying his tone is infuriating. He leans in and threatens to beat Jin Sung up even before the official battle begins. Jaeyoung throws Jin-sung aside with a slap of energy while explaining that a terrifying third-year ace named An Sung-go is in the opposing squad. He says that even if all their class aces teamed up, they would struggle, and with an F rank taking a slot their loss is inevitable. Jin-sung cheerfully suggests that since they will lose anyway, it should not matter whether he participates. Jaeyoung grabs his collar, shouting that being utterly humiliated is not the same as barely losing. He jabs Jin-sung's forehead, demanding if Jin-sung will take responsibility if Jaeyoung's rating drops. Jin-sung coolly replies that Jaeyoung's rank is not high enough for such worries. Jaeyoung explodes, but Jin-sung hurriedly backtracks, claiming he did not say anything. Exhausted, Jaeyoung complains that he cannot even beat Jin-sung properly because they need him alive for the match. Jin-sung jokes that getting beaten by soldiers or high ranks is no different to him either way. Jaeyoung smirks and decides to assign Jin-sung an official role as the third squad's sergeant. He asks if Jin-sung can handle it, and Jin-sung fakes enthusiasm, saying he will do anything ordered. Jaeyoung agrees and roughly hauls him up. He declares that from now on Jin-sung will serve as his personal shield in battle. On the field, Jin-sung is dragged forward in front of the squad with a literal shield at his side, resigning himself with a weary sigh. A man tests the microphone as an outdoor school event is about to start. Students gather in formation on the school field for the upcoming competition. A confident student is introduced as 3rd Squadron, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad Leader. Another student in a red hoodie is introduced as 2nd Squadron, 10th Platoon, 3rd Squad Leader, reacting irritably. The instructor asks the 2 squad leaders if their squads are prepared. The instructor jovially addresses Sung-go by his rank, calling him Sergeant An Sung-go. The instructor tells them to show off their skills because scouts are observing. Sung-go pledges to fight his best while coordinating with his squad, and the instructor encourages him. The instructor orders all squad members to move to their designated positions. Teachers or upperclassmen trudge toward the field, looking unenthusiastic. The instructor announces the start of the squad competition and reminds leaders about the special bracelets. The blonde squad leader roughly drags the bespectacled boy he calls trash toward him as the bracelet's function is explained. Rules are clarified that the bracelet absorbs shock but breaks after enough damage, and the blonde decides to use the boy's bracelet to last longer. Breaking it means elimination. The blonde hauls the boy like a pet while handing over the bracelet, as the announcer mentions accounting for the experience gap between grades. The blonde bluntly tells the boy he is only a shield, leading the boy to lament being treated as an object. A rule is added that Class 2 to 10 must endure for 5 minutes to claim victory. 2 worried students doubt their weak squad can even last that long in front of everyone. The bespectacled boy checks his watch, realizing they merely have to hold out for 5 minutes. He wonders if winning might stop his forced transfer as the instructor orders both sides to salute. Sung-go answers the salute loudly while the blonde responds begrudgingly. The instructor cheerfully declares the battle begun. Immediately, the blonde yanks the nervous boy forward, surprising him. Dragging the boy across the field, the blonde berates him for talking instead of keeping quiet. While fleeing with the boy in tow, the blonde reminds him they just need to endure for 5 minutes. First years panic and beg Byun Jaeyoung for tactical orders as the upperclassmen charge them. Jaeyoung's squad crowds around him, begging him to command them. Jaeyoung snaps at them to shut up and simply protect him, asserting that staying put for 5 minutes will win. A fierce female senior launches into combat, striking a student hard. Sung-go also devastates an opponent with a powerful slam. Someone's bracelet is grabbed in the chaos. Another bracelet is forcefully struck, emphasizing the elimination mechanic. The armored girl tears through Jaeyoung's squad with agile kicks while holding stolen bracelets. She narrows her eyes, focusing on her next target. The bespectacled boy panics when he realizes she has noticed him. She dashes straight toward the boy and the blonde as they try to flee. The blonde shoves the boy forward, ordering him to block the incoming attack, which he protests is impossible. The armored girl advances relentlessly while the blonde frantically curses and tells the boy to block in any way he can. Being dragged along, the boy nervously suggests they should at least run in the opposite direction. The instructor cheerfully gives a thumbs up, pleased with the spectacle. The boy recalls the instructor promising to handle his transfer if he performs, though he finds the offer dubious. The armored girl, annoyed by their bickering, closes in and strikes at the boy's bracelet, mocking their internal conflict. She reaches for the boy's bracelet, while he staggers backward. The boy's eyes widen in fear as her hand nears. He squeezes his eyes shut and steels himself to use his own Idea. The girl shouts the command to activate her Idea armor, which begins materializing around her. Magical armor fully coats her body, completing the transformation. She appears in full shining armor, radiating power. The boy gushes over how cool and functional her armor type Idea looks. She accuses him of reacting to her high speed, implying he is not as weak as he seems. The boy deflects by pointing out that his squad leader is currently running away, treating that as the bigger issue. The armored girl checks her timer, and sees only around 3 minutes have passed. The boy curses internally that they still need to endure 3 more minutes. He resolves to stall for time however possible as the armored girl advances. He nervously tries to chat her up, asking if he can call her Nuna while insisting he is not flirting. When she seems irritated, he hurriedly apologizes and offers to address her more formally. She cuts through his stalling, ordering him to summon his Idea. As he keeps rambling about fate and introductions, she threatens to fight him seriously even if he refuses to use his Idea. Panicking, he begs for more time, while she tells him to bring it out quickly because his Idea appears the most promising among his squad. Sweating, he complains that she is impatient and tries to preach about staying chill. Her eyes narrow in mounting annoyance. She darkly recalls that his excuses sound like something her father said while being beaten by her mother, deepening her fury. Terrified, the boy finally agrees to reveal his Idea. He nervously announces that he will take it out. He channels faint blue energy into his hand, beginning to summon. The armored girl watches tensely as he counts toward the reveal. He manifests his weapon, revealed to be a plain F-rank dagger with no special abilities. He proudly shows off the ordinary dagger, while she looks utterly unimpressed. She clutches her head and asks if he might really be the rumored F-rank. He fusses over her apparent pain, while she resignedly asks if he is indeed that notorious F-rank student. She confirms bitterly that she herself is also the infamous F-rank Idea user. The boy nonetheless insists he personally rates his simple dagger as S-rank among normal daggers. The armored girl turns away, deciding he is not worth her time and assuming his earlier reaction to her speed was just luck. The boy desperately begs her not to walk away after demanding to see his Idea. When she keeps leaving, he shouts that he will sneak attack her from behind if she continues to ignore him. She replies that she will not waste time on a low-ranked opponent in a timed battle. Defiantly, the boy actually leaps at her with the dagger raised. As he attacks, he notes internally that she still reacted to him, thinking of her as unexpectedly sincere. The dagger streaks toward her face at high speed. She blocks the strike with her armored forearm, grunting from the impact. She examines the dagger, surprised by how little damage it inflicted. The boy laughs awkwardly, admitting her armor is as tough as it looks. He then freezes in horror, realizing how ineffective he is. Spectators mock him, saying his failure is exactly what they expect from an F-rank, though they note the senior seemed rattled. The armored girl groans, standing unharmed while the boy still holds the dagger uselessly. She sighs that despite his good reflexes, such weak Idea is common. Declaring she has confirmed his attack is pointless, she tells him to give up here. The boy argues that at least he must have bought some time with that attempt. He checks his timer and panics to see there are still 2 minutes left. The armored girl scolds the blonde squad leader and his team for failing to endure even 5 minutes. As she walks toward him, another student points out it is hypocritical for someone who has been fleeing to talk that way. The blonde nervously claims he was going easy on her, praying she will believe it, while she tells him to stop. Smirking, she responds that there is no need for him to hold back against her. She demands that he prove his merit if he wants to be considered stronger than An Sungo. The blonde laments his bad luck as his foot hits a hidden stone. He notices the large embedded rock and realizes it is exactly what he was searching for. Elated, he thinks it was worth scattering stones around as a trap, especially finding such a big one. The armored girl asks when he will actually demonstrate his merit. Grinning, he answers that if that is what she wants, he will oblige. He activates his Idea and charges, eager to show his power. The armored girl reacts in shock at the sudden surge of his ability. The bespectacled boy realizes Byun Jiang's Idea rank may be far higher than expected and wonders if it was concealed. He shouts a warning to the armored senior that she is in danger. Jiang uses his Idea command to extract the embedded rock from the ground. Glowing energy rips the huge stone free. He rides atop the levitating boulder opposite the armored girl. From above, he activates a follow-up ability called Swing, preparing to hurl the rock. Text explains his Idea, which lets him extract stuck objects and swing them as weapons while ignoring their weight, rated around B rank. Onlookers worry whether the armored third year will be okay if hit by such a massive rock. The armored girl realizes he had not been merely running but waiting for a usable stone to activate his Idea. Jiang mockingly praises her as an impressive third year before preparing to crush her with the huge rock. He flings the giant boulder at her and tells her to get lost. As he charges again, he declares he will use her as a stepping stone to showcase his Idea merit. Just as he boasts he will be the victor over a mere third year, Sungo appears behind him and grabs him. Jiang recognizes Sungo's voice in surprise. Sungo slams him brutally into the ground, interrupting his attack. Jiang, bloodied, curses Sungo for ambushing him so cowardly. Meanwhile, the armored girl struggles to hold back the enormous rock, finding its force stronger than expected. She reassures herself that with her Idea she can endure and vows to definitely catch Jiang. Energy surges around her armor as she braces herself. Sungo uses his own Idea to warp to her side and help push the rock away. The armored girl grits her teeth in frustration at the interference. She complains that Sungo ruined a perfect chance for her to prove her own merit. Sungo calmly says the attack was too dangerous and that as squad leader he must protect his members. Annoyed, she demands to know if he is implying she could not handle the attack herself. Sungo answers that while she probably could have withstood the rock, he knew Jiang would not stop there. He explains that Jiang would have followed up ruthlessly, which is why he stepped in, while restraining the captured boy. Sungo then uses his Idea again to throw Jiang aside with a powerful grappling move. Text describes Sungo's Idea, "I'll definitely catch you," which lets him instantaneously reach and seize any chosen target within range, rated high in overall combat ability. Watching, the bespectacled boy realizes Sungo cleverly tricked Jiang into overextending. Sunggo ominously calls out to the boy, terrifying him. The boy panics and loudly declares his surrender. Afterward, Sunggo questions why the boy warned Jui about Jiang's Idea before it was activated. Jui bluntly calls the boy a terrible liar as he insists he already surrendered. Sunggo activates his ability again, seizing the boy while repeating the phrase "I'll definitely catch you." The boy cries out and drops his dagger as Sunggo manhandles him. Sunggo neutralizes the dagger and maintains a firm grip on the boy. Holding him by the collar, Sunggo tells the boy off mid-struggle. The boy flails and keeps talking even as Sunggo restrains him. Sunggo then dashes away, leaving the boy standing stunned. Fixing the boy with a serious stare, Sunggo addresses him as second year. Gathering energy, Sunggo demands to know the boy's identity. The boy introduces himself formally as Park Jin-sung, a new 3rd Squad member from 2nd Squadron 10th Platoon with F-rank Idea, while thinking Sunggo's aura is intimidating. Sunggo acknowledges him, while Jin-sung checks his timer in horror and sees there is still 1 minute left to endure. Sunggo asks why he is distracted, keeping pressure on him. Jin-sung nervously jokes about the uncomfortable attention, internally counting down the final minute. He tries to divert Sunggo's gaze by pointing out the cheering crowd and complaining how eager they are to see him fail. Sunggo asks if he is deliberately stalling for time, saying he hates that kind of behavior. Jin-sung protests that there is nothing he can do alone, and that hating him is excessive, while Sunggo asks why he is not putting any effort into winning. Jin-sung shrugs that as an F-rank his effort should not matter, but Sunggo replies that he is offering advice, not a scolding. Sunggo reveals that scouts will use this competition to identify underperformers who will be forced to transfer out, and Jin-sung realizes in shock this explains his homeroom teacher's earlier attitude toward him. Jin-sung nervously calls out to his senior Sunggo, who reacts with a questioning look. Jin-sung insists he does not want to transfer schools, so Sunggo tells him to fight properly. Jin-sung braces himself, thinking that if Sunggo is his opponent, Jin-sung coldly warns Sunggo that he might not be okay after this fight. Jin-sung's body contorts and veins bulge as a murderous power begins to awaken. Jin-sung is engulfed in a red aura as his awakened power explodes outward. A system window identifies his dagger as an F-rank Idea with no special abilities. Another window states his physical capabilities have tripled from their original level. The system explains he can now see opponents' vital points, Idea, and the best way to kill them. It further explains this power only turns off after destroying the enemy's Idea or killing them, and that he is now consumed by the urge to murder. The ability is named Absolute Murder and is classified as S-rank. Jin-sung, shrouded in red energy, struggles to contain this killing intent. Sunggo watches him with a serious, appraising expression. Sunggo realizes the F-rank dagger is not Jin-sung's true Idea and that something else has manifested. A system window reveals Sunggo's own Idea, "I'll definitely catch you," rated B- with high overall combat ability. Sunggo activates his blue Idea, preparing to engage Jin-sung. The system explains Sunggo can instantaneously move within a set distance by skipping the time it takes. Jin-sung scoffs at Sunggo's B- ability, calling it weaker than he expected. Sunggo steels himself, clearly unsettled but ready to fight. Realizing Jin-sung can see others' Idea, Sunggo is shocked. Jin-sung grins wickedly, thrilled by what he sees. Laughing, Jin-sung apologizes that he can no longer hold back his murderous urge and asks Sunggo to stop him. Jin-sung charges Sunggo with his dagger, screaming for confirmation that Sunggo will stop him. Sunggo senses overwhelming killing intent and dryly wonders if Jin-sung is too old for such an emo phase. Jin-sung smiles, confident Sunggo can handle this level of violence. Jin-sung lunges in and asks if he can rely on Sunggo as they square off. Their classmates watching from afar speculate why Sunggo is standing still and complain he is not getting beaten up as expected. Sunggo, sweating, notes Jin-sung's stance seems open yet gives off no gaps. Observing Jin-sung, Sunggo concludes there are actually no openings to exploit. Another student watching senses an ominous energy from Jin-sung and is disturbed. That observer realizes Jin-sung's aura now is completely different from when they previously fought. The armored senior Jui feels the atmosphere turn dangerous and decides they cannot just watch. Jui continues to sense something eerie and threatening from Jin-sung. Jui suddenly orders all members of his squad to intervene. Jui's squad and others rush in shouting to attack. Everyone reacts in shock as Jui speeds toward Jin-sung to restrain him. The clash shakes the area, emphasizing the force of Jui's intervention. Jui slams Jin-sung to the ground, pinning him. With Jui's hand on his head, Jin-sung laughs that the seniors are heavy. Sunggo demands an explanation from Jui for suddenly stepping into his fight. Jui replies that just as Sunggo must protect his squad, he has a duty to protect his own. Sunggo looks down at Jui and the others dogpiling Jin-sung and says such protection was unnecessary. Sunggo, now calmer, asks if Jui is sure about what he did. Jui recalls how, in that brief moment, he and his squad launched attacks on Jin-sung. The flashback shows Jui's members striking quickly at Jin-sung and other targets. Jui himself delivered powerful, rapid blows to shut Jin-sung down. Watching all this, Sunggo analyzes that Jui attacked with a speed most fighters could not react to. When asked if Jin-sung could have withstood the squad alone, Sunggo admits he honestly is not sure. Sunggo adds that nonetheless. Jui, sweating, wonders if Sunggo is actually laughing, and Sungo lightly tells him to open his Idea before he injures himself further. Ju is startled by this suggestion. He realizes Sungo's earlier short attack did significant damage to his defensive Idea. Ju sees his armor-like Idea shattering and is shocked at how much damage that one hit caused. Around the field, students notice their Idea-regulating wristbands have broken and wonder if everyone's devices failed. Some teachers or seniors look troubled while Sungo remains silently thoughtful. Sungo stands over a pile of downed students including Jin-sung and calls out Jin-sung's name. Crushed under the others, Jin-sung jokes that the squad has good teamwork and that their weight is unbearable. Sungo silently regards him, unsure what to say. Jin-sung nervously calls out to Sungo to check his reaction. Sungo simply asks if Jin-sung has returned to normal from his murderous state. Jin-sung reminds the seniors that 5 minutes have passed and asks if they can finally get off him. As the others move away, Sungo notes that next time he wants a fight against Jin-sung without any outside interference. Horrified at the idea of a rematch, Jin-sung protests that once was enough. Sungo advises Jin-sung to train and improve before that next time and walks away. Jin-sung chases after him, shouting that there should not be a next time, but Sungo ignores him. Sungo tells his squad to leave, and they all walk off as Jin-sung is left on the ground. Elsewhere, a tired classmate collapses after the day's events, complaining how hard everything is. An announcer declares Byun Jaeong's squad from 2nd year, 10th platoon, 3rd squad as the official winners, surprising everyone. Later, at the principal's office, someone comments that their advisor is stuck in such a shabby place. The visiting advisor chuckles that his presence there should be kept secret. Sitting comfortably, the advisor asks if the student files he requested are prepared. The nervous principal hurriedly hands the documents over. The advisor flips through the reports, pausing at Sungo's file and noting his reputation. The principal proudly praises Sungo as an exceptionally talented student and the pride of their area. The advisor notices Sungo had no awards in middle school. He then sees that Sungo has racked up numerous combat victories and awards in high school and wonders if he had some sort of turning point. The advisor muses it is a pity Sungo's Idea rank is only B, yet concludes that very rank drove him to reach his current level. As he continues flipping, he spots a file labeled Park Jin-sung marked as a trainee. Surprised, the advisor asks the principal about this trainee entry. The principal explains Jin-sung has an even lower rank than most first years and only joined the combat class after arguing for it. The advisor thinks he had only asked about the trainee notation but finds the explanation oddly intriguing. He confirms the file includes Jin-sung's past history and starts reading despite the principal saying it is unnecessary. The record lists Jin-sung's tragic background of losing parents, being abused by relatives, and awakening his Idea during a violent robbery. The advisor confirms Idea usually manifests at age 8 and notes Jin-sung's case is unusual. The principal agrees most children awaken around 8 and points out that Jin-sung finally manifested his Idea at 10 during the robbery. The advisor ponders how an Idea that appeared in such an extreme situation could still be rated F rank. He asks if Jin-sung's overall combat ability had also been F since childhood, and the principal answers that it has been F at least since entering their school. The advisor reads that Jin-sung's overall combat ability is F and wonders if the boy is deliberately hiding his true power. Intrigued, he states he wants to meet Park Jin-sung in person, startling the principal. The principal says Jin-sung will probably transfer soon because of his F rank, and the advisor responds non-committally. As the advisor prepares to leave, the principal hesitantly asks him another question. The principal asks why the advisor turned their school into a military-focused institution. Alarmed, the principal immediately panics, fearing he might have asked about a secret or classified project. He quickly apologizes, saying he should not have asked. The advisor finally answers that they are preparing for provocations from the north. Showing Sungo's and Jin-sung's files, he explains that through this system, he says they hope at least one student will transform themselves beyond their originally expected potential. The narrative shifts to Jin-sung explaining his strict morning routine, starting with a 6 a.m. alarm. Jin-sung gets up at 6, stretching as he wakes. He gets dressed in his uniform and finishes preparing for school. Looking in the mirror, he cheers himself on and notes he leaves home at 6:30. He calls out that he is heading out and leaves his place. The scene shows a bright morning sky over the city. Jin-sung walks to school early, explaining it is because he has recently been assigned to do cleaning and chores around campus. Upon arrival, student council members confront him, noting he is a 2nd year. One suggests Jin-sung's outfit is fine while another recognizes him as the school's only trainee and says dress coding him is unnecessary. Jin-sung laughs awkwardly, saying he is flattered to be so famous already. The council members privately remark that he seems dumber than expected and that the 1st platoon must have let its guard down. Other students mock Jin-sung's dagger-type Idea as useless and question how he survived against Sungo. Jin-sung claps chalkboard erasers, sending up clouds of dust. While cleaning, he grumbles that the chalk is hard to remove and wonders why a government-backed school still uses blackboards instead of whiteboards. He mops the floors as part of his routine chores. Jin-sung sweeps the hallway briskly and prepares to explain what happened after that platoon battle. His classmates comment that he did contribute by running away and ask why he did not just escape with them from the start. Another classmate grabs his shoulder and says he was actually impressed. They joke that Jin-sung is S rank in being unpredictable. The narration states that after the platoon battle with the third years, Jin Sung's reputation among classmates began to improve, even if they attribute it to luck. Jin Sung notes internally that people now see him better, but someone rudely slams his head to the desk telling him to wake up, calling him trash. Startled, Jin Sung apologizes and worries the senior is about to beat him again. Instead, the blonde senior orders him to fetch Miss Math handouts, so he can copy the answers, and Jin Sung reluctantly agrees. Jin Sung is confused that the senior is not hitting him and concludes their harassment has shifted to just ordering him around. While Jin Sung cleans the hall, other students and even a teacher casually dump errands and homework submissions on him. The narration laments that instead of bullying stopping altogether, everyone has simply begun making Jin Sung their chore boy. Time passes to the end of a class period as the bell rings for homeroom 2 to 10. Jin Sung cheers loudly that class is over while the teacher tells everyone to quiet down. The teacher reminds the class that today is the final day to join a club. He emphasizes that club participation is mandatory for second years like Jin Sung. Jin Sung worries to himself about which club would even accept him, and whether he will be allowed in anywhere. The teacher warns they will have a private talk with anyone who fails to join a club, pointedly addressing trainee Park Jin Sung. Some classmates laugh that no club would accept an F ranker, maybe only as a joke for an entrance test. Jin Sung resolves internally to endure their mockery, then is shocked by something he reads on the club list. He sees the list full of intense combat and A-day-related activities and panics, wondering what any of them even are. He realizes all available clubs are tied to military training or A-day usage, not normal hobbies. Classmates calmly discuss which combat club to join, like the Squad Battles Club, and arrange to go together. Others mention that certain clubs are rated well and excitedly head out to register. Left alone in the now empty classroom, Jin Sung broods over his options. He clutches his head, wishing the school would abolish A-day rank restrictions for club membership. Studying the club list, he concludes these are not true clubs but hierarchical groups based on rank and connections. As he runs down the list, he notices one physical training club that does not involve A-day usage. Brightening, Jin Sung reacts with interest at this discovery. He notes this particular club has no A-day rank requirements. Believing it to be a simple physical training club that few will join, he heads toward its location. He does find it odd that such a plain club has exclusive use of the popular gymnasium. Expecting it to be empty because Adea is banned there, he is surprised by the crowd packed around the gym. Threading through the students, he wonders if he has come to the wrong place. Still convinced this is the right spot, he nervously peers around the packed corridor. A first year loudly points out that the infamous F-rank upperclassman is also here, drawing attention to Jin Sung. Other first years debate how respectfully they should address him since he is both an upperclassman and a trainee, while Jin Sung realizes most of the crowd are underclassmen. Jin Sung is baffled why so many first years, who are not required to join clubs, have gathered, but someone shouts that the club president is coming out. As the crowd gushes about how cool the approaching person is, Jin Sung, who cannot see from the back, wonders who this club president actually is. Hearing that the rumors about the brutal club test are true, Jin Sung panics and thinks he needs to run. A tall, confident upperclassman turns his head in the gym. The upperclassman strides toward the doorway, asking for Park Jin Sung while students excitedly peek in. The crowd recognizes the approaching upperclassman as An Sungdo and gushes over how good he looks. Nervous Jin Sung timidly asks if Sungdo is the president of the HT club. Smiling, Sungdo says he did not expect Jin Sung to come and expresses that he is impressed with him. As applicants are called inside to prepare, Jin Sung internally decides he must escape. Jin Sung thinks that getting involved with this sunbae will be trouble, but Sungdo stops him and asks where he is going. Jin Sung laughs awkwardly and pretends he came to the wrong club to avoid participating. He claims he will just look around and come back, but Sungdo points out there are no other members. With a firm stare, Sungdo presses Jin Sung, asking if he still refuses to participate. Sungdo reminds him he chose this club because he thought there would be fewer people, leaving Jin Sung flustered. Sungdo orders him to come in, insisting this club does not accept just anyone, while Jin Sung protests that he is below that level and tries to flee. Sungdo grabs Jin Sung by the collar from behind. Jin Sung yells in shock as he is seized. Dragging him across the gym, Sungdo announces an entry test and orders Jin Sung to take it with the other applicants despite his protests. The padded gym doors close behind them, sealing everyone in for the test. Sungdo notes there are many applicants again this year and declares that they will now begin the test. He explains the test rules. Applicants must follow his exercise sequence of burpees, push-ups, and squats, one full cycle counting as a set. Watching, the other students swoon over Sungdo's toughness and voice but are shocked at how intense a single set is. Sungdo adds that anyone who completes 10 sets without rest passes, causing Jin Sung to scream that he wants out. As they start, Sungdo eliminates applicant number 2 for being too slow. He then disqualifies numbers 5 and 6 for poor posture. Sungdo warns the remaining applicants they must keep pace with him exactly. Exhausted trainees collapse mid-set, admitting they cannot continue. Jin Sung mentally reviews the brutal sequence for each set and steels himself. He observes in disbelief how easily Sungdo performs the exercises without changing expression. While others groan and collapse behind him, Sungdo continues his push-ups steadily, making Jin Sung wonder how monstrous his stamina is. Jin Sung's hand slams the floor as he struggles to keep going. The first group finally gives up entirely, and Sungo declares them all out. With a cold glint in his eye, Sungo immediately announces that Group 2 will start. In Group 2, Jin Sung and his classmates nervously react to Sungo's intimidating but cool demeanor. One girl pushes Jin Sung forward, insisting the F-rank Sunbae should stand in front, while he protests. Their other friend also shoves Jin Sung ahead, nominating him as the F-rank representative despite his resistance. Jin Sung ends up directly in front of Sungo, startled as the senior looms over him. Panting, Jin Sung comments that Sungo does not look tired at all and doubts he is even human. Sungo replies that someone like Jin Sung is in no position to say that. As Jin Sung pretends confusion, Sungo curtly orders Group 2 to begin, and Jin Sung yells that he refuses. Scene shifts to the empty gym stands, indicating time passing as training continues. Sweat drips heavily onto the gym floor, showing the intensity of the workout. Jin Sung drags himself forward on all fours, completely exhausted yet still moving. He recalls how he once trained stamina alone with pull UPS just to endure bullying. Because of that past training he believed he was good at physical exertion, but this has proven him wrong. Watching Sungo still moving smoothly, he realizes this level of exercise is beyond normal human capability. Jin Sung and his two friends scream in unison as they force their tired bodies to keep up. Sungo notes Group 2 is doing fairly well and casually suggests increasing the speed, horrifying them. Jin Sung frantically begs him not to speed up. Elsewhere, someone casually eats a snack, contrasting with the struggling trainees. Jin Sung's two classmates, now out of the test, lounge and eat chips while remarking how impressive it is that the F-rank Sunbae is still hanging on. Observers marvel that Jin Sung's stamina seems top tier and question if his overall combat rank is really F as he keeps matching Sungo's movements. Jin Sung shouts that he already works out at home, lamenting this extra torture. Unmoved, Sungo tells him to shut up and focus on the exercise. Two classmates count and remark that both Sungo and Jin Sung have already completed 7 sets. They praise on Sungo's performance, but also find the F-rank Sunbae's endurance equally impressive, calling the situation interesting. During the final set, Sungo compliments Jin Sung's performance as pretty good. Jin Sung, drenched in sweat, internally complains that this is far too much work. Sungo thinks Jin Sung's quick reactions from before were no fluke and believes he should be capable of keeping up with this level of training. Sungo suddenly accelerates his pace, amazing the watching students who doubt whether Jin Sung can match that speed. Fired up and frustrated, Jin Sung curses under his breath but prepares to push himself harder. His friends initially doubt he can do it, then stare in astonishment as he actually follows Sungo's new speed. The onlookers excitedly shout that the F rank is catching up to the nation's rank 1 student. Jin Sung's classmates cheer loudly from the sidelines, urging the F rank Sunbae to push just a bit more. Gritting his teeth, Jin Sung reaches the 27th rep while the crowd encourages him. He forces out the 28th and 29th reps, practically at his limit. Sungo finishes the 30th rep, congratulates Jin Sung for his effort, and they complete the set together. The gym erupts in cheers as people shout that the F-rank Sunbae actually completed the brutal test. Collapsed on the floor, Jin Sung gasps that he feels like he is dying. His classmates clap and congratulate him for passing the entry test. Lying flat, Jin Sung thinks that, despite everything, getting applauded like this does not feel too bad. Sungo's shoe appears next to Jin Sung's outstretched hand as if offering help up. Sungo reaches down and formally welcomes Park Jin Sung into the HT club. Jin Sung thanks him but immediately declares that he intends to quit right away. Sungo ignores that and happily says Jin Sung can start coming to the club from tomorrow without delay. Still held in a handshake, Jin Sung is confused as Sungo checks whether he heard that instruction. Sungo insists that working out together is more effective, and says he has been waiting for someone at his level, unsettling Jin Sung. Jin Sung protests that one more set would have killed him and reminds Sungo he thought people like him were useless. Sungo, half sinisterly pleased, notes it took an entire year to add a member, and ignores Jin Sung's complaints. Jin Sung despairs that he only wanted a quiet random club and now feels completely trapped. Later, at sunset, he tidies the classroom while thinking gloomily. Sitting down, he sighs that he does not want to go to the club. He laments that joining the club with star student An Sungo has drawn unwanted attention to him. He freaks out over ending up in the same club as the famous and intense An Sungo. As a result, he feels constantly targeted and picked on. At his desk, classmates crowd around, jealously questioning how he got into the HT department and pressuring him to answer. Imagining tiny versions of Sungo chasing him, Jin Sung worries that if he skips club, Sungo will hunt him down again. Considering extreme excuses like breaking his own arm, he grabs his bag to leave when someone calls out to him. Muttering that Sungo would just get him treated and drag him anyway, Jin Sung hurries off as a voice persistently calls to him. A stern girl in a uniform suddenly shouts to him, startling Jin Sung badly. Jin Sung turns around in confusion at the unexpected call. The girl asks if he belongs to this class, and Jin Sung, surprised by how pretty she is, stammers a reply. He confirms he is a student here and asks what she wants. She shows him a rank nameplate, explaining that students use it to introduce themselves. Reading it, Jin Sung realizes she holds the title of corporal and addresses her awkwardly. She questions why he has no title and demands to know where his is. Jin Sung panics, remembering he is supposed to state both title and name when introducing himself. Falling into old military habit, he snaps to attention and loudly reports his full trainee designation as Park Jin Sung. A comedic chibi version of him repeats the salute and acknowledgement. The girl is puzzled by the word trainee while Jin Sung internally curses that the drilled response slipped out. She brushes it off, introduces herself as Corporal Kim Se-yeon, and he nervously asks why she called him. Se-yeon explains she will be joining Squadron 2, Platoon 10 tomorrow and confirms Jin Sung is in that group. She then politely asks him to take good care of her from now on. Trying to escape, Jin Sung says he has errands and moves to leave. Se-yeon yanks him back by his backpack, ordering him to wait. She shoves a hand against his chest, physically pinning him in place. Jin Sung looks shocked as she holds him, preventing any retreat. He explains he really has to go somewhere, but she keeps him trapped in her arms. Se-yeon calmly states she needs a guide around the school, ignoring his excuses. Jin Sung panics internally, worrying that An Sung-go might show up at any moment, while she blocks his escape. He stammers for her to wait as she drags him along. Jin Sung insists he is in a rush and begs her to ask someone else, but she replies she feels most comfortable with him. He wonders when she ever even saw him to be comfortable. Se-yeon, looming over him with a dark face, says she just noticed him now, terrifying Jin Sung. Cornered, Jin Sung agrees to guide her and asks where she wants to go, and she answers that she needs Sergeant An Sung-go. Realizing she is looking for Sung-go, Jin Sung suddenly brightens and says she should have said that earlier. Cheerfully, he says that is exactly where he was heading when Sung-go's ominous voice calls his name from behind. Jin Sung screams upon seeing Sung-go standing right there in the doorway. Sung-go grabs him by the head and warns that he had better not be trying to skip practice, while Jin Sung lies that he was just on his way. Se-yeon turns to Sung-go and formally confirms that he is Sergeant An Sung-go. She questions his grade level and criticizes him for not showing respect to superiors given the school's rank system. Stepping close and gripping his tie, she argues that to be a superior he should be stronger than she is. With a smug smile she claims that he and she seem to be on about the same level of ability. Sung-go asks if she wants him to prove whether they are equal. As the tension flares between them, Jin Sung panics that he might be crushed between these two powerhouses. Se-yeon abruptly asks Sung-go if he is dating anyone at the moment, stunning both men. Sung-go bluntly replies that he has no girlfriend, just as Jin Sung had expected. Se-yeon says she hates stiff, rule-bound types like him, and Sung-go casually responds that he does not like her either, leaving Jin Sung bewildered. Se-yeon advises that he should at least pretend to have a girlfriend or fiancé if he wants to avoid troublesome family expectations. When Sung-go asks what she means, she explains her family is conservative and noisy about such matters. She insists she is warning him for his own good, while Jin Sung internally questions what bizarre situation he has been dragged into. As Jin Sung gratefully notes that Sung-go does not like Se-yeon, she suddenly turns and asks the trainee if he wants to date her. Jin Sung is shocked by her sudden confession, while she smiles meaningfully. In chibi form, she notes they are the same height and says she prefers men who stand at her eye level. Flustered and blushing, Jin Sung stammers that he really does not know how to answer. Se-yeon pauses, silently studying his reaction. Then she smiles and comments that his embarrassed response is cute. She leans closer, asking about his Idea and combat ranks, and he admits both are F rank. Se-yeon flatly accuses him of lying about being double F rank. Jin Sung insists with a strained smile that it is really true. She mutters it is impossible for someone to have F rank in both categories, while he weakly points out he is standing right there. Sung-go cuts in, scolding them for joking around and announcing that they are heading off to train immediately. Turning his back, Sung-go bluntly tells Se-yeon to leave because he wants to train with Jin Sung. The scene shifts back to the empty gym where their training will take place. Later, Jin Sung hangs from a bar, groaning in pain during pull-up practice. Sung-go calls for the last repetition while Jin Sung and Se-yeon struggle on the bars. Afterwards Se-yeon lands and admits she thought training was just an excuse, but now respects Sung-go for taking it seriously. Collapsed on the floor, Jin Sung wonders miserably why Se-yeon followed them to the gym as she checks on him. Desperate, he asks Se-yeon to save him from this hellish training, but she questions when he ever saw her as someone who would rescue him. Jin Sung yells back that she certainly acted like it when she demanded he be her guide earlier. Se-yeon dismisses him as overreacting and turns to Sung-go, asking why he bothers training with someone like Jin Sung. Sung-go answers that Jin Sung is just a trainee, while Jin Sung coughs and reels at being reduced to nothing more than that. Se-yeon remarks that having a training partner matters more than rank differences. Another instructor questions why Se-yeon is investing so much in the low-ranked boy and what potential she sees in him. The boy being discussed looks on silently, reacting to their conversation. Se-yeon demands to know what secrets the boy holds. Se-yeon insists the other instructor has seen the boy's abilities and presses for an answer. The other instructor feigns ignorance, but Se-yeon points out he clearly has expectations for Park Jin Sung. When he still refuses to answer, Se-yeon decides she will get the truth another way. Se-yeon cheerfully approaches the exhausted Jin Sung on the floor and calls out to him for an answer. Jin Sung laughs nervously and downplays himself, calling himself a useless rank F student. The two instructors fall silent, unimpressed by his self-deprecation. One instructor sighs in exasperation at the exchange. Someone grabs Jin Sung's shirt, startling him as he protests. Seyun ends the interrogation, says they will move on to the next training, and Jin Sung panics and calls for help. Later, a teacher tells the class to pay attention. He announces that a transfer student will be joining them. The teacher calls the transfer student in, and Seyun opens the classroom door. Seyun steps into the classroom. Seyun stands before the class in a school uniform, ready to introduce herself. Students whisper about a transfer student arriving at an odd time and note that she looks both tough and pretty. Seyun casually asks the teacher where her seat will be. The teacher says there's a spare seat in Squad 1 and tells her to introduce herself first. Ignoring that, Seyun declares she prefers Squad 3 and walks toward it. She asks to be assigned to Squad 3 as she approaches their desks. Students of Squad 3 say there are no open spots, reacting curiously to her request. Seyun happily points to a specific desk and asks its owner to move. The seated boy protests that it's his seat and that her request is sudden. Seyun slams her hand on the desk, startling him. With a menacing smile, she asks if he is refusing to move. Intimidated, the boy quickly agrees to give up the seat, and Seyun thanks him. Another student calls out to the transfer student, challenging her behavior. The blonde boy angrily asks who she thinks she is and tells her to state her rank and name since he leads Squad 3. Seyun coolly asks if his military rank is higher than hers and explains that she is a second-year corporal, the highest rank for their year. Overriding his protests, she tells the teacher she will sit there, while the squad leader fumes. The teacher mutters that the new kid is bizarre but allows her to keep the seat since she has already taken it. Jin Sung, sitting beside her, groans in disbelief at the chaos. Seyun's eyes narrow as she focuses on him. She accuses Jin Sung of acting indifferent and asks if he dislikes her. Clinging to him, she says she thought they got along yesterday and asks if she needs to fix their relationship. He hurriedly insists he wants to get along. Jin Sung awkwardly assures her he doesn't dislike her just as the teacher calls on him. Seyun cheerfully responds to the teacher from beside Jin Sung. She's reminded to introduce herself properly to the class, even though she is already seated. Seyun agrees but says she will introduce herself while sitting. The squad leader scolds her that proper manners require standing in front, but Seyun refuses, saying everyone can hear her anyway. After he yells in frustration, Seyun finally gives an enthusiastic greeting to her classmates. Seyun formally introduces herself as transfer student Kim Seyun joining their class, while classmates comment that she seems cheeky yet likely very capable. She states that she is a corporal whose idea is called White Jade Goblin, while some students privately say she seems temperamental. Narration explains that despite her family's influence in getting her transferred, Seyun hopes to improve together with the class and asks for their support. Classmates and teacher react with shock to the revelation. People exclaim in disbelief that she belongs to the White Jade Kim family, and truly uses the famous White Jade Goblin. The teacher quiets the noisy class while someone marvels at sharing a class with such a renowned power. Narration describes White Jade Goblin as the only hereditary Idea. It explains that Idea normally cannot be inherited, and no two souls have ever shared the same one. Because souls are uniquely engraved, identical Idea is impossible. Some people nevertheless sought a way to pass down their Idea to magnify its strength. They tried to refine their power into a more sophisticated, sharper, and more dangerous force, likened to a blade. One family line succeeded in creating this hereditary Idea. This was the Gimhee Kim family descended from King Suro, who neglected ordinary life to obsess over their art and power. They devoted generations to relentless study, strategy, and combat training. To preserve their bloodline, they practiced strict intermarriage, producing pale-skinned descendants of the White Jade Kims. Eventually they obtained the irregular Idea White Jade Goblin, allowing the user to manifest the goblin through their body. However, this power only ever appeared in the daughters of each generation. Due to the strain on the bloodline, their numbers dwindled to near extinction. In the last generation a special child was born, a sword-wielding goblin. That child's physical and latent abilities greatly surpassed those of men. She mastered the highest levels of swordsmanship, and that prodigy is Kim Seyun. Narration emphasizes Seyun as an elite favored by both her family and fate. Summarizing, she is labeled a prodigy before she casually asks the teacher if she can sit down now. The stunned teacher hurriedly permits her to sit. He then announces that Corporal Kim Seyun will serve as vice squad leader of Squad 3, trying to calm the excited class. The current squad leader erupts in protest at a transfer student being made vice leader. The teacher snaps at him to be quiet. The blonde boy grits his teeth in suppressed anger. Jin Sung comments to Seyun that she seems very famous. Seyun smugly replies that it's because she is amazing, and Jin Sung awkwardly agrees. She notes that Jin Sung is unusual too, since being an F-rank trainee soldier is rare. Jin Sung forces a pained smile at this jab. As Jin Sung protests that she keeps attacking him, Seyun laughs and claims she is on his side while he says he doesn't want her to stop. Elsewhere, the blonde squad leader sees that an upstart transfer student has stolen his position. He sits brooding at a table, plotting. The scene shifts to the school cafeteria. Seyun says the squad leader for Squad 3 should be changed. Two instructors entering the cafeteria agree that Seyun outclasses Bioan Jiang in rank and combat ability. They complain that Bioan issued selfish commands in the squad battle to make himself look good. They admit they misjudged Seyun at first but now see she is smart and a capable commander. One instructor gushes over Seyun's charismatic battle performance and says she has fallen for her. Another agrees that Seyun would make a better squad leader and predicts she will take that role soon. Hearing this praise, Bioin crushes his cup in frustration. He mutters Seyun's name with burning resentment. Back in class, someone happily notes that it is lunchtime. Seyun calls to Jin-sung, addressing him as partner. She invites him to eat lunch together. Jin-sung declines, saying he has cleaning duties. Seyun complains she has no one else to eat with and calls him a liar for claiming to be busy when he is now very popular. She explains she dislikes people who only approach her because of her status and never talk to her sincerely. Jin-sung still refuses, insisting he is too busy. He lists out all the chores he has to do, from cleaning the board to mopping and fetching materials for future classes. Seyun observes that it sounds excessive for one person and doubts even the squad leader could manage that alone. Jin-sung hesitantly agrees. Seyun taps the desk, having realized something. She leans in ominously and asks if he is also doing chores that should be assigned to other squad leaders. She presses further, asking if he is in fact handling chores for the entire class. Jin-sung laughs nervously and claims he does it voluntarily to avoid complications, telling her not to misunderstand. Seyun stares at him intently, clearly displeased. She repeats the word misunderstand in a dark tone, her anger rising. She suddenly orders Jin-sung to follow her, ignoring his protests about being busy. Dragging him along the floor, she says they are going to confront the people who dumped their chores on him. Jin-sung's voice trails off as she hauls him out of the room. Their footsteps are shown entering the cafeteria area. Seyun approaches two classmates at lunch and says she has something to ask them. They respond warily, asking what she wants. Seyun confirms that one of them is responsible for cleaning Squad 4's classroom and asks why he made her squad's recruit do the job. The boy laughs and casually explains that he did it because Jin-sung is in F rank. Seyun cuts him off, saying she has no interest in hearing excuses. Holding him by the face, she orders that everyone should now do their own assigned chores. Smiling coldly, Seyun tells him bullying someone weaker is disgraceful and that she refuses to behave disgracefully. Frightened, the boy gulps as her grip stays on his mouth. She warns that if he repeats this behavior there will be consequences, and he hurriedly apologizes. Seyun points out that he should be apologizing to Jin-sung, who stands beside her laughing awkwardly. As they leave, Seyun says they are off to confront the next person, while Jin-sung begs her to stop since things seem resolved. The homeroom teacher, hearing what happened, says he hadn't realized Jin-sung was being exploited and assigns Seyun to oversee how cleaning duties are divided. Seyun gladly accepts this authority while Jin-sung despairs. She then gathers a broom and announces she will manage chores for their squad. Seyun assigns specific tasks to two squadmates, putting one in charge of the blackboard and the other of mopping, and asks if they understand. The two boys react with shock and confusion. When they start to complain that Jin-sung should still be stuck with the work, Jin-sung abruptly silences them with the broom on Seyun's orders. Seyun looms over them and asks if they are defying the orders of the person in charge of cleaning, forcing them to say no. Elsewhere, the blonde squad leader calls out to his new vice squad leader. Seyun jokingly asks if he wants cleaning duty too and insists he address her by title, then amiably asks what he wants. He replies that he doesn't need a reason to talk to his subordinate, emphasizing their hierarchy. Seyun considers this, unimpressed. She agrees he outranks her but says that because he is so annoying she will simply have to replace him as squad leader. Bioin explodes in outrage at the suggestion. Seyun says that if he has nothing concrete to ask, she will return to class, mockingly calling him squad leader. Flustered, he quickly tells her to meet him on the rooftop after class to discuss squad matters. Seyun agrees, while Jin-sung secretly observes and senses trouble brewing. Seyun walks toward the stairs after class. Bioin also walks, heading in the same direction. Jin-sung sneaks after Seyun up the stairwell. He notices she is indeed going to the roof. He continues climbing, determined to follow. Jin-sung reflects that the situation smells like impending trouble. He concludes that their squad leader is going to be very busy today. On the rooftop, Bioin asks Seyun what she wants to discuss. She replies that he knows exactly why they are there. Surrounded by his followers, Bioin implies she should understand the situation even if she pretends otherwise. Seyun sarcastically praises how amazing their squad leader is, noting he has gathered quite a crowd. The scene reveals multiple boys assembled behind Bioin, facing Seyun. Bioin insists he has no intention of physically harming a squad member, implying this will just be a talk. Seyun mocks him, asking if he needs so many people just to talk and wondering aloud if he has always been this embarrassing. Bioin's eyes narrow in fury as the confrontation escalates. A blonde student smirks darkly, laughing to himself. A group of students gathers on the rooftop, deciding they need to punish their vice squad leader. Kim Seyun, the vice squad leader, incredulously asks if they really plan to teach her a lesson. Seyun points to herself in disbelief, questioning that they want to discipline her of all people. The blonde leader vows to give Seyun a harsh lesson and make her regret defying him. Seyun calmly asks what problem they have with her. She reminds them that as section leaders they are supposed to obey the sergeant's orders. Seyun smiles slyly, hinting she is not worried. She challenges the blonde, asking if he is either stronger or smarter than her. She explains that rank reflects skill, so to surpass her they must either outmatch her strength or make better decisions. Seyun adds that anyone above her should at least exceed her in one of those areas. Enraged, the blonde calls her trash and prepares his men. He orders everyone to draw their Adea weapons. Seyun squints, evaluating the situation. She notes many of them have melee Adea without any special ranged abilities. The blonde mocks that, compared to Seyun's special Adea, his underlings' powers must look pathetic. Seyun replies that he is the one who secretly looks down on his own subordinates. Tired of the talk, he tells her to stop spouting nonsense. The group closes in, surrounding Seyun with their bats. Seyun recalls the school rule that using Adea to make a disturbance on campus is punishable. She warns that using a high-rank Adea like the blonde's will draw even harsher punishment. The blonde considers that his weak underlings can use their lower-grade powers freely without being noticed. He proudly thinks about having gathered 15 such students to gang up on her. He also notes that Seyun's Adea needs a blade to reach full power, and she is currently unarmed. He reasons that a powerful but restricted character like Seyun will still lose to numerous weaker users who can fight normally. Confident, he claims that not even Seyun can handle this many opponents. He declares he will make the goblin regret talking back. Seyun hums thoughtfully as she watches him. Seyun comments that Ansungo has quite the reputation at their school. She asks the others what comes to mind when they think of Ansungo. The blonde grumbles that she is talking nonsense. Seyun reminds them they know her Adea rank and says she has a question. She asks what they think her overall combat ability rank is. Some of the boys flinch nervously, gripping their bats. The blonde berates them for fearing a blade master without a blade and urges all 15 to charge. Seyun gives them a bored, unimpressed look. She taunts the blonde that he should have analyzed this well during the official squad battle. Seyun then asks if he has already forgotten the lessons from class. She begins citing statistics, starting with how a single A rank compares to others. Seyun manifests her white jade goblin form and says an A rank can fight 100 people below that rank. A status window describes her Adea white jade goblin, listing A rank Adea and B+ overall combat ability along with her sword talent. In goblin form, Seyun explains that from a rank onward, Adeas are considered asymmetric powers designed for one against many fights. She asks the boys what chance they have if she is only using half of her true strength. One boy's hands tremble as he grips his bat. The blonde shouts again that they should not flinch since Seyun has no weapon. He yells for all of them to attack her at once. One hesitant boy nervously agrees to move. He tries to encourage himself, reminding the others that Seyun is weaponless. Working himself up, he leaps towards Seyun shouting that they can win. Seyun effortlessly sends him flying with a powerful blow. She compliments his curiosity but points out his straightforward, predictable charge. Seyun smiles faintly as she toys with his attack. The boy is shocked by what just happened. Seyun grips him, and he mutters in disbelief that this cannot be real. Her strike slams through them in a fast blur. Several attackers are knocked down and sprawled on the ground. Standing at a distance, Seyun announces the result as if calling a strike in baseball. She dashes forward again with incredible speed. Seyun barrels into another opponent, pummeling him midair. She continues battering more students one after another. One of her kicks lands squarely in a boy's chest. Seyun stands in the middle of her defeated opponents, looking mildly dissatisfied. A battered boy coughs and admits she is strong even without a blade. He concedes that they are nothing compared to an A-rank Adea. Seyun tells him that giving up so easily is exactly why he cannot reach a rank. The boy explodes, shouting that she was born chosen and cannot understand how it feels to be talentless despite hard work. Seyun looks at him quietly, taking in his outburst. He continues, demanding to know whether someone born a genius with strong Adea can ever understand his sorrow. Seyun acknowledges his feelings but reveals that her overall combat ability was only D rank when she started. The boy stares, stunned to hear she began at D rank. The blonde yells that she is lying, insisting everyone knows her prestigious family. He says her story is unbelievable and useless for mind games, arguing no one would believe she lacked talent. Seyun agrees it sounds pathetic, calling herself an A-rank Adea holder with D-rank combat ability back then. She explains she never wanted to wield a sword, but her Adea pushed her to accept that path. The watching boys murmur that her claim cannot be true. Seyun notes that none of them are willing to acknowledge the effort she put in. She states it ultimately does not matter to her. Seyun says her continued effort is being proven right now in this very fight. Furious, the blonde leads another reckless charge, screaming for her to shut up. Seyun, amid fallen bodies, coolly declares that even without a blade they are no match for her. The rooftop gate rattles in the evening light, marking the quiet after the brawl. Seyun turns to the blonde, remarking that only the sergeant remains. She tells him she saved him for last on purpose. The blonde curses his defeated allies as useless trash. Seyun assures him that once she deals with him, everything will be over. He sighs and says he has no choice but to keep going. He spreads his arms and, surrounded by dark energy, invites the goblin to finish things quickly. Seyun frowns inwardly, wondering why he is still so confident. She suspects he might have a hidden trump card but resolves to break it if so. As he rushes in, he warns her to brace her stomach while aiming a vicious blow meant to destroy her. Seyun's fist slams into him, glowing with power. The blonde grins, thinking she has fallen into his trap because he knows she has been avoiding striking faces. He reasons she did that to avoid punishment if visible injuries appeared and now intends to exploit that. Seiyun decides instead to take his punch squarely to the face. Her counterpunch smashes into his torso as she delights in his shocked expression. He thinks that even severe pain is worth it if he can get her suspended or expelled by framing it as a one-sided beating. Suddenly another boy intercepts Seiyun's fist in front of the blonde's face. Seiyun remarks that was close, acknowledging the risk. She scolds the blonde for calling others trash, pointing out that his attractive face could have been ruined. The interceptor's hand reveals shattered remains of a device he crushed. The blonde yells at him as trash and demands to know how he suddenly appeared there. The boy casually apologizes, saying he accidentally slammed something on the wall while cushioning Seiyun's punch. He cheerfully asks if the sergeant is alright as the blonde kneels in agony. The blonde angrily asks Seiyun if she brought that nuisance along. Seiyun insists the trainee followed her on his own, while the boy protests in confusion. The trainee melodramatically complains that no one seems to want him around. Seiyun reflects that she redirected attention onto Byung-jaeong to defuse the situation. She realizes he managed to sprint from the rooftop door and slip between her and the sergeant in that tiny window of time. A flashback shows his swift movement across the roof. Seiyun notes he opened the door, ran all the way over, and inserted himself between her and Jaeong. She marvels that he blocked her blow before it could land. Seiyun concludes that anyone capable of stopping her full-powered swing cannot possibly be F rank in overall combat. Watching him walk away, she wonders what Park Jin-sung really is. Seiyun feels a sting in her hand and reacts. She looks at her palm and sees bits of broken plastic stuck there. Jin-sung suggests they end things and go home, pointing out the sun is setting. The blonde, clutching his chest, demands to know who he is to declare the fight over. He vows that if he reports everything to the teacher as sergeant, the two of them are finished. Jin-sung, bewildered, insists he did nothing wrong and even protected the sergeant, expecting a reward. Seiyun dryly agrees that their cute trainee protected the sergeant's face and says his petty scheme is finished. The blonde scoffs and claims otherwise. He reveals he has been secretly recording everything with a hidden camera. Gloating, he says he will use that footage against them. Seiyun casually holds up the device and asks if he means this hidden camera. The camera lies smashed to pieces on the ground. Jin-sung realizes aloud that the object he hit earlier was actually a camera the sergeant had planted. Smiling apologetically, he explains he used the thing on the wall as a shock absorber and did not know it belonged to the sergeant. Seiyun notes that with the camera destroyed his plan is ruined and says what interests her more is something else. She grabs Jin-sung and bluntly asks how he managed to stop her fist. He panics, protesting that she is manhandling the very person who just helped her. Others comment that thanks to this supposedly F-rank trainee, the camera was broken and wonder if A-ranks also benefit from luck. Seiyun silently studies Jin-sung, still holding his clothes. Dragging him along, she calls out to the others, while Jin-sung begs her to let go as she is going to walk. The remaining boys can only stare, confused by what they have witnessed. Seiyun tells them to stop whining about low-A ranks and instead learn from the trainee's example. She reassures them it is not too late and urges them to think about their choices. One of the boys looks shaken, pondering her words. Seiyun tells the trainee they are leaving, and as they walk he chatters that she resembled An Sung-go just now, which she vehemently denies. After they depart, the blonde is left standing alone on the rooftop, staring at the exit. Surrounded by his defeated followers, he curses under his breath. A separate scene shows a bloody hand gripping a knife in a room splattered with blood. Terrified cries for help echo against a blood-stained wall. Someone screams for the knife wielder to stay away, calling him a monster. The terrified voice continues, accusing the blood-soaked figure of being a monster. The scene focuses on a door smeared with blood as violence rages beyond it. A narration states that the speaker's mother and uncle once behaved in the same way as the current victims. A younger Jin-sung stands amid the carnage, covered in blood and holding a knife over a corpse. With a chilling smile he asks his fallen uncle to confirm what he has just said. Jin-sung jolts awake in his bed, throwing off the blankets from the nightmare. An alarm clock shows 6 a.m., marking the start of a new day. The protagonist clutches his face, looking shaken as if waking from a disturbing vision. He bolts upright in bed, groaning and realizing he has had the same recurring dream again. Morning arrives in the city, with streets and buildings lit as a new day begins. At school, a sleepy black-haired student walks with his blonde senior, who notices something off about him. The blonde senior asks his trainee why he looks so out of it today, and if something has happened. The trainee laughs it off, saying he is just tired, then asks where their group is headed. Walking with classmates, someone explains they do not know the destination, only that it is a shared class with the first aid course. The students' feet step into a large facility as they continue following orders. Two students wonder why their class has been led outside the school at all. Their blonde leader halts the squad in front of a building labeled Nara Bank. Another group of students arrives, asking if the newcomers are from Heian High School. The new arrivals remark it is their first time seeing Heian High students and tease them about being late. The Heian squad's blonde sergeant glares intensely, obviously irritated. He steps up and demands to know exactly who these other students are. One Seojing student dismissively says they would rather meet Kim Seon, whom they have heard is a pretty genius. The blonde sergeant angrily states Kim Seon is a section leader in his squad and insists any comments go through him. The Seojung kids mock Haeun's military-style ranking system and repeat his serious words as a joke. The sergeant formally introduces himself with his full school, platoon, and squad title and again demands they identify themselves. The Seojung boy feigns innocence, asking how they appear to this self-important military officer. Enraged, the sergeant calls them trash, provoking their shocked reaction. An older Seojung student lightly tells his juniors not to mock other schools. He apologizes on behalf of his students, saying they simply got overexcited. Haeun students quietly note that the apologizing Seojung senior is unexpectedly handsome and wonder who he is. The handsome senior introduces his group as being from Seojung High School. He politely greets the Haeun sergeant as a new acquaintance. The sergeant shoves him, demanding he stop talking nicely and explain what is going on. The handsome boy's friends react, but he laughs and urges everyone to calm down. From behind, Kim Seon tells the sergeant to stop escalating the conflict. Seon steps between them and scolds his sergeant for lowering their training score with such behavior. She then addresses Seojung's group too, telling them they share responsibility for this situation. The handsome boy, Lee Sung-hwa, excitedly confirms Seon's identity and greets her warmly. Seon narrows her eyes, scrutinizing this overly friendly stranger. She explains their squad came to join a class with the local first aid students and asks why Seojung's combat kids are here instead. Seon demands a clear explanation of the mix-up. Sung-hwa smiles and reveals his group actually is the first aid class they are supposed to meet. He clarifies that they are Seojung High's second-year first aid class and say they look forward to working together today. Someone notes the odd choice of holding this joint training at a bank but says both schools are close with the institution. The students file toward the bank entrance, having only been told they would share classes with Haeun High. An explanation is given that the bank wants to host a publicized class for both schools, benefiting everyone's image. Inside, a bank staff member notes that hosting the training makes the bank look good as well. Sung-hwa observes that the bank lobby has been cleared of customers, apparently reserved just for their exercise. A suited man confirms the students are the ones scheduled to receive training. The students quietly marvel at how imposing the bank's security guards are. Seon's squad enters and politely introduces themselves as the second-year 10th Platoon 3rd Squad of Haeun High. Seon steps forward, presenting herself as section leader Kim Seon, and saying she looks forward to the day. The guards praise her for being so mature and composed for someone so young. Seon asks the guards to explain any specific duties they expect from the students today. A guard jokes that he would like to recruit Seon in the future, but she curtly declines while Jin Sung thinks they are being treated like children on a field trip. Jin Sung notes the bank staff clearly do not see the students as any real fighting force. Seon reflects that students have limited roles inside a bank but frets that they still need training points somehow. She approaches Sung-hwa and calls out to him formally. He encourages her to just use his given name, trying to act friendly, and she obliges. A teacher instructs Seon to divide their class into 4 temporary squads to present a good image to the bank. Seon quietly worries that the teachers are barely supervising them. Bank staff cheerfully offer snacks and drinks, and the Haeun students excitedly accept. Watching the casual atmosphere, Seon complains to Sung-hwa that everyone is acting like regular customers instead of taking training seriously. Sung-hwa offers to grab coffee and invites Haeun's squad to come along, describing the drink options. Seon, weak to the lure of desserts and coffee, blushes and clearly wants to join. She convinces herself nothing bad could happen in a bank and leaves her sheathed weapon resting against a wall as she heads out. The bank lobby stays quiet and ordinary while the students wander around. Jin Sung notes that everyone seems completely relaxed. He muses that nothing significant is likely to occur, when Sung-hwa suddenly pops out to greet him. Startled, Jin Sung responds and Sung-hwa confirms he recognizes him as the one who was with Kim Seon earlier. Jin Sung realizes this must be Seojung's Lee Sung-hwa and wonders how the boy knows his connection to Seon. Jin Sung recalls earlier when he flinched at something frightening, revealing his tendency to startle. Misreading the situation, Jin Sung confidently asks if Sung-hwa wants help confessing to Seon, claiming he excels at such errands. Sung-hwa waves his hands embarrassed, insisting Jin Sung has the wrong idea. Jin Sung then asks if Sung-hwa needs him to buy bread but admits he has no money, only for Sung-hwa to say that is not it. Sung-hwa, now serious, says he is simply curious about something and wants to ask Jin Sung about it. He boldly declares that the thing he is interested in is Jin Sung himself. Sung-hwa invites Jin Sung to go get a drink together. He points out a vending machine nearby where they can grab canned beverages. Jin Sung hesitates, wondering if he should report this detour to his squad leaders, then decides it is harmless and agrees. As the others lounge in the lobby, Jin Sung rationalizes that sneaking off for a drink should be fine. A vending machine dispenses a can with a clang. Jin Sung pulls his drink from the slot and cracks it open. He takes a long sip from the can. Delighted, he exclaims at how cold it is while Sung-hwa jokes that Jin Sung seems incredibly carefree. Sung-hwa then asks if Jin Sung is actually a hidden ace of Haeun High. Jin Sung laughs nervously, claiming he only pretends to be relaxed, while Sung-hwa observes that he never fit in with his classmates yet somehow seems at ease. Jin Sung cheerfully says that carefree living is simply his personal motto. Intrigued, Sung-hwa calls that cool and asks what rank Jin Sung's overall combat ability is. Jin Sung bluntly answers that he is F rank. Sungwa thinks he must be joking, but Jin Sung grins and insists both he and his Hideo are true F rank, jokingly calling himself a double champion of incompetence. Sungwa is baffled that someone this relaxed and confident could really be so weak, suspecting he is being teased. Still puzzled, Sungwa thinks Jin Sung's attitude is even stranger and asks what he actually wants to talk about. Jin Sung casually tosses his empty can into a distant trash bin with a perfect arc, startling Sungwa. Sungwa rushes to him, amazed by the throw, calling it incredible, while Jin Sung is confused by the praise. Jin Sung downplays it as nothing more than tossing a can, but Sungwa insists it is genuinely impressive. Fired up, Sungwa decides to try the trick shot himself, and Jin Sung enthusiastically cheers him on. Sungwa's can sails through the air toward the bin in imitation of Jin Sung's throw. He misses and complains the shot is harder than it looks, while Jin Sung teasingly notes his poor reflexes. Sungwa admits he is weak in combat, which is why he chose the first aid track, and contrasts this with Jin Sung's supposed F rank. He wonders aloud how someone truly F rank can survive in a combat class as another can lands neatly in the trash. Jin Sung jokes that he survives only because Kim Se-yoon carries him and because of a bit of luck. Curious, Jin Sung asks what Sungwa's idea is. Sungwa demonstrates by transforming his hand into a glowing blade. A description box reveals his idea. Hand becomes blade. Rank C+ with overall combat ability C, allowing his hand to turn into a blade. He proudly asks if it seems like a good idea, noting its clear potential for growth. Then he admits he has heard that praise for years, but the power has never once advanced. Jin Sung realizes Sungwa wants to transfer into a combat class, which is why he was so curious about Jin Sung's situation. Sungwa confirms sheepishly that this is indeed his goal. Jin Sung looks down thoughtfully, thinking about his own situation and feelings. He tells Sungwa he actually thinks first aid powers are better because they can save lives, far more meaningful than purely offensive abilities. Sungwa is surprised but moved, asking if Jin Sung really believes that. Jin Sung affirms firmly, bolstering Sungwa's confidence. He encourages Sungwa to have more self-confidence and be as carefree as he is. Sungwa privately admits he is jealous of Jin Sung's attitude and composure. Wishing his idea could also be used to save people, he suggests they head back to rejoin the others. Time passes outside as traffic moves near the NR building, setting the scene for what is to come. Meanwhile, some tardy teachers arrive near the bank, noticing their students have already gone inside. One teacher produces a score sheet and suggests they start grading the students' performance. Another objects that they have not observed any of the activities, but is told to just make up the scores. They casually agree to rank students based on their usual performance, assuming nothing serious could happen during bank training. One teacher happily fills in grades, joking with his colleague about how little they really need to teach here. They finish scoring, even giving Jin Sung an F, and decide to head off for coffee. As they walk away, they praise each other for being easygoing and assume the Heian teacher will be equally relaxed. Inside the bank, the lobby remains quiet near a potted plant and coffee machine. Two students guarding the entrance complain about their boring post and doubt anything will happen. They decide to play rock paper scissors, betting that the loser will buy everyone's drinks. As they play, armored figures can be seen approaching the glass doors behind them. Another classmate notices the approaching silhouettes and warns that someone is coming. Looking outside, the students see several men in full tactical gear and assume it might be some sort of cosplay group. A bank guard, alarmed by the description of their outfits, turns to look for himself. Realizing the danger, he curses and sprints toward the entrance. He shouts a desperate warning to the students. He dives toward them, yelling for them to move aside. The guard shoves the students out of the way as a massive glowing weapon attack crashes toward them. The blow slams into the guard with immense force, engulfing him in deadly energy. A status window identifies the attacker's idea as a taunt for getting harder. Rank C+ with B-level combat strength, growing stronger with every impact. Bleeding but still standing, the guard orders the students to flee toward the back door while holding the enemy at bay. The shocked students question whether the armed intruder is some sort of monster and wonder if this might be a twisted form of training. The scarred man with glowing red eyes dismisses the guard's resistance as a waste of effort. As the dying guard urges them again to run, the attacker coldly bids him farewell and continues his assault. Blood splatters across the lobby as students witness a classmate being brutally struck down. A squad of heavily armed raiders enters the bank, their leader brandishing a blood-stained sword and repeatedly addressing the victims as South Korean comrades. Outside, the previously friendly Seojung teacher reveals a monstrous red-eyed form and excuses himself, clearly connected to the attack. Inside, panicked security guards demand to know who these intruders are. The raider leader appraises one of the guards as decently strong and asks him to provide more entertainment than the last opponent. The guards notice his North Korean-sounding dialect and accuse him of being a northern spy. One masked raider mocks the accusation, saying he is merely here to beg for a while. The leader slams a bag onto the counter and threatens to blow off heads unless it is filled with money. A senior guard grits his teeth, registering the seriousness of the hostage situation. He orders all bank staff into defensive positions. The guards form a line and brace themselves to confront the raiders. The scarred leader reminds them he already ordered them to fill the bag and warns them to behave while he still calls them comrades. A guard defiantly shouts back, hurling an insult and refusing to submit. The leader sneers that these South Korean comrades must have bad eyes or ears, idly playing with his weapon's trigger. Raising his massive blade, he calls them weak and invites them to keep rushing him like foolish moths. Watching from behind, Kim Seon senses the enemy's overwhelming power and realizes their normal class students are completely outmatched. The guards, realizing they are outmatched and must protect the students behind them, activate Steel's sense of duty and rush to block the terrorist's great sword. One of the older students, seeing the hopelessness of the fight, yells for everyone to retreat before they die uselessly. The scarred terrorist cleaves through their defenses with a massive strike and tells his comrades to move aside because they are just in his way. Kim Seon stares in shock at the overwhelming power she just witnessed. The devastated guards lie in a pool of blood as nearby students scream. A frightened student asks if the fallen guard is dead while Kim Seon anxiously watches. Kim Seon realizes the terrorist just shattered a B-rank defensive idea in a single blow, marveling at how easily his attack pierced what should have been solid protection. Brandishing his blood-soaked sword, the scarred man mocks their weakness and says they have grown soft because of peace. He criticizes the bank for hiring such useless guards while Kim Seon assesses that this enemy's overall combat ability is at least A rank. Kim Seon shouts at the panicking students to pull themselves together. She orders the nearby students to get behind cover. A male student hurriedly obeys and scrambles to his feet. Kim Seon tells everyone to run to the desks as the terrified students cry out and flee. The terrorist taunts the fleeing group, joking about whether he should take a number like a normal bank customer. Kim Seon commands all students to manifest their idea and instructs the sergeants among them to organize separate squads. Papers flutter through the air as the chaos in the bank spreads. Calmly resting his sword on his shoulder, the terrorist casually asks if anyone minds him taking some money. One student clutches his head in despair, wondering why this nightmare is happening, while another nervously grips a makeshift weapon. Kim Seon tells everyone not to lose heart and urges them to hold out until police or teachers arrive. Standing on a duffel bag, another terrorist says fellow Koreans should help each other, implying they should hand over the cash. Kim Seon silently wonders what to do, doubting she can face the leader alone. She notes that the masked subordinates standing behind the leader also look formidable. The scarred man explains that his group came because they were short on money and sarcastically asks if all South Korean banks treat customers this coldly. He asks Kim Seon's name, calling her a bold comrade, and she answers that she is Kim Seon. He presses her to respond to his question about how he should get money from the bank while she thinks she must stall for time. Kim Seon deduces that the robbers are not professional spies and speculates aloud that they might be North Korean escapees. She then suggests their true purpose is not simple robbery, hinting that money is not their main goal. Amused by her talk of espionage, the scarred man says he should first explain who they are. Kim Seon is startled that a criminal would openly reveal his identity. Spreading his arms proudly, the leader proclaims that they are the Great Pestilence Syndicate. Kim Seon recognizes the name Pest and reacts with alarm. A narration describes Pest as an enigmatic organization whose members' origins and appearance are unknown and who accept anyone regardless of race, status, or rank. The narration continues that Pest is a global terrorist group that leaves no survivors wherever it acts. Scenes of total carnage emphasize that the group is known only by the complete absence of survivors at their attack sites. Elsewhere, classmates exclaim in disbelief that Pest has appeared even in North Korea. The leader complains that they are mispronouncing Great Pestilence as Pest, and, dismissing the distinction, demands that they just give him the money. Hearing the name Pest, one student panics and suggests they should just fill the bag with all the cash and hand it over. Another student points out that even if they comply, there is no guarantee the terrorists will spare them. The scarred leader comments in surprise when Kim Seon begins to change, intrigued by what he sees. Kim Seon's hair turns white and horns appear as she fully manifests her goblin-like form. In this transformed state, she calmly tells everyone to stay composed. She reasons aloud that the terrorists never promised not to hurt them after receiving the money, so surrendering would not ensure their safety. The leader notes her distinctive horn and hair, implying he recognizes her lineage. Kim Seon, realizing he knows of her family, proposes a direct fight between the two of them. She thinks there is no chance if his underlings assist him and resolves to lure the leader into a one-on-one battle. The leader smirks, says she is clever, and acknowledges that she is trying to trick him into solo combat. Kim Seon points out that he would not need his men to gang up on a single student, appealing to his pride. Amused, he agrees that her boldness is fitting and seems inclined to accept. He remarks that anyone from her notorious goblin family must be somewhat crazy. Kim Seon mocks his chatter and directly asks whether he will fight her or not, which he calls a cute provocation. The leader plants his great sword on the floor, signaling his decision. He formally accepts her challenge, calling her goblin, and prepares himself. Raising his weapon again, he invites Kim Seon to come at him. Kim Seon notes that he is allowing her the first strike and is relieved her taunt succeeded. She assumes he cannot go back on his word in front of his own men and believes that defeating him is her only path to survival. As she steels herself, she suddenly realizes something is wrong. Kim Seon panics when she discovers that her sword is not with her. She remembers leaving the sheathed weapon aside earlier while resting and curses her bad habit at such a crucial time. The leader catches her distracted gaze and demands to know where she is looking. He charges forward, saying that if she will not attack, he will, and swings his great sword at her. Kim Se-yoon is narrowly smashed into the ceiling by the blow, and cries out in pain. She crashes down amid collapsing debris but manages to keep moving. Watching the destroyed surroundings, she realizes that taking even a single direct hit from that sword would be fatal. Yet she notes that his earlier strike has conveniently broken up the environment around them. Using a large slab of rubble as an improvised weapon, Kim Se-yoon leaps at the leader, declaring she now has something she can use. Her sudden counterattack takes the scarred man by surprise. He blocks the ambush and mocks her for resorting to a sneak attack, asking where her earlier bravado went as she is forced back. Kim Se-yoon curses under her breath while recovering from the failed assault. The leader chuckles at how she keeps darting around and jokes that she looks more like a flying squirrel than a goblin. Kim Se-yoon retaliates with swift, slashing movements, clashing repeatedly with his greatsword using her body and improvised weapons. Their duel continues at high speed, and watching students cheer that Kim Se-yoon is bravely fighting the greatsword-wielding boss. The crowd chants Kim Se-yoon's name as she stands face-to-face with the blood-stained blade. Their shouts echo through the bank and even reach the empty counter area. One bespectacled student realizes this is not the time to be cheering and worries about what he should do next. Another student excitedly remarks that he always knew Kim Se-yoon was popular, and praises how she is holding her own against the pest boss. Jin-sung soberly tells him that the situation is nowhere near even. He insists they must run away now, prompting confusion about where they could possibly go. Jin-sung suggests hiding somewhere difficult to search, such as higher floors, bathroom stalls, cabinets, or under desks. Meanwhile, Kim Se-yoon continues dodging the leader's deadly swings, thinking she must buy as much time as possible. She fails to avoid one attack and is brutally kicked, crying out as she is sent flying. Kim Se-yoon struggles back to her feet, bracing herself despite the impact. She collapses beside the embedded greatsword, badly hurt and unable to move well. The scarred leader walks toward her and says it is time to end their cat-and-mouse game. Seeing Kim Se-yoon bleeding on the floor, the other students panic, wondering how they can survive now that their strongest ally has lost. The leader sneers at her apparent weakness, but she defiantly tells him to test whether she is truly finished. He smiles darkly, entertained by her persistence. Calling her an annoying woman to the very end, he orders his comrades to scatter, signaling a new phase of the operation. As the order echoes, Jin-sung and his friend race up the stairs, one confused while the other laughs nervously about running higher. Other classmates hesitate only a moment before bolting for the exit, shouting for everyone to run. Fleeing down the stairwell, the students scream that they will die if they are caught and must escape at all costs. Back inside, the leader casually watches Kim Se-yoon struggle and notes that the students showed quick judgment in fleeing. He turns to his men and orders them to capture all the escaped students he dismissively calls the Rat's comrades. The soldiers salute and affirm that they will obey his command. As the troopers sprint away, the leader muses aloud about where the South Korean students who had frozen earlier finally ran off to. The pursuing team charges up the stairwell, and the leader remarks that they will be caught soon regardless. Kim Se-yoon, wiping blood from her mouth, deduces that he only ordered his men to capture the students, not execute them. Realizing they are intended as hostages rather than immediate victims, she resolves to buy still more time. The leader, impressed by her stubbornness, says he likes her toughness and thinks she might be more useful than he originally believed. He then unexpectedly invites Kim Se-yoon to join him, which she immediately and vehemently refuses. Boasting that women line up for him, he tells her to reconsider. Kim Se-yoon scoffs, asking how she could trust the word of a bank terrorist without any proof. The scarred man says he forgot to properly introduce himself. He then announces that his name is Kim Il-young. With sinister pride, he declares himself the son of North Korea. Kim Se-yoon repeats his name in disbelief, shocked by the revelation. Narration identifies Kim Il-young as North Korea's greatest chairman, military commander, and politician. It further explains that he possesses the country's strongest idea, a monstrous collection of titles for someone so young, and that he seeks a capable wife. Kim Se-yoon refuses to believe the real Kim Il-young would be here, doubting that such a figure would personally rob a bank. The man laughs at her retreat, saying this is why he normally hides his name, since it makes people nervous. Trying to steady herself, Kim Se-yoon nervously remarks that he must have a massive bounty as a world-famous criminal. She jokes that with the reward money for capturing him, she could buy her classmates tekbaki, using humor to mask her fear. He bursts into loud laughter, impressed that she still has guts despite the dire situation. Kim Il-young thinks to himself that now he understands why his organization did not want him to come personally, realizing the true objective concerns the students. He concludes that the real mission was to attack a bank full of academy students and eradicate potential future threats, deciding his trip was worthwhile. Facing the wounded Kim Se-yoon again, he declares that the battle's outcome is already decided and tells her to behave while he still holds her in some regard. Just then something cylindrical rolls to Kim Se-yoon's feet, and a new voice comments that it is surprising the fight almost ended so quickly. A boy arrives, saying he nearly died delivering the item across the battlefield, as Kim Se-yoon's sword is flung toward her, and the leader reacts in confusion. Grasping the weapon, Kim Se-yoon admits she still has much to learn. She invokes her Idea fully, summoning a powerful blue Oni-like spirit behind her, as she prepares to fight seriously. Drawing the glowing blade, she notes that to use her Idea properly she needs a proper sword. Elsewhere in the bank, fleeing students scream as they are chased by armed terrorists. One girl is seized by a soldier who orders her to follow while she struggles and cries to be released. Captured students are dragged back inside as others cower on the floor, convinced their escape attempt has failed. Meanwhile, the two boys who earlier ran upstairs hide inside a men's restroom. Panting heavily in a stall, they try to catch their breath. One nervously remarks how clean the bank's restroom is, clearly rattled but trying to distract himself. His friend worries they should go even higher because other students kept climbing, but Jin Sung insists this floor is fine. Jin Sung suggests they simply rest and breathe for a moment. Someone nervously asks if Jin Sung is really okay after everything they witnessed. Jin Sung feigns confusion, asking why he is being questioned. Someone thinks they might end up slaughtered like the dead security guards downstairs, yet Jin Sung appears oddly unfazed. He observes that Jin Sung seems completely fine mentally despite the carnage, which unsettles him. Someone argues that if they stay in the restroom they will be discovered soon and urges that they run away quickly. Jin Sung stands up and agrees they should move to higher floors. He internally trusts that Kim Seon can hold out for a while but believes she will eventually lose if nothing changes. Abruptly he decides that running is useless. Jin Sung tells Sunghwa that instead of fleeing, they must fight the terrorists. Sunghwa protests that even trained adult guards were no match, so low-ranked students like them have no chance. Jin Sung asks Sunghwa whether he believes souls themselves have ranks. When Sunghwa questions this strange line of thought, Jin Sung explains he once overheard that Kim Seon's combat rank was originally low but she trained herself up to A rank. He recalls that story to say ranks can change and that people are not limited by initial evaluations. Jin Sung concludes that a rank is not an absolute measure of a person's worth and Sunghwa should not despair over being low-ranked. At that moment an elevator opens on their floor and an armed terrorist steps out to begin searching. Realizing danger is near, Sunghwa starts to ask if Jin Sung is only saying all this because the enemy has arrived. Heavy bootsteps approach the restroom, confirming the pursuer is close. Sunghwa panics that the terrorists are here and says they need to hide immediately, while Jin Sung appears grimly calm. Outside the restroom door, a soldier pauses as Jin Sung continues telling Sunghwa that his idea is actually strong and could become amazing if he fully developed it. Sunghwa, terrified they will be discovered, tries to quiet Jin Sung. Jin Sung grips his shoulder and urgently tells Sunghwa to listen. Sunghwa, sweating in fear, asks what Jin Sung is about to say as their pursuer stands just outside. Jin Sung grabs Seonghwa and insists he trust him and follow his directions from now on. The scene shifts to the empty sinks in the bank restroom. An armed terrorist in tactical gear enters the restroom, saying he can hear the hidden targets and tells them to come out. The terrorist warns that their leader dislikes people who take too long. Ji Sung pops his head from a stall, mockingly praising the terrorist's accent and asking to be taught the dialect. Irritated, the terrorist says he does not mind maiming Jin Sung while capturing him, since the leader will understand. Jin Sung laughs with Seonghwa and teases the terrorist for talking more now that his leader is not present. Provoked, the terrorist curses while Jin Sung calmly summons his soul weapon named Dagger. Jin Sung's dagger materializes in his glowing hand. Jin Sung casually flicks the manifested dagger toward the terrorist. The terrorist scoffs at the weapon, jokingly asking if it is Jin Sung's soul essence. Power gathers around the terrorist's legs as he orders Jin Sung to stop fooling around and quietly accept capture. Using his ability, the terrorist rockets forward at extreme speed to seize Jin Sung. Text explains the terrorist's soul ability, legs that accelerate him from 0 to full speed in 1 second with B-rank power. Jin Sung tells Lee Sunghwa to run according to the earlier plan as he prepares to confront the attacker. The speeding terrorist charges, declaring he will capture both Jin Sung and Sunghwa before they can flee. Jin Sung's eyes glow red as he activates another, more sinister power. A status screen reveals his soul ability Absolute Murder, rated S rank in both Idea and overall combat. Jin Sung is engulfed in murderous aura, standing over the battlefield with dagger in hand. The terrorist rushes him from behind, unaware of how Jin Sung's power has transformed him. Another description notes that this ability multiplies Jin Sung's physical capabilities by 3. Jin Sung easily dodges, his movements blurring as he appears beside and behind the charging enemy. He taunts the terrorist for being too slow as he slips around his attack. The terrorist stammers in shock at how fast Jin Sung is. Jin Sung's dagger slashes into the terrorist's torso. Bathed in crimson energy, Jin Sung viciously cuts the terrorist down. Laughing maniacally, Jin Sung repeatedly stabs the screaming terrorist. The dying terrorist gasps that Jin Sung is truly a madman. Spattered with blood, Jin Sung looks at him with a curious expression and responds nonchalantly. The terrorist's abdomen is shown torn and bleeding heavily from Jin Sung's attack. Jin Sung mocks the speed ability, remarking how convenient it must be to accelerate from 0 to 100 in a second while pinning the man. The description of the leg's ability is reiterated as he toys with the wounded terrorist. Horrified, the terrorist demands to know if Jin Sung saw the secret soul name linked to his ability. Jin Sung gleefully suggests slicing the man's Achilles tendon, treating it like a game. He then wonders aloud what happens if the medium required to activate an Idea is destroyed. Jin Sung speculates that breaking that medium will lower the terrorist's rank as he continues stabbing him. Looming over the prone terrorist, Jin Sung asks where he should stab next, overwhelmed by the many possible killing methods, while Xianghua watches in terror. An explanation states that absolute murder envelopes humans in an overwhelming urge to kill. Xianghua, shaking, calls out Jin Sung's name in disbelief at his brutality. Jin Sung keeps stabbing the helpless terrorist, drenched in blood. Xianghua, trembling, instinctively backs away from the gruesome scene. Jin Sung, still smiling bloodily, turns and asks if Xianghua just called him. He advances on the terrified Xianghua, demanding to know why Xianghua called him, repeating the question aggressively. Xianghua hesitates, staring at the blood on the floor and clearly panicking. He nervously suggests they should stop and simply run away now. Jin Sung laughs, saying Xianghua is wrong and implying that someone else is the one who needs to run. Holding the half-dead terrorist upright like a prop, Jin Sung presses Xianghua to answer who is truly in danger. Xianghua freezes, hearing Jin Sung call his name with an ominous, suffocating presence. A note clarifies that absolute murder only ends when the opponent's idea is destroyed or they are killed. Xianghua's form is reflected in Jin Sung's glowing red eye as Jin Sung says his name again. Jin Sung, seemingly regaining some awareness, weakly calls Xianghua's full name. The wounded terrorist seizes the moment to grab Jin Sung and tries to drive his own blade toward him, forcing Jin Sung to struggle. In the scuffle, Jin Sung's glasses fall to the floor. The terrorist grits his teeth in pain as he wrestles with the bloody Jin Sung. Jin Sung, impaled, clings to the terrorist and tells Xianghua to hurry. He shouts for Xianghua to run at once while still grappling the terrorist. Xianghua activates his own power by shouting that his hand becomes a blade. Jin Sung, pinned, reasons that this power likely turns Xianghua's whole body into an unbreakable blade and demands confirmation. Xianghua, sweating, quietly repeats Jin Sung's name, conflicted about what to do. He then turns and starts moving, preparing to follow Jin Sung's desperate instruction. Xianghua sprints away, apologizing as he takes off first and leaves Jin Sung behind. Jin Sung, still restrained, tells the terrorist that Xianghua's escape is good enough for him. The terrorist coughs and asks if Jin Sung has lost his mind. Jin Sung, eyes bleeding crimson, complains that the enemy is boring and decides to use a different killing route. The gravely wounded terrorist mentally notes that Jin Sung has been hiding immense power and resolves to report this to his leader if he can survive. Jin Sung cheerfully admits he does not even know what his own 13th killing route is as he swings the dagger again. The story cuts back to the bank lobby, showing cracked ceiling panels and a normal-looking PC service area. Outside the bank, a white-haired girl in a school uniform finally retrieves her glowing sword and says she has it now. Their scarred leader comments that her elegant sword suits her appearance. She retorts that his opinion will change once she strikes him with it. Amused, he asks if she really thinks she can face him now and hefts his oversized weapon. His brutal soul weapon surges with power as he swings it. She counters with a powerful downward slash, unleashing a bright impact. Their blades clash, her sword halting his massive weapon. She smirks and says the answer to his question should be obvious. He is surprised that she blocked what he calls his soul name, and wonders if her blade holds divine power. She dodges the question about his idea while he infers that her incredible strength must come from that special effect, thinking she should have been sliced in two were it not for the sword. He observes that her sword is unusual and internally notes that it can weaken his soul ability. She offhandedly explains she essentially robbed her family treasury to obtain this sword. A narration introduces the weapon as the Four Tigers' Evil Slayer, a sword made to confront strong foes. Additional text explains that its star-patterned blade carries a stellar spirit. It further states that depending on the wielder's skill, the sword can even cut a Dea above A rank. She concludes that what matters now is that this sword lets her fight on even terms with him. She activates her technique Goblin Swordsmanship, creating multiple attacking images of herself. A description clarifies that Goblin Swordsmanship generates a physical phantom copy to attack. The leader laughs that she is a tempting talent and asks again if she will join his side. She rushes in with multiple copies, declaring she would never ally with someone like him even if her family is pressuring her. He raises his weapon, saying it is a shame to kill such a promising opponent so easily. She launches another multidirectional assault, promising to play with him properly this time. Straining, she blocks another heavy swing and cries out. Her copies and she send another wave of strikes while he meets it head-on. He taunts her, asking if she is frightened now as they lock blades. Their weapons grind together, purple aura swirling, showing the intensity of the struggle. He boasts that he clearly outmatches her in raw strength as another enormous arc of energy bears down on her. She refuses to yield, shouting that the fight is not over. She again summons Goblin Swordsmanship, surrounding him with more phantoms. She orders him to try blocking the next barrage while 3 angles of her slashes converge. She analyzes that his swings are fast and heavy but realizes she can attack him while he is busy fending off her copies. She exploits a brief opening, striking his sword with hers during that moment. Despite her strategy, she inwardly curses that she can barely withstand the force of his attacks. He advances with a crazed grin, declaring that he genuinely likes her as an opponent. She grudgingly admits he outperforms her in direct exchanges. While he brags about his capability, she decides to swallow her pride, keep him talking, and rely on her phantoms to buy time. He asks if his skills are good enough for her to consider joining him, but she rejects the offer and thinks she must stall as long as possible. Gritting her teeth, she tightens her grip on the sword and steels herself. Meanwhile, in another area of the bank, a male hostage is dragged away by terrorists, begging for his life. The leader notices some hostages have already been captured and wonders why more are being brought in from outside. He muses that such chaos should have attracted police or soldiers, questioning if authorities are staying back because of the hostages. He asks his men why they are bringing Southern students from outside instead of using the rear stairs. A soldier reports that they split into two teams, one forcing Southerners toward a window. The narration shows one team flushing students out the window while another waited below to grab anyone who jumped. The remaining comrades went upstairs to check for more Southerners who might still be hiding. Hearing that some troops initially waited outside, the swordswoman realizes something is off about the lack of outside response. She thinks to what she sees outside and concludes that, strangely, the military police have not taken any action. The leader smugly tells her he can read her worry just from her facial expression. He explains that if she is wondering why help has not arrived, it is because another comrade has used a soul ability to isolate the entire area. Shocked, she repeats the word isolated. He elaborates that they would never stage such an operation without planning and that, to passers-by, the bank currently appears completely normal. His grin widens as he states that no one outside has any idea what is happening within the bank. The swordswoman realizes in horror that no one knows about their situation at all. She thinks she only needed to hold out until military police came, but now understands she may need to escape herself, or the terrorists will slaughter everyone. She recognizes that her stamina and power are limited and agonizes over what to do next. The leader mockingly asks her what happened to her earlier bravado. He points out her loss of spirit, while guards and hostages sit in the lobby behind him. Among the hostages, a suited bank employee quietly stirs, looking around. A guard surveys the crowd, unaware of the employee's intention. Suddenly a hostage screams as a blue energy ability yanks him away. Motivated by this, the suited employee decides he cannot stay idle and dashes toward a nearby workstation. He reaches for the hidden emergency button under the desk. Grabbing the phone, he urgently reports that the bank has been taken over. Still shouting into the receiver, he yells that terrorists have infiltrated the bank while other guards notice. Mid-call he realizes nobody is responding on the other end. He is shocked to find there is no signal at all and wonders why communication is dead. Before he can react further, the leader addresses him as a bank employee comrade, dropping a heavy bag beside him. The terrified employee's eyes widen with dread. The leader asks if he failed to listen when the swordswoman earlier explained that communications are blocked. He reminds the employee that a hidden type soul is sealing all phone lines and call buttons, making them useless. Another hostage confirms that none of their cell phones have been working either. The leader sneers, questioning why a notorious northern figure like Kim Il-young would bother robbing a small private bank. He then lectures that belittling any job, including a bank employee's, goes against his cherished communist ideals that all work is equal. The employee protests that if the southern troops find out he is present, the terrorists will be in danger. The leader dismisses the concern by mocking an older southern figure named Lee Sin. He acknowledges that the South has that veteran powerhouse, but clearly does not fear him. The bank employee nervously laughs, trying to appease the leader. The leader suddenly swings his blood-stained weapon toward the cowering man, making him yelp. He says the employee must have realized by now that a harsh lesson is necessary. Standing over the man clutching his head, the leader tells him not to be sad about what is coming. At that moment the swordswoman yells for him to stop, calling him a monster from the north. He turns toward her, repeating the name Monster North as if intrigued and offended. She exhales, cursing, and tells him that if he wants to use that title, he had better prove he can defeat her first. Seiyun grimly orders the enemy to release the captured man. The scarred commander taunts that she has just used a special title for him and questions if she understands its meaning while holding a hostage. He dismisses her, saying she is mistaken. Claiming she could never understand, he suddenly cuts off the hostage's leg, causing screams. Seiyun takes the blow instead, ending up wounded and bloodied. The commander explains that if she knew the weight of that title she would not have used it for Kim Il-young, while the injured man wails about his leg. Another hostage begs in terror for his life as the commander raises his sword. Seiyun, sweating in pain, steels herself. She thinks that the difference in power is huge and that she can at best stall him, not protect everyone. Standing ready with her sword, she hears the commander mock her with an eerie sound. The commander, mask dripping with blood, says that since she asked him to defeat her, he will oblige. He threatens to sever all her limbs and carry her around in a bag. Smiling, he suggests she should consider it an honor. A door to the stairwell opens slightly, unnoticed. As Seiyun clings to the commander's back with her sword, his subordinates whirl around in surprise. Jin-sung appears downstairs, joking that he never wanted to be the center of attention like this. The commander suspiciously asks what Jin-sung is, calling him comrade. Jin-sung nervously greets him and hurriedly apologizes, offering to retrieve Seiyun at once, but the commander tells him to wait. Jin-sung forces an awkward laugh, trying to stay calm. Internally, he marvels nervously at Seiyun's situation. Among the cowering hostages, a boy thinks that what is happening surpasses simple chaos. Blood spreads across the bank floor, heightening the horror. Jin-sung recalls predicting that pandemonium would erupt downstairs. In the earlier flashback, Jin-sung tells Sunghwa that once he activates his Idea, Sungwa must run to the first floor and announce his presence. Sungwa protests, asking what will happen to Jin Sung if he goes down alone. Jin Sung tells him to trust him, saying he believes in Lee Sungwa. Now Sungwa thinks that he followed Jin Sung's instructions but wonders what to do next. The commander orders the South Comrade to introduce himself, and Sungwa cheerfully gives his name and school. Sungwa tells the commander that the money he wants is stored on the 5th floor, making the terrorists doubt such an odd location for a safe. He explains that Jin Sung, his friend, placed it there. The commander asks suspiciously if that friend is one of their comrades. He then questions why the comrades who went upstairs have not returned. Growing angry, he calls Seon a southern brat running loose while his men stand around doing nothing. A subordinate hurriedly kneels and addresses him as Comrade Commander. The kneeling terrorist volunteers to go upstairs and check on the situation. Desperate, he begs for another chance as the commander lifts his blood-soaked blade near him. The commander places a hand on the man's shoulder and addresses him coldly as Comrade. He says he will give the man a chance. Bring back all the bank's money and the kid upstairs. The subordinate gratefully salutes and thanks the commander for the opportunity. The commander orders the rest of his men to go as well, insisting he will accept nothing less, and they pledge loyalty to North Korea. His eye glows ominously as he prepares another command. He calls down the South Comrade from upstairs, referring to Seon. He demands to know whether she will come to him or force Kim Il-young to go to her. Sungwa replies nervously that he will approach, trying to defuse things. Kim Il-young praises Sungwa as clever and says he likes him. He walks among the hostages and, bored while waiting for Seon's friend, decides to entertain himself. The camera lingers on frightened hostages as he approaches them. He points at Seon, calling her a goblin woman to the South Comrades. Il-young announces that any comrade who brings him one of Seon's limbs will be spared, pushing the others to choose. In a mirroring declaration, Seon repeats the offer, saying she will spare whichever comrade hands her one of Il-young's limbs. She reiterates the bargain that a life will be spared for whichever comrade maims the other side. The hostages stare in stunned silence at Seon's ruthless counter-proposal. One of them clenches trembling fists on her skirt, wrestling with the choice. A boy anxiously wonders if they can really fight Kim Seon. Il-young smirks wickedly, enjoying the psychological torment. A girl scolds the hesitant classmate, calling him crazy and reminding him Seon has been fighting for them all along. Il-young muses that with things going this way the outcome is already decided and someone has to survive. As he impatiently looks for a clock, he says he should set a timer because he is tired of waiting. Another student curses that there is no alternative, reasoning that Seon's wealthy family will take care of her even if she loses a limb. Watching all this, Seon quietly calls out to Sungwa. Sungwa suddenly runs up and calls her name loudly. Seon, confused, asks what he wants. Smiling close to her ear, Sungwa tells her not to worry too much and to endure just a bit longer. Seon asks again what he means, still puzzled by his confidence. She wonders how Sungwa managed to come down unnoticed, and why he exposed himself instead of remaining hidden. Seon criticizes him for joining the hostages, telling him he only made the situation worse, but Sungwa insists he came to help. Their classmates look on anxiously, wondering if his timing was terrible. Il-young mockingly praises their touching friendship and snidely asks if Seon wants his right arm as thanks. Seon looks at him warily as he calls her name again. Sungwa brightly declares he has decided to become best friends with Jin Sung from now on, baffling Seon. Il-young unleashes a massive wave of power that rips through the bank. He warns the Southern comrades that he will kill everyone if they keep stalling. The hostages apologize tearfully to Seon as Il-young advances with his sword. A dark mass of students thinks there is no choice, believing Kim Il-young's strength leaves them doomed. Il-young asks Sungwa if he is siding with the goblin woman. Sungwa laughs awkwardly and answers that he thinks he is. Il-young says that is acceptable. He then adds that he will also take a limb from Sungwa to barter for even more comrades' lives. Terrified students realize that now 10 of them might be allowed to live if the two are mutilated. Sungwa nervously calls the situation insane and asks Seon to protect them. Seon pointedly calls Il-young a North Korean puppet, provoking him. She proposes another option, asking what happens if she simply kills everyone present, and whether he would then let her and Sungwa live. She insists that any game must include a path for her and Sungwa to survive as well, forcing Il-young to think. Il-young chuckles ominously at her suggestion. Delighted by the twisted idea, he agrees that if she does it he will let her avoid death. Seon accepts, drawing her glowing sword. She advances toward her classmates, who tremble as she closes in. When one girl panics, Seon insists there is no alternative and readies to strike her. The girl grimaces in pain and fear as Seon's blade comes toward her. Il-young impatiently tells Seon to choose between harming the girl's limb or sacrificing her own neck. The girl falters, unable to choose. She yells at Seon that in this situation they should pick the option where the majority survives. She accuses Seon of planning to kill everyone just so only Seon and Sungwa make it out alive. Seon activates her skill, announcing goblin swordsmanship. Multiple phantom copies of Seon rush toward the girl in a flurry of slashes. The girl panics and activates her own ability, striking glove, to block Seon's assault. Seon tells her to fight however she can, addressing her by rank. Shocked, the girl asks what Seon means. Their clash sends them flying, with the explosive force of the punch and blade colliding. The impact erupts in a blinding shockwave. As dust clears, the girl realizes she struck only Seon's phantom image. She stares in disbelief at her fiery fist, realizing she was deceived by a copy. The real Seon rushes in and locks the girl in a tight grapple while still wielding her sword. As they struggle, Seon tells the girl to listen carefully. A close-up shows the girl paying attention to Seon's whispered words. Her eyes widen as she processes what Seon is secretly explaining. Seon then kicks her away toward the hostages, making it look like a powerful blow. The bank staff rush to the fallen girl, noting that Seon is overwhelmingly strong but sensing something more. Other hostages whisper that Seon's phantom copy disappeared, guessing she must be tiring and wondering if they now have a chance. Sunwoo privately notes that although Seon is strong, he himself looks like the weak link standing beside her. Seon questions if the enemies truly think he is easier to defeat. She orders Sunwoo to step back while she confronts the commander. Aeljung erupts into mad laughter, saying this is very good. He revels in how entertaining the situation has become. From the sidelines, civilians watch in horror as Aeljung shouts in excitement and demands that they fight one another. Seon glares at him, sword at the ready. Aeljung screams for everyone to kill each other, sending out another burst of power. A crushed soda can suddenly lands near him, drawing his attention. He stares at the dented red can on the floor. Startled, he curses and wonders what just happened. The stairwell doors stand open ominously. A blood-soaked figure, Jin Sung, appears at the top of the stairs. In darkness, his sinister eyes glow red as he approaches. Aeljung picks up the can, not understanding its significance. He demands to know what the can is for. Seon and Sunwoo both recognize the can and react with shock. From the shadows, Jin Sung angrily shouts back, asking what Aeljung thinks the can is for as he throws its ring. Aeljung, now on another floor near the stair doors, says this is getting interesting and guesses the newcomer is the one his subordinate mentioned. He begins to threaten Jin Sung, saying he will cut off an arm first, when multiple blue projectiles suddenly fly at his face. The blasts strike him, making him cry out in pain. Furious, he bellows an insult at Jin Sung. Aeljung rants that Jin Sung is discarding his soul name carelessly and dares to throw trash at him. He then realizes that the objects around him are blood-soaked remnants of his own fallen comrades' uniforms. Hearing approaching footsteps from the darkness, he tenses. Bewildered and enraged, he demands to know what is going on. Deciding he is being underestimated, Aeljung raises his giant sword to unleash real power. His eyes blaze red as he swings with full force. The tremendous slash makes the entire ceiling crack and begin to collapse. Dust and fragments start raining down. Hostages scream that the ceiling is falling as debris crashes around them. Seon activates Goblin Phantom Copy again to shield others. She uses her phantoms and strength to brace the ceiling overhead. Straining, she groans under the crushing weight. We see her from different angles, desperately holding the ceiling up to protect everyone. Aeljung mocks her, telling the supposedly strong goblin woman to keep holding it while he goes downstairs to find Jin Sung. Gritting her teeth, Seon curses him as a northern monster. Aeljung warns the South comrades that if anyone tries to escape the building, his allies outside will kill them all. The exhausted hostages sink into despair at this new threat. Aeljung then turns back to Seon, reminding her of his earlier promise and hinting that the weaker comrades may soon come for her limbs. He tells everyone to think carefully about their choices, leaving Seon trapped beneath the ceiling as the psychological pressure mounts. While straining to hold up the collapsing ceiling, Seon snaps at the enemy, refusing to keep waiting for the appearance of the North monster. Kim Aeljung mocks the idea that Seon could just wait, says she is stuck holding the ceiling, and announces he will leave briefly, telling his men to manage on their own. A glowing portal or energy circle opens on the floor. Aeljung steps into the activated circle and begins teleporting away, bloodied weapon in hand. Students struggle and cower under the massive slab of ceiling that Seon is supporting. Seon, unsure how much longer she can hold it, urgently tells everyone to move out from under the ceiling if they want to avoid being crushed. A male student starts organizing the evacuation, instructing those trapped beneath the ceiling to get out safely. Outside the battlefield, an anxious adult begs someone not to leave, promising that if they come out, a captured student will be released. A terrified student protests that following orders will just get them buried alive. Amidst panic, someone yells that Seon threatened to kill them and explains that to survive, someone must fight either Kim Aeljung or Kim Seon. Another student counters that Seon just ran off to save people, argues she is not trying to kill them, and proposes breaking through the ceiling together to escape, saying many can survive that way. A classmate worries that shouting such plans will draw Aeljung back, leaving the organizer momentarily speechless. Seon, injured but walking, returns to the group, and someone calls out to her. Straining under the weight, Seon addresses the first squad leader with exhausted resolve. Meanwhile, Park Jin-sung, drenched in blood and eerily cheerful, greets Aeljung as he arrives. Aeljung notices Jin-sung is alone and comments on the bloody aftermath around him. Standing amid slain soldiers, Jin-sung happily says he enjoyed killing them as they came at him one after another. Jin-sung jokes that if all the enemies had attacked together it would have ended faster, while Aeljung, impressed yet disgusted, demands to know what kind of monster he is. Grinning, Jin Sung toys with his bloody knife and asks if Il-young really enjoyed killing so much. Instead of angering, Il-young offers Jin Sung a place as his underling in the Great Pestilence Syndicate, promising a good position. Jin Sung tilts his head as if considering the offer while Il-young tells him to think it over. Jin Sung suddenly agrees with a sinister smile and declares that Il-young's 9th route is the suitable path for him. A burst of red energy slices across the floor, signaling Jin Sung's attack. Jin Sung charges him with explosive speed, red trails marking his path, surprising Il-young and his remaining subordinates. Il-young swings the huge sword at Jin Sung, comparing his nimble movements to a bothersome fly. Darting just outside the weapon's reach, Jin Sung laughs that the fight is fun while Il-young realizes Jin Sung is deliberately skirting the greatsword's range. Il-young decides he must prove the difference in their strength. He grips the greatsword tighter, preparing to unleash more power. Suyun, far below, unleashes a massive vertical slash of energy, shouting for everything to stop momentarily. The blast even makes Il-young flinch. Jin Sung dashes in again with another rapid assault, asking how Il-young likes this new approach. Il-young thinks he has Jin Sung's trajectory figured out and sets up to counter, boasting that without knowing his weapon's soul name Jin Sung is bound to be caught. Il-young uses the great sword to manipulate his movement. A system-like explanation appears, stating that the swinging cannot be stopped because the great sword originates from the Baekdusan tiger's cave. Il-young swings in a way that lets the massive blade cut cleanly without dragging on the floor. He launches a sweeping strike meant to catch Jin Sung midair. Jin Sung smirks and remarks that Il-young's Adea name is unusually long. Il-young stares in shock, not understanding how Jin Sung knows the full name. Jin Sung twists around another blow, continuing to evade with acrobatic movements. Still airborne, Jin Sung keeps asking why Il-young's Adea name is so long, taunting him. Skidding back while tracing glowing lines with his blade, Jin Sung excitedly asks how Il-young made the name that long. Il-young realizes Jin Sung has completely avoided the attack and curses in frustration. Startled that Jin Sung can see soul names, Il-young questions him, while Jin Sung cheerfully confirms it, and asks how Il-young managed to stack multiple plus signs in his stats. A further explanation clarifies that the greatsword's form mirrors its owner's mind and, once swung, cannot be stopped mid-arc. Il-young thinks he nearly fell for Jin Sung's trick and demands to know the boy's real name. Jin Sung introduces himself as Park Jin Sung, repeating his name with manic enthusiasm. Il-young awkwardly acknowledges the name, praises Jin Sung's unusual eyes, and again tries to recruit him into the Great Pestilence Syndicate. Jin Sung suddenly flatters Il-young as the strongest person he has seen, causing Il-young to wonder at the sudden change and ask if Jin Sung truly wants to join the syndicate. Jin Sung coldly states that despite his vision he can see only 9 possible routes. When Il-young asks what else he sees, Jin Sung answers that all 9 routes are ways to kill Il-young. Il-young is surprised Jin Sung can see such things too, and Jin Sung replies jealously before saying that in his case a single route is enough. Declaring that one path suffices, Jin Sung lunges in for a decisive attack. Il-young concludes negotiations have failed and decides he will just beat Jin Sung half to death and drag him to his boss for his eyes. Blasts of red and purple energy collide as their attacks meet. The two charge each other head-on, sword and knife creating swirling shockwaves. Elsewhere, an elevator door jams shut as someone comments. Watching security monitors, a blonde boy relaxes in a chair, reasoning that the destroyed elevator doors and trashed block will delay Il-young and by some time. He reflects that they are in the middle of a city and that contacting police or military should eventually bring help. Because stepping outside too soon would make him a target, he decides to hide in the control room a bit longer. Back at the crater, another student with glowing red eyes darts forward aggressively. This new fighter slashes with dark pink arcs of energy, showing his own deadly skill. Il-young counters with a fierce vertical purple strike. Jin Sung and Il-young clash again at close quarters, tearing up the floor around them. Jin Sung ends up perched on the blood-stained greatsword, wiping his mouth as if unfazed. Furious, Il-young screams insults at him. He complains that Jin Sung keeps dodging like a squirrel instead of fighting head-on. Il-young grits his teeth in rage as Jin Sung darts around him. Jin Sung throws a bloody blade that grazes Il-young and ricochets off the walls. Il-young realizes the throw nearly hit something vital and thinks about how dangerous it was. Jin Sung suddenly closes the distance, shocking Il-young with his speed. Il-young swings defensively, trying to push Jin Sung back. Watching Il-young recoil bleeding, Jin Sung mocks him as pathetic. Il-young, covered in cuts, finally understands that Jin Sung has been toying with him the entire fight and seethes at being treated as a mere plaything. Jin Sung appears at his side, calling him old man and asking if he plans to keep blocking forever like a coward. Jin Sung rushes in again, laughing and insisting they end the fight now. Il-young smiles darkly, thinking he might die if he keeps holding back a particular power. He unleashes a dark purple hand of energy toward Jin Sung, catching the boy off guard. Jin Sung's eyes flare as he reacts to the sudden threat. The dark hand instead slams into another student some distance away, knocking him down near a window while Jin Sung watches. Jin Sung, wounded in the side, stares at Il-young and demands to know what that attack was. Shocked, he questions what kind of old man Il-young is and how he could possess such a power. Jin Sung's vision reveals Young now wielding two separate Ideas, one being the left hand of the first beast, and he marvels that Young has dual abilities. Young warns that Jin Sung's agile jumping will no longer work against him. Jin Sung, eyes glowing, calls him old man again and obsessively asks about the nature of the monstrous hand. Young coyly asks why Jin Sung is so curious, admitting he came here to avoid a different powerhouse but might die first because of this encounter. Jin Sung, thrilled, says Young became stronger by revealing that arm and declares the fight will finally be fun. Young complains that if he fights like this Jin Sung will not let him die on his own terms, then starts backing away. Jin Sung accuses him of running. Young, shrouded in dark aura, muses that he has not been called a runner in a long time. Jin Sung taunts him from below, asking if he really thinks he can escape and how he plans to do that. Young smirks that he would never run from a comrade. He promises to remember Park Jin Sung's name as he readies a powerful technique with the dark arm. Young unleashes a massive purple slash downward. The blow smashes a huge crater through the roof of the building. The energy continues downward, pulverizing lower floors and sending debris flying. Inside, Young raises the empowered greatsword again as the ceiling above begins to crumble. From outside, the building now has a gigantic funnel-shaped hole spiraling through many floors. The blonde boy opens the door to see the devastation and stares in horror. Realizing Seon could not have caused it, he concludes the destruction must be Kim Il-young's work and urges himself to run quickly. Watching Il-young leap up the crater wall, he likens the situation to hide-and-seek and worries he might lose track of the old man. Jin Sung, still eager, wonders aloud if he should increase his speed even more. Il-young yells not to joke around, thinking they will never win with such a disparity in power. Jin Sung chases Il-young outside, insisting he is serious as they both fly through the air. Il-young realizes Jin Sung has gone completely insane and braces himself for what is to come. On an upper floor, the blonde boy calls out in shock to Kim Il-young as the man emerges from the hole. Il-young grins, feeling lucky that fate has not abandoned him, now that he has found another target above. As he leaps up, both the blonde boy and another injured student stare, confused about what happened below. Jin Sung climbs out of the crater and calls the blonde boy trash, asking why he is there. The other blood-crazed student gleefully spots the blonde boy as a new victim and lunges toward him. Seeing this, Jin Sung's eyes flash and he mentally screams no. The blonde student senses danger and turns his head sharply. He sees the attacker suddenly slammed away, crashing to the ground nearby. Jin Sung lies on the floor groaning from the impact. The blonde boy runs to him, scolding him for bursting up through the hole, while Jin Sung weakly addresses him as leader. Looking down from the rim, Il-young realizes the blonde boy knows Park Jin Sung and says the boy has just saved his life. The blonde boy, alarmed, reminds Il-young that he was supposed to be fighting Seon below and demands an explanation. Il-young, standing over them with the bloody sword, curses in confusion while the blonde boy yells up for answers. The blonde boy wonders if Seon truly pushed Il-young to such a state and thinks there is no way the F-rank Jin Sung could have done it. He struggles to accept that possibility but realizes Il-young's words seem to imply it. Frustrated, he shouts at Jin Sung to explain the situation, as Jin Sung just laughs darkly. Seeing Jin Sung's manic laughter and aura, he recoils, asking what is wrong with him. From above, Il-young thanks the blonde boy for distracting Jin Sung, saying it helped him shake off that leech. Outraged, the blonde boy shouts back, demanding what Il-young means. Jin Sung's eyes glow ominously as his mood shifts again. Il-young calls down to his cocky comrade, reminding him that Kim Il-young always repays favors. Smiling, he notes that the beneficiary might not even realize the favor has already been returned. The blonde boy grimaces, sensing that this so-called repayment bodes ill for him. Il-young offers one last piece of advice. If the blonde wants to live, he should hurry down to the first floor, where he might have a chance to survive. The blonde boy stares up in disbelief, muttering in confusion. Il-young ignores him and rockets away, leaving the blonde behind despite the protest that Il-young's underlings are still below. As he departs, Il-young wishes his comrade luck surviving and thinks it was fortunate he followed orders and came south. Left alone with Jin Sung, the blonde boy recalls that both the goblin girl Seon and that explosive Lee fighter were Il-young's real targets, and realizes Jin Sung is something unexpected they never planned for. Il-young, narrating mentally, reflects that even his boss could not have predicted the appearance of someone as deranged and bloodthirsty as Park Jin Sung. A separate view again shows Il-young declaring he never forgets favors. He repeats his advice to flee to the first floor as he walks away along the rim, while the blonde boy below can only whisper in confusion. The blonde boy wonders aloud if Il-young truly ran away because of this seemingly useless trash of a student. He still struggles to believe it, thinking it makes no sense that Jin Sung could intimidate Il-young so badly. At the same time, he reminds himself that Jin Sung is officially only F-rank garbage. Jin Sung starts calling to him in a sing-song voice, repeating squad leader while staggering toward him through swirling red aura. With a sinister smile, Jin Sung tells the blonde that Il-young escaped thanks to him and cheerfully suggests that the blonde will now play with Jin Sung instead. Jin Sung leans in, asking again if that is right, terrifying the blonde boy. The blonde observes that Jin Sung's eyes look completely ruined and concludes this person is extremely dangerous. Grabbing a glowing cable or rope, he curses at the insanity of the situation. He vaults up through the hole using the line, just wanting to get away from whatever happened below. While climbing, he thinks the only thing he is sure of is that Jin Sung has lost his mind and that fleeing is his best option. From the bottom of the crater, Jin Sung cheerfully calls after him, repeating squad leader. He asks if the squad leader wants to play tag too and notes that he is once again the one who is it. Jin Sung jumps up the walls, continuing to call for the squad leader. Red beams of energy shoot around the interior, as Jin Sung chases him at high speed, sing-songing that he was it earlier as well. Closing in, Jin Sung suggests they change games and play something else instead. The blonde boy kicks out a defensive blast of power, shouting at Jin Sung to back off. Jin Sung's glowing red eyes narrow, showing that the kick has only fueled his murderous focus even more. The red-hooded squad leader is shocked that his opponent has dodged his powerful attack. The crazed enemy, eyes glowing red, taunts the squad leader. The enemy slams the squad leader into the ground while exclaiming that he has caught him. The squad leader struggles in the enemy's grip, cursing and demanding to be released. A sadistic ally of the enemy excitedly asks the leader what game to play, suggesting mutilating limbs. Choking, the squad leader screams insults at the psychotic attacker. The attacker throws the squad leader away, telling him to go play alone. Another crazed subordinate complains to the squad leader that abandoning the squad is cruel. That subordinate launches a deadly energy blast, mockingly saying the leader should care for his squad. The squad leader falls helplessly toward a huge crater opened in the floor. The attacker grabs onto the falling squad leader, noting that now he has him secured. Dangling together, the squad leader panics and yells to be let go while the attacker asks if he hates him. The squad leader warns they will both die if they keep falling and tells the attacker to hurry and release him. The attacker smugly states he does not think he will die, while the squad leader curses in frustration. Realizing he will be splattered if they continue falling, the squad leader urgently calls out to the other squad leader. Hearing a familiar voice, the squad leader decides pride does not matter right now and prepares to act. Resolving that if he is going to die anyway he will not go quietly, the squad leader tightens his fist. He vows not to die at the attacker's hands, punching him savagely. The attacker, still midair, mocks the squad leader for swinging so slowly that his attacks are easy to counter. The crazed attacker suddenly senses a summoned sword appearing nearby and turns toward it. Smiling, he sees another person arriving and anticipates a new playmate. He is immediately blasted away by a powerful horizontal slash cutting across the room. Watching thrown daggers get easily deflected, the squad leader is stunned by the newcomer's skill. The squad leader focuses, then rushes forward shouting for the newcomer to move aside. He creates a spiraling destructive column toward the attacker as both are flung through the air. The squad leader screams as he is launched high up the new vertical shaft. He is blasted all the way out of the tower while the force devastates the area below. The squad leader crashes along the ground, groaning in pain from the impact. Dust clears to reveal the crazed attacker crouched on the ground amidst the ruined interior. With a twisted smile, the attacker calls out to the squad leader and invites him to play more. The battered newcomer notices a mysterious long sword embedded in the ground and wonders what it is. The attacker gleefully decides the next person he will play with is his favorite target. Elsewhere, someone at the control desks impatiently asks how long another person will keep that posture. Under the crumbling ceiling, Kim Seon strains to hold it up while being asked if his earlier injury still hurts, and is addressed as first squad leader. Kim Seon internally admits he is pretending to be fine but is actually at his limit. His legs tremble violently, showing he is close to collapse. He thinks he cannot hold the ceiling much longer. Another squad leader activates the skill-striking glove, surrounded by shadowy figures. With her glowing gauntlet, she formally orders first squad to move under her authority. Civilians protest that Hei and Hai should not cut the line and demand to be let through as well. A man reminds the squad leader she shares a class and school with Kim Seon and points out Seon went inside to save someone. He tries to stand protectively in front of the squad leader while Kim Seon continues struggling under the ceiling. The squad leader threatens to hit the obstructing student first if he does not move, while others shout for Lee Sung-woo to stop and the student refuses to budge. The student demands to know how the adults can sacrifice someone who fought for them and asks if they really want to live that way. One adult insists he has a family and begs understanding, while another shouts there is no choice and orders the student to move. Kim Seon lets out a pained groan as his strength finally gives way. Students under the ceiling panic, screaming that they are being crushed and begging to be saved. The squad leader notes that Kim Seon has become extremely weak. She says there is no time and tries again to force the student to move, but he refuses. The student nervously brandishes a sword, warning he will act if she comes any closer. She clenches her glowing fist and says she has no choice but to respond. Stepping forward, she orders everyone to maintain their positions and identifies herself and her unit formally. She commands her squad to rescue the people trapped under the ceiling and announces that they will protect their platoon member Kim Seon. She repeats the order, directing first squad to focus on rescuing those under the ceiling and guarding Kim Seon. The crowd of adults reacts in confusion as the students ready themselves. The adult student group realizes the ground is now cleared and that reinforcements have arrived. The Heian High squad assembles confidently in front of the collapsed area. Kim Seon, freed from the ceiling, complains to the squad leader that it was heavy and asks her to stop trying to look cool. The adults watch the students work, clearly unsettled and guilty. One adult proposes to the squad leader that if they sacrifice Kim Se-yoon and another male student, everyone else could be saved. The squad leader blocks his path with a glowing hand, ordering him not to come any closer. She warns that if he approaches again she will use force, explaining they now know Pest targeted the third squad leader and their school and that she will suppress him if necessary. Intimidated by her power, the adult reluctantly agrees to back off. A squad member reports that all civilians have been evacuated and reminds everyone to carefully clear the debris around Kim Se-yoon. The students begin blasting and cracking the rock covering Kim Se-yoon. The squad leader, Kim Se-yoon, and the adults stand amid broken rubble, having successfully opened a path. Kim Se-yoon steps away from the danger zone as the rock fall stabilizes. Stretching his sore arm, Kim Se-yoon remarks with relief that he is finally free. The adult anxiously asks Se-yoon what exactly happened. Se-yoon casually says he simply trusted in his platoon member's ability to understand and act. The squad leader is confused by this comment and asks what he means. Se-yoon advises him to pretend he was only acting scared earlier, hinting at a plan. Flashback. Se-yoon kicks and knocks the squad leader out of harm's way while slashing at Pest. The squad leader recalls that fear made him forget his training, but now he remembers what he learned at school. He thinks about how their enemy Pest never leaves witnesses alive, recalling news of past massacres. Realizing he made a poor decision out of fear, he concludes it is obvious that obeying Pest will still lead to everyone's deaths. He reasons that killing Kim Se-yoon would not save them because Pest would then eliminate all witnesses, and prepares to give new orders to First Squad. He decides they must follow Kim Se-yoon's example and defy the enemy's commands instead of dying obediently. Afterward, Kim Se-yoon teases the squad leader for acting cool instead of scared, while the adult notes that it worked to sway the crowd. Suddenly a powerful tremor shakes the building, interrupting their conversation. They suspect Kim Il-young is behind the disturbance. Remembering Park Jin-sung, the adult panics and brings up his name. He reminds Se-yoon that Kim Il-young went upstairs because someone lured him, implying Jin-sung's involvement. Se-yoon recalls seeing Jin-sung bait Kim Il-young upstairs. Se-yoon initially dismisses it as a joke, saying Jin-sung is only an F-rank trainee despite good stamina. The adult asks if Se-yoon can think of anyone else who could have lured Kim Il-young. He reasons that the only missing people are Park Jin-sung and Byun Jae-young and insists they have no time to overthink it. Frustrated, the adult decides to go help by himself. He dashes up the stairs alone. Se-yoon realizes from the adult's expression that Jin-sung must truly be fighting Kim Il-young. Se-yoon notes that the explosions are louder than when he himself fought Kim Il-young, which makes no sense against weak Jin-sung. He thinks logically Kim Il-young should have instantly killed Jin-sung and starts fearing Jin-sung might die. Se-yoon refuses to accept Jin-sung dying meaninglessly and becomes determined to intervene. He calls out to the first squad leader. Se-yoon solemnly says he has a favor to ask of her. Meanwhile, the adult climbs the stairs thinking it is impossible for him to face Kim Il-young in his condition, but wondering if he should still go. He decides that if he is too late to save Jin-sung, he should at least save Sunghwa and the others and continues running with Se-yoon behind him. They reach the top door, knowing Kim Il-young and Park Jin-sung are fighting just beyond it, and deciding they cannot turn back now. Se-yoon announces he will open the door. He peeks inside through the gap, tense and wary. Entering fully, Se-yoon and the adults see bloodied corpses scattered around the large hole. Horrified, they wonder aloud if everyone there is dead. Se-yoon is stunned that Park Jin-sung appears to have single-handedly caused this carnage. He observes numerous deep greatsword scars in the walls, estimating at least 30 massive swings. Se-yoon is shocked that Jin-sung could fight Kim Il-young for so long and wonders where both of them went. Examining the debris, he notices the rubble pattern seems different from the earlier hole on the first floor. Looking down another huge shaft, he realizes the destruction here is even greater than below. Staring up the vertical tunnel, he is amazed by how powerful Kim Il-young truly is. The adult asks Se-yoon what this gigantic hole is. Se-yoon concludes that Kim Il-young and Jin-sung must have gone upward through it. Suddenly he senses something rapidly falling toward them and shouts that something is coming down. He wonders anxiously whether the falling person is Kim Il-young or Park Jin-sung. Byun Jae-young, the squad leader in the red hoodie, comes crashing down the shaft, cursing whoever threw him. Se-yoon sees that someone is chasing Byun down the shaft. He recognizes the pursuer as Park Jin-sung but notices that Jin-sung's aura and condition seem abnormal. The adult demands to know what is happening as Se-yoon readies his sword. Believing Jae-young is the one being attacked, Se-yoon prepares a swing, planning to strike with the flat of the blade to spare him while trying to gauge the chaos. The adult urgently screams for Se-yoon to dodge as a weapon falls between them. Se-yoon steadies himself, eyes narrowing in determination. The adult suddenly grabs Se-yoon's hand in alarm. He yells for Se-yoon to run as they flee the impact zone together. A massive blast crashes into the ground behind them, shaking the entire chamber. The shockwave hurtles dust and debris toward the area where Jae-young had landed. Jae-young emerges from the dust, cursing his unseen attacker. Se-yoon rushes to him, demanding to know what is going on and how Jae-young is still alive. Se-yoon, panicked, shouts for an explanation of why Park Jin-sung is attacking Jae-young. Before Jae-young can answer, a sinister voice calls out to the squad leader from nearby. They hear Kim Il-young's playful voice addressing Sunghwa and Seon, inviting them all to join his twisted game. Blood-soaked and grinning madly, Jin-sung stands amid demonic aura, fully consumed by Kim Il-young's influence. Jin-sung staggers toward them, while Seon and the adults stare in shock. A demonic Kim Il-young laughs menacingly, eyes burning red. Seon and the adult nervously question whether the person before them is really Park Jin-sung. Surrounded by red mist, Jin-sung greets them repeatedly and asks if they will play with him as well. Seon hesitantly asks Jin-sung if he is truly himself. Possessed, Jin-sung admires Seon's weapon, calling it beautiful but rotten, his tone disturbingly casual. Seon and the adult exclaim in disbelief at what they are hearing. Seon shouts over Jin-sung's rambling, ordering him to answer their questions while Jin-sung mutters how wasteful it is to ruin such a pretty weapon. Seon warns Jaeyoung that Jin-sung is no longer the same garbage trainee they know. Jaeyoung retorts that this so-called garbage actually drove Kim Il-young away. He advises Seon, as thanks for earlier help, that the smartest move is to run while Jin-sung is still talking. Jaeyoung admits he hesitated after Jin-sung spoke before and nearly died, stressing again that they must flee if they do not want to be killed. Seon yells after Jaeyoung to explain things properly instead of just running. The adult notes Jin-sung now looks even more gone than when they met him in the bathroom and asks if Seon had known about his condition. Seon says he did know Jin-sung was unstable but insists he could still talk to him earlier. Kim Il-young, using Jin-sung's body, laughs creepily as his madness escalates. Seon, recalling Kim Il-young's earlier thoughts, decides this form of killing suits him and prepares for battle. Jin-sung, overwhelmed by power, screams that he cannot hold it back anymore. Seon taunts Kim Il-young for his lack of patience, mocking what he plans to accomplish. Seon continues to mock him, joking that becoming her husband is not easy and doubting he even qualifies as a candidate. Jin-sung grips his bloody knife tighter, preparing to attack in response. The bloodstained man, losing control of his urges, suggests murdering all the other candidates, and even the wife. Sunghwa, exhausted, is called by Seon, while another man looks on in concern. Seon tells Sunghwa he will stall the killer so Sunghwa can escape. Sunghwa, weaponless and exhausted, resolves to delay the killer for only about 30 seconds. The crazed killer joyfully rushes at Seon, calling him his favorite. As the killer attacks with frightening speed, Seon recognizes the technique as Park Jin-sung's powerful idea. Seon, wounded, realizes the killer's uncontrollable but powerful idea is similar to his own. Reflecting mid-fight, Seon thinks Jin-sung's suffering from his idea must have been even worse than his. Jin-sung, still smiling through blood, casually greets Seon and asks what is wrong. Seon gently acknowledges how hard Jin-sung's life has been and praises him for enduring so far. Jin-sung stares blankly, stunned by Seon's unexpected compassion. He replies to Seon with a strained smile, but something sinister curls at the edge of his mouth. Jin-sung suddenly swings his blade at Seon's back while cheerfully bidding him farewell. Seon collapses forward, grievously struck, as Jin-sung stands over him, amused. Jin-sung grins darkly as the word grim appears, signaling his descent into murderous resolve. Narration shifts to Jin-sung's past, beginning with the day shortly after he entered elementary school, outside an autopsy room. A young Jin-sung stands blankly as an adult hand rests on his shoulder. He explains that both of his parents died, and he was brought to see their bodies. The cause of their deaths is reported as a brutal assault by a violent robber. Their bodies were so battered they were almost unrecognizable, and the orphan Jin-sung had nowhere to go. The child Jin-sung is then taken to live with his uncle. He describes his uncle and aunt as antisocial F-rank Idea users. The uncle, whose Idea is a weak rotting rope, ties and scolds young Jin-sung while the rope's low rank is noted. His uncle and aunt, wielding equally pathetic F-rank weapons, laugh as they beat the tied-up boy despite his frantic apologies. Jin-sung recounts that daily beatings, insults, and neglect became his normal life. Later, an older Jin-sung sits timidly at school, withdrawn in his oversized hoodie. A classmate named Hain approaches, asking why he still wears long sleeves in the heat. Another friend calls Hain away, and she briefly leaves Jin-sung to join them. Before going, Hain kindly invites Jin-sung to come to the store with them. Jin-sung shyly declines, and Hain promises next time before hurrying off with her friends. As she leaves, other kids mock Jin-sung for being poor and dirty, comments he overhears while pretending to sleep. Outside later, bullies kick Jin-sung as he curls up in pain. The bullies demand he manifest his Idea while continuing to stomp on him. Laughing, they claim they are helping him awaken an Idea by beating him. They taunt that they are being nice to him as Jin-sung endures the assault in silence. Jin-sung narrates that both at home and outside, the days of being beaten simply continued. Time passes, indicated by the changing sky over his neighborhood. To lessen the abuse, Jin-sung starts going home as late as possible, wandering near the playground after school. One evening he hears something and turns startled. He wonders aloud what the sound was as he looks around. A dirty stray puppy appears, barking energetically at him. Jin-sung meets the little dog on the roadside and notes that he has found a filthy puppy. Laughing, he points out that the puppy is as dirty as he is and begins to pet it. The puppy licks his face, making him giggle that it tickles. Jin-sung explains that from that day they became friends, and he spent longer and longer evenings playing with the puppy. As hours slip by on the town clock, Jin Sung's uncle eventually decides to look for him to avoid suspicion of neglect. The uncle finds Jin Sung outside and angrily demands to know why he has not come home. Jin Sung, flustered, tries to explain himself. The puppy suddenly barks at the uncle, and Jin Sung desperately calls the dog back. The uncle angrily identifies the filthy dog as the reason Jin Sung is out late. Neighbors notice the confrontation, commenting that the child seems scared, making the uncle uneasy. To maintain appearances, the uncle grudgingly says Jin Sung may take the puppy home if it keeps him from staying out. Overjoyed, Jin Sung thanks his uncle enthusiastically for allowing him to keep the puppy. That night, their small apartment glows with lights, hinting at a rare moment of happiness. In bed, Jin Sung happily reads while Poppy, the puppy, playfully licks him. Their fun is interrupted when his uncle yells from outside the room, demanding to know why he is still awake. Jin Sung hurriedly turns off the light and whispers goodnight to Poppy. He records the day in a childish diary drawing showing himself and Poppy together. The next day, Jin Sung calls out for his uncle in their home. Holding Poppy, he asks if he can go play outside with the dog, and the uncle carelessly permits it. Jin Sung thanks him joyfully, cradling Poppy. He excitedly calls Poppy to go out as the dog scampers after him. Another bright day dawns over the playground where they usually meet. Playing in the sand, Jin Sung happily thinks to himself that he finally has a friend. He delights in having a companion to play with at the playground. He enjoys having a loyal friend who follows him everywhere. He treasures Poppy as someone who shares happiness with him. One evening he glances at the large clock and is shocked by how late it is. Realizing he is past curfew again, he panics that his uncle will be furious. He grabs Poppy and tells him they must run home quickly. That night at dinner, his uncle coldly scolds him for returning after mealtime and asks if they are a joke to him. Jin Sung apologizes, insisting he did not realize the time. The uncle angrily slams the can down, accusing him of making excuses after being treated leniently. He complains about having to watch the neighbors and threatens worse if Jin Sung causes suspicion, prompting more apologies from the boy. As Jin Sung stands trembling with Poppy beside him, the dog suddenly starts barking again. Jin Sung nervously tries to calm Poppy, but the dog keeps barking loudly. Furious, the uncle calls the dog a mongrel, threatening to turn it into stew if it does not shut up. Jin Sung begs for mercy, promising to train Poppy better while the dog continues barking. The uncle shoves Jin Sung aside with a brutal kick as he moves toward the dog. He rages that Jin Sung dared talk back and orders his wife to tie the boy up so he can teach him a lesson. The aunt gleefully loops her rotting rope around Jin Sung, saying he needs to be restrained again to regain his senses. Poppy barks defiantly, drawing more ire from the uncle. The uncle stomps toward the dog, commanding it to shut up and calling it a damned mongrel. Jin Sung, bound on the floor, watches in horror and cries out for Poppy. Poppy lies whimpering on the ground after being savagely struck. The uncle, satisfied now that the dog is silent, smirks in cruel amusement. While the aunt keeps tying him, Jin Sung desperately calls out to the unmoving Poppy as she tells him to stay still. Rage boils up inside the bound boy, his expression twisting as dark energy gathers. The uncle notices the murderous glare in Jin Sung's eyes and warily questions it while holding his bat. He then beats Jin Sung mercilessly, screaming that he has gone crazy and blaming his dead parents' upbringing. Curled on the floor and sobbing, Jin Sung apologizes repeatedly under the blows. The uncle sneers that Jin Sung's weakness and arrogance must be hereditary. He chuckles to himself, enjoying his own cruelty. In narration, Jin Sung coldly states that eventually he beat his uncle and aunt to death. The aunt worries that letting Jin Sung know the truth is risky, but the uncle scoffs that no one will believe a useless kid without an idea. Jin Sung repeats the official story that his parents were killed by a robber, beginning to question it. The uncle casually confesses he killed Jin Sung's parents in a rage over money, and then framed a random intruder as the robber. He and his wife laugh about how funny it was to watch the innocent man claim he had done nothing in court. Jin Sung realizes with seething hatred that his own uncle and aunt were actually the murderers of his parents. The uncle mocks Jin Sung's glare, asking what a tied-up boy thinks he can do. Suddenly he feels a sharp pain and looks in confusion as something pierces his shoulder. Poppy has bitten his arm, forcing him to scream in pain. Jin Sung, still bound, cries out for Poppy and begs him to run away. The uncle, enraged, vows to kill the crazy dog for biting him. After viciously beating Poppy, he dismissively worries about rabies while Jin Sung screams his dog's name. Kneeling by Poppy's battered body, Jin Sung tearfully apologizes for bringing him into such a horrible home. He laments that if Poppy had never met an unlucky child like him, none of this would have happened. As he cries, the injured dog weakly licks his cheek, trying to comfort him. Poppy gives a final small bark, still trying to reassure his owner. The dog's life slips away, leaving only a twitch and silence. Jin Sung kneels over Poppy's lifeless body, stunned and speechless. From the doorway, his uncle and aunt casually discuss whether the mongrel is dead and joke about throwing the body away as trash. In blackened narration filled with blood spatters, Jin Sung demands to know why they keep killing everything precious to him. He questions whether killing is really that easy, while his uncle talks about needing to beat him more. He wonders bitterly if killing is actually fun to them as they say Jin Sung's life has no value. Overcome with fury, Jin Sung thinks about how angry he is, his eyes glowing red. His rage manifests as a glowing dagger-shaped Adea in his hand. He breaks free, whirling around with the dagger as phantom tails or shadows lash out. Surrounded by dark mist, he approaches his relatives with a manic laugh, dagger and bat in hand. The uncle, still smug, asks about the dagger and where Jin Sung got it. Realizing it is in Idea, the uncle initially seems intrigued. He then bursts out laughing, mocking that such a small manifestation proves Jin Sung is an F-rank like them. He derides Jin Sung as trash born from trash parents, and accuses him of trying to imitate them. Jin Sung only grins ominously, his smile stretching as the darkness thickens. Moving faster than the uncle expects, Jin Sung slashes him across the throat, while the man mocks his dead parents. The uncle collapses, spewing blood, as the aunt screams in panic. Jin Sung, eyes glowing red, smiles at his bloodied knife while his uncle howls about his severed arm. He then turns his attention to his aunt, taunting her about her trademark laugh while blood splatters fill the house. With the uncle dying at the entrance, Jin Sung drags him through a sea of blood, mockingly asking where he thinks he is going. He is terrified and pleads for her life as he approaches, but he chillingly says he will not kill her outright. Holding the blade near her face, he explains that killing her quickly would be too easy, just as they treated his parents. Standing over her broken body, he rants that because they chose the easy path with his parents, he will choose the harder one by keeping them alive to suffer, laughing madly. Afterwards, Jin Sung stands drenched in their blood, staring up blankly in the ruined kitchen. Clutching the bloody dagger, he reflects in twisted satisfaction on how good killing felt. His eyes widen as he fully recalls these memories in the present. Jin Sung jolts awake in the school infirmary bed, breathing hard. A woman in a white coat enters, pleasantly noting that he is finally awake. He confirms she is the nurse and realizes he is in the nurse's room. When he tries to stand, she gently pushes him back, saying he is not ready to get up. She advises him to rest longer as he collapses weakly back onto the bed. Holding his aching, bandaged head, Jin Sung wonders why he is here at all. A flash of memory shows his hands soaked in blood, intensifying his confusion. He gasps in shock, jerking upright as the recollection hits him. Ignoring the nurse's pleas to lie down, he bolts up and shouts for her attention. The nurse, trying to soothe him, asks him to calm down. He grabs her coat, frantically asking what happened at the bank and to his classmates, especially Lee Sunghwa. When she starts to answer, he blurts out Kim Seeun's name in panic. Overwhelmed, he staggers, whispering Seeun's name as his legs give way. The nurse urges Jin Sung to breathe slowly while he mutters that Seeun collapsed right in front of him. Desperate, he asks if Seeun is safe, and the nurse begins to reassure him that everyone survived. Jin Sung wakes up panicked, demanding to know where Kim Seeun is, remembering only that he stabbed her before blacking out. The nurse tries to calm him, saying Seeun is on her way to the infirmary, and Jin Sung wonders in shock if that means she survived and is badly hurt. Jin Sung hurriedly gets off the bed, ignoring the nurse calling after him as he rushes out. Determined to confirm Seeun's condition with his own eyes, Jin Sung sprints out of the nurse's office. The nurse watches Jin Sung bolt from the room, the door slamming behind him. Left alone, the nurse mutters that it might have been better if Jin Sung had not remembered what happened. Outside, Jin Sung runs while realizing in horror that his body still feels abnormal. Feeling the damage to his body, he thinks that if his condition is this bad he must have caused enormous trouble. Tormented, Jin Sung blames his uncontrollable idea and wonders why he could not stop himself back then. Elsewhere, Seeun walks along cheerfully with bags full of drinks. Jin Sung spots Seeun alive and well, calling out to her in disbelief. Seeing her uninjured, he realizes she was not heading to the infirmary because of wounds and reassures himself he did not sever her neck. As Seeun approaches and calls to him, Jin Sung bends over, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude. Jin Sung collapses to his knees, thinking how glad he is. Kneeling before her, he tells himself he did not kill her while Seeun, confused, asks why he suddenly dropped down. She pats his back and comments that if he is running around like this, he must be fine now. Overcome with emotion, Jin Sung clings to Seeun, crying with repeated thanks. Alarmed by his tears, Seeun asks where he is hurt, and why he is crying so much. Jin Sung silently thanks Seeun for being safe and alive while she jokes that people might think he is crying over being rejected and begs him to stop. Narration explains that after the pest terrorist incident, Haeun High closed for a week. On the day of the attack, Byun Jaeong frantically spread the news about Kim Il-young's retreat, even grabbing a bystander's phone. The incident is described as a disaster that killed many security guards and bank staff. Media coverage highlights that all students from both schools survived, praising Haeun High's Class 210, especially the so-called White Goblin Kim Seeun who directly opposed Kim Il-young. Seeun, exhausted from constant interviews, complains that dealing with reporters is tougher than the fight and decides not to mention Park Jin Sung. Looking at unconscious Jin Sung in the infirmary, she thinks reporters would never believe the truth and sees no reason to wake someone who has slept 3 days. Jin Sung's narration admits even he struggles to believe what he witnessed. He recalls Seeun stepping in front of him as a blade's arc raced toward her neck. In memory, Seeun fiercely clashes with Kim Il-young, her attack cutting through his assault. She then senses something strange as light flares at her forehead. Jin Sung, covered in blood and smiling eerily, confronts her, making her realize Park Jin Sung has changed. He remembers losing control, his vision narrowing amid murderous intent. In the flashback, Jin Sung suddenly lunges and stabs into Seon's side, shocking her. As Seon grabs him, she shouts his name and desperately tries to reach him. Blood spreads around their feet while she calls out again, trying to snap him out of it. Back in the present, Seon firmly grasps his wrist and tells him to get up once he is done crying. Still sobbing, Jin Sung starts to speak her name, trying to apologize. Seon cuts him off, insisting he never actually cut her and that his Idea manifested properly, so he should stop blaming himself. She demands if that reassurance is not enough for him. In chibi form, Jin Sung continues bawling, overwhelmed. He sniffles out his thanks while Seon remarks that the nurse will obviously glare at him when he returns, seeing the state he is in. After the week-long break, ordinary school life resumes. Teachers note that Class 10 feels different now, wondering if their confidence comes from having fought and beaten pests. Some staff admire how cool that experience must be, while Jin Sung, passing by, forces a weary laugh. Internally, Jin Sung broods that even if the enemies were murderous criminals, killing them still weighs on him. He recalls the bloody aftermath, thinking how horrifying it is to kill people like that. He admits he was wrong to think he could somehow control his Idea, since his inability to do so caused so many gruesome deaths. He considers Seon's survival a miracle and realizes how narrowly his Idea shut off before killing her too. Determined never to repeat this, he decides he must find a way not to be tossed around by his Idea again. He resolves to seek someone who has seen his Idea and can seriously advise him. He thinks on Sungo, a senior who pushed himself to his limits to grow his Idea, might be that person. Sungo, doing pull UPS, notices Jin Sung and reminds him he was supposed to be resting. Jin Sung says he has something important to ask Sungo. Sungo, surprised, waits to hear him out. Dropping from the bar, Sungo asks what is going on. Jin Sung steels himself and steps forward, urged by Sungo to speak plainly. He asks whether Sungo thinks the rank of one's Idea creates a gap between person and soul. Sungo reacts with a questioning sound, trying to parse the meaning. Jin Sung elaborates that since Idea is a world soul ranking, power and abilities differ by rank. Sungo clarifies, asking if Jin Sung means the rank might change the distance between someone and their own soul. Jin Sung confirms this is exactly what he is wondering, thinking Sungo has the same doubts. Sungo bluntly answers no, leaving Jin Sung taken aback. Sungo explains that while manifestations vary by rank, that does not create any difference in the gap between a person and their soul. He concludes firmly that souls themselves have no rank. Repeating that there is no rank in soul, Sungo emphasizes the point to Jin Sung. Jin Sung counters that Sungo knows performance does change with Idea rank. He insists that abilities are clearly different depending on Idea rank. Sungo agrees performance varies but says that still does not mean souls belong to different leagues. He then challenges Jin Sung, asking if Jin Sung came only to have his preconceived answer confirmed by Sungo's words. Sungo questions whether Jin Sung is just seeking validation from him for a conclusion he already drew. Jin Sung reflects that he has always wanted to believe there is no hierarchy between souls. He thinks there is no way his own deranged, all-killing soul could be considered in a higher league than others. He recalls that his Idea awakened amidst his murderous rampage, triggered by that desire to kill. He feels that admitting leagues among Ideas would mean accepting that his very existence is defined by that bloodthirst. That thought leads him to fear his life's only meaning might be murder. Nightmarish images accuse him as a devil and murderer who enjoys killing, reinforcing his self-loathing. Back in the gym, he stands silent before Sungo, weighed down by these thoughts. Sungo recalls first meeting Jin Sung and telling him simply to work hard. He confesses he initially judged Jin Sung as someone who did not put in effort. But he remembers that despite constant complaints, Jin Sung showed up to harsh training every day. Sungo notes that his regimen is too intense for anyone with average resolve, yet Jin Sung endured it. He points out that Jin Sung still kept up, proving his dedication. Jin Sung lowers his head as Sungo prepares to explain what that persistence really means. Sungo states that higher rank Idea usually grants greater overall combat ability, matching the logic of the world ranking. He then raises the question of someone with low rank Idea managing to show higher combat ability instead. Sungo uses himself as an example, described as winning repeatedly with a supposedly clunky Idea and defeating many opponents. He argues that in such a case the Idea's rank becomes meaningless, then tells Jin Sung he knows the boy trains here by choice, not coercion. Sungo says Jin Sung came to see through him whether Idea rank truly defines one's league. Jin Sung admits he wanted proof that, despite his Idea, there are no true leagues between souls. He realizes that, as Sungo said, denying leagues was also his way of rejecting his own Idea. Concluding that such a vile Idea cannot be accepted just because it is high rank, he fixated on Sungo as his model. Sungo asks if he is becoming the answer Jin Sung searched for. Jin Sung's inner narration affirms that Sungo, who raised an overall ability to A+ with only B-rank Idea, proves people can advance through effort. Jin Sung looks at Sungo with renewed respect, recognizing this senior as exactly the kind of person he aspired to find. He calls out eagerly, saying he has something he wants to discuss in detail with Sungo. Sungo listens as Jin Sung explains that the frenzied state shown in the squad battle was actually his true Idea. Sungo replies calmly that he accepts this and believes that was Jin Sung's real Idea. Jin Sung asks in disbelief if Sungo really believes an officially F-rank student could secretly be S-rank and have actually defeated Pest. Sungo's tightening grip on the bar shows he takes the confession seriously. He answers that Jin Sung gains nothing from lying, so he has no reason to doubt him. Touched, Jin Sung quietly thanks Sungo for believing him. Sungo summarizes that Jin Sung's real goal is to avoid being controlled by his idea. Jin Sung admits he thought he could barely keep it in check, but stabbing a Pest terrorist at the bank shattered that illusion. He recalls how, after that first stab, the last strand of sanity snapped, and he slaughtered enemies in a bloody frenzy. The memory continues with him standing amid corpses and rivers of blood, knife in hand. Jin Sung tells Sungo he never wants to be swept away by his idea like that again. He asks what Sungo would do in his place and how to avoid being dragged around by that murderous power. Sungo advises that the answer is to build a healthy body and mind through hard work. Jin Sung protests that he has always trained his body, even before this program, yet nothing seemed to change. Sungo replies that people who struggle with their idea share a common issue. He says the real problem is they cannot love themselves. He explains that those who lack self-love dismiss their own efforts, urging Jin Sung to recognize how hard he works and be proud. Jin Sung, confused, repeats the word love, unsure how that could apply to someone like him. He sees himself as a murderer who gains twisted pleasure from killing and feels unworthy of love. Sungo challenges this view, asking if Jin Sung trained so hard with the goal of becoming a murderer. Sungo tells him instead to love himself. He clarifies that the self Jin Sung must love is not the version obsessed with murder. Images contrast his berserk, red-eyed self against the Jin Sung who struggles to hold the knife back. The memory focuses on his own hand stopping the blade, showing that a part of him resisted the killing urge. Sungo emphasizes that the real Jin Sung is the one who fought desperately to restrain that murderous intent. Jin Sung envisions this truer self standing alone, still trying to maintain control. Overwhelmed, he trembles as Sungo's words sink in. Sungo opens up about his own past desire to become the best. He reveals that his idea was mediocre, far from the top. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the highest level, feeling stuck between top and bottom. Throughout middle school he never once advanced to the later rounds of competitions. Crushed by his weakness, he despised his low-rank idea but found that hatred changed nothing. Eventually he questioned whether he even understood his idea properly. So he analyzed it, figured out its true limits, and accepted where he currently stood. With that understanding, he began training with fierce determination. He pushed himself physically, running and tackling heavy pads to test and refine his ability. By exploiting his strengths and covering his weaknesses, he learned to work with his idea instead of against it. Flashbacks show him sparring in a dojo, facing a stronger opponent. Through that process he learned how to fight effectively despite limitations. Grabbing his opponent's uniform, he commits fully to his moves. He throws them cleanly, realizing he can surpass his previous self. Back in the present, he says that even now he lives by constantly outperforming who he was before. Confidently, Sungo vows that through continual self-surpassing he will one day become the best. He then asks Jin Sung what he intends to do. Jin Sung, seeing Sungo clearly through his glasses, starts to voice his own resolve. He removes the glasses, silently solidifying his decision. Standing tall, he declares that he too will surpass himself. With renewed determination, Jin Sung rolls up his sleeves and repeats that he will push past his own limits. Later, an instructor lectures that ordinary weapons like firearms are ineffective against manifested idea. He adds that this is why many conventional weapons became obsolete once idea users appeared. The instructor contrasts this with chemical attacks, warning that once someone drops their idea and returns to normal flesh, such weapons can be lethal. As choking gas fills the training chamber, Byung-jaeong panics, shouting that if they are going to die anyway there is no point in this torture. Desperate, he hammers on the sealed exit, raging at the idea of training resistance to something that could kill them. He screams for the door to open as he repeatedly slams his fists against it. Outside, masked officers worry that the CS gas concentration is too much for the 10th platoon, even if their mental fortitude improved after the past incident. The platoon leader silently assesses the situation through his gas mask, eyes narrowed behind the lenses. In a gas-filled chamber, masked men force terrified trainees to sing the national anthem while others scream and pound on the door. Jin Sung, eyes watering, stubbornly bellows the anthem's lyrics even as others panic and beg for rescue. Smoke-choked doors creak open from the gas chamber. Outside, students spot third squad emerging and marvel at how dense the gas is inside. Jin Sung calmly leads the way out, dragging unconscious gas-masked classmates with him. Jin Sung reports to the chemistry teacher that all his superiors collapsed so he will speak on the squad's behalf. The flustered teacher reluctantly accepts Jin Sung's report. Jin Sung announces that third squad had 11 members and 10 are currently incapacitated. He explains that 10 fell during gas chamber training, leaving only himself standing, and ends his report. Records show Jin Sung placing first in surveillance drills by spotting every enemy, prompting suspicion that someone leaked locations, as he silently tracks and captures hidden foes and thinks no one can object now. Another report lists Jin Sung first in night surveillance, noting his uncanny awareness in total darkness where he found every enemy without missing a sound. During crawling evaluations, Jin Sung dominates every category by huge margins, his instructor rating his crawling ability at near national level as he resolves to earn a rank badge. In individual battle training to seize an enemy base, Jin Sung wins again by zigzagging unpredictably, vowing to surpass his limits. Stealth records place Jin Sung first. Evaluators remark that no one found him for over an hour and thought he had left the course, lamenting that such physical talent is going to waste. In the office, the principal notices Jin Sung's name topping evaluation after evaluation and is surprised it is all the same student. Scowling, he complains that this supposedly F-rank student has impressive physical ability for no apparent reason. A subordinate weakly argues that other students are also reaching the benchmarks. The principal snaps that the results still do not satisfy him. The subordinate is confused and uneasy at the principal's anger. He then urgently reports that the elite 998 Infiltration Training Brigade is heading toward their school. They infer that rival schools resent Han Hai's government support, and that if things continue their own school will be humiliated. The principal, eyeing the calendar, says third years are fine and first years hopeless, so that leaves second years to be pushed harder. He decides the second years must undergo intensified training. The subordinate nervously asks what kind of training he means. The principal declares they will undergo short-term combat power training. With a sinister expression, he insists such harsh training is only natural. Boxes are stacked, ready for the student's new task. Exhausted second years lug heavy boxes, complaining about their weight, and wondering what is inside. Seon notices Jin Sung carrying 2 boxes and asks why he took extra. Jin Sung cheerfully replies that since this is training, he wants to build muscle at the same time. Seon points out that Jin Sung already exercises during lunch, but Jin Sung dismisses the overlap. Sighing, Seon calls him Mr. Excessive and tells him to keep moving, while Jin Sung jokes about earning that new nickname. As they walk, Seon notes people keep staring at Jin Sung more than usual. Jin Sung teases Seon for sounding conceited earlier. He clarifies he meant the staring today is unusual, directing Seon's attention to the onlookers. Seon turns and says this time the crowd is staring at Jin Sung, not at him. Jin Sung, surprised, asks why anyone would focus on him. Seon, half joking, wonders if it is because he himself is so handsome. Jin Sung flatly says he will pretend he did not hear that, leaving Seon offended. Jin Sung shrugs off the issue but still feels the intense gazes while walking. Distracted, he almost bumps into someone and reacts in alarm. He collides with the blonde squad leader while apologizing for not looking ahead. Recognizing the upperclassman, Jin Sung nervously laughs and greets his squad leader. The squad leader glares silently, clearly displeased. He clicks his tongue and insults Jin Sung as garbage, telling him to watch where he walks. Jin Sung later remarks to Seon that the squad leader has been acting differently lately, and asks if something happened. Seon asks if Jin Sung really does not know why the squad leader and his cronies stopped bullying him. Jin Sung innocently guesses it might be because he spends time with Seon, but Seon says it is because Jin Sung himself has changed. Frustrated with Jin Sung's density, Seon storms ahead, saying he will explain later. Jin Sung chases after Seon, calling his name while Seon demands to know exactly what he wants. Seon suddenly asks if Jin Sung is curious about his idea. Jin Sung curtly says he is not interested in that. He adds that he is willing to explain everything about himself to Seon instead. Seon smirks and warns Mr. Excessive that saying things like that to other girls would make them fall for him. Laughing, Seon claims he only resisted because it was him, insisting other girls would have swooned, while Jin Sung listens blankly. Jin Sung asks if that restriction applies only to girls, then mentions he has already told An Sungo everything, shocking Seon. Seon erupts, shaking Jin Sung and yelling that he told Sergeant An Sungo, demanding if he has a death wish. Still throttling him, Seon screams that Jin Sung should have told him first, and orders him to spill every detail before he gets beaten. Nearby, the blonde squad leader curses Jin Sung internally as a garbage bastard. He recalls the overwhelming killing intent he felt from Jin Sung and how another bully, Kim Il-young, fled in terror from him. Tormented by these memories, he wonders how things turned out this way. He decides that until he knows the truth he will never admit his fear of Jin Sung, running off to avoid facing it. Back on the floor, Jin Sung, aware of being watched, tells Seon he will explain when they are alone later. Seon, releasing him, warns Jin Sung not to speak that way to other girls either, saying he is only tolerating it because it is him. Jin Sung then asks why they are even moving all these boxes. Seon answers that the boxes are for upcoming training preparations, prompting Ji Sung to ask what training. Seon, now in uniform, reveals the training will be guerrilla warfare. An instructor readies a red baton to signal the start. Instructors stand by as students march past in full gear with rucksacks. The blonde squad leader trudges with his pack, complaining about the grueling march. Jin Sung casually wonders if he should have packed dumbbells, worrying Seon that he is overheating. Jin Sung says he is fine, and Seon questions why someone who used to skip heat training suddenly exercises so intensely. Seon notes that Jin Sung only became this extreme once the weather got hot. When Jin Sung slows, Seon asks why he stopped. They realize they have halted outside Nara Bank, now cordoned with police tape, and Jin Sung jokes that An Sungo would be marching with extra dumbbells. Seon, uneasy, reluctantly accepts the situation. The group is given a 10-minute break right in front of the crime scene bank, which Seon mentally criticizes as inconsiderate. Jin Sung notices Seyun looking unwell and asks if something is wrong. Seyun replies that he should be the one asking if Jin Sung is okay. Jin Sung casually points at the taped-off bank, asking if Seyun is bothered because of that incident. Seyun internally wonders if he worried for nothing when Jin Sung seems unfazed. Townspeople recognize Seyun as the famous Kim Seyun and approach her excitedly. They crowd around calling her the White Goblin, praising her as Korea's future and begging for autographs. Seyun beams and politely thanks the fans for their support. Jin Sung deduces the principal chose this break spot so the second years would be seen near the bank, using it as free publicity. He reflects that being seen near the site of the pest incident with renowned Heian High students is a powerful advertisement. He imagines the media coverage this will generate, letting citizens complain about the training while still boosting the school's image. He notes even store owners are happy to have their doorways blocked because of the prestige the march brings. He suspects teachers prearranged everything with locals, achieving both advertising and pride in one move. The blonde squad leader, however, grimaces, feeling that exploiting the tragedy this way is wrong. Jin Sung judges the stunt as cruel to the victims, making him feel disgusted. As the cheering continues, an instructor politely ends the interaction and orders the march to resume. The command goes out for everyone to prepare to move again, while Jin Sung checks if Seyun is okay after not resting properly. As they depart, Jin Sung glances back at Nara Bank, taking in the crime scene one more time. He admits to himself that returning here stirs emotions he cannot deny. Resolving not to be ruled by the past, he keeps walking with determination. Jin Sung reaffirms that he can grow beyond the limits of his soul and vows once more to change. Elsewhere, the principal gets a phone call confirming that their publicity ploy involving Kim Seyun is progressing as planned. He smugly notes that routing the march past the bank is paying off, even if it added extra distance. He ends the call, saying he is heading out in his car now. Driving, he claims he is going to personally encourage the exhausted students as part of his duty as battalion commander. Admiring himself, he muses that the school could not function without him. He speeds toward the training area in his luxury car, laughing loudly. In the mountains, a command halts the unit at a clearing. The instructor tells them the next trail is steep so they will take a longer break while staying alert. During the rest, Seyun again calls Jin Sung Mr. Excessive, prompting him to ask for a different nickname. Seyun offers Jin Sung chocolate, which he enthusiastically accepts with a salute. As Seyun hands it over, the roar of a car engine announces a new arrival at the rest site. Jin Sung and Seyun look up in surprise, wondering why a car is coming this far into the trail. The white car pulls up in front of them and skids to a stop. The principal steps out complaining about the heat as the instructor rushes over. The instructor salutes and the principal casually returns the gesture. Smiling broadly, the principal asks Seyun if the march is manageable, and she answers that there are no problems. He praises her as the dependable ace of the second years, laughing boisterously while she remains stone-faced. He then notices Jin Sung and asks who he is, prompting Jin Sung to introduce himself with a salute. Recognizing the name, the principal prepares to address him more directly. He pointedly corrects Jin Sung, demanding to be called battalion commander during training, and Jin Sung hurriedly complies. Watching this, Seyun thinks to himself that the principal's favoritism and bias are blatantly obvious. The principal remarks that Jin Sung looks less exhausted than the others. When Jin Sung begins enthusiastically describing his usual HT routine, the principal cuts him off and orders him to open his rucksack. Jin Sung is caught off guard and confused by the sudden inspection. The principal announces they are conducting a gear inspection and tells the platoon leader to bring the packing list. As they check the bag, Seyun realizes the principal is searching for any excuse to punish Jin Sung. Seyun reflects that Jin Sung would never intentionally omit equipment, but even one missing item could get him in serious trouble. The checklist shows every required item accounted for. The principal grudgingly admits nothing was left out. However, he notes there is still something extra inside the pack and demands to know what Jin Sung brought. Jin Sung pulls out the remaining items, ready to explain. He reveals he packs sandbags to do additional workouts during breaks, shocking everyone. When asked if he understands the purpose of the march, he eagerly answers that it is guerrilla combat and stamina training. The squad leader realizes the principal is still searching for a reason to scold Jin Sung when another instructor hurriedly intervenes. That instructor nervously insists they must resume the march immediately, cutting the inspection short. As the principal prepares to leave, Seyun politely wishes him a safe trip back. Seyun then narrows his eyes, sensing something off about the entire situation. Later, overlooking the trail, a trainer remarks that the main group should be arriving at the next checkpoint soon. Another trainer confirms Kim Seyun is considered the top second year, and wonders if they should personally test the famed White Goblin. His companion counters that the real second year to watch is Park Jin Sung. The skeptical instructor, recalling Jin Sung's dagger, questions this high opinion despite acknowledging the recommendation. He admits he is not convinced Jin Sung deserves such a lofty assessment. He recalls Jin Sung's impressive reflexes and stamina during sparring. He also remembers Jin Sung attacking from unexpected angles in previous training bouts. Even so, he argues that Jin Sung's Adea rank seems too low to justify focusing on him. The squad leader calmly insists Jin Sung absolutely deserves the high rank he gave him. The skeptical instructor accuses him of favoritism toward his club member, saying it sounds like Jin Sung is ranked above their entire first squad. The squad leader states firmly that Jin Sung truly merits that ranking. He clarifies that Jin Sung is not just above first squad but rated higher than the whole first platoon combined. Stunned, the instructor demands he repeat who supposedly ranks above whom. Confronting him on the overlook, she orders An Sung-go to say that claim again. An Sung-go explains that her opinion is based only on the early semester squad battle and ignores all of Jin Sung's later efforts. She retorts that Jin Sung has only been with heat training for 2 months, and questions whether such a short period really justifies reconsidering his evaluation. An Sung-go tells his fellow instructor to watch closely as he declares he will show the results of the past 2 months. Jin Sung thinks this guerrilla training will become his personal showcase. The scene shifts to the barracks building. Jin Sung enters the new barracks, wondering why the interior is still military style. While unpacking with a roommate, Jin Sung reacts thoughtfully. Jin Sung notes there are 300 students and that his assigned number, 300, still places him at the very bottom. A loud announcement orders all barracks and all students to report quickly to the PT center, prompting Jin Sung and others to move. Hearing An Sung-go's voice over the speakers, Jin Sung realizes the rumors about him overseeing training are true. Second years in the barracks despair that the upcoming guerrilla training will be brutal and that they feel useless. Jin Sung silently recalls the calendar and steels himself. Outside the building, An Sung-go confirms that all second-year students are assembled. Introducing himself as the guerrilla training instructor, An Sung-go begins briefing them before lunch. He explains that students with low numbers like 001 will be housed starting in room 1. He adds that those with the highest numbers, including Jin Sung at 300, will be placed in room 10 in numerical order. Sung-go reminds them that each student's number represents their overall combat ranking as judged by the school. However, he states that during this guerrilla training, scores will be independent of their rankings and will heavily affect final grades. Students are surprised to hear that performance here can ignore their usual rank. Sung-go emphasizes that depending on how they do in this exercise, their official combat rankings may change drastically. Checking his watch, he gives them an hour for lunch and an hour to rest, saying assistants will explain the rest of the schedule. The formation shouts back its acknowledgement. Back in the barracks, Jin Sung's hungry roommates lament having almost no food. At the cafeteria they discover only scraps of kimchi and scorched rice left for the last room. One student half jokes about getting hurt to escape, but another warns him the nurse is present and to avoid stupid ideas as he cries they are doomed. Jin Sung bursts in cheerfully with bags of food, telling everyone to eat. He reveals he has brought a large stash of bread. Shocked classmates ask what the food is, confirm he is Park Jin Sung from class 10, and demand to know where he got it. Jin Sung assures them he did not steal it, tells them to eat first, and asks them to keep it secret. Earlier, Jin Sung had approached Sung-go complaining of hunger, only to be corrected to address him as instructor. Sung-go, having heard of Jin Sung being inspected during the march, jokes that Jin Sung should be warmed up, and Jin Sung promises to give his all if his stomach is full. When Sung-go asks how much food is needed, Jin Sung boldly replies that it should feed about 15 people. Sung-go freezes in surprise at that request. Then he smiles and responds. He proceeds to take a bag of snacks from an assistant, who calls after him in alarm. When told those were teacher-provided snacks, the assistant trails off, as Sung-go reminds him assistants already receive special meals, implying he is taking them for the hungry trainees. Intimidated, the assistant nervously agrees and lets him take the food. Sung-go happily hands the bags to Jin Sung, while the assistant weeps and longs for someone named Juri. After the feast, the boys feel revived and praise how delicious the bread was. Jin Sung checks on his roommates and asks if they ate well. The others thank him repeatedly, calling him their hero and saying they feel much better. They admit future meals will likely be scarce again but are satisfied with even one full meal and promise to repay him later. Jin Sung falls silent for a moment, considering this. He then tells them that if they truly want to repay him, they should promise him something. Jin Sung asks everyone not to give up on guerrilla training and to put in their full effort. His roommates protest that as room 10, made up of the 15 weakest second-year boys, even their best might not be enough. Jin Sung says he knows they are disadvantaged and even jokes about their poor Idea abilities. With a crooked smile he asks whether their Idea could really be worse than his own. The two friends look away awkwardly, unable to deny it. Other classmates remark that Jin Sung has recently changed and say they also want to improve like he has. Two of them exchange glances, silently agreeing. One loudly proposes Jin Sung as their room leader and asks if anyone objects, receiving a unanimous no. Jin Sung confirms everyone agrees and that none of them will give up, and the room shouts in determination. Time skips to 3 p.m. at the Guerrilla PT training grounds. A whistle blows, signaling the start of another grueling session. A female instructor calls out specific training numbers and counts how many times they have collapsed. Sung-go notes that Jin Sung, number 9 in the group order here, has dropped only 4 times, less than expected. Other assistant instructors recognize Jin Sung as the F rank they fought earlier in the semester and watch room 10 with interest. One assistant notices that Jin Sung is actually smiling during the punishment exercises. Sung-go proudly comments that their HT members are exceptional, while his colleague hints that something even more remarkable is happening. The assistants realize not just Jin Sung but all the members of the last room are burning with unusual energy. Bewildered, one of them wonders what exactly is happening to room 10. Later, as the sun sets, Sungo dismisses training for the day. He tells the exhausted trainees that a Firewatch schedule has been posted and they must check the board. Then he calls out specifically for trainee number 300. Jin Sung, barely standing with his roommates, answers loudly. When Sungo asks if that was all he could muster, Jin Sung yells back even louder. Pleased, Sungo announces that, as stated at lunch, all male students in room 10, including number 300, will receive bonus points. Jin Sung's roommates numbered near 290 beam at each other in delight. One of them rejoices that they actually succeeded while Jin Sung smiles in satisfaction. Night falls over the surrounding mountains. During his late Firewatch shift, Jin Sung strolls outside under a lamp, wearing an armband and thinking. Checking his watch reading 8:42, he wonders if he has come out too early. At the same time, he notices someone approaching through the dark trees. Long pale hair flows into view as the figure draws near. The elegant top ranker, trainee number 1, greets Jin Sung playfully and asks if he has been waiting long. The scene shows the two facing each other on the path. Number 1 repeats the teasing question, calling Jin Sung Mr. Excessive. Jin Sung replies that it is not late yet so it is fine, and the other acknowledges this. Walking together, number 1 guesses they were paired because they are numbers 1 and 300 and jokingly asks when Jin Sung will escape last place. Jin Sung says perhaps after this guerrilla training, which number 1 takes as clear confidence. Jin Sung vows that by next week he will possess an official rank badge. Number 1 doubts he will rise beyond private or corporal, while Jin Sung imagines even becoming a corporal himself. Jin Sung ups the boast to maybe sergeant, making number 1 laugh that he dreams big. Jin Sung clasps his hands, thinking seriously. Number 1 muses that such ambition might actually be good. When Jin Sung asks what he said, number 1 brushes it off as nothing and they keep walking. The next morning the academy building is shown, signaling a new day. Students from another room jog, already exhausted from early morning running. Their blonde leader complains bitterly about this harsh routine so early in the day. A dark blur passes him as someone sprints by at high speed. He realizes in irritation that Jin Sung's group is overtaking them yet again. Observing from a balcony, the assistants comment that Jin Sung is now 2 laps ahead of the next group. The female staff member notes that while Jin Sung looks fine, the rest of his room resemble movie zombies. She reminds her colleague that during the previous day's PT none of room 10 was excused, yet they are still running. She adds that none of them received medical treatment or stamina recovery, asking if he grasps what that means. Horrified, the assistant realizes they truly have not recovered since that grueling PT and jokes that they really are zombies. The 4 boys of room 10 continue charging forward together despite their fatigue. Amused, Sungo decides to dub them the Zombie Horde, thinking it suits them as a team name. A results board reveals that Jin Sung, trainee 300, placed first in the morning run, with number 1 second and the rest of room 10 crowding the top ranks. A boot steps onto the ground, beginning another phase of training. Sungo leads the line of trainees, with Jin Sung and his roommates trudging behind him. When Sungo glances back, he sees Jin Sung and the others looming with eerie, dark auras like true zombies. He questions internally whether this terrifyingly intense group is really supposed to be the weakest room 10. He also admits to himself that their gazes are genuinely frightening. Startled by a sudden touch, he jumps as Jin Sung calls out, "Assistant Instructor." Realizing it is trainee 300, Sungo nervously answers. Jin Sung, smiling harmlessly, says he is curious about something, which makes Sungo think this one at least seems normal. Sungo, deciding to chat with him to take his mind off the crazy group behind, invites Jin Sung to ask whatever he wants. Jin Sung thanks him and immediately asks for advice on how to clear the upcoming obstacle course as quickly as possible. Sungo hesitates and says he does not recommend trying to finish it too fast. Jin Sung asks why, thinking speed gives higher points, and Sungo begins explaining. Sungo warns that if they finish early, the main instructor on Sungo will drag them back to the PT room for extra exercise until everyone else finishes. Since their group goes first, he says that would mean an especially long extra PT session. Jin Sung's smile turns sinister, as he tells his friends they all heard the explanation. He concludes that the faster they complete the course, the higher their scores and the longer extra PT they earn, which excites the whole room. The assistant realizes in dismay that Jin Sung is actually the ringleader of these endurance-obsessed maniacs. Later, at a rappelling station, a trainee nervously clips onto a rope, hands shaking. An assistant orders the trembling boy to descend quickly. Meanwhile, other assistants argue that room 10 could not possibly have reached the next station so fast and check the progress report. They confirm in shock that every member of male room 10 has already passed the obstacle course. One assistant sighs, saying the others would not understand because they did not witness how the group started. He explains that whenever trainee 300 tells them to jump, all 14 others immediately obey. Likewise, when Jin Sung tells them to climb or cross, they do so without hesitation. Another assistant finally remembers Jin Sung as the runner from the earlier squad battles. At the wall, Jin Sung shouts encouragement to the terrified trainee above, insisting he can do it. Galvanized, the boy steels himself. Mustering his courage and strength, he runs up the wall with the rope, starting his descent. Afterward, the Room 10 boys celebrate that all of them successfully passed the obstacle course. Watching through binoculars, the instructors marvel and note that the group is now voluntarily heading to the PT room. Jin-sung leads his friends enthusiastically toward more PT, asking if they still have energy left and receiving a loud yes. One exhausted assistant begs to switch duties, but his amused colleague refuses and tells him to have fun handling them. The narrative jumps to day 3 at the Adea training area. Sungo informs the assembled students that today's focus will be Adea training. He explains they moved this session earlier because of a severe heat warning and promises rest in the dorms afterward. Students sigh in relief at the mention of a break. Sungo thinks that although the weather disrupted the schedule, the heat will actually help expose each trainee's stamina limits. He narrates that this training's purpose is to ensure they can keep fighting with their Adea even when physically exhausted. Unlike past sessions done in normal condition, this one aims to draw out hidden Adea power specifically when they are pushed to their limits. Sungo expects that after this training, those with strong willpower will seriously rethink how to wield their Adea effectively. Facing the group, he announces the start and clarifies that today's work is all about using Adea power. Pointing at massive rocks, he asks if they see the boulders in front of them. He then tells them they must use every ounce of their power to shatter those boulders, shocking some students. He details the rules. In numerical order, each trainee tackles one boulder, doing their utmost while their Adea is manifested and swapping out once they can no longer maintain it. Classmates debate whether breaking such stones is even possible, noting some have huge Adea while others feel their abilities are too plain. Sensing their insecurity, Sungo acknowledges that some may feel disadvantaged. He reminds them most already know his own Adea, a personal combat ability called "I'll make sure to catch you." Jin-sung reflects that even with such a combat-oriented Adea, Sungo would struggle to break the giant boulder. Sungo activates his Adea, energy flaring around his hands as he prepares to demonstrate. He slams his glowing hand into the rock with full power. The impact creates a deep crack, showing visible damage to the boulder. Watching this feat, Jin-sung stares at Sungo in disbelief and begins to question what his senior really is. A massive boulder begins to crack and shift. The red-capped instructor braces both arms against the enormous rock. Focusing his power, he strains against the stone with glowing eyes. His strength shatters the boulder in an explosive impact. The instructor steps away from the destroyed rock with a calm expression. A black-haired trainee wonders if the instructor's Adea ability has really improved. A status window explains the Adea "I'll make sure to catch you," which shortens movement time toward a chosen target within a certain distance. Another window notes the ability can be trained beyond human limits and ignore heavy weight when throwing. While the instructor observes this and the trainee realizes he can disregard weight only when throwing. Watching the feat, other trainees nervously joke about whether the instructor is even human since his finger pierced stone. The instructor orders the class to perform the test the way he just demonstrated. He sternly reminds the trainees to follow their instructor's directions. Startled trainees react as a loud smack sounds nearby. The red-capped examiners begin the evaluation, calling trainee number 1. They summon forth the Adea White Jade Goblin for the first trainee. The horned white-haired trainee approaches the testing boulder with sword in hand. He calmly draws the blade, readying his goblin-themed technique. On the examiner's signal, the horned trainee prepares to strike. He activates goblin swordsmanship, unleashing multiple rapid slashes. His glowing blade carves the boulder into pieces with a powerful vertical cut. He sheathes his sword, leaving behind a neatly sliced rock. Spectators praise Kim Seyoon's insane power and identify her white jade goblin Adea as the one that once defeated Pest. An examiner privately notes that Seyoon's innate talent is on a completely different level. The examiner then calls for trainee number 2 to attempt the test. Leaves rustle as the next trainee starts moving into position. Elsewhere, a blonde trainee, straining under a tree, grumbles that everyone around him is amazing. Determined, he vows he will someday prove himself. He hefts a thick tree trunk, declaring he will smash the smug faces of the top students. The tree slams toward the rock in a forceful attack. Shouting for it to break, he drives the trunk against the boulder with all his might. The examiner notes Byun Jaeong's attempt as leaves fall from the shattered tree. Jaeong curses that the tree he chose was rotten while the examiner thinks the kid is the same reckless type as himself. The instructor tells Jaeong not to worry and says his grading will consider the nature of his Adea. The red-capped examiner calls for the next trainee. The selected testing boulder rumbles ominously. Reviewing the sheet, the examiner again calls for the next participant. The exhausted black-haired trainee from room 10 steps forward when asked if he is the last one. He walks alone to stand before an especially huge boulder. Onlookers are shocked that he chose the largest rock, saying such a target should be for An Sungo or Kim Seyoon. They justify it by reminding each other he is the powerful leader of room 10 and recalling how strong his group looked earlier. Seeing him draw a glowing dagger, someone wonders if this guy is also using a special Adea. His classmates dryly remark that he simply has a dagger. The trainee addresses his senior examiner Sunbae before starting. He looks tense as he prepares to activate his dangerous power. The senior studies him carefully, sensing something serious. The trainee exhales, beginning to release his murderous Adea. Red mist coils around his dagger as he faces the boulder. Watching from afar, other students complain that the dangerous guy is doing that again and nickname him Mr. Excessive. The examiner announces the start of test number 300. Jin Sung charges, his blade and arm engulfed in murderous red energy. His attack erupts into a web of slashes that obliterates the giant boulder. He stands amid the crisscrossing energy bands and flying debris, still covering his mouth. A sinister smile creeps over his face as the murderous power surges. He struggles, telling himself to resist and force the ability back down. One examiner is alarmed by the chaotic energy bursting from the test site. Another calmly notes that the timing fits his expectations. When the dust clears, Jin Sung is on his knees, still wrapped in lingering red flame. He thinks that, as expected, he cannot immediately turn off his partially released Idea. The senior tells him to ask for help if needed, and Jin Sung thanks him while fighting to suppress the power. Jin Sung thinks he cannot keep relying on others every time he deactivates his Idea. Determined, he focuses on shutting down the not fully released Idea by himself. As the crowd murmurs about the vanished boulder and whether a dagger could really do that, Jin Sung bows, drained. The examiner acknowledges that Jin Sung succeeded this time. Jin Sung modestly credits his success to Sunbi's help as a window describes his Idea partial murder, ranked A, which borrows power from absolute murder. Another note explains that controlling the Idea becomes harder as more parts are unsealed and that control depends on the user's mental state. A final description clarifies that unsealed body parts move according to absolute murder's will, and currently only his right hand is unsealed. Later, Jin Sung happily tells Seon he pulled it off, though not perfectly, relieving her worries. Room 10 members swarm around their leader, excitedly praising his amazing feat. They toss Jin Sung into the air in celebration, while Seon dryly compares him and his followers. Seon decides to let Jin Sung enjoy being carried off by his adoring subordinates. Night falls over the academy building. Another Room 10 trainee goes to the infirmary door and asks if anyone is inside. Hearing no answer, he wonders if the nurse has stepped out. He thinks about how his class has never been exempt from training, so their stamina has not recovered, and worries about the limits of natural recovery. Resolving to seek medical help, he knocks again just as someone inside asks who is there. The door opens to reveal his homeroom teacher, surprising him. The stern teacher reminds him that coming here without permission is punishable and demands to know why he is there. Jin Sung stiffens nervously in front of the reprimanding teacher. The teacher repeats that trainees visiting without permission will be punished as he steps closer. He starts to scold Jin Sung further but is abruptly interrupted. Instead of disciplining him, the teacher suddenly drags Jin Sung inside with a shout. In a whisper he warns that punishment only happens if Jin Sung gets caught by others. Flustered, Jin Sung wonders why his teacher is acting this way as the man urges him to leave before other staff notice. Another staff member, hearing the commotion, asks if there is a problem, and the homeroom teacher hurriedly claims it is nothing. Jin Sung realizes all the teachers, including the nurse, were supposedly in a meeting, but inside he sees a casually dressed man greeting him. That man mocks him as the academy's only double F rank, Park Jin Sung, seemingly unique even nationwide. Grinning, the man insinuates Jin Sung came to beg off training because it is too hard. The homeroom teacher, anxious, tells Jin Sung to hurry back to the dorms, but the blue-shirt man pressures him to stay. Putting an arm around Jin Sung, the blue-shirt teacher jokes that Sunggo's class had the pest incident because of being too strict. They drag Jin Sung fully into the room, insisting he should at least have a drink since he came all this way. Inside the lounge, teachers chatter about food and future outings while the blue-shirt man loudly points out that the double F-rank trainee is present. Jin Sung silently observes that this supposed meeting is more like a market, while the man urges him to speak freely since no strict instructors are around. Jin Sung politely thanks them, and the teachers laugh about how hard on Sunggo's training must be. Smiling, Jin Sung thinks they have no right to criticize Sunggo while slacking off, and he answers that the training is actually good. One teacher suggests it is close to curfew and offers to inform the dorm of Jin Sung's whereabouts so he can leave. The blue-shirt teacher again asks why an F-rank came here, prompting Jin Sung to say he came for the nurse. Jin Sung's answer makes the man tease that at least his taste in women is above F-rank as he calls the nurse, who asks if Jin Sung is injured. Jin Sung says he is fine and instead wants to discuss stamina recovery for the Room 10 trainees, while another teacher dismissively refers to them as weaklings. When the nurse's laptop shows the gorilla training rankings, everyone is shocked to see Park Jin Sung listed in first place. Other teachers crowd around, doubting the result and claiming it must be an error or just that he excels at getting excused. Jin Sung internally scoffs that they have not checked student grades for 3 days. The teachers speculate that Jin Sung must have bribed on Sunggo and that Sunggo went easy on his teammate, noting that even other classes' aces are behind him and Kim Seon. Jin Sung angrily protests that Sunggo would never be swayed by money. One teacher argues that even if an F-rank could somehow be physically stronger than Kim Seon, it makes no sense that he is also first in Idea training. Jin Sung snaps back that the scores were earned fairly by him and Room 10, prompting Sunggo to drag him away while others threaten him and accuse him of cheating. Outside, Sunggo shields Jin Sung and is insulted by another teacher, who claims Class 10 relied on score manipulation and vows to watch them tomorrow. Sunggo gently urges Jin Sung to leave with him. Jin Sung grits his teeth in frustration at being treated like a cheater. As Sunggo leads him out, Jin Sung suddenly calls back into the room with a loud "If." When asked what he means, Jin Sung surveys the mocking teachers and begins proposing a hypothetical. He asks what would happen if, in front of all the teachers, every member of Room 10 managed to place within the top 30 rankings. He imagines this outcome like a miracle as he arrogantly points finger guns, asking how they would react. The teachers stare blankly at this bold declaration. Then they burst into laughter, mocking his statement as a ridiculous joke and telling him to become a comedian instead. Playing along, the blue-shirt teacher jokingly affirms Jin Sung's truth, while still treating him as a clown. The nurse, intrigued, counters that if such a miracle happens she will push for all of them to be promoted, while suggesting demotion for them if even one Room 10 trainee misses the top 30. As the staff start betting against Room 10, Jin Sung cheerfully reminds them to keep their promises. The nurse chases after Jin Sung, internally asking what he plans to do now. Outside the building, she calls after him to wait. In the woods, Jin Sung apologizes for causing trouble, while she says she should be the one apologizing. He says it is fine and reminds her of the bet, asking for her help to make it come true. She confirms he wants her to restore Room 10's stamina, and he insists that with recovery they can all reach the top 30. Amused by his confidence, she agrees but suggests visiting after the boys clean up since they have not showered yet. Back at the dorm corridor, upper-class bullies shout, demanding to know where Jin Sung has gone. They beat Room 10 members, accusing the absent number 300 of tampering with the boulder, and calling him a cheating F-rank. One battered classmate lies on the floor, clearly suffering from the assault. Another protests that there was no tampering, only to be kicked in the face. The bullies insult them as losers while one victim thinks they must endure this provocation because the bullies want a fight. Hiding nearby, Jin Sung considers calling a teacher but doubts any of them would come. He reasons that, based on earlier behavior, staff probably will not help and thinks it may be better to call Sunbae instead. As a bully orders the others to summon Jin Sung, he finally steps out, drawing their attention. Seeing the scene, Jin Sung mutters in shock. A bloodied classmate trembles on the floor, trying to address him. Jin Sung, desperate not to lose control, begs his murderous Idea not to emerge. The bullies notice number 300 has appeared and sneer at him as a scammer. Jin Sung calmly asks what they are doing, as if unimpressed by their intimidation. The leader tells him to leave now and they will drop it, otherwise implying he will call teachers as cover for further violence. He taunts Jin Sung for having on Sungo behind him and implies even the top-ranked trainee cannot handle things alone. The bullies laugh that Jin Sung must always cheat to achieve anything. Jin Sung reflects that from their perspective his results can only look like cheating. Another bully continues mocking him, demanding proof or a fight while a blonde Room 10 member watches. The blonde scoffs that the bully is just a tall idiot and warns him about underestimating Jin Sung. He tells them to save their beating for the official trench fight tomorrow instead of starting trouble now. The bullies hype up their leader, urging him to show the power of a high-rank second year. They shout for him to demonstrate Room 1's superiority, while Jin Sung silently thinks. Jin Sung forces himself to hold back, reasoning that beating them up now would cost him more than it is worth. He remembers that the wager with the teachers is a rare chance for Room 10 to gain recognition. He concludes that if he endures his anger, the nurse will come heal his classmates, so restraint will serve their goal. The green-haired bully smirks that he will not go easy on Jin Sung. He lunges with his Idea activated, vowing to capture Jin Sung, who notes in surprise that the opponent is using an ability immediately. Jin Sung easily catches the attacker's extended limbs and chides him for reacting too slowly. The green-haired bully constricts the protagonist in a crushing hold, declaring the fight already decided. Mocking him, the bully compares the protagonist's twisted limbs to a pathetic worm rather than some impressive creature. Leaning close, the bully taunts that the protagonist still has energy to talk despite being restrained. He sneers about the protagonist's past cheating at the training grounds and challenges him to try it again now. The bully threatens to start breaking the protagonist's bones if he does not do something soon. As the choke tightens, the protagonist groans in pain and internally panics that he cannot breathe. The bully notes the protagonist's lack of resistance, assuming he cannot use any dirty tricks while being held, while the protagonist thinks letting him vent will make him leave. The protagonist reasons the nurse will arrive soon and tries to endure, as the bully parades him down the hall and insults him to his subordinates. Room 10 members, horrified, yell for the bully to release their leader and hurl insults back. The bully invites them with a smirk to try rescuing their leader if they dare. Riled up, the Room 10 guys charge forward screaming. The protagonist mentally yells for them to stop, insisting to himself that the bully will eventually quit on his own. The bully punishes the charging students, easily knocking them down with powerful blows. Looking at the groaning boys on the floor, the bully lectures that weak people should stay hidden instead of stepping up. One of the students narrates that they had always lived like that, but their leader acted differently. He recalls that on the day Byun Jaeong summoned Kim Se-yoon to the rooftop, he himself had been there as well, leaving the protagonist confused. In flashback, the narrator remembers being hot-headed and forceful back then. He remembers their leader intervening to stop bullies, yet they still looked down on him because he was labeled F-rank. Back in the present, another boy admits he too had been there watching. A third member confesses he misjudged the leader, realizing that unlike them, the leader tried to stop Byun Jaeong's violence. The protagonist listens in shock as they say the leader's actions showed he was different. They conclude that because of that courage, Their leader is far more impressive than they are, and they rush the bully again. The bully derides their dramatic charge as if they were filming a movie while he continues smacking them aside. Still clutching the protagonist, the bully says this is why an example needs to be made publicly. Hearing his comrades' praise, the protagonist realizes his earlier thinking about them and himself was wrong. He remembers that he was the one who told them never to give up, now seeing his responsibility for their current resolve. He recalls his past planning for ranks, knowing that fighting now could jeopardize earning a badge later. In another memory, he had told the nurse that while he wants the rank badge, the zombie horde's goals are different, and she had strategized with him about Room 10 placing in the top 30. He remembers inspiring the zombie horde in the dorm, giving them new motivation. Now he thinks bitterly that his team refuses to give up because of him, yet he himself is hesitating and feels pathetic. Determined, he summons his Edia ability, a glowing dagger, into his restrained hand. The bully scoffs at the weak dagger, ridiculing such a low-level Edia and asking what use it is when the protagonist is bound. Addressing Room 10, the protagonist calls for the zombie horde to listen carefully. He tells them that if they rely solely on their Edia, they will still lose to disgusting insects like this bully. The bully complains that he meant to punish the protagonist lightly, but now the captive is starting to resist. The protagonist's aura darkens as he accuses the bully of acting superior by relying only on his Edia. With a sudden reversal, the protagonist uses leverage and the dagger to hurl the bully, exposing that despite his Edia he has an untrained body. Standing free with dagger in hand, the protagonist calmly states that overwhelming Edia is not necessary to win. The bully, shocked by the protagonist's strength, calls him a cheater and questions why he is suddenly so powerful. The protagonist darts in and slashes at his leg, criticizing the bully's poor leg strength. Blood sprays from the deep cut inflicted by the dagger. Writhing on the floor, the bully screams that it hurts. The protagonist coolly says the bully does not even know how to ignore pain and claims he only scratched him. Panicked and bleeding, the bully begs him to stop and apologizes frantically. The protagonist looks down at him with cold contempt, calling him a gutless coward. Realizing the tables have turned, the bully scrambles backward in terror. The protagonist then viciously stomps him again, accompanied by a burst of blood. He stares down grimly in silence, expression unreadable. The protagonist tells Room 10 that they too can defeat the bully using only physical strength, without relying on Edia. He adds that he has something more to say, preparing to drive his point home. Smiling darkly, he repeats the bully's earlier phrase about setting an example, ready to turn it back on him. The bully is horrified by this twisted echo, sweating in panic. The bully ends up pinned under the protagonist, who notes in surprise that the man has already passed out. Standing over the unconscious bully as staff arrive, the protagonist mocks how someone who collapses from this dared to talk so big. Addressing the watching students, he demands the bully's friends, the other Room 1 kids, come forward. Grinning, he orders Room 10 to dispose of the trash lying at his feet. Time passes and the scene shifts to the academy exterior, indicating the incident has concluded. Elsewhere, Byung-jaeong is shown running, exhausted but pushing on. He is abruptly overtaken as something rushes past, startling him. He realizes in annoyance that the garbage F rank has gone ahead of him again during the run. Curious, he notices something odd behind him and looks back. He sees battered Room 1 trainees trailing in his wake and assumes they were lapped trying to follow that same garbage, dismissing them all as trash. Watching from the stands with other staff, the squad leader remarks that the training seems to be concluding like this. The squad leader asks the nurse about trainee number 7's condition. The nurse explains she barely restored number 7 physically, but his mental shock is severe, making it difficult for him to resume training. She adds she also barely managed to heal the beaten Room 10 kids, meaning the rest of the student body could not get stamina recovery, and will struggle today. The squad leader listens intently, clearly concerned about the implications. Later during assembly, the head instructor calls out trainee 300, summoning the protagonist, who answers loudly. The instructor explains he assigned penalty points instead of expulsion, dropping the protagonist's ranking from first to last place. The protagonist forces a stiff smile, internally distressed at being shoved back to rank 300. The instructor ends the announcement, and orders Room 10 to move to the mess hall, while the protagonist laments surviving expulsion only to be last again. He accepts it with a sigh, guessing that Sunbae or the nurse must have helped cover for him. His classmates protest to the instructor that punishing their leader is unfair since Room 1 attacked first, and he acted to protect them. The head instructor sternly tells Room 10 to be quiet and move to the mess hall immediately. The boys complain that punishing their savior is excessive, but the protagonist urges them to calm down. The instructor declares that because of their refusal to follow orders, everyone in Room 10 will receive additional minus points. One of the boys snaps, shouting that he quits and ripping at his uniform tag in frustration. He vents that no matter how well they perform, they are just stepping stones for others, never recognized. The head instructor suddenly calls out to everyone in Room 10, grabbing their attention. Together, the zombie horde yells their formal acknowledgement, stealing themselves. The head instructor is surprised by Park Jin-sung's spirited response, while the Room 10 boys look at their leader. Following the protagonist's lead, they loudly accept collective punishment as a form of reflection. They reassure the leader that they know he is probably the angriest of all, and again insists they will accept punishment. During physical punishment, the head instructor asks if Room 10 is angry while one boy grunts through an exercise. He announces that on Friday afternoon there will be Edia Trench Wars, the highest scoring segment of guerrilla training. He tells them to prove in that event that they are not mere stepping stones for others. Fired up by this challenge, the protagonist looks determined, flames of resolve in his eyes. Time shows on the instructor's watch, indicating only minutes remain before the next schedule. The instructor decides to end the punishment soon as mealtime is in 20 minutes, and orders Room 10 to get up. Exhausted but responsive, Room 10 shouts acknowledgement once more. Smirking that they still have energy, the instructor orders them to head quickly to the mess hall. Later in the corridor, the tired boys worry about whether any food is left and joke about splitting whatever remains as they approach the cafeteria. They run into their homeroom teacher, who greets the protagonist with condescending cheer as the real F rank. The teacher casually confirms they are just now going to eat and asks if he himself had eaten well. Laughing, the teacher says the meal did not suit his taste and boasts he would rather have ramen. The boys behind the grinning protagonist look displeased by the teacher's attitude. The teacher remarks that the protagonist was last in the morning run, implying his previous success was just trickery. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist blames his poor performance on hunger and says they will now go eat. The teacher then leans in, gossiping that one of his lanky students was beaten up the previous night. Internally, the protagonist curses that this insect bully ended up in this teacher's class. The teacher reveals he heard that student was actually beaten by the supposed F-rank Jin Sung. He slaps Jin Sung on the back while roaring with laughter, treating the story as a hilarious joke. Still laughing, he insists that bully was just joking, saying a Room 7 kid could never lose to trainee 300. He continues mocking, saying rumors must at least be plausible, and calls Jin Sung F-rank again while complaining that the nurse spoils students. Jin Sung notes that the man simply cannot imagine being beaten. The teacher reminds them that, as announced, teachers will also participate in morning training to prevent cheating, which Jin Sung finds annoying as it cuts into his eating time. Another staff member points out that lunchtime is nearly over and ushers the teachers away, telling the kids to hurry to the cafeteria. The jovial teacher bids farewell to the real F rank and leaves with his colleagues. Once the teachers are gone, Room 10 rushes toward the mess hall, fretting over their remaining 10 minutes and hoping food is still available. Jin Sung sighs heavily, sensing that something unpleasant is about to happen. The scene cuts back outside to the training grounds and main building as preparations for more drills resume. Teachers in tracksuits stretch and jokingly excuse themselves from intense participation, claiming they are getting old. One teacher quietly observes another getting serious about exercises, prompting a wary look. The jokey teacher flatters the PE teacher for his impressive PT exercise skills. Another instructor with glasses notes that the general mood among trainees is poor today. He thinks that because teachers are joining drills only half-heartedly, supposedly to monitor them, the atmosphere has deteriorated. He further analyzes that since the nurse could not provide stamina recovery, many kids are sitting out the training entirely. He focuses on Room 10, observing that the usually zombie-like group is barely holding on, which is demoralizing everyone else. He concludes that the contribution of those boys to morale is greater than he had expected. Addressing the squad leader, he asks what will be done about this strained atmosphere. The squad leader decides to adjust the plan and instructs him to gather the trainees for an announcement. He explains to the trainees that to prevent them from simply conserving stamina, each room will now send one representative to compete in PT exercises. He declares that the room whose representative scores highest will earn rest time, then asks the most confident person from each room to step forward. Ji-sun walks forward quietly as one of the chosen representatives. When the PE teacher starts to volunteer as the teacher's representative, the jokey homeroom teacher butts in, saying he will go instead. The PE teacher remembers the man bragging about past guerrilla squad experience, and agrees to let him represent the teachers. Trainees line up and prepare their footing as the special PT competition is about to begin. Jin-sung, Byun-jaeong, and the homeroom teacher stand together at the front as key competitors. Jin-sung calculates that winning first and earning rest for Room 10 would help, but worries that overexerting himself here will hurt his performance in the upcoming trench wars. The teacher cheerfully suggests having a good match with the real F rank, and Jin-sung politely agrees. The squad leader explains the rules. Anyone who fails to follow the PT sequence is eliminated, and only those completing each exercise move to the next. Jin-sung decides he cannot stall any longer if he wants stamina recovery, just as the instructor orders the exercises to begin. The trainees strain through the first movements, already collapsing from exhaustion. The homeroom teacher barks out the next exercise count with ease, moving swiftly. Participants groan that the teacher is too fast, fearing elimination if they fall behind. Several rooms fail to keep pace and are immediately declared out by the instructor. Relentless, the teacher teases the kids for being weak and moves on to the next demanding movement. Jin-sung notes in surprise that this boisterous teacher is faster than he expected as more rooms get knocked out. Fired up, the teacher tells himself that Jin-sung is still just F rank and that he can overtake him easily. The instructor calls another movement number, astonishing the teacher as he struggles to match Jin-sung's pace. Byun-jaeong, representing Room 1, collapses out, thinking he cannot keep following the excessive Class 6 teacher. The instructor officially eliminates Room 1 from the PT contest, and Byun retreats. The battle narrows to Jin Sung and the teacher as they furiously continue push-ups, each determined to outlast the other. They leap into squat jumps together while the instructor calls out another repetition count. They immediately transition into sit-ups on command, either wanting to concede. Next they switch to frog jumps, still moving in sync but clearly draining their stamina. Panting, the teacher snarls that he refuses to let Room 10 earn rest, while Jin Sung mentally calls him vulgar and worthless. The instructor keeps calling varying numbers of the same punishing exercises, rapidly increasing the strain. Jin Sung's hands shake against the ground as he gasps, nearing his limits. At last the homeroom teacher collapses in a cloud of dust, calling Jin Sung a monster, and the instructor declares the teacher's room eliminated. The squad leader awards victory, ordering Room 10 to rest in the shade until PT exercises finish, while everyone else resumes standard PT drills. The exhausted leader reassures his worried teammates, remarking that the Class 6 teacher held out longer than he expected. Resting against a tree, the leader orders everyone to loosen up their tense bodies, and they agree. His hand trembles as he clutches his thigh, revealing how strained he is. A man tests a microphone, getting ready to speak. An instructor announces the final phase of Haun Hai's guerrilla training, called the Adea Trench Wars. A blonde student listens as the instructor notes some trainees may feel disadvantaged by the setup. The instructor explains that real battle often forces people into situations beyond their control. He urges the students to discover the strength to overcome their disadvantages through this training. As he moves to explain the details, another teacher arrives, saying he came just in time. A suited man greets Mr. Sungo cheerfully, joined by other staff members. The suited man declares that, since trench wars are the final phase, he will personally oversee them as battalion commander. Repeating himself for the crowd, the battalion commander announces he will personally supervise the last phase. He greets Sungo, acknowledges his hard work, and is welcomed. Sungo uneasily reminds the battalion commander that the guerrilla training was supposed to be left to him. The battalion commander brushes that off, saying that because trench wars are the finale, it is fitting for him to take charge. Resigned, Sungo accepts and asks Juri to hand over his prepared materials. The battalion commander receives Sungo's detailed trench war plan and schedule, complimenting his diligence. After skimming the document, he praises it as amazing and says entrusting it to Sungo was a good idea. He then dismisses the plan as too complicated and announces he will run the event with a simpler, guaranteed method. Over the speakers he congratulates the trainees on their efforts so far. Through the announcement, he welcomes everyone to the final section, Trench Wars, and urges them to give their all, while Jin Sung reacts nervously. The battalion commander tells them he will now explain the rules. Using diagrams, he explains that combat will alternate between Adea-enabled fighting and normal fighting, with everyone obeying his on and off commands. Another diagram shows that anyone pushed out of bounds is immediately eliminated. He adds that anyone who surrenders by raising both hands is also out. He further clarifies that losing consciousness during combat results in elimination as well. Concluding the explanation, he states that those are all the rules. Sungo quietly asks how the battalion commander intends to divide the trainees into groups. Instead of answering, the battalion commander returns to the mic, saying he forgot an important point. He reveals that trench wars will involve all second years at once, with 300 students fighting together. He announces there will be individual scores in a battle royale format, shocking the trainees. He explains that the longer a trainee survives and the more opponents they remove, the more points they gain, framing it as survival of the fittest. A teacher timidly reminds the principal about safety bracelets and rules for breaking them, and he admits he forgot. The principal explains that everyone received a safety bracelet. Like in previous training, it will absorb severe damage and then break. He says normally a broken bracelet means elimination, but anyone still willing to fight afterward may continue in the training. Watching, a teacher laments that the principal overrode Sungo's careful plans with reckless rules. Jin Sung decides they have no choice but to stall as long as they can to accumulate survival points. He reflects that although he controlled his Adea yesterday, with his current fatigue wielding it properly may be difficult. Laughing at the students' shock, the principal says they must learn to adapt and remain calm in any situation. He notes that the time is 13:58, just before the planned start. He tells them combat will begin at 1400 hours and prepares to announce the first mode. He declares that the trench wars will start with Adea combat. In the mud-filled arena, a student complains they have no time to adjust, and Jin Sung grimly notes how bad the rules are for them. Jin Sung looks towards Sungo, clearly thinking of him as he steels himself. As the clock hits 13:59, the instructors stand ready for the start. At 1400 hours the display changes and the command to begin trench wars is issued. As the fighting erupts, one leader orders his team to ignore other Room 1 members and focus on eliminating the supposedly weaponless Byun Jaeong. Jaeong fumes at being targeted and insulted as trash. While fleeing through the mud, Jaeong is chased by the group that keeps jeering at him. Cornering him at the wall, they vow to take him out before he can find an object to channel his Adea through. Jaeong smirks, realizing they made a big mistake when they ganged up on him. He places his hand on a pillar, beginning to infuse it with his Adea, wondering if they are blind not to see the danger. A huge energy blade forms from the pillar as his pursuers gape in disbelief. Jiang presses his hand into the mud, mocking them for underestimating his idea. Terrified, the attackers shout for each other to run. Jiang sweeps a massive blade of mud toward them, roaring that it is too late, and calling them trash. Elsewhere, classmates watch the flashy clashes and ask Jinsung's group if they plan to fight. A horned boy realizes the others are circling him to keep him contained until a day of combat ends. He calmly activates his power at his horn, preparing to respond. Empowered, he leaps into battle, daring them to try and trap him. Kneeling in the mud, Jinsung's teammates anxiously ask what their group should do in a system that favors powerful Adea users. Ji-sung recalls that Sungo's original plan was to ease them into the format and score them fairly by splitting Adea and non-Adea combat by skill. He reviews his own strategy of scoring big during non-Adea zombie combat and merely surviving Adea combat, but now realizes the new format spotlights only advanced Adea users. A teammate suddenly calls Jinsung's attention to something happening nearby. Another room's students point at room 10, announcing they intend to eliminate Jinsung's group before non-Adea combat begins, forcing Jinsung to accept that this outcome was inevitable. Jinsung orders his team to ready their weapons and prepare for close combat. Opponents charge in shouting that they must knock out room 10 before Adea combat ends. Jinsung rallies his group to endure until the mode switches to non-Adea combat, and they roar in response. Watching, the principal praises the trainees' performance, while Sungo remains displeased. Sungo warns that the trainees have barely warmed up and that Adea users have an excessive advantage. Another instructor tells Sungo not to complain, reminding him that the battalion commander outranks him. The battalion commander laughs it off, saying Sungo's preparations were still valuable and that supporting him is a teacher's duty. The subordinate quickly flatters the battalion commander for his reasoning, while Sungo looks annoyed in the background. The principal muses that he should probably give the trainees some additional time. Over the loudspeakers, an announcer relays that in 30 seconds they will switch to non-Adea combat. The message is repeated, and Jinsung fights desperately, determined to hold on until the transition. Panting, he shouts to his team to endure for 30 more seconds. Kim Seon counts roughly 30 enemies around him, assessing the situation. Smiling, Seon tells nearby students they cannot just walk out on their own and must stay. He then unleashes his technique, goblin swordsmanship, slashing through opponents with swift, muddy strikes. Several students are knocked flying, screaming in pain. Elsewhere, Jiang curses that he needs to eliminate a few more people before Adea combat ends. He hurls the giant slab of mud like a weapon, bellowing for his enemies to die. One of his victims is smashed out of bounds, screaming as his bracelet shatters. Watching from above, the principal praises Kim Seon and Byun Jiang, saying he wants to keep watching Adea combat. Sungo urgently calls to him, and the battalion commander reluctantly agrees, noting that Sungo is impatient too. The order goes out for everyone to deactivate their Adeas as non-Adea combat begins. A student clicks his tongue at the quick change, deciding it is not worth fighting strong opponents without powers. Jinsung notes with relief that his team has somehow survived the initial Adea phase. Exhausted, he worries about his dwindling stamina and whether he can last until the end. Another group decides to stall until Adea combat returns, believing they can survive pure hand-to-hand fighting. They reason that on muddy ground the others will not be able to take them down easily. One of them says that during Adea combat their enemies will not dare attack so boldly. The allied rooms shout their cue to act, telling rooms 2 and 3 to honor their agreements. Those allies abruptly knock their supposed partners into the mud, revealing a betrayal. The betrayed leader spins in shock, only to see his own teammates attacking him as well. Another classmate pins a room member, accusing her of attacking her own team. She explains that she needs to thin out her competition first, and reveals they made secret deals with other rooms the previous night. Her partner cheerfully admits he did not expect the entire second-year group to devolve into an all-out brawl. Before he can finish his farewell, one of Jinsung's zombies tackles him from behind. Jinsung's teammates excitedly ask their boss how to act now that non-Adea combat, their favorite phase, has arrived. Jinsung observes that his zombie horde's bodies are already at their limit and cannot endure another Adea phase. He agonizes over what he can do to last just a bit longer in this condition. His teammates watch silently as he contemplates, sensing his exhaustion. Another zombie calls to Jinsung, seeking direction. Jinsung's followers admit they know he is wasting stamina protecting them but insist that, for now, there is only one thing their zombie horde can do. They urge him to go prove the principal wrong and promise to back him up. Fired up, the zombies rally with a shout and charge into the fray. Onlookers wonder why Jinsung's exhausted team has suddenly become so aggressive. One zombie explains that they have abandoned conserving energy, and now intend to each grab an opponent and drag them out. A teacher panics at the ferocity in their eyes and tells others to run before they get seized and carried outside. With glowing, almost demonic eyes, Jinsung's zombie horde barrels toward their opponents like a terrifying wave. Seeing this, Jinsung is moved and murmurs to his teammates in gratitude. Jiang watches the spectacle from afar, joking that it looks like they are filming a zombie movie. A chibi-styled Seon teases him, asking if he is intentionally reserving his strength for later. Jiang snaps at Seon to go away, calling him Goblin. He then realizes they are now surrounded by numerous students, and a huge slab of mud. Jaeyoung angrily asks Seyun why he brought so many people over, while Seyun smugly wonders if Jaeyoung is just jealous of his popularity. Jaeyoung accuses Seyun of deliberately dragging the crowd here to cause trouble. Seyun calmly suggests that they have already earned enough elimination points and should now retreat. Other students, alarmed that Seyun and Jaeyoung might team up, shout that they must be pushed out before a day of combat returns. As the mob lifts them, Seyun pretends to have no energy while Jaeyoung yells angrily to be let down. Up above, a teacher alerts the principal that Kim Seyun and Byun Jaeyoung are in trouble, and the principal assumes they are merely showing their skills in non-Adea combat as well. The teacher clarifies that those two have actually been eliminated, shocking the principal. Stunned, the principal exclaims that this cannot be happening, while Sungo watches calmly, thinking events are unfolding as he expected. Confused, the principal demands to know what Sungo means. Sungo explains that while Seyun and Jaeyoung dominate in Adea combat, they cannot easily win against superior numbers in non-Adea fighting. A simplified diagram shows that to counter those two, the rest of the students united against them. Sungo states that in non-Adea situations it is obvious those two would become prime targets for elimination by all other groups. The principal pretends to agree, claiming this will help the prodigies grow, while inwardly fretting that the reporters are not here to see them and they are already out. Another teacher announces that more elite students from Room 1 are being eliminated, further rattling the principal. He cries out in disbelief, wondering what is going on when Kim Seyun should still have had the strength to fight back. Sungo quietly suspects that all of this upheaval is due to Park Jin-sung. The principal curses to himself, regretting that he planned on a flashy finale with only the aces remaining and delayed the reporters because of it. Frustrated, he snatches up the microphone to make another sudden rule change. He announces that in 30 seconds the battle will switch back to Adea combat. The message is repeated around the arena, and everyone braces for Adea combat's return. Jin-sung smiles, realizing that he has actually been receiving help from his friends rather than merely helping them. A cocky student approaches Jin-sung, mocking him as F-rank and implying Sungo's support will not save him. The student boasts that his group is stronger than Jin-sung in Adea combat. Jin-sung reflects that worrying about losing Adea control due to fatigue is itself proof he should train to handle his power even in bad condition. As he mutters to himself, the taunting student approaches and asks why he is talking alone, trying to provoke him. One of Jin-sung's allies suddenly orders the others to back away from Park Jin-sung immediately, alarming everyone. He shouts that Jin-sung by himself is too dangerous an opponent. He recalls Jin-sung's terrifying battle against the insect-type opponent the previous day and argues they must avoid him if that was his true strength. He admits his original plan was to make Jin-sung waste his stamina protecting his zombie teammates until he collapsed, but now he cannot even find those zombies. At that moment, the announcement blares that Adea is allowed again and everyone may turn their powers on. The mocking student laughs that Adea combat has returned and suggests Jin-sung should just watch their powers from the sidelines like the other zombies. Before the insult is finished, Jin-sung punches him hard across the face. The blow sends the boy reeling with a groan as steam trails from his head, showing that Jin-sung has decisively answered the provocation. A trainee is shocked that Park Jin-sung knocks someone out with a single blow despite the safety bracelet. Jin-sung continues his assault, striking another opponent with overwhelming force. Other trainees hear the heavy impact and are unnerved. Their leader angrily orders everyone to attack Jin-sung together. Jin-sung remains calm and expressionless as the weapons come at him. Amid the chaos, another blue-haired trainee is darting around quickly, causing confusion. The attackers realize what they saw was not an attack from Jin-sung. They wonder if Jin-sung is trying to flee and resolve not to let him escape. One trainee looks down in confusion at his broken weapon or item in the mud. Jin-sung, holding a knife, ominously calls out to the group. He coldly tells them to leave him alone in vulgar terms. Terrified, the group immediately surrenders and begs the instructor for mercy. A couple asks what happened, and the man struggles to describe how frightening Jin-sung is. He concludes that Park Jin-sung is extremely dangerous. Jin-sung stands menacingly with his knife, exuding killing intent. Another trainee reminds the couple of their deal to fight the high rankers in exchange for not being targeted. The boyfriend panics, unable to believe that rank 300 is considered high rank. His friend explains that Jin-sung placed first in all guerrilla training sessions. The girlfriend says they are stronger in Adea combat, and questions why he is shaking. He yells that she did not see what Jin-sung did the previous night. He insists to her and another student that Jin-sung is truly dangerous. Jin-sung addresses the couple directly, drawing their fearful attention. Surrounded by dark energy, he demands they stop delaying and attack him. The couple hesitantly moves toward Jin-sung in the muddy arena. The boyfriend angrily activates his glowing whip Adea. A screen explains his Adea, a cunningness-scaling whip of B rank and combat ability. Jin-sung casually calls out a target, specifying the opponent's right hand. He warns his own Adea not to kill the opponents as he prepares to attack. The boyfriend is unnerved that Jin-sung appears to be talking to his own hand. Jin-sung effortlessly counters the whip strike with his dagger. The boyfriend cries out in pain from the exchange. Whip strikes continue to lash out, but Jin-sung keeps blocking them. The boyfriend protests at how unreasonable this is, while Jin-sung taunts him, asking if that is all he has. Jin-sung momentarily struggles with his own rising bloodlust and tells himself no. He forces himself to control his power while deflecting multiple whip attacks. The girlfriend is shocked that, despite his unorthodox stance, Jin Sung blocks every blow. The boyfriend begs nearby allies to help, but they fear being hit by his wild whip and eliminated. An observing instructor tries to recall which talented second-year student Jin Sung is. Another supervisor notes that Jin Sung's skill today far surpasses what they saw yesterday, perfectly defending against the whip. The squad leader in the red hat calls out to his superior. He realizes the squad leader is not surprised by Jin Sung's performance, and begins to suspect something. Jin Sung provokes the boyfriend, asking if he only plans to stand there using his whip. The boyfriend responds by aggressively closing distance with the whip as Jin Sung invites him to come. The girlfriend activates her own power, declaring she will protect her boyfriend with her Barrier of Love. A screen explains Barrier of Love, a B+ ranked Idea that strengthens when protecting someone precious. She forms a large heart-shaped shield between Jin Sung and her boyfriend, boasting about her love's power. Jin Sung slams into the barrier, attacking it head-on. The Barrier of Love begins to crack under his assault. The girlfriend watches in disbelief as her barrier shatters into fragments. Jin Sung immediately grabs her by the throat. Her boyfriend tackles her away from Jin Sung's grasp as she screams. She cannot believe her love-powered barrier was destroyed by a simple dagger strike. The impact bracelet on her wrist breaks apart. They are stunned that the impact-absorbing safety bracelet shattered despite the barrier. Panicking, the boyfriend quickly declares their surrender. He waves the broken bracelet and insists they will leave, admitting total defeat, while his girlfriend despairs over her weak love. Other couples decide to retreat quickly as well, anxious to avoid Jin Sung. Jin Sung notes that his weapon is easier to control than yesterday, perhaps because he renamed it. Elsewhere, two trainees curse the couple for failing to harm Jin Sung but say they never really expected much from them. Jin Sung calmly tells the crowd there is little time left and urges them to attack. The principal berates the students for failing to defeat a supposedly weak F rank. On his orders, more trainees charge, planning to overwhelm Jin Sung with sheer numbers. Jin Sung identifies one attacker's ability as a cloning type Idea. He notices that the clone and original have different Ideas and wonders if the two are twins. One twin commands his Idea pole to grow thicker as a weapon. A screen explains his thickening pole Idea, a C+ rank weapon that expands as much as the user can endure. The enlarged pole swings at Jin Sung, who moves to counter. A sudden splash of mud strikes Jin Sung in the face, making him grunt. One twin complains that mud got into his eyes, disrupting him. The other twin activates his growing pole Idea with a shout. A screen describes the growing pole, another C+ rank Idea that lengthens as long as the user can withstand it. The gigantic pole extends rapidly toward Jin Sung. Jin Sung gripes that the mud is not coming off easily as the pole presses at his back. Without looking, he slices through the pole with his dagger. The twin is shocked that Jin Sung blocked the attack so effortlessly and blindly. Jin Sung examines the pole, acknowledging that it is actually a decent weapon. He then takes control of the pole himself, readying to use it. Seeing this, one twin panics as Jin Sung advances with the weapon. Jin Sung decides that since they used that Idea against him, he will use it too. The twin is bewildered as the pole responds to Jin Sung's command. Jin Sung swings the massive pole, sending one twin flying. Students look up in confusion as the pole smashes around them. The impact creates a huge muddy shockwave. Jin Sung tells the dazed twin he will borrow the pole a little longer. The twin vows never to let go. Jin Sung smirks and tells him to keep holding on. Using the connected poles like anchors, Jin Sung begins spinning the twins and their copies violently. The boyfriend, flung aside, yells in pain and orders his duplicate to deactivate his Idea. The other twin also gets slammed and cries out. Jin Sung laments that he could have had more fun with the pole before dismissing his own Idea. Surrounded by enemies, he calmly prepares his knife for the next stage. He decides to get serious now, not knowing when the principal will interfere. Repeating the thought, he steels himself and readies his blade. The remaining trainees suspect he is planning something and decide to surround him using their superior numbers. Watching from above, Jin Sung's platoon leader realizes Jin Sung has grown far more than he knew. The platoon leader reflects guiltily on how he ignored Jin Sung's recent efforts. He remembers filling out a transfer form to send Jin Sung away for being an F-rank misfit. He now admits he never considered that Jin Sung could actually become strong, whether by effort or hidden talent. He recalls a past conversation where Jin Sung asked if souls have leagues, hinting at his worry over inherent limits. Back then, the platoon leader laughed it off, saying a teacher's duty is to help students grow. He now regrets that he stubbornly clung to his prejudice instead of helping Jin Sung. Overcome with emotion, he calls out Jin Sung's name in remorse. He suddenly screams an apology to Jin Sung in front of the confused principal. He then loudly cheers Jin Sung on, urging him to prove himself while the principal is baffled. Ignoring orders, he continues chanting Jin Sung's name and the battalion commander orders another platoon leader to drag him away. As he is hauled off, he still yells for Jin Sung to show everyone there are no leagues between souls. The principal fumes that his favorite honor students were knocked out early while the F-rank misfit is in the spotlight. He panics that an F-rank gaining attention before reporters arrive would be disastrous, and decides Jin Sung must be eliminated quickly. He reasons that the Idea combat rules are favoring certain students, and that varied ranges hinder group charges. Concluding that Jin Sung's stamina must be low by now, he orders everyone to switch their Adayas off. He then commands all trainees to deactivate their Adayas immediately. Jin Sung hears the shout to turn Adayas off and notes he expected the principal to pull such a move. He analyzes the thin wall where the steel pole came from, considering how cheaply it was built. Jin Sung slams the wall, thinking it will break even easier than the boulders he trained on. A blinding cross-shaped burst of light and cracks spreads through the wall. The wall shatters under the force of his attack. Debris and intense light pour through the destroyed section. Students cringe and accuse him of craziness for tearing down a wall just to blind them and escape. Jin Sung smiles and says he has no intention of running away. Instead, the breach becomes a huge opening to the outside, and he says they are the ones being moved away. One trainee uncovers his eyes in confusion as the dust settles. The suction from the broken wall drags trainees out of bounds, and they scream while trying to flee. A supervisor in a red cap realizes the building is new and now catastrophically damaged. The camera shows the massive gap in the wall and the trench leading outside. An announcement states that 104 students have been eliminated for going out of bounds. Jin Sung calmly walks back and through the ruined wall, soaked and missing a boot but unbothered. Seeing many opponents still inside, the instructor orders the remaining trainees to form up and defeat Jin Sung. As they rush him, one complains his feet feel heavy while Jin Sung notes their waterlogged shoes slow them. The principal curses that they still cannot beat a single student. The red-capped battalion commander reflects that the trench war was meant to teach teamwork and problem-solving. He notes that the scoring system made students selfish, ruining their decision-making despite superior numbers. He adds that the principal's constant rule changes have only added to the chaos. He also observes that trainee number 5, who orchestrated the attacks, is fixated solely on eliminating Jin Sung. The commander concludes that in this individually scored free-for-all, singling out Jin Sung is itself a strategic blunder. He thinks their prejudice against F-rank Jin Sung blinds them to how much his current power surpasses his past. He believes the exercise would have been a total failure if not for Jin Sung's performance. He smiles, thinking that thanks to Jin Sung, the second years will learn a valuable lesson. On the field, no one dares challenge Jin Sung, who stands over fallen students while others hesitate. Jin Sung suddenly staggers, clearly exhausted. The trainees notice his weakened stance and decide to rush him all at once. Several pile onto Jin Sung, tackling him to the floor. They try to pin him down, convinced this will finally end the F-Rank's rampage. Even with 5 people holding him and no Adaya active, they are shocked that he is still resisting. They shout for more reinforcements and drag additional students into the dogpile. A mass of bodies presses down on Jin Sung as everyone piles on. Watching, the principal cheers excitedly, thinking they finally have him contained. Just then, he receives a call from the monthly Adaya editor-in-chief, signaling the reporter's arrival, and worries about how Jin Sung looks. He assumes Jin Sung will be eliminated before the reporter enters and answers the call. Over the phone, he invites the editor-in-chief in, wanting to showcase a scene of active Adaya use. Grabbing the mic, he announces a change of rules, declaring that students may once again activate their Adayas. With a sinister smile, he proclaims the start of the second half and expects spectacular efforts from the remaining students. Multiple trainees pile onto Jin Sung, trying to pin him down. The principal stares in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. A panicked student yells for reinforcements, realizing Jin Sung delayed until Adaya combat was permitted. The same student freaks out that his own allies might press him into the elimination zone along with Jin Sung. Jin Sung notices the pressure on him weakening. He thinks that if these attackers were as coordinated as the zombie horde, he would already be out. The crowd tries to push him back down, while Jin Sung realizes his empowered right hand alone is not enough. He decides to use more power, channeling dark energy through his arm. Jin Sung explodes up from the ground, flinging the surrounding students away. He rises with a dark expression, his power fully awakened. Holding his smoking dagger, Jin Sung mocks the group as disorganized weaklings. Watching from above, the principal wonders in horror if Jin Sung is actually a zombie. The principal clicks his tongue in frustration. A TV editor-in-chief arrives with a camera crew, cheerfully greeting the principal of Heian High. The editor thanks the principal for letting them film this critical off-campus training, and the principal politely returns the courtesy. The editor promises to properly capture the efforts of Heian High's students on camera. He again thanks the principal for inviting the media to cover the training. Nervous, the principal suggests the editor step out for tea since he came a long way. The editor eagerly rushes to the observation window, excited by how many students have already been eliminated and explaining he delayed filming so cameras would not distract them. He praises the principal for being so considerate of his students' focus. The principal awkwardly agrees while the editor orders his crew to only film the second half. The editor suddenly notices the assistant instructor standing nearby. Recognizing An Sungo, he runs over, reminding him of a previous interview. The editor asks An Sungo which students deserve special focus in the footage. Before An can answer, the principal cuts in, saying all second years are doing well but one student has shown notable growth. He lies that the truly extraordinary students were eliminated early, thinking to himself he must stall until the F-rank Jin Sung is knocked out. The principal claims those top students simply overextended themselves in a large melee and says he hopes this will teach the proficient ones humility. He adds that this lesson should make those capable students more diligent in the future. The editor applauds, admiring the principal's supposedly noble educational philosophy, while the principal secretly panics. A cameraman alerts the editor that one particular student looks insanely impressive and will make great footage. Alarmed, the principal excuses himself from the editor. On the field, arrows rain toward Jin-sung as the editor tries to spot which fighter everyone is talking about. Jin-sung casually deflects the arrows with precise movements. The ranged attackers tell melee users to rush Jin-sung, but the melee fighters refuse, fearing they will be eliminated by friendly fire before even reaching him. The editor, amazed, demands to know who that student is, estimating his performance at nearly A rank. The principal, sweating, insists that the boy people are gawking at is officially F rank. A shocked platoon leader questions this, asking if the teacher is joking, but the teacher insists he is not. The platoon leader shouts that Jin-sung earned his position through sheer effort. The principal harshly scolds him for speaking out in front of the editor, and orders the other platoon leaders to control him. Dragged back, the platoon leader begs everyone to focus their attention on Park Jin-sung. The editor excitedly asks the principal for more information about this Park Jin-sung. Forcing a smile, the principal curses internally, realizing he cannot avoid the topic. Jin-sung reflects that his whole body feels on the verge of breaking. He looks worn out, clearly at his physical limit. While still fighting with his dagger, he admits his mental strength is almost spent. Yet he notices something strange about his weapon's power. He realizes that even after expanding the area affected by his murderous intent, his Idea remains easy to control. The archers feel an ominous aura spreading and wonder what strange phenomenon is enveloping them. They stare at Jin-sung's darkly shrouded figure, recognizing that he is extremely dangerous. Jin-sung grins and taunts the remaining enemies, asking where they think they are going. He senses something new about his dagger, as red energy coils around the blade. The dagger erupts in a blaze of crimson power. The weapon stabilizes into a distinct red-edged shape in his hand. An information window reveals it is a blood-sucking dagger, a D-rank Idea with B-level combat power that drains blood and can control a target's body. Jin-sung laughs quietly, pleased with this new ability. The description continues that as long as the user's body meets minimal conditions, the dagger lets him keep fighting without rest. Jin-sung collapses on his back, exulting that he both mastered his Idea and grew stronger, feeling all his effort finally paid off. His classmates watch, stunned, as he mentally calls out to them to witness his achievement. Ansongo smiles proudly, thinking that his junior has finally shown his capabilities. Seyun elsewhere wonders if Jin-sung saw his cheering and encouragement. Seyun happily shouts for Mr. Excessive to finish off the remaining enemies. Jin-sung cheerfully agrees, ready to wrap things up. He steps forward again, continuing the assault. Using the dagger's blood threads, he remotely slashes and controls nearby opponents. He darts through them with a vicious smile, cutting down more students. The suppression bracelets on several trainees shatter from the overload. Broken bracelet fragments scatter across the floor. One wounded opponent sees he is bleeding despite wearing a bracelet, and hurriedly surrenders along with his terrified ally. As more students beg the assistant instructor to save them, Jin-sung admires how perfectly suited this Idea is for the current situation. Watching the chaos, the principal thinks the whole event has turned into a nightmare for him. The editor is thrilled that a single student is overpowering more than 60 others. Ansongo notes that if they include the students defeated before the cameras arrived, Park Jin-sung has taken down over 150 people. Shocked, the editor asks if that incredible tally is really true. Ansongo continues that Jin-sung's final total will be even higher. The camera shows Jin-sung standing among the fallen. The estimate now is that he has eliminated more than 200 students. Night falls over the training base compound. Somewhere else, a stern man enters a dimly lit meeting room. He finds a scarred officer already seated at the conference table. The scarred man greets him mockingly, saying it has been a long time, calling him Boomer. The newcomer answers by addressing him as Kim Il-young. Boomer tells Kim Il-young to state his business quickly, warning he might kill him afterward. Kim complains that Boomer is too harsh and says remembering old times makes him sentimental, but Boomer points out Kim started the taunting. Boomer accuses Kim of plotting an escape by sea, while Kim sarcastically twists Boomer's words about whose side matters more. Kim laughs off the accusation, saying only an idiot would try to flee by sea from someone nicknamed Boomer. He reveals that the supposed coastal incident was just an excuse to summon Boomer after a long separation. A flashback shows Boomer attacking a ship near the shore. There, Boomer tells a bloodied enemy soldier that the Supreme Leader is calling for him. Boomer relays that the Supreme Leader wants this comrade summoned to Panmunjom at dawn. Back in the present meeting, Boomer coldly asks what Kim wants after drowning so many subordinates. Kim replies that his recent visit to the south let him meet some very interesting people. He says he heard a Boomer was training kids there and rushed over, only to get badly beaten when he greeted them. Boomer, confused, demands to know what Kim is talking about. Kim asks Boomer to help him out, hinting that he literally ran away from a mere kid. Boomer is stunned to realize Kim was genuinely forced to retreat. Boomer internally notes that he had assumed Kim's bank ambush and withdrawal were a calculated ploy, not an actual defeat. Clenching his fists, Boomer wonders who could have cornered Kim so badly. Kim gleefully mocks him for not knowing and revels in Boomer's ignorance. Kim says he knows Boomer is a bad liar and reveals he thought the mysterious kid was Boomer's hidden weapon, only to realize Boomer did not know about him either. Boomer slams the table and demands a straight answer, while Kim only laughs maniacally. Kim decides that since Boomer is unaware, he himself will have to move first. With sinister red eyes, Kim claims he only meant to chat but now sees this situation as an unexpected opportunity. The scene shifts to the evening of Day 5 of guerrilla training, as Jin Sung regains consciousness wondering where he is. Seyun leans over him, asking if he is finally awake. Smiling, Seyun scolds him for not warning how long he would sleep. Groggy, Jin Sung reaches up and calls out Seyun's name. Blushing, Seyun wonders if this is a dream and shyly responds to being called Mr. Excessive. In chibi form, Seyun pokes Jin Sung's cheek, amazed at how soft it feels. He keeps gleefully squishing Jin Sung's face. Jin Sung yelps in pain, and Seyun says he hopes that at least wakes him up. Looking around the dorm room, Jin Sung confusedly asks if he was not just fighting in the trench wars, and Seyun prompts him to remember. Seyun recounts that after Jin Sung defeated everyone, he jumped and shouted Seyun's name, asking if Seyun could see him. Jin Sung admits he remembers doing that, while Seyun clicks his tongue at the embarrassing scene. Seyun explains Jin Sung passed out right after exiting the training ground and teasingly asks how someone that frail expects to marry him. Jin Sung complains that Seyun is mocking him immediately upon waking. Seyun jokes more about them getting married and living together, while Jin Sung protests that agreeing would only invite further teasing. Seyun lounges on the couch and asks if Jin Sung feels fully awake now. Jin Sung, blushing, thinks to himself that Seyun is incredibly pretty even when he is fully alert, and wishes she would not tease him. Seyun then hands over a rectangular badge, saying Jin Sung can have it now that he is awake. Jin Sung overjoyedly realizes it is a badge of rank, meaning he is no longer a trainee, and Seyun says the homeroom teacher will give him a certificate later. Seyun congratulates him for placing first in the guerrilla training, and Jin Sung thanks him, still dazed. Seyun is puzzled by Jin Sung's lukewarm reaction and asks why he is not more excited. Jin Sung says that, thinking about it, he cannot understand why his new status is only private. He explains he had made a bet with the Class 6 teacher, while Seyun initially assumes the 2-rank promotion simply reflected his hard work. Jin Sung says the teacher promised to make all of them corporals if he and the zombie horde scored highly, and Seyun sighs that Jin Sung went all out just because of a bet. When Jin Sung starts to justify himself, Seyun smacks him in exasperation. Seyun then tells him not to worry, since the teacher actually promoted everyone but Jin Sung to corporal. Jin Sung rubs his head, waiting to hear what else happened. Seyun reminds him that because of his rampage, the nurse is now overworked and insists Jin Sung thank her properly. Embarrassed, Jin Sung agrees he had not considered the nurse and Seyun suggests they go thank her together, hand in hand. Jin Sung refuses, insisting he wants to visit her alone. Seyun sulks, saying he had offered to go with him. Jin Sung earnestly says Seyun did nothing wrong but that thanking the nurse is something he should handle by himself. Seyun angrily squeezes his cheeks again, frustrated by his stubbornness. Pinning Jin Sung on the couch, Seyun accuses him of hating being together, and calls him dense when he repeats his question about going separately. Elsewhere, a bald officer waits in an office while an aide apologizes that the battalion commander is out. The bald man criticizes the unit, saying their hierarchy system seems poorly organized. He points out that a captain from another battalion contacted them, yet a mere second lieutenant handled the response. The flustered second lieutenant apologizes, explaining he is the duty officer that day. Laughing it off, the bald officer says he should not have expected this newly authorized school facility to match the well-ordered 988th Brigade. The lieutenant thinks grimly about the reputation of the 988th Special Education Brigade. A narration explains that this brigade is a Korean military institution created to raise controllable combatants, recruiting students with combat-type ideas nationwide. It further describes the base as staffed by elite educators who use long military experience to train students in structured tactics, serving as Korea's strongest IDEA combat alternative to higher education. The bald officer sets his teacup down on the table. He casually asks when the principal of Heian High will arrive. The lieutenant wonders if this is a deliberate power play against the principal but answers that the principal will come soon. The bald man notes the lieutenant's displeased expression and warns that criticizing a visiting officer from another unit might be presumptuous. Smirking, he repeats the phrase another unit, then apologizes insincerely. He admits that as someone here to declare war on them, he might seem rude. He says the lieutenant should already know the situation and taunts him about having such a weak information network if this is news. The lieutenant realizes his suspicions were right as he watches higher UPS rush into the room, understanding that a serious confrontation with this brigade is beginning. The bald officer casually mentions famous Heian High students An Sung-go and Kim Soo-yoon, implying the school has several notable talents. His companion says there is recent news about a certain student's power that the bald man must not have heard. Realizing who is meant, the bald man recalls the student who excelled during guerrilla training and reaches for a magazine. Looking at an article about Heian High's guerrilla training champion nicknamed F-Killer, someone confirms they have seen the report. The bald man questions how that champion can still be classified as F-rank and wonders how an F-rank IDEA user survives at such a school. The Red Jacket instructor chides him that a story has to be believable and thinks the 988th unit lacks detailed info on the second year's exercise. The principal arrives late, laughing and apologizing as he enters the office. The principal greets the visiting battalion commander of Heian High while the Red Jacket teacher internally notes the sudden change in how they address him, then prepares to leave. Outside, the Red Jacket teacher exits exhausted, muttering about how tired he is. He suddenly notices something that makes him pause and look up. Seeing the campus, he remembers that today is the club's second recruitment event. The countdown to the event finishes as the lights of the gym building shine at night. At the gym, students finish a grueling workout as a count of 100 is announced. Sungdo's Jr. asks him how the tryout went. Other exhausted boys watch anxiously, waiting for Sungdo's judgment. Sungdo smirks confidently, saying there is no need to ask how it went. He announces that all of the so-called zombie horde members have been accepted into the club. 2 of the new members react in shock and excitement at the news. Jin Sung smiles quietly, pleased at the outcome. The gym erupts in loud cheers that echo outside the building. Watching from a window, the Red Jacket teacher silently tells Jin Sung he is rooting for him. As he walks the hallway, he urges Jin Sung in his mind to break the noses of the annoying people looking down on them. Elsewhere, the bald commander hands over a document, saying the brigade commander has already approved its contents. The principal is told to stamp the document after reviewing it, and he reads that Heian High will conduct mock counter-infiltration training with the 998th Special Education Brigade despite unfavorable terms. After the principal confirms, the bald commander thanks him and returns to his unit, while the principal acknowledges his effort. Left alone in his office, the principal sits pensively at his desk. Once unobserved, he slams the desk in rage, vowing to someday repay the humiliation he has suffered. A recorded video shows Jin Sung in training, using swift movements to defeat multiple armed opponents. At a newsroom, a reporter watches this footage on his monitor, intrigued by the boy's combat skill. He muses that the F-Killer story is a jackpot scoop. Leaning back, he considers how to handle the explosive material he has. He reads a note ordering him under A+ level pressure to abandon the article and reflecting that the authorities even blocked the video upload. He wonders why the government would exert such extreme pressure to suppress this student's story. Looking outside, he reflects that simple written articles no longer convince readers and that people would dismiss such a piece as scripted promotion for Heian High. He thinks no one would believe that a last-place F-rank Adea student defeated 200 people. He admits that if he had not witnessed it himself, he would also have assumed the report was nonsense. He questions why such an extraordinary student's talent is being concealed and speculates that government-backed Heian High might be shielding him. He rejects that theory, noting that if protection were the goal, the authorities would instead have hidden coverage of celebrated hero Kim Seon from the pest incident. The reference to pest triggers a realization in his mind. The reporter rushes back to his desk to dig into old case files. He searches through the pest bank incident records for familiar names. Finding what he expected, he excitedly declares that his suspicion was right. When a colleague calls to the editor-in-chief, the boss tells him to come in. The reporter shares insider news that Unit 998 and Heian High are planning something together. Seeing the connection, the editor-in-chief grins, calling it a huge opportunity. Night falls over Heian High as the campus quiets. After club activities, Jin Sung and his friends leave together, praising everyone's work for the day. On the way home, they thank Jin Sung, saying becoming corporals and not being bullied anymore is all thanks to their boss. They chat about how Sungdo's brutal training sessions are only his warm UPS, and how far they still have to go compared to him. One friend notes that their mistress, Seyoon, is absent today, which embarrasses Jin Sung. A chibi flashback explains that Kim Seyoon jokingly told them to call her Jin Sung's mistress, causing his protests and their teasing. Jin Sung clarifies that Seyoon only waited for him until he decided to do another workout set, then she left early. His buddies still scold him for treating such a pretty, devoted mistress so casually and pester him about going on dates with her. Overwhelmed by the relentless teasing, Jin Sung clutches his head and yells at them to stop calling her that. Still flustered, he suddenly senses someone standing right in front of him. A tall man appears without warning, asks if he is Private Park Jin Sung, and Jin Sung is shocked he did not sense any presence. The friends freeze in surprise at the appearance of the stranger. The man smiles apologetically, saying he did not mean to startle them by approaching so abruptly. Recognizing him, Jin Sung nervously addresses the newcomer as Chief Combat Aide Lee Xian. Lee Xian thanks Jin Sung for recognizing him, while Jin Sung jokes that anyone in the country who did not know him might as well be a spy, which amuses Lee Xian. Lee Xian asks whether the boys behind Jin Sung are his friends. The boys proudly shout that yes, Jin Sung is their boss. They brag that their energy and morale have improved greatly thanks to their boss, leaving Jin Sung mortified. Lee Xian says he needs to speak privately with their boss. The boys immediately agree and back away. Lee Xian also asks them to keep his visit a secret, and they quickly promise to stay silent. Impressed by how quickly they understand, Lee Xian praises the boys as sharp. As the friends sprint off, Lee Xian notes their energy and suggests he and Jin Sung move to a more secluded spot to talk. At a quiet plaza, Lee Xian apologizes for stopping Jin Sung on his way home, and Jin Sung asks what business someone of his rank has with a mere student. Lee Xian explains that he came because he wanted to meet Jin Sung personally after watching his trench war video, while Jin Sung downplays his own importance as just a newly promoted D++ student. Lee Xian ponders for a moment, considering how to frame what he wants to say. He then asks Jin Sung whether he believes there are different leagues among souls, hinting at a deeper evaluation. Jin Sung, puzzled why the chief aide would ask such a philosophical question, wonders silently what he means. Lee Xian dismisses the digression as random and reveals he was responsible for turning Heian High into a military school. He says that although it may seem harsh, he hoped gifted students like Jin Sung would thrive even in a difficult environment, and admits An Sunggo's development has been slower than he wished. Jin Sung passionately objects, insisting that he and his friends have benefited tremendously from Sunggo's influence, and might not exist as they are now without him. Lee Xian laughs and says he misspoke, explaining he expected students to unite and work hard after watching Sergeant An Sunggo's example, especially someone who chose to follow Sunggo closely. Jin Sung, touched, grasps his shoulder, moved by how much Sunggo has meant to him. Seeing Jin Sung's sincerity, Lee Xian smiles and remarks that the quality he was looking for has finally appeared. He tells Jin Sung he is glad to have his hopeful assumptions about him confirmed after meeting face to face. As they talk, Lee Xian wonders internally if Jin Sung might be the secret weapon Kim Il-young hinted at, yet doubts Jin Sung alone could defeat Kim Il-young despite his guerrilla training feats. Evaluating Jin Sung's strong will to grow, Lee Xian concludes that the boy matches the type of student he wanted and will likely improve significantly. However, he senses no overwhelming power from Jin Sung yet and silently notes that the boy's current energy does not surpass that expectation. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lee Xian apologizes for zoning out, while Jin Sung wonders if Kim Il-young's talk of a trump card was just misdirection. Lee Xian considers whether Kim Il-young has another crafty plan in motion, admitting he cannot yet see through it. Ending the conversation, Lee Xian thanks Jin Sung for his time, and Jin Sung politely says it was no trouble. Lee Xian departs up the stairs, leaving Jin Sung alone in the courtyard. Before leaving sight, Lee Xian turns back and adds that he hopes Jin Sung will win in what is coming. Jin Sung, confused, asks who he is supposed to beat. Lee Xian only laughs, says Jin Sung will find out soon, and tells him to get home safely as he exits the school gate. Jin Sung stands there baffled, wondering what Lee Xian was talking about. Later in the gym, heavy weights on a barbell show an intense workout underway. Sunggo, shirtless and muscular, squats under the loaded bar, pushing his body hard. As he racks the weight, he checks the time, noting his training limit is approaching. He reflects that his time to reach exhaustion has shortened significantly, showing his improved conditioning. Sunggo thinks that thanks to Park Jin Sung and the new zombie horde members, his own training intensity has risen. Pulling on his shirt, he notes that the basic drills have become far more demanding and his muscles have not felt this stimulated in a while. Smiling, he muses affectionately that Jin Sung is endlessly lovable for pushing him this far. Leaving the gym at night, he walks out thinking that to keep being a role model for the boys he must improve even more. On his way home, he hears someone in the distance yelling to be let go and turns toward the sound. Down an alley, a group of men harass a girl and call for her to come play with them. Cornered, the schoolgirl trembles and begs them to save her while they mock her fear. One thug leers and repeats that they only want to play with her, tightening his grip. Sunggo steps into the alley and quietly orders them to stop. He fixes the thug with a cold stare and warns him that he is giving advice they should heed. He tells them this is their final warning to cease what they are doing. The ringleader scoffs, asking if Sunggo is playing hero just because he attends the same school as the girl. Sunggo's hand crackles with energy as he vows to make sure he catches the offender. In a blur of motion, he teleports forward, seizing the thug by the arm with overwhelming speed. The thug panics, realizing Sunggo's movement was almost like teleportation. Sunggo effortlessly lifts him into the air by the captured arm, making him scream. The rescued girl recognizes him and nervously addresses him as Sergeant An Sunggo. Still holding the attacker, Sunggo tells her to head to a crowded street while he deals with these men. She thanks him profusely and runs away while his remaining opponents start to move. One of the other thugs chases after her, shouting for her to stop. Sunggo slams the man he is holding into the ground while promising again not to let any of them escape. The rest threaten that Sunggo will pay for this, but he remains calm, pinning their comrade. He reminds them he already warned them, then prepares another surge of power. A shockwave explodes from Sunggo, blasting the remaining thugs back through the alley. One groans on the pavement at Sunggo's feet, thoroughly beaten. Sunggo tells them to drop the act, saying he knows their real aim was to lure him into the alley. Looking toward the shadows, he calls out the hidden mastermind who set this trap. A smug young man steps from the darkness, amused that Sunggo sensed his aura so easily. The camera shows their feet facing off, signaling the start of a confrontation. Sunggo greets him coolly, saying it has been a while since they last met, and addressing him as Kang Jin-no. Jin-no appears with a plump subordinate, both smiling confidently. They stand opposite Sunggo under a street lamp, assessing him. Jin-no taunts Sunggo, asking if this stepping stone has grown at all since he last used him. Sunggo asks why Jin-no is going to such lengths to stir up trouble. Jin-no feigns innocence, claiming he was merely walking with comrades and chatting with a pretty student, While Sungo notes they seem to be from the 998th unit. Sungo narrows his eyes, silently evaluating Ji-no's behavior. Ji-no laughs, admitting Sungo figured things out quickly and asking how he recognized the setup. Sungo explains that the supposed victim calling him Sergeant on Sungo, despite wearing a student uniform, was the first clue. He notes that because the school only recently adopted military ranks, most students, especially second years, still call seniors Sunbae instead of using ranks. Therefore, in a panic, the girl should have used the familiar title, not the formal rank, which exposed the act. Ji-no jokes that he assumed Sungo saw through it because her acting was terrible, then insults Heian High by comparing its students to a ragtag army. Sungo adds that Ji-no also called his accomplice comrade, rather than friend, betraying his habit of military speech. Ji-no shrugs that he must have slipped and admits he has heard that 998 and Heian High will soon hold a joint training event. Sungo reasons that any student casually using military language nearby must be linked to 998 and acting as their point men. Ji-no chuckles that Sungo is surprisingly perceptive for someone he still considers only a stepping stone from middle school. Growing irritated, Ji-no's aura flares as he threatens to stomp Sungo again because he finds him annoying. Ji-no's fat subordinate nervously confirms that the man in front of them is indeed on Sungo, while Sungo calmly introduces himself and asks who they are. The plump boy brightens and begins introducing himself excitedly. Ji-no rudely identifies his companion as Hikik, while the boy cheerfully gives his real name, Yuk Dango, and greets Sungo. Sungo acknowledges Dango and asks what he wants. Dango's expression turns eerie as he says he simply wants to fight Sungo. Ji-no decides there is no need for him to fight personally and orders Hikik to handle Sungo, confident Sungo can never defeat him. Sungo thinks to himself that they are severely underestimating him. Ji-no continues to mock him, claiming Sungo as a mere stepping stone cannot beat that fatty beside him. Sungo gathers blue energy around his hand, promising he will make sure of the outcome himself. Dango braces nervously as Sungo advances with his glowing fist, signaling the imminent clash. In the alley fight, the heavy student explains he used his ability specifically to catch on Sungo. The heavy student marvels at Sungo's strength but starts to say he had already warned him about something. Grinning, the fat student says he is not the only one getting heavier. Sungo looks unsettled as he realizes what that means. The scene shifts to the school building the next day. In class, students notice something and the mood is gloomy as a boy enters. The boy asks why the class atmosphere is so strange and if something happened. His blonde friend says this means he has not seen the big news yet. The blonde explains that the news has been going crazy about something since morning, prompting questions if it is related to Pest. He taps a girl's back and asks her to show the boy what she was watching earlier. He is surprised the boy does not know despite being in the same club as upperclassmen on Sungo, and urges the girl to show the video. The boy asks what happened to Sungo, and the blonde tells him to watch the tablet himself. The boy begins watching the video with a serious expression. On screen he sees Sungo in an alley squaring off against the fat student and another guy. The video shows the fat student grabbing Sungo and pinning his arm. The fat student slams Sungo into the ground with his massive weight. Sungo somehow strains and lifts the huge opponent onto his back. But the enemy presses down again, crushing Sungo under his weight. Watching, the boy is shocked and tense. The video shows a sudden powerful impact erupting near Sungo, and the fat student as the second enemy looks on. The fat student struggles up from the cratered ground. The video ends with Sungo lying bloody and unconscious on the pavement. The boy mutters that Sungo actually lost and angrily wonders who those guys are. His blonde friend answers that the attackers are from the 998th Special Education Brigade. He explains that 998 is the military school they will face in a mock counter-infiltration exercise in 15 days. Later, a teacher addresses a strategy meeting, saying everyone knows what happened to squad leader Sungo. The teacher states that the 9 students present are the top representatives of each grade and will form the main strategy, with juniors asked to contribute ideas. Several first-year representatives sit listening, including Park Jin-sung and a girl. Jin-sung asks Ju what Sungo said about the situation. The teacher says Sungo is on probation and even his squad members are barred from the nurse's office, partly for safety reasons. Jin-sung quietly acknowledges this information. One of the seniors laments Sungo's condition and asks Ju what they should do now that their intended commander is incapacitated. Another senior doubts they can do anything until Sungo heals. Ju clarifies that because Sungo is on probation he cannot attend strategy meetings even when healed, so this emergency meeting is to form a plan without him. A cocky third year assumes he is the only candidate to replace Sungo as leader, prompting Ju to question if he is worthy of carrying the whole school. A second year in a red hoodie complains that they were not gathered just to watch seniors argue over who is better. Jin-sung coldly asks if the seniors are strong or smart enough to be giving orders. The muscular senior explodes in anger at this insult. He demands to know if Jin-sung is the rumored white Jade goblin, while Jin-sung calls him a nameless senior. Enraged, the muscular senior lunges to hit Jin-sung. Ju slams the table and yells for them to stop, threatening to report any more pointless bickering. The muscular senior grumbles about the cheeky underclassmen. Ju also orders the second years to stop taunting, and they respond reluctantly. Jui then begins sharing the official information from the school using a remote. He explains the mock battle rules. Each side must infiltrate a container and press a button at the end to win, making the objective straightforward. Jui outlines manpower, noting Heian High has about 900 students. He then reveals that 998 has roughly 3,000 students. First years react in dismay at the threefold difference, and wonder how they can win. Jui tells them to calm down and let him finish the explanation. He says that although 998 has triple their numbers, Heian's terrain is far better for defense, and there is a saying that you need 3 times the force to break a strong defense. He adds that if Heian simply survives 5 hours they are declared winners, meaning they could win by defending well. Jui now briefs them on the 2 students who fought Sungo, starting with the heavy one named Yuk Dango. He says Yuk is a 3rd year at 998 whose Adea ability appears to manipulate weight. Jui notes, Yuk did nothing spectacular overall. Jin-sung interjects that Yuk was still the worst possible matchup for Sungo. Jui agrees, explaining that Sungo tried to flip Yuk with his own Adea but was crushed instead, and that Yuk dropping his full weight from high ground would cause heavy casualties. Jin-sung privately thinks there must be more to Sungo's loss than just that. Jui moves on to the second enemy, the one watching from behind, identifying him as Kang Ji-no, 998's current ace and top priority to neutralize. Jui outlines Kang's background, special transfer to 998 after studying in Australia and former national Adea sports runner-up in middle school. He adds that in middle school Sungo's record against Kang was 5 wins and 5 losses, making Kang a rival Sungo never clearly surpassed. Jin-sung asks if anything is known about Kang's Adea. Ji says an old magazine implied Kang's Adea boosts his physical abilities when he gets angry. Jin-sung is startled that Kang's Adea sounds similar to his own. Jui explains that 998 is using Kang Ji-no and Yuk Dango as media darlings to toy with the press. He says 998 is hyping their value and implying that Heian's ace on Sungo is worthless. Jin-sung seethes at this characterization and curses under his breath. Jui then presents information about where the leaked video was filmed, showing an overhead map. He explains the camera was inside an empty house, which Jin-sung realizes means it was a prearranged trap. Jui concludes that 998's ace and the Counterattack user deliberately sought out Sungo to lure him into that trap. He adds that the video conveniently hides all signs of the trap, so the media only fixates on Sungo's defeat. Jin-sung argues that nobody knows what dirty tricks 998 used to throw Sungo off or stop him from using full power. The muscular senior scolds Jin-sung, saying the F-killer should stop getting so worked up whenever Sungo is mentioned because it slows the meeting. Another first year cheerfully apologizes but recognizes the senior as Private Park Jin-sung from reputation. The cheerful boy says he had not recognized Jin-sung's face at first. He sides with the senior, saying they could just accept that Sungo lost and downplays Sungo's abilities except for surprise attacks. Jin-sung silently turns toward him, annoyed. With a dark aura, Jin-sung warns the first year to watch his mouth when speaking about his senior. The boy doubles down, claiming Sungo's loss proves he was overrated and that his power is just to latch on to others. Jin-sung repeats that he told him to watch what he says, while the girl reminds the boy he is only a private. The boy smugly declares he is actually a corporal with a B+ Adea rank, questioning why he should listen to a mere private. Jin-sung, now icy, orders the first year to identify himself. The boy resists, bragging again about being higher in both school rank and Adea rank, while the girl tries to calm things. Jin-sung keeps demanding that the boy identify himself, calling him stubborn. Feeling Jin-sung's killing intent, the boy finally starts to tremble. Jin-sung unleashes his overwhelming aura, his eyes glowing red as his anger rises. He repeats his demand, insulting the boy as he does so. Terrified, the boy stammers out Jin-sung's military rank. Jin-sung notes the boy still has some pride, saying calling him slit eyes is sufficient punishment. Jin-sung then apologizes to Sergeant Na, admitting he overreacted because of what happened to Sungo. He coldly asks Na for understanding. Embarrassed, Na accepts and says such things happen. The rest of the room falls silent, clearly intimidated by Jin-sung's outburst. Jin-sung then asks Jui whether Sungo left any preliminary formations or strategies. Jui explains that Sungo's initial draft was a 1-3-1 formation with 3 in the center and 1 on each side, but he had not refined the details yet. A senior questions why Sungo would plan that way and worries about the weaker side lanes. He argues the formation is too clustered and could let the enemy break through the sides and then flank the center. Jin-sung thinks about it, and concludes Sungo expected 998 to concentrate their main force in the middle. He confirms that 998 requested the exercise, reasoning that they intend to attack aggressively despite the defensive terrain. Jin-sung states that 998 aims to make Heian overly defensive, having already crushed their morale by ambushing Sungo, so their true goal is to publicly humiliate Heian High. He proposes deviating from Sungo's plan by heavily reinforcing the center while keeping only minimal troops on the side lanes. A senior reacts in disbelief, saying putting even more power mid is insane. The senior argues they could instead use the side lanes to flank, and even then must keep at least as much strength in the sides as Sungo suggested to survive. Jui sides with this logic, saying Jin-sung's prediction is too risky to justify changing the formation. Jin Sung admits logically they are correct. However, based on Kang Ji-no's arrogant attitude in the video, Jin Sung believes Kang enjoys crushing opponents and will choose reckless, showy tactics. Jin Sung, whose idea is similar, is sure Kang does not follow common sense. He therefore suggests at minimum that An Sungo be stationed at the very rear to guard the button. One senior is surprised, but another thinks hiding Sungo at the back is good, since another loss on the front line would destroy morale. Ji asks if Jin Sung really believes Sungo might lose again, and Jin Sung confidently answers that Sungo will not be defeated a second time. He insists Sungo should be in the back precisely because he is the strongest. Ji says that reasoning still sounds strange. Nonetheless, the seniors say they agree with placing Sungo in the back line. The blonde second year says he doubts Sungo is literally the strongest, but trusts Jin Sung has a plan. Ji ends the meeting, saying today was mainly to share information and that they will reconvene as new ideas arise. The group disperses, some complaining about the mental effort, and others yawning at how boring the strategy session was. In the hallway later, the boastful first year runs up to Jin Sung, calling out to him. Jin Sung coolly addresses him as Corporal Slit Eyes and asks what he wants. Jin Sung guesses the boy is approaching because his pride was hurt when overwhelmed by Jin Sung's aura earlier. Ji catches them mid-argument and demands to know what they are doing. Jin Sung replies it is nothing and that he is just giving his junior some education. Ji warns Jin Sung not to overdo it or injure anyone, and Jin Sung agrees. The first year shouts angrily, accusing Jin Sung of looking down on him. He declares that he will become the strongest at Heian High, surpassing both Sungo and another corporal. Jin Sung decides the loudmouth really does need proper education. Outside, the first year agrees to acknowledge Jin Sung's superior skill and even offers to let Jin Sung attack first. He laughs and invites Jin Sung to start the fight. Jin Sung just smiles darkly. Information panels reveal the boy's idea, eyes that capture the trajectory, which reads opponent's kinetic energy and range but has strict limitations. Jin Sung realizes the boy wants him to attack first so he can dodge and agrees with the side to begin. Jin Sung launches forward with surprising speed, slashing with a training knife faster than the boy had predicted. The boy grins, thinking he can still read and see the attack path. Using his ability, he visualizes Jin Sung's trajectory in blue and moves to evade. Jin Sung suddenly changes direction mid-rush and nearly catches him. The boy is shocked that Jin Sung altered his path with force greater than his own momentum. Jin Sung quietly assesses the situation. He shifts his grip on the knife, preparing another move. The boy still sees projected paths, but something in Jin Sung's movement confuses his readings. Jin Sung's next strike comes in violently close. The boy barely escapes by jumping back. Gasping, he realizes that even an unarmed hit from Jin Sung would be dangerous, and that Jin Sung's actual movement perfectly matched one of the predicted energy paths. He focuses harder, resolving to read Jin Sung properly while Jin Sung taunts him for merely dodging. Jin Sung rushes again while the boy projects his future motion. The boy tells himself that if he watches carefully and dodges he will be fine. Suddenly he sees 3 overlapping kinetic paths for Jin Sung instead of 1. He panics, wondering if that means Jin Sung is moving 3 times faster than he can process. When he expects to be hit, he realizes no blow has landed yet. Jin Sung casually turns away, saying that since the first year started the fight he should not complain about money later. The boy is confused, then notices his uniform has been sliced multiple times as Jin Sung reminds him of his earlier claim of wanting to be the strongest. Jin Sung steps away, the confrontation clearly decided. Standing over the fallen boy, Jin Sung says that people who rely only on ideas and neglect their bodies can never beat Sungo, or even him. With a chilling look, Jin Sung asks if Corporal Slit Eyes understands now. A group of trainees stands on rocky ground as one of them steps forward decisively. Park Jin Sung tells his team they have no choice but to fight with their current strength. He recalls failing again to convince his seniors in a strategy meeting. The chosen plan divides years into 3 lanes with Jin Sung and his zombie horde on the right in a defensive formation. The idea is for first and second years to delay while elite third years heavily pressure 998's left lane. Jin Sung worries that a full frontal attack seems logical, but the real issue is the enemy ace Kang Ji-no. He predicts Kang Ji-no will ignore formations and target the third year's lane to crush on Sungo again. Jin Sung laments their lack of manpower with only himself and the zombie horde when an overeager first year calls out to him. The younger boy, confused, addresses him respectfully as senior. The junior loudly salutes first, prompting Jin Sung to suspect he has some ulterior motive. Jin Sung is baffled as the junior keeps saluting him with exaggerated enthusiasm. The junior confesses he believed nasty rumors about Jin Sung but now recognizes his true worth and begs for guidance. Jin Sung is surprised to hear there were such rumors about him. The junior redundantly lists all the slander he had heard about Jin Sung's supposed cheating and bribery. Jin Sung thinks to himself that he had assumed no one would believe such stories. The junior, having investigated, declares all of Jin Sung's feats true, admires his growth, and begs to follow him as his boss. Jin Sung grumbles while his own teammates ask who this strange admirer is. The first year realizes Jin Sung's group is the famous zombie horde and eagerly salutes them as well. Jin Sung's teammates misinterpret this as Jin Sung already recruiting the first years and praise his charisma, while he protests. Jin Sung addresses the junior by his mocking nickname, and questions his sudden change of attitude. He explains that serving him means joining the zombie horde and, by extension, the Ansungo club the junior had always despised. The junior humbly admits his judgment was awful and asks Jin Sung to guide him away from bad rumors. Jin Sung says if the junior is that sincere, he needs to obey Jin Sung's commands during the upcoming exercise. The junior enthusiastically agrees, promising that all first years under him will follow Jin Sung's orders. Jin Sung thinks this development is surprisingly favorable and accepts the junior as a temporary zombie horde member. Overjoyed, the junior thanks him and vows to deliver good results. With first years now added to his force, Jin Sung believes the battle might be winnable and plans to skew chances in their favor. Elsewhere, Kang Jin-no waits confidently in front of a container on the ruined battlefield. He narrows his eyes, focusing intensely. Surrounded by an ominous aura, Kang Jin-no stands ready as a formidable opponent. At command headquarters, Delta 1 contacts Alpha over radio. The staff confirms that Delta 1 has launched a preemptive strike and orders the operation to commence. Alpha struggles with a poor connection and repeatedly calls Delta 1 back. They suspect electromagnetic interference but find no machine issue just as strange sounds begin coming through. A voice jokingly mispronounces Delta 1 and asks if they can hear him. Someone deliberately flips the radio power, interrupting the original transmission. Alpha demands to know the new caller, who introduces himself as Private Park Jin-sung. The officer remembers Jin-sung as the one rumored to have falsely claimed victory against 200 people. Other staff speculate that Delta may first have rushed back using a speed Adea and joke about Heian-hai's skill if someone infiltrated the enemy camp alone. The radio suddenly blares Jin-sung screaming for help, yelling at his allies to run. Over the radio he shouts that a terrifying zombie is chasing him, shocking the command staff. The commander comments on the chaos at Jin-sung's end and decides they understand enough of the situation to consider sending backup. Another officer orders that assessing Delta 1's circumstances is top priority and instructs Bravo 2 to contact Delta 2 for confirmation. Bravo 2 calls Alpha, who responds and asks for the report. Reports come in that Bravo 1 is retreating under attack by Adeas on the left flank as well, which surprises command since Heian's third years supposedly have no strong users. The scene shifts to the ruins battlefield, where destruction marks the area. A blonde student sneers at the gathered enemy and activates his ability by touching a huge stone pillar. He announces he will finish things and begins lifting the massive pillar with glowing power. An info screen explains his Adea lets him freely extract and wield objects stuck in the ground as weightless weapons, size limited by his mental capacity. He swings the gigantic pillar like a club, trying to obliterate the opposing squad. The targeted students panic and shout for everyone to dodge as another swing comes. They flee desperately, noting that even with shield bracelets such a hit would send them straight to the hospital. After the assault, the blonde feels refreshed, and his ally points out how effective his Adea is on this battlefield. Another ally notes that although the map favors defense with hidden ruins, their strategy turned it into an offensive advantage. The blonde remarks he had been annoyed at being the only one sent to fight the third years, but is satisfied seeing 998 struggle, while being advised to speak more politely. Smirking, he decides to relax and watch how the seniors perform from here on. The armored Vice Squad leader powers up his shining armor, declaring it is time to prove the third year's worth. An info screen explains his armor boosts allies' fighting spirit and negates damage as long as he believes he can block the attack. He rallies Squadron 3's unit to fight their best even without their squad leader. Enemy soldiers see Heian-hai's advance party approaching and scramble into battle positions. The armored leader's brilliance blinds foes as he leaps into the fray. He lands a powerful strike on an enemy, sending him flying. Elsewhere, leaders order close combat squads to reinforce the line broken by Ansungo's squad. Ranged attackers are told to position behind Byung-jaeon's dungeon shelter to provide support. The vice leader commands his platoon and squad to adopt the third tactical formation. He urges everyone to show the cowardly 998 students the value of Heian-hai. A drone records as they are informed that 998 has already retreated to the next front line. The vice leader says they will realign their formation and advance to the next position. Before he can move, someone suddenly crashes down near him, startling him. A large enemy soldier sneers that retreating in the first battle is shameful. Calling them the Stepping Stone Squadron, he orders them to get out so the real Stepping Stone can be brought. He punches the vice leader while demanding the true Stepping Stone appear. The blow sends the vice leader hurtling and creates a huge explosion of debris. Teammates worry for the vice leader, but he emerges from the impact unhurt, stating that the attack cannot penetrate his armor. Kang Jin-no grins excitedly, saying it will be fun to keep hitting such durable armor. The vice leader acknowledges Kang Jin-no's aggression from reports and notes, bitterly, that he is oddly pretty for someone acting like a squid under a stepping stone. Kang Jin-no casually asks if she has a boyfriend, leering at her. She dismisses him, saying she can judge his worth simply by the way he talks. Ignoring his boasts about treating girlfriends well, she mutters that listening to his nonsense will rot her ears. She orders her teammates into battle formation to avenge their squad leader's defeat. Facing Kang Jin-no with her men, she tells them to know their place and fetch the Real Stepping Stone. Kang Jin-no says their arrogant attitude despite not being the best is starting to irritate him. His anger flares into a visible aura of heat that engulfs the area around them. An info screen reveals his Idea, neglected anger, converts his simmering rage into heat that grows stronger the longer he stays angry. The vice leader and allies cough in the scorching steam and decide to wait it out lest they get burned. Kang Ji-no mocks them for backing off from mere steam, saying their cowardice angers him further. When the steam vanishes, his enemies speculate the ability must have a cooldown. Two of them exchange a look, clearly considering their next move. The vice leader warns they should reassess the situation, but her allies rush to attack while thinking the steam needs time to recharge. They leap at Kang Ji-no, believing they can hurt him before he powers up again. He roars that their assumptions infuriate him and calls them squid bastards. He channels steam into his fists, preparing another devastating attack. His glowing fists tighten as he readies a powerful explosive strike. The concentrated heat erupts in a blinding explosion. The two attackers are left writhing in smoking craters, clutching their injured limbs. The vice leader realizes that even with protective bracelets the impact can break bones and that he condensed emitted steam into physical attacks. Recognizing the signs, she suddenly realizes Kang Ji-no is an extremely dangerous type who will relentlessly keep attacking. She orders all squad members to prioritize rescuing the injured, knowing he will attack regardless of their condition. Kang Ji-no scoffs that she intends to save the squids he just smashed. He hurls another blast of condensed steam with his fist and tells her to try her best to block it. She barely manages to block his heated blows with her shielded barrier as he presses in. Kang Ji-no taunts her again, suggesting she become his and making more lewd remarks while she ignores him. He yells that he had been going easy and now ramps up his assault with larger blasts. Her glowing armor radiates light as she withstands the ferocious barrage. Gritting her teeth, she orders the injured move to the rear and everyone else to prepare for battle while holding the line. Kang Ji-no, increasingly irritated, clutches his head and declares how annoyed he is. The vice leader, sweating, senses a dangerous shift in his aura. He towers over her in a murderous haze, asking if he should beat her to death. From above, we see Kang Ji-no surrounding her glowing barrier with waves of scorching steam while other students lie injured around them. She braces herself, determined to endure. Kang Ji-no complains about how absurdly tough her defense is as he keeps punching. The vice leader thinks one reckless opponent has incapacitated the third years and believes she must buy time for the evacuation. Kang Ji-no shouts that her constant blocking is infuriating and demands they bring on Sungo to face him instead. She retorts that he is not worthy of their captain's direct involvement. Enraged, he vows to tear her mouth apart and continues pounding on her barrier. A teammate shouts that the injured have been transported, letting her know the evacuation is complete. She smugly tells Kang Ji-no he is not worth any more of her time and announces she is leaving. Suddenly she notices something is wrong and looks down in confusion. Realizing her legs have been subtly dragged into the ground while she was stalling, she finds herself trapped inside her own barrier. Kang Ji-no toys with her, asking what will happen if he strikes her side now that she is stuck so deep. She strains to block incoming attacks from within the half-submerged barrier. She notes that being anchored makes it hard to maintain balance, and suspects she will soon be unable to keep the barrier up. Despite cracks appearing, she resolves internally that she can still maintain it. Kang Ji-no observes the splintering dome and remarks that it does, in fact, crack. Looming over her, he says everyone else has fled and addresses her mockingly as armor. He taunts her, wondering whether she will sink completely into the ground or whether he will shatter her barrier first. He demands she answer what she thinks while she panics, wondering what she can possibly do. As he berates her for ignoring him, something unexpected hurtles in from above. A massive column crashes down nearby, forcing Kang Ji-no to turn away from her barrier. The pillar impact sends debris flying between them, interrupting his assault. A distant ally yells for Armor Senior to escape quickly, and she recognizes the voice. Using the opening, she pulls free and lands away from the collapsing rocks. Kang Ji-no clicks his tongue, annoyed he nearly finished her off before the interruption. We see that Byun Jiang had hurled the giant pillar to smash the ground and free her. The dislodged column topples away, clearing enough space for her escape. She thanks Jiang for the rescue as dust settles around them. Jiang sheepishly admits he just flung whatever he could because things looked desperate, and that his hands hurt badly. She smiles, telling him he is the most valuable fighter on the left lane and should rest. He jokes that she is only stating the obvious. She remarks that he would be even more valuable if he improved his personality, then helps support his exhausted body. Teammates rush up asking if Juyi is alright. They see the lane blocked by fallen pillars and debate whether to regroup in the center or worry about 998 crossing the obstacle. Juyi explains that the blockage will likely deter Kang Ji-no, though it also ruins their original plan to break through the left lane. She reasons Kang Ji-no probably escaped the collapse given his physical prowess and must have moved elsewhere. When asked where he might go, she answers that if he noticed the squad leader absent from the front, there is only one place he would head. Both she and Jin-sung conclude that Kang Ji-no will go straight for the center. At the center, Jin-sung explains to a comrade that Kang Ji-no might target them since they appear to be the weakest remaining force. Jin-sung reasons that because their main strength went left, and Sungo is at the rear, Kang Ji-no will choose the centrally located route that lets him threaten both. His ally asks what Jin-sung plans to do next, noting they stalled the enemy with an ambush, but are now stuck in a stalemate after reinforcements arrived. Jin-sun watches the distant enemy line, thinking hard about their next move. The strategist asks Slit Eyes if he can break the stalemate and stop 998's reinforcements returning to the center using only first years. Slit Eyes confirms he will head to the center with the zombie horde if the first years can hold their line. The first year leader hesitates, thinking over this responsibility while watching his squad. He resolves that Squadron 1 will try to push the enemy back with their own strength, which reassures Slit Eyes. Watching his usually irresponsible friend take things so seriously, Slit Eyes decides he must also push himself and test his limits. Elsewhere, classmates discuss how Byung-jaeong spoke harshly of his squad leader, though one girl defends him. The Horned Swordswoman summarizes that their left lane plan failed and the center troops now decide victory, so they must collapse the cave before Kang Ji-no arrives. A group of 998 soldiers nervously prepare to face her. One orders Yuk Dango to use his Adea to neutralize her, but he panics and says he cannot. Dango explains that whenever he increases the weight with his Adea, her attacks shift and would cut through him due to the doubled load. The commander fears Kang Ji-no will kill them if he learns they were stalled by a single person. Someone reminds them this horned girl single-handedly defeated 200 of their center forces. Another voice explains that is normal because she is Heian High's strongest student, nicknamed the White Jade Goblin. Terrified, Dango suggests retreating until Ji-no arrives. Ji-no suddenly appears behind him, calling him a coward and startling the troops. Hearing Ji-no is already here, the horned girl is surprised, thinking he would take longer to reach the central lane. Ji-no confronts her, asking if she is the famous goblin. Remembering another boastful fighter she defeated, Ji-no scoffs at the idea of yet another, strongest, opponent. He charges at her with a fiery punch while she readies her sword. A flashback shows him deriding weaklings who brag about being the strongest. Ji-no's powerful strike clashes with her defense in a fiery explosion. She steadies herself downhill, realizing she actually got blown back despite blocking. From that blow she judges that Ji-no's combat ability is also A rank. Concluding she must stop holding back, she decides to use a trump card ability despite the cameras watching. Frosty armor materializes over her body. Fully armored in blue flames, she thinks she would be criticized more if she lost for not using this power. Ji-no mockingly asks if Heian High girls have a rule about wearing armor on the wall. Boasting, he claims he already crushed another shiny armored fighter earlier. She realizes he must mean her senior Jui. She launches herself forward in a powerful dash. Rushing in, she declares that while both sides wear armor, hers is on a whole different level. Ji-no laughs that no matter how special it is, armor still dents if he hits it. She calmly warns him again as she prepares to counter his next fiery punch. Using her cloak to intercept the blow, she surprises Ji-no when the attack fails to reach her. She then follows up with a sword strike that sends him flying back. Picking himself up, Ji-no admits her cape block and counterattack combo are impressive. She replies that this technique exists for her own purposes, not to entertain him. Irritated, Ji-no says she has a talent for infuriating people. Enraged, he shouts that she is driving him crazy as his flames surge higher. He unleashes a massive sweeping blast, daring her to block it with her cape. She analyzes the wide-range attack, realizing if she dodges it, the allies behind her will be hit. Resolving to protect them, she spreads her cloak and charges straight into the oncoming wave. Her cloak absorbs the explosion, shielding the area behind her. She comments that this bullying tactic might work on weaker third years, but not on her. Ji-no explodes in another insult, furious at being mocked. He continues attacking in a rage while she parries with her sword and cape. He roars that she should have just withdrawn and keeps hammering at her defenses. From the pattern, she deduces his Adea turns anger into endless energy, letting him attack without tiring. She reasons there are only two ways to deal with such power, either calm his rage or finish him with one decisive blow. Choosing the latter, she launches a coordinated assault aimed at ending the fight in a single strike. Ji-no is shocked when three goblin figures appear attacking at once. He manages to block the flurry of blows, barely holding his ground. Her voices and afterimages taunt that he is now possessed by a goblin. Watching from nearby, his subordinates are stunned that such an overwhelming fighter exists and nervously check on Ji-no. Ji-no angrily demands to know what happened to their prepared slide trap, while a subordinate argues it is too dangerous to deploy yet. Ji-no snaps, asking if they are ignoring him. Panicking, the subordinate agrees to contact the slide group immediately. Hearing this, the goblin girl repeats the phrase slide group in confusion. She narrows her eyes, realizing something about that plan. She thinks that for a long-range squad the cliff wall is too distant, then suddenly understands the slide-based strategy. The rock wall begins to reshape as part of the slide is formed. She recognizes the tactic as terrain manipulation using a nature-based Adea and worries that if it succeeds both center and rear positions will fall. Her ally in the center yells for everyone to rush to the cave entrance to prevent the enemy from capturing their rear. Watching enemies slide down the newly formed ramp at high speed, she realizes her side will be exhausted if they try to chase on foot. While she calculates, Ji-no leaps at her again, demanding she stop looking elsewhere and fight him. She responds by summoning multiple goblin clones to intercept him. Ji-no smashes through the clones with explosive force, calling her sloppy. She notes that his power seems weaker now, suspecting her armor drains a lot of her own energy over time. Jino points out that she is caught between him and the slide group behind, asking what she will do. She coldly observes that his face shows he cannot keep this up for more than a few minutes. She internally praises the military advisory squad's tactics and resolves to at least defeat Jino himself. Suddenly seeing new fighters arrive, she wonders who these crazy people are. Slit Eye's allies dramatically block the sliding enemies, declaring they will not let them pass. Relieved the zombie horde friends arrived, she jokes about those weaklings while assessing that she cannot interfere now. She warns Jino to speak carefully, explaining those newcomers are the friends of the boy first in line to be her potential husband. Jino scoffs at her talk of a husband, mocking her for playing house as a high schooler. Disgusted, he says he is done tolerating her. He adds that he initially spared her because she seemed decent, but now feels his time was wasted. From above, Slit Eyes calmly tells him that since he has nothing better to do, they should end things. A status screen displays Jino's Zendaya Neglected Anger, ranked A++, stage 3 unique, granting enhanced leg strength and high combat ability. The Goblin Girl senses the atmosphere shift from heat to chilling cold. Ice power erupts on the ground as someone new engages. The scene shows Jino's image behind her, revealing the icy presence is actually Slit Eyes confronting him. Jino attacks with a freezing high-speed kick, forcing her to reposition. She notes in surprise that he has switched from punches to kicks and that his speed and strength are far beyond before. She counters with her own sweeping slash along the cliff. Jino declares he will finish the fight quickly as his legs glow with cold energy. They clash again, icy slashes meeting his flaming power. Jino decides it is smarter to block her sword than to neutralize her cloak. She grits her teeth as another of his icy arcs rushes toward her. Acknowledging she still lacks mastery over her armor, she trusts that even if she leaves, their defenses will hold. Jino asks if she is surrendering or trying to flee, insisting he will not let her escape. She casually wonders who he thinks will stop her. She then begins stripping off the heavy armor, surrounding herself with blue flames. Her sword is wreathed in that blue fire, signifying her preparing a different technique. Standing in street clothes with energy raging upward, she announces that the overwhelming presence they all sense is simply her. Jino stares up at the gigantic energy column she just summoned. He scoffs that a big attack will not hit him, assuming he can dodge it. She counters that he has already seen this technique before and still has not learned. Multiple flaming clones raise their swords with her, amplifying the impending strike. Jino notices the entire ground glowing under him and realizes too late he is trapped. Observing, Slit Eyes notes he wondered why she was so confident, and now sees she had a hidden trump card. She yells for Jino to simply accept the blow and get hospitalized. The trio of clones fires converging beams of energy down the slope. The explosion engulfs the area as Jino screams. Afterward, she looks a bit uneasy, gauging the aftermath of her destructive strike. Her allies cheer that their mistress is amazing for taking out 998's ace and his men in a single move. She corrects them, explaining she actually failed to finish Jino. She reasons that if Jino had truly blocked the attack, his subordinates would not have been caught in the shockwave. She deduces Jino likely jumped off the cliff to save himself, relying on his steam and physical ability to survive the fall. Her allies criticize Jino as selfish, saying their own leader would have risked her life to protect them. She suddenly wonders aloud where the idiot ally is. Down below, Jino lands safely and notes how close he came to serious injury. He tells a subordinate that all he needs now is to smash the stepping stone kid and ring the bell as planned. Jino scolds Hikik for still loitering here instead of executing the plan, angry that his efforts to buy time were wasted. As they argue, Slit Eyes appears calmly sitting on a rock ledge and greets them. Slit Eyes remarks he had expected the training exercise to end before Jino even showed up. The two immediately trade blows, their energies colliding violently. Jino confirms he is facing the infamous F-Killer and asks if Slit Eyes is here to avenge the fallen. Stepping stones. Slit Eyes only grins and says maybe, while drawing his curved knife. Jino grudgingly praises his keen sense for detecting their cliffside infiltration, while Slit Eyes retorts that Jino is talking too much. Irritated, Jino's eye twitches as he silently fumes. He observes the drone will not film the bottom of the cliff and muses that killing Slit Eyes here and staging it as an accident might be convenient. Slit Eyes smiles coldly and invites him to try killing him if he can. Jino accepts, boosting his legs with steam as he rockets forward. He charges low at incredible speed, aiming a devastating attack straight at Slit Eyes. Slit Eyes casually leans aside, letting Jino's empowered fist graze the rock behind him. Using the opening, Slit Eyes counters with a strike that sends Jino flying. Jino recovers midair and attempts a powerful kick, which Slit Eyes blocks with his knife arm. Holding the knife embedded with Jino's energy, Slit Eyes mocks that Jino's real skill does not live up to his bravado. Furious, Jino curses him. Slit Eyes tells him to stop holding back and use his true hidden skill. Smirking darkly, Jino agrees and vows to make Slit Eyes regret provoking him. He announces to Hikik that he is activating Stage 4 of his Zendaya and orders everyone else to clear out, despite regulations. Jino declares that this opponent is more than a mere stepping stone, so he will act first and justify it later. Hearing he will use stage 4, his own teammates panic and start fleeing so they are not caught in the blast. Slit Eyes politely asks 998's members that if they are running away, they should head in a particular direction. He specifies that the path he indicates leads straight toward their rearguard, adding that if they refuse, they can simply stay and fight him. Terrified, they immediately choose to run the way he suggested. Gino tells Slit Eyes he does not know what scheme is being set up, but warns that it is already too late and challenges him to survive. His eyes glow violently purple as he begins to lose himself to rage. Gino erupts in a massive screaming surge of purple energy, fully entering stage 4 insanity. Another status screen explains that neglected anger stage 4 doubles a year's worth of growth by turning explosive rage into overwhelming power. A vortex of purple steam swirls around Gino as Slit Eyes faces him from outside the aura. It is clarified that opponents with weaker emotions cannot touch this energy, and that in stage 4 the user is possessed by rage and loses their memory. Feeling the pressure, Slit Eyes grimaces and tightens his grip on the knife. Gino, now laughing maniacally under the energy's influence, rushes at him. Cloaked in purple steam, Gino unleashes a towering vertical kick towards Slit Eyes. Slit Eyes blocks with his knife but is still driven back by the impact. The empowered kick detonates on the ground beside Slit Eyes, sending out a violent shockwave as their climactic battle truly begins. The protagonist notes that his opponent's attack power has drastically increased as they clash. The masked fighter, wreathed in purple energy, charges and laughing maniacally at the protagonist. They meet in close combat, purple energy surrounding the masked man as the protagonist strikes with his dagger. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts, obliterating part of the terrain. Another trainee is blown back by the shockwave and coughs in pain. The crazed, purple-glowing fighter rises from the rubble, laughing. He unleashes swirling purple tendrils across the ground toward the protagonist. As the purple energy coils around him, the protagonist realizes he is being bound and restrained. The masked fighter revels in his power, gathering more purple energy in his fist. He fires a gigantic purple blast that sends the protagonist hurtling away. Dust clouds fill the canyon after the devastating attack. Bruised but alive, the protagonist analyzes the enemy's energy as a tangible, troublesome force that would have overwhelmed Sion if used earlier. The purple-clad assailant screams and advances again, while the protagonist watches from down the ravine. The protagonist reflects that Kong Ji-no normally enjoys consciously dominating foes with violence, and would hate fighting in this mindless state. Despite this, the protagonist is pleased that Ji-no has become a worthy rival for the upcoming midterm evaluations. The protagonist ignites his own red aura around his dagger as he faces the purple-clad Ji-no. Smiling darkly, he lets out a sinister chuckle as his red energy builds. He slashes in a wide, red-tinted arc, fully embracing his bloodlust. Surrounded by red mist, he exults that he has finally found someone strong enough to play with and invites Ji-no to join him. Elsewhere, a squad of trainees rushes uphill, urging each other to finish quickly before Ji-no suffers side effects from using stage 4. As they run, one remarks how strange it is that they have not encountered any defenders, suspecting a bizarrely bad strategy. They then spot on Sungo calmly guarding a gate ahead, surprising them. Sungo, having heard no report of a breakthrough, deduces that Team 998 must have used a hidden passage. The attackers recognize him as Sungo, suspect he is the rear guard ace, and order their radar user to scan for an ambush. Sungo claims he is alone with no ambush, which the others immediately doubt. He calmly says they may believe what they want while readying himself for battle. Sungo reveals he has been waiting specifically for Yuk Dango to arrive. The radar confirms no one else is nearby, and Dango becomes confident he can beat Sungo one-on-one. Sungo vows to personally capture Dango. Sungo dashes in with a blinding burst of energy, striking before the enemy can react. Moments later, Sungo stands amid unconscious foes, leaving only Dango on his feet. Dango insists that although Sungo defeated his allies, Sungo cannot beat him and that the dagger user should have guarded the base instead. Hearing about the dagger user, Sungo realizes who must be fighting elsewhere. Dango declares that if he beats Sungo, his team will win, revealing that the current plan hinges on Sungo's defeat. Dango activates his Idea, shouting that he is not the only one gaining weight as his body swells with power. A system-like description explains Dango's Idea, which drastically multiplies both users' weight and that of the opponent's equipment. Despite Dango's increased mass, Sungo grabs and throws him overhead with a powerful technique. Suspended in the air, Dango is shocked that Sungo can lift him despite the Idea. Sungo recalls that Dango once defeated him, and that he has long pondered the reason for that loss. He remembers lying in bed after that defeat, questioning whether fatigue or a bad matchup caused it. He rejects those excuses, realizing they are not the real reason. Sungo clenches his fist and firmly denies each excuse. He concludes that he simply was not strong enough back then. Now, with renewed strength, he hoists the massive Dango high above his head. Dango panics as he feels himself being lifted, insisting this should be impossible given his Idea. Sungo's eyes glow with blue power as he exerts his full strength. He slams Dango violently into the ground, unleashing a huge impact. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jin-no and the protagonist continue their distant standoff, purple and red energies flaring. The protagonist laughs ominously as his red aura intensifies. He thinks he should hold back but struggles with that impulse while facing the berserk Jin-no. Admitting to himself that he cannot restrain his killing intent, his eye glows red behind his hand. He rockets forward in a red blur toward Jin-no and another fighter. A tremendous clash erupts, purple energy colliding with the protagonist's charge. The attack detonates against the cliffside, shaking the surroundings. Jin-no snarls through the smoke, his purple aura raging. He screams and releases even more rampant purple energy around himself. The protagonist, grinning, acknowledges that he indeed cannot hold back. He coldly states that if he restrains himself he will not be able to kill Jin-no. He swings his dagger, sending a deadly red slash across the ground. Jin-no counters with a wide purple blast that surges to meet the red attack. Their powers collide as they charge straight at each other, both delighted by the deadly contest. The collision explodes in a blinding burst visible across the canyon. The blast launches Jin-no high into the sky, trailing purple energy. While airborne, Jin-no roars in fury, his body covered in glowing wounds. Suspended above, he gathers an enormous column of purple power for a finishing strike. That colossal beam slams down toward the ground. The purple torrent pulverizes the cliff face, sending shards and energy everywhere. From below, the protagonist tracks Jin-no's movements as the purple streaks cross the sky. The protagonist smirks confidently, unafraid of the spectacle. Jin-no screams as his energy falters, and he is suddenly struck by a red projectile. Face to face midair, the protagonist taunts Jin-no, wondering what he can do without being killed. Jin-no crashes into the canyon wall with another explosive impact. He lies crumpled in a smoking crater, barely conscious. Looking down at the recovering Jin-no, the protagonist approaches from the rim of the crater. He blandly asks if Jin-no is already finished and calls the fight boring. Jin-no looks up in mute shock, his rage replaced by fear. Standing over him, the protagonist mocks him to keep screaming ack and questions why he has stopped. He notes that Jin-no can no longer summon his pink cloud, unlike earlier, as he raises his dagger. With glowing red eyes, the protagonist smiles and announces that he will end this. He grips the dagger tightly, preparing the decisive blow. Jin-no raises his arms defensively, terrified by the incoming strike. Another shockwave of pink energy erupts, ending the violent exchange. In the aftermath, Jin-no and Seun lie unconscious together in the newly formed pit. The protagonist, holding his dagger, comments with relief that he finally managed to dispel Jin-no's idea. He admits he cannot remove Jin-no's idea while Jin-no is excited and says that without Jin-no losing his will to fight, the bout would have been fatal. Jin-no wakes up confused and surprised by his state. Seeing his injuries and inactive idea, he panics and demands to know what happened. The protagonist asks if Jin-no loses his memories in Stage 4 and says he envies that, since he always remembers his own shameful past. Jin-no recalls rumors that the protagonist once defeated on Sungo and brings it up. The protagonist says he had anticipated an enjoyable fight because of that reputation, but is ultimately disappointed in Jin-no's performance. Jin-no angrily refuses to be compared to weaker students Sungo used as stepping stones, yet his body trembles uncontrollably as buried fear surfaces. The protagonist notes the trembling and concludes Jin-no's instincts remember the beating despite his memory loss. Deciding his job here is done, the protagonist tells Jin-no to go fulfill his own objective. Jin-no, gritting his teeth, prepares to move despite the pain. He runs off, vowing that the protagonist will regret sparing him and calling him a killer. The protagonist smiles faintly and doubts such regret will ever come. Jin-no sprints along the cliff path toward the base entrance. Reaching the top, he finds Sungo standing there waiting. Sungo, thinking to himself, leaves the task of defeating Jin-no to his own role as senior. Jin-no, seeing his ally Hik defeated, demands to know what Sungo has done. Sungo calmly explains that he fought Yuk-dango and won. Jin-no refuses to believe Hik could lose and accuses Sungo of using tricks. Sungo replies that he used no trick and was simply stronger than Dango today. Furious, Jin-no assumes Sungo is bluffing and believes Hik must have slipped up. He taunts Sungo for having a useless arm and asks how Sungo can possibly stop him now. Jin-no charges again, boasting that Sungo still cannot defeat him. Sungo admits that fighting Jin-no in his injured state is difficult. Jin-no notices Sungo's weighted vest and suspiciously questions it. Sungo reveals it is a sand-weighted training vest he has been wearing during the fight. Jin-no scoffs that removing it will hardly matter as the heavy vest falls to the ground. Hearing the loud thud, Jin-no realizes how heavy it was and grasps that Sungo endured Hik's weight increasing a day while wearing it. Sungo says that since both of them are injured, they can consider the conditions equal now as blue energy gathers around him. He then blitzes forward, slamming a glowing fist into Jin-no mid-sentence. Jin-no's eyes widen in shock as he is overwhelmed by Sungo's sudden acceleration. Sungo sends Jin-no flying into the wall with a powerful strike, making him cry out. Jin-no scrambles along the sloped ground, thinking that Sungo is testing his limits. Sungo's glowing foot slams down, cracking the ground as he continues his assault. Jin-no launches a lethal kick, screaming for the stepping stone to die. Sungo meets the kick head-on and a massive blue explosion erupts from the impact point. Holding Jin-no by the clothes, Sungo muses that he has wondered why Jin-no hid during the alley attack instead of acting personally. With this clash he understands. He improved greatly over 3 years while Jin-no has not advanced much since then. Jin-no grits his teeth, asking if Sungo is implying he stayed out of that incident because he was afraid. Enraged, Jin-no lets purple energy surge again, furious that a mere stepping stone would say such a thing. Sungo braces himself as Jin-no's renewed purple aura rushes at him. Jin-no hurls another massive purple blast, shaking the cliff. The canyon wall cracks from the ferocity of their exchange. Sungo analyzes Jin-no's Idea as a technique that sacrifices consciousness for explosive strength. As Jin-no charges screaming, Sungo says Jin-no is mistaken about their matchup. He reminds Jin-no that he specializes in a fighting style Jin-no should already know well. Sungo grips Jin-no's arm at the last moment, turning his momentum. Using that momentum, Sungo flips Jin-no and smashes him violently into the ground again. Jin-no coughs blood as he hits the wall, completely overwhelmed. Sungo explains that his judo-based style uses the opponent's strength against them, making a mindless, strength-only fighter like Jin-no the easiest kind of target. Standing over the defeated Jin-no, Sungo declares his victory and laments how anticlimactic the result is. He then announces that since the fight is over, the hidden observer Park Jin-sung should stop hiding and come out. Jin-sung cheerfully emerges, praising Sungo and asking when he spotted him. Sungo asks what the ultimate goal of Jin-sung's strategy is. Jin-sung says Sungo was meant to provoke Team 998's strongest member into overreacting. Sungo notes that Jin-sung already knew he would refuse certain orders, and Jin-sung confirms this was expected. Sungo explains that under training rules, his injured arm technically eliminates him, so if Jin-no had arrived with his bracelet intact, Sungo would have been forced to let him pass. Therefore Sungo will now retreat and leaves the rest of the operation to Jin-sung. Smiling, he tells Jin-sung to finish the remaining fight. Jin-sung jokingly salutes and promises to wrap things up quickly before returning. On another front, Jin-sung's squad pushes through enemies in melee combat. 2 of his subordinates, eyes glowing, cackle that they will keep attacking until every opponent collapses. An opposing leader curses the lack of time and urges his team to wipe out these tireless foes so only weaker enemies remain. He rallies his side with a shout to charge. Jin-sung suddenly appears behind him, calling him a small fry now that the real threats are gone. Seeing their captain arrive, Jin-sung's teammates shout joyfully and welcome him. Jin-sung praises his squad nicknamed Zombie Horde for holding out this long. He asks his teammates for a status update, and hears their leader has retreated but if they endure 30 more minutes they win. Jin-sung doubts they can just endure and wonders if they can instead break through the enemy in that time. He reminds his friends that Sungo told them to finish the battle, though they think that is too difficult. Jin-sung analyzes that with unlimited time breaking through would be possible, but with only 30 minutes it is hard. He reflects that without using murderous intent they might fail, so he decides to focus only on what is realistically possible. Weighing options, he thinks about extending his control range or boosting his speed with his legs. He also considers using his left arm to increase raw power. Rejecting those ideas, he concludes what he needs most right now is something else. Jin-sung activates his ability, gaining eyes that can read and analyze the battle. A system explanation describes his ability Partial Murder, which lets him see an opponent's vital points and a difficult method to defeat them. On the opposing side, students note that Heian's squad is staying put and speculate whether they can last 30 minutes. Convinced they will lose since they cannot contact their key fighters, 2 enemies decide to just avoid danger until one spots someone charging toward them. One of them wonders who would be reckless enough to rush alone. The charging figure with terrifying red eyes shocks them as they exclaim about how crazy he looks. Elsewhere, 2 elders quietly watch the battle on a large screen. The older man asks the other for his opinion of Jin-sung. The younger man confidently declares he is sure he will win. He analyzes that Jin-sung fundamentally uses a sword and asserts there is no way he will lose. The elder says that level of confidence is the minimum for entrusting his granddaughter, criticizing Jin-sung's incomplete sword path and armor. He adds that the Kim family's treasured sword White Jade Goblin does not suit someone like Jin-sung. The younger man tells the elder not to worry about that. The match ends with an announcement that Class 998's container has been captured and Heian's special training squad has won. Jin-sung lifts the flag, smiling in satisfaction at their victory. The younger man vows to take responsibility for Miss Seon. A narration recounts that Class 998 once ambushed Heian's strongest student Sungo. A flashback shows Sungo bloodied on the ground after being beaten by delinquents. The narration continues that this incident led to a large-scale, but supposedly friendly mock counter-infiltration exercise. It introduces Byun-jaeong, who excelled on the left route thanks to his powerful idea. It highlights Jui, who exposed the enemy's trickery and led the squad with her strong defenses. It credits the low-ranked first years with slit eyes who still managed to slow the enemy's advance. It then showcases Kim Seon, vividly demonstrating the might of the White Jade Goblin. Sungo later took revenge and reclaimed the title of strongest high schooler in Korea. With triple the power gap, Heian achieved a complete victory, but public attention focused on something else. People became fascinated by the so-called Zombie Horde, a group of low D+ rankers who had been dismissed as bottom feeders. Among them, F-rank Jin-sung gained the notorious title F-killer. Narration notes that despite being F-rank he single-handedly broke through hundreds of B-rank students, delighting his celebrating squadmates. Watching him raise the victory flag inspires previously discouraged low-rank students. Back at school, Jin-sung endures an overenthusiastic principal laughing and patting his shoulders. The principal loudly presents Corporal Park Jin-sung as the school's pride and award recipient, while Jin-sung feels awkward. Narration criticizes this principal for discriminating by a Dea rank yet exploiting such moments for appearances. It explains that Jin-sung's success sparked a new exercise craze at Heian's special training school. As a result, the HT club that began the boom gained heightened prominence. We see on Sungo proudly observing, surrounded by new applicants drawn by Jin-sung's example. Sungo smugly credits lovable Park Jin-sung for this surge in membership. Walking with Seyun, Jin-sung laments that he just wanted a quiet life, while Seyun jokes that the next step is for Jin-sung to marry him. Jin-sung incredulously asks how their conversation suddenly turned into marriage talk. Seyun teasingly promises to treat him well and suggests they live together while hiding from reporters. Jin-sung grumbles that he does not want to be beaten, while Seyun mock threatens to kill him if he refuses. Their bickering stops when students recognize senior Park Jin-sung. Onlookers excitedly shout that the F-Killer and the White Jade Goblin are together. Seyun mourns the loss of training time but happily remarks that her popular hubby is surrounded by fans. Later, two boys call out to Jin-sung and ask if he also tried for the HT club. They admit they did but messed up the test. The red-haired boy confesses he was confident yet collapsed before the second cycle, realizing Jin-sung must have trained incredibly hard to pass in one try. Both boys bow deeply and apologize to Jin-sung. The former bully sincerely asks forgiveness, saying they want to change like him and begs for a chance. They vow to attempt the test again and, even offering themselves up for payback, plead for Jin-sung to teach them how to train. Jin-sung agrees, surprising them with his acceptance. With a sinister smile, he says he will personally train them and that they will work hard together. Terrified classmates note that senior Jin-sung is smiling, which only frightens them more. The two apologize again and call him crazy as they flee while Jin-sung wonders why his smile scares them. A chibi Seyun hugs Jin-sung and insists that since everyone else ran away, he should just give up and be her husband. While they joke around, a girl timidly approaches and calls out to senior Jin-sung. Jin-sung, surprised someone is still there, asks what is up as the girl nervously inquires about his relationship with senior Seyun. He laughs off the misunderstanding, saying Seyun is only teasing him and they are not dating, which relieves the girl. Seyun's eyes flash with electricity as she overhears this. Just as the girl begins to confess, Seyun slaps Jin-sung away mid-sentence, making him scream. Seyun cheerfully claims the loser is busy and suggests the girl wait until next time, while roughly grabbing Jin-sung's head. The girl bursts into tears, saying Seyun is mean because she sees Jin-sung every day whereas the girl gathered courage to confess today. Seyun is taken aback by her emotional outburst. He quietly admits fault and reaches out to her in apology. Seyun then tells Jin-sung she has something to say to him and quickly excuses herself so they can talk alone. Left together, the girl calls out senior Jin-sung again while he wonders what is wrong with Seyun. Flustered, Jin-sung asks the girl what she wanted. Instead of confessing, she yells at him to chase after Seyun and not just stand there. Confused, Jin-sung runs, wondering why one told him to stay while the other orders him to follow Seyun. The girl sadly thinks that despite his words, his expression shows feelings for Seyun and calls Seyun a meanie. The scene shifts as someone addresses the commander in another location. In the gym, a teammate nervously asks Jin-sung why Seyun, their mistress, is so frightening. Jin-sung recalls following Seyun then, only to face her massive spirit manifestation and still not understand her anger. Later he confronts Seyun directly, asking why she acted like that and why she ignored the cute junior. Jin-sung complains that it is a shame he could not talk properly with a cute girl. Seyun, darkly transformed, repeats his words about the cute girl and shame, intimidating him. He angrily asks why Jin-sung did not just accept the girl's confession, while Jin-sung insists such things do not happen to him. Seyun retorts that she basically confesses to him every day and wonders why he ignores it. She dramatically describes herself as attractive, sexy, cute, strong, and the best husband material. Jin-sung assumes Seyun is back to normal teasing and tries to leave for training, provoking another enraged outburst. Back with his squad, Jin-sung sighs that he still does not know why Seyun is like that, and his friends bluntly say it is entirely his fault. Suddenly Seyun checks a message from her grandfather, and wonders anxiously what he wants now. Whatever she reads shocks her so much she yells in disbelief. Rushing over, she exclaims that someone is coming. Panicking, Seyun asks Jin-sung if he lives alone and begs to stay at his place for a while. His stunned teammates freeze mid-workout at this sudden request. Jin-sung points out he only has one bed. The others react even more dramatically, while Seyun blushes. Seyun then asks for Jin-sung's help, saying a strange person will soon come looking for her. That very person, Pecht, appears behind her and dryly calls being labeled strange harsh. Seyun hides behind Jin-sung, insisting she did not mean it, while Pecht comments that he is sad she is hiding behind another man. Pecht recognizes Jin-sung by name and says he came to fetch Seyun but is glad to meet him as well. Jin-sung, surprised, asks if Pecht knows him while Seyun trembles behind his back. Pecht introduces himself formally, saying he heard much about Jin-sung from the White Jade clan. Narrowing his eyes, Pecht prepares to explain why he came. He apologetically asks if Jin Sung would be willing to spar with him despite this being their first meeting. Pact repeats his request directly to Jin Sung, who is confused at being chosen. Onlookers recognize Pact as the famed European Youth Tournament champion and wonder why he is wearing their school uniform. Jin Sung, sensing Pact's fame, is puzzled by Seyun's terrified reaction and assumes Pact is her friend, which she vehemently denies. Seyun whispers that Pact is like an assassin her family sent after her. Jin Sung suggests they calmly talk instead of fight, but Pact insists he really wants to spar with him. Pact explains he came to escort Seyun, but is more interested in testing himself against Jin Sung. Other students gather, asking what is happening as An Sungo approaches the commotion. Sungo walks into the gym and recognizes Pact. Pact politely greets Sungo as An Sungo of Korea, introducing himself as Bratislava Pact from Slovakia, and is honored Sungo knows him. Sungo asks what Pact wants. Pact says he wishes to challenge the HT squad's interim leader, which Jin Sung only now learns is him. Pact reiterates to Sungo that he wants to spar with Jin Sung using Idea, noting he needs superior permission to use powers inside the battalion. Pact remarks that this battalion already has a monstrous superior named An Sungo. Sungo thinks for a moment, then proposes a way to settle the match. He grabs both their wrists, setting up the conditions of a contest. Sungo declares they will compete in a one-arm wrestling match. Pact laughs, praising Sungo's cleverness for suggesting such a simple test. Sungo confirms both competitors agree to the contest. He privately tells Jin Sung he must win because the HT club's honor is at stake, which makes Jin Sung nervous about the stakes. Seyun yanks Jin Sung's ear painfully. She glares and orders him to win, no matter what. Jin Sung senses trouble but resigns himself as Pact cheerfully says he will be in Jin Sung's care. Pact calls out to Miss Seyun. He declares he will definitely win for her sake and asks her to watch him, acting gallant. Seyun is horrified and flustered by his words. Sungo announces the start of the one-round match and asks if they are ready. Pact vows to show Miss Seyun his skill, while Jin Sung sighs. Sungo taps a timer app and signals the beginning. Pact immediately lunges in, attacking as soon as the match starts. Their clash unleashes a powerful shockwave that blasts through the gym. Jin Sung is pushed back and notes that Pact is incredibly fast and sharp. Pact calmly asks Jin Sung whether he believes in overwhelming talent. Jin Sung, struggling, wonders why Pact is making this so serious, while Pact asserts that talent clearly exists and shows even in a contest like this. Jin Sung asks if Pact also believes souls have different leagues or tiers. Pact clarifies he does not think low Idea automatically means someone is weak. However, he adds that elites are undeniably in a class of their own as he blasts Jin Sung with more force. Feeling slighted by that remark, Jin Sung vows internally that he absolutely cannot lose. Pact starts to command Jin Sung to lose but is shocked as Jin Sung's red energy overwhelms his arm. Jin Sung's power erupts, violently driving Pact back in a crimson explosion. Pact strains against the attack and gasps at how strong Jin Sung is. Surrounded by dark red energy, Jin Sung coolly notes that Pact withstood his blow. Pact, horrified by the filthy aura, realizes this terrifying energy belongs to Jin Sung, who warns that if Pact does not move his legs his hand will be ruined. Pact braces himself, unleashing shining blue energy to resist. Sungo intervenes and orders both of them to stop before the situation escalates. He tells them it would be troublesome if they got truly serious, effectively ending the match. Pact, still shaken, asks if this overwhelming power is really Jin Sung's idea. Jin Sung simply smirks with glowing red eyes, leaving the answer hanging. Bratislava Pact senses that the dirty energy he felt is not ordinary swordsmanship and asks if they should settle the match differently. Remembering the tainted power, Pact decides it is an energy he refuses to absorb. He ends the confrontation, leaving the others groaning behind him. As he walks away, someone calls out to him by full name to stop him. An Sungo asks Pact if he has any place to train while in Korea. Pact admits he does not, and wonders if Sungo is inviting him into his squad. Sungo clarifies he only offers Pact free use of the HT Club's training facilities whenever he wishes. Pact thanks him but jokingly questions whether he looks like someone who needs weight training. Sungo explains that, though the public sees Pact as a peak genius with great idea and combat sense, he believes Pact still needs hard work more than muscle training. Sungo recalls firmly gripping Pact's arm during their previous bout. He tells Pact that even geniuses must strive, adding that he likes to see anyone work hard. As Pact departs, he remarks that Sungo is more interesting than he expected. Pact smiles to himself, thinking that coming to Korea was a good decision. Later in Class 210, someone asks Miss Seyun a question about the national value of an awakened person with high-ranked Idea. Seyun is being peppered with heavy theoretical questions just as their strict instructor approaches, making her nervous. The instructor laughs and tries to move Seyun, telling Pact that Jin Sung needs that seat. Jin Sung insists he is fine and plans to exercise instead, while Seyun flusters at the pressure. Seyun, remembering Jin Sung's ferocity with glowing blue power, calls him Mr. Excessive. Jin Sung returns and politely demands his seat back, while Pact teases him for not going to exercise as he said. Pact feigns confusion and asks Seyun to back him up, further annoying her. Frustrated, Seyun yells at Pact to stop being cringy and move before she beats him, while Jin Sung just wants to go train. An announcement summons Corporal Kim Seyun to the military doctor's office, startling her. Relieved by the summons, Seyun feels like she has been saved from the awkward situation. She quickly excuses herself, saying the military doctor called, and dashes out of the classroom. After she leaves, Jin-sung sighs about going to exercise when Paek asks if they can talk privately. Jin-sung reluctantly gives up on training for now and prepares to listen. Seyun arrives at the medical office and begins to ask why the doctor called her. The cheerful military doctor apologizes for calling her during lunch and proposes they talk over a towering plate of donuts. Seyun eyes the pile of dessert nervously, repeating the word as if in disbelief. Sitting down, she is urged to eat the donuts, awkwardly thanking the doctor. The doctor says Seyun can ask for more if that is not enough, hinting she has extra. Seyun hesitantly asks if the doctor usually eats this much. The doctor laughs, claiming she bought that amount because Seyun is joining and that she alone normally eats 3 dozen. After some small talk, the doctor becomes serious and prepares to broach the real topic. She asks Seyun if she has considered the offer that was mentioned before. Seyun apologizes, saying the scouting proposal has put a lot of pressure on her, while the doctor insists she should be the one bowing to Seyun. Feeling unworthy, Seyun says the recommendation is too great for someone like her. The doctor insists Seyun is destined to become a great master and begins to lay out her proposal. She formally invites Seyun to join the Maestry organization. The narration explains Maestry as a South Korean group of elite masters that only accepts the best in each field. It contrasts Maestry with the white Jade Kim family, another masters group focused on creating combat units through their secret techniques. Maestry is said to recruit talented individuals from all over the nation. The group is described as an elite special force formed by Lee X-Ian, containing top masters ready for national crises. The narration concludes that this is what Maestry is. Back in the office, the doctor repeats her offer, assuring Seyun that joining Maestry will make her a great master. Seyun demurs again, saying she is just an inadequate swordsman. The doctor clarifies she evaluated Seyun mainly as a defense and fortification specialist, believing those talents outshine her swordsmanship. Seyun insists she must succeed specifically as a swordsman, and the doctor recalls her earlier consultation about the aura plate. The doctor says Maestry can guarantee Seyun's growth if she wishes to accept their help. Seyun stubbornly states that, as a sword-related goblin, she is obligated to become an excellent swordsman. The doctor replies that they are not trying to divert her from swordsmanship, arguing that excelling in both attack and defense would only help her. Internally, Seyun concludes that the doctor still does not grasp her worries. She reflects on her childhood, wishing she had no talent for techniques that hurt others and never wanting to become the best at killing. Yet, despite trying to avoid it, her idea only grew stronger, and her teachers complained that she kept ditching practice. Eventually her swordsmanship reached the level of an aura expert. Seyun starts to confess more to the doctor, who instead assumes Seyun is simply concerned about her extraordinary family, the white Jade Kim clan. The doctor suggests that secretly joining Maestry could be thrilling and says Seyun could always leave after gaining what she needs. Seyun notes that this doctor is herself a Maestry-affiliated master of extremely high caliber. She reasons that masters like the doctor have strong ambition and self-esteem, so it is hard for them to understand someone like her who lacks such desire. Seyun wonders if ideas are truly unchangeable and imagines how Jin-sung would respond, then apologetically asks for more time to think. Remembering Jin-sung's struggles to control his supposedly worthless idea, Seyun recalls how he fought relentlessly against a power that tried to consume him. She remembers her joy when her aura plate first manifested, unlike Jin-sung's troubled beginning. Watching Kang Ji-no charge down a cliff, she realized her defensive aura alone would not suffice. Using her aura offensively in that battle, she both repelled Kang Ji-no and halted Monster 998's advance. Now she worries that if even top Korean masters cannot guide her away from harming others, further defensive training might still lead back to violence. Standing alone in the hallway, Seyun admits she feels lost and unsure how to proceed. Outside, Paek asks Jin-sung to give up on Seyun, saying she does not belong with him. Jin-sung, confused, wonders how he can relinquish something he never possessed to begin with. Paek acknowledges Jin-sung's strength but insists a person of Seyun's stature should not remain close to someone like him. Jin-sung counters that Paek is misunderstanding Seyun's behavior toward him. Paek insists that elites follow their own paths, implying Jin-sung cannot walk alongside her. He adds that Jin-sung's way of life cannot bring Seyun happiness. Jin-sung sighs, says he now understands Paek's elitist thinking, and that he should have realized it as soon as talents were mentioned. The two men glare at each other, their ideological clash sharpening. Narration contrasts them. Paek values talent above the person, while Jin-sung believes the person's will matters more than talent. Jin-sung asks if Paek truly believes souls differ in worth, to which Paek confidently agrees. Jin-sung presses what those in lower leagues should do, questioning if they are meant to live mediocre lives. Paek answers with his creed of noblesse oblige, saying the powerful bear obligations. He claims that elites like Seyun will take care of the lesser people. Jin-sung rejects that as insufficient. He insists souls cannot be graded and refuses to let ranking systems dictate someone's future. Approaching Paek, Jin-sung says talentless people like himself have no right to mold Seyun and tells Paek not to limit others. Stomping forward, Jin-sung argues that even if Paek thinks Sadea defines a life, he cannot force that view on Seyun. He says Paek especially should not constrain Seyun, who is striving to change by her own will. Peck counters that someone with noble talents like Siyun must fulfill her duty. Jin Sung angrily asks if that means ignoring her personal desires. Peck criticizes the direction Siyun's aura plate has taken, saying her talent should not be used that way. Jin Sung declares Siyun's life is her own and that, even with a swordsman's idea, choosing to fight or cook is entirely her decision. Peck insists talent is fixed from birth, and that Siyun was chosen to become the greatest swordsman. Jin Sung admits the two of them are fundamentally incompatible, something he sensed from Peck's earlier video. He warns Peck again that souls cannot be divided into leagues. Peck notes Jin Sung is now dropping his rank and tells him to brace himself. Peck repeats that Jin Sung is strong but still incomplete and will struggle to ever match the truly gifted. Jin Sung summons his red dagger Adea, observing that Peck has not fully activated his own power yet. He concludes Peck is overconfident and prepares to exploit that. Lunging in, Jin Sung tells Peck to witness his conviction with that so-called elite pride. Peck, surprised, calls Jin Sung's name as the attack closes in. Peck reacts with a burst of blue energy, clashing powerfully with Jin Sung's strike. Holding the dagger's blade, Peck asks if Jin Sung is joking and wonders where the lethal intent he saw before has gone. He taunts Jin Sung for thinking he could win without fully using his abilities. Peck easily throws Jin Sung back with his superior strength. Jin Sung realizes, shocked, that Peck physically overpowered him. Peck notes Jin Sung struck with the dagger's hilt instead of its edge, calling him soft and warning he will be hurt if he keeps holding back. After a pause, Peck admits he did not expect Jin Sung's physical abilities to be so good for someone who seems to avoid serious training. Jin Sung, annoyed as Peck attributes it again to talent, calls him unlikable. Assessing the situation, Jin Sung recognizes that Peck holds the advantage in raw physical power. Jin Sung plants his foot, readying for a faster, more serious assault. He charges in with twin dagger slashes, while Peck comments that Jin Sung should not complain even if he ends up in the infirmary, pleased that Jin Sung is finally going all out. As they trade blows, Peck evaluates that Jin Sung's D-rank power is producing B-rank firepower, explaining Siyun's fascination. Jin Sung sees an opening and decides this is his chance. He leaps with a powerful overhead strike, promising to escort Peck straight to the nurse's office if he falls. Peck meets the charge calmly, saying there is no need for that as he counters with his own aura. He reveals a glowing sword Adea, explaining he had hoped to see Jin Sung use the same power he showed in the gymnasium. Since Jin Sung refuses to reveal it, Peck decides to finish the match himself. From above, the two clash fiercely, red dagger against blue sword. Peck asks if Jin Sung still intends to hide his full strength while their auras collide. Jin Sung thinks in frustration that Peck is perfectly parrying every attack and recognizes the style of swordplay. Peck, disappointed that Jin Sung will not go all out, raises his sword for a decisive blow. A massive blue slash sends Jin Sung skidding helplessly across the rooftop. Jin Sung realizes Peck is deliberately mimicking his own attack patterns and has the talent to copy techniques instantly. Peck reminds him that he wanted this over quickly. Jin Sung admits his plan of winning with only the dagger has failed. Smiling darkly, he activates his murderous aura, calling the situation unfortunate for Peck. Peck's eyes widen as he senses the change. Seeing Jin Sung's resolve, Peck readies his blade, saying it seems Jin Sung has finally made up his mind. A system-like explanation describes Jin Sung's partial murder-malignant aura, which triggers a killing intent ability in his eyes that weakens sensitive opponents' resolve. Peck notes that this time the aura feels far more spiteful than before. Jin Sung retorts that Peck is the spiteful one for copying his fighting style. Peck says he did it only to provoke Jin Sung into getting serious, which Jin Sung calls an arrogant assumption. Peck asks if he truly appears arrogant, standing proudly with his glowing sword. Another explanation box details Peck's Adea Calibalg, an A+ rank legendary sword themed after an Irish myth and nicknamed the Devourer of Anything. A second box states that Calibalg can perfectly copy an opponent's movements, limited only by Peck's physical capability. Jin Sung mentally admits this power gives Peck the edge in their matchup, deciding such an ability makes some arrogance understandable. He adds aloud that Peck's body is also well suited to fully exploit that talent. Peck comments that Jin Sung speaks as though he knows everything about Calibalg. A further description reveals Calibalg's true form, absolute talent, which devours a target's Adea, evolving it as Peck's own but only one at a time, scaled to his mental strength. Watching Jin Sung stand firm in his murderous aura, Peck thinks both the young man's strength and ideals are noble and deduces Jin Sung must have endured a harsh life. Jin Sung, however, refuses to retreat and rushes forward with renewed fury. Peck says he will stop imitating and instead display his own swordsmanship style, shifting into the stance called Nebenhut. He follows up with another motion named Tail, channeling blue power along the blade. The technique unleashes a vortex that slams into Jin Sung and sends him flying. Jin Sung slides back across the rooftop, barely maintaining his grip on the dagger. Catching his breath, he remarks that Peck managed to overpower him even though Peck attacked later. Peck replies that the real fight has not even begun yet. He announces another technique, Ki, as blue energy surges around his sword. Jin Sung feels the atmosphere change simply from Peck's stance, and studies the apparently simple thrust. He analyzes that by turning sideways Peck narrows his target area and can parry attacks while launching counters. Jin Sung notes his aura sight shows Peck's attack routes as lighter than normal and marvels at such a remarkable talent. Peck asks why Jin Sung is not attacking first, then offers to take the initiative himself. He springs upward with a towering vertical slash of energy. The blow catches Jin Sung, making him cry out in pain. As Jin Sung staggers, he realizes in shock that Peck is already preparing his next attack, chaining techniques without pause. Jin Sung is blasted backward by Peck's powerful attack during their duel. The impact hurls Jin Sung into a building, exploding against the wall. Peck, calm amid the smoke, questions whether Jin Sung is concealing something. Peck angrily asks why Jin Sung laughs in such an unsettling way. Smirking as he emerges from the cratered wall, Jin Sung admits he has never met anyone completely superior to him. With eyes glowing red, he apologizes for having seemed disrespectful. Enveloped in crimson energy, he says he underestimated Peck and thought he could fight without using this power. He concedes he was wrong and fully activates his power through the dagger. Holding the red glowing knife, Jin Sung praises Peck's strength. Peck notes that Jin Sung is finally using the same mysterious power he once witnessed. Summoning a huge blue sword, Peck vows not to let his guard down like he did in their previous gym battle. Peck unleashes a massive sword energy wave. The blue slash sends Jin Sung flying, but he quickly counters. They clash in midair, Jin Sung meeting Peck's sword with his empowered dagger. Peck is shocked that Jin Sung blocked his full force strike one-handed and calls it impossible. Jin Sung replies that Peck is the impossible one, admitting he needed this power to stand against him. Jin Sung surges forward with murderous intent, declaring he will now fight seriously. A system window explains Jin Sung's activated ability Partial Murder, an A-rank power using a portion of absolute murder through his right arm. Jin Sung warns Peck to take responsibility for forcing him to reveal this dangerous power. He bombards Peck with frenzied red slashes, saying this overwhelming violence is exactly what Peck wanted. Peck struggles to comprehend how Jin Sung can keep his base strength while enhancing only his right arm, contradicting what he knew of the ability. Jin Sung taunts Peck for misunderstanding how his power distributes strength. Smiling coldly, he says Peck's guess was close but only for now. Peck braces himself as another huge impact shakes the ground. He suddenly notices something alarming, eyes widening. Jin Sung ominously offers to show Peck something entertaining. As their blades cross again, Peck realizes what Jin Sung is about to do. Jin Sung names a stance, unleashing a devastating technique against Peck's sword. He follows up by invoking Schlüssel Key, further empowering his dagger. Jin Sung's thrust races toward Peck, catching him off guard. The glowing red blade stops just short of Peck's eye, shocking him. Red impact marks appear all over Peck's body where Jin Sung could have struck. The air erupts as Jin Sung demonstrates he can halt his killing blows at the last instant. Peck marvels that Jin Sung can swing at such extreme speed yet stop right before impact, calling it remarkable. Jin Sung smugly asks if Peck can copy that precise control too. Peck admits Jin Sung's ability exceeds his expectations and wonders if the monstrous right arm is Jin Sung's true idea. Jin Sung explains he can only partially mimic Peck's sword techniques when using a dagger, and would never try to copy the right arm itself. Joking, he asks if his own idea is too filthy for Peck's copying ability to handle. Peck replies that he only consumes top-quality ideas and implies he can identify them, dismissing Jin Sung's as unappetizing. Jin Sung quips that Peck would get a stomachache from devouring his idea anyway. Peck says he is saving himself for a particular idea he intends to consume. He adds that he must keep his stomach empty until that target appears. Peck then grows serious, sensing something and narrowing his eyes. Jin Sung stands shrouded in a monstrous red aura, fully revealing how terrifying his power can become. He issues a clear warning to Peck not to ever touch Sion. Peck answers that Sion's fate is up to the family head, not him. Jin Sung reluctantly says he cannot meddle deeply in another family's internal affairs. The escort tells him the family head actually wanted to see him, and that today's fight was just to gauge his true strength. Because Jin Sung won, Peck advises him that their family head is far more extreme and difficult to deal with than he is. Jin Sung imagines an even scarier elitist figure and is unnerved by the thought. Jin Sung asks why Peck obeys the white Jade Kim family, and Peck says the family head will explain very soon, today. Jin Sung panics as he realizes that his meeting with this fearsome patriarch is scheduled for that very day. The scene shifts to Seohee Incheon International Airport, where chaos and smoke fill the area. A man in a black coat steps out of a car, calling the situation ridiculous. A gigantic red-eyed bear rampages through planes and equipment on the tarmac. The enraged bear shouts that it was ordered to wake up and eat lots of meat. The bear stomps around demanding meat, amazing the man who realizes it is a talking idea. He notes that summoning monster-type ideas is common, but this one is unusually huge and articulate. He suspects the summoner might be Pest or another terrorist group. Determined to act quickly, he runs toward the beast as nearby people recognize him as Chief Aide Lee Xian and hope for rescue. The bear suddenly pauses and nervously asks who is addressing it. Lee Xian introduces himself, while the bear complains that he smells strange. Lee Xian, fascinated by this talking idea, asks who its owner is. The bear only repeats that its master told it to eat a lot of meat after waking, leading Lee Xian to judge it chatty but dim-witted. Smiling, Lee Xian insults the bear's bad breath and jokingly recommends rinsing with seawater after it eats. His eyes harden as he adds that there might not be a next time for the creature. Li Xian strikes the bear with a blinding golden blow, making it cry out in pain. Narration explains that groups like the White Jade Kim family have tried to craft Ideas modeled on legendary figures from myth and history. One such armored figure quotes a maxim about those who seek death living and those who seek life dying. The narration says most such projects failed and only a few people successfully bonded with legends in their souls, again repeating the grim maxim. It then introduces one of these successes, a host of a legendary Korean hero who manifests in gleaming battle armor. A status window identifies this Idea as Lee Sun-sin, Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, an S-rank legendary combat spirit with several unknown abilities. Lee Sun-sin calls forth his double dragon sword. He slashes the bear's paw, and text explains that this S-rank sword was once used by the famed general to steady his mind. With a mighty swing that supposedly stains mountains and rivers red, Lee Sun-sin savagely cuts into the bear. The bear's demeanor briefly turns cute and confused as it wonders what Hung is doing. Then it roars in agony, eyes blazing red again. Another window details the double dragon sword's left blade, whose single swing drenches the land in metaphorical blood. The bear howls as the attack's effect bursts under its skin. A further description reveals that this swing also condenses moisture into lethal spikes within the target. Lee Sun-sin, annoyed by the bear's shrieking, tells it to quiet down. The injured bear flees toward the sea, complaining it does not want poisonous meat, while Lee Sun-sin warns it against heading for the ocean. A massive pillar of water erupts near the shore in response. Lee Sun-sin sighs that he had hoped to interrogate the bear about its owner. He remarks that if the bear hides in the sea too long, people will start to underestimate him, both at home and abroad. Raising his sword skyward, he recites that with 3 swords sworn to the heavens, even the mountains and rivers change color. Lightning cracks across the stormy sky as his power gathers. The bear is struck by divine lightning as it splashes in the water. A status note explains that the double dragon sword's right blade, when used with 3 swords, can control the sea's weather. The bear rides, screaming that the lightning stings and promising it is not even eating meat anymore. Lee Sun-sin wonders if the creature can really endure such thunder. He spins his glowing sword, building another technique. The bear is swallowed by a raging whirlpool and cries out in confusion. Tossed within the golden maelstrom, the bear repeats that it stings and that swimming is becoming impossible. Lee Sun-sin is impressed by its extraordinary toughness. He reflects that this talking, extremely durable Idea and its reckless attack on Korea's coast are all suspicious and that he would like to capture it. However, he concludes that continuing the battle would be disadvantageous. Instead, he calls forth Turtle Ship, another legendary weapon. A status window describes the summoned S-rank Turtle Ship fleet, famed for saving the Joseon dynasty from destruction. Another window clarifies that 12 turtle-headed warships with unbreakable hulls surround the enemy and spew purgatorial flames. Lee Sun-sin orders all turtle ships to open fire. Fiery cannon blasts rain down between the vessels as they hem the bear in. The bear screams in agony as the inferno engulfs it. Lee Sun-sin notes with surprise that it is still enduring despite the bombardment. The bear begs to be left alone, saying it wants to live long and keep eating meat. Lee Sun-sin declares he will decide when the bear may eat and that, for now, it must vanish quietly. He arranges the turtle ships into a crane wing formation to completely encircle and annihilate the enemy. A final description states that in this formation the purgatorial flames become 10 times stronger, raising his combat ability to SSS. Brilliant blue energy surges over the sea as the finishing attack is unleashed. The bear laments that it does not want to die yet as it is swallowed by the swirling power. The battle ends with Lee Xian standing amid falling fragments of the shattered legendary armor. He faces the quiet sea, remarking that the aftermath of this fight will cause serious trouble. Smiling to himself in the city, Lee Xian muses about how the summoner of the bear will respond now that their Idea is gone. The scene shifts to night at a brightly lit academy building. Deep inside, a scarred man walks a torchlit stone corridor, commenting on how dark the place is. He jokes that the resident must enjoy the gloom and addresses someone as first in class. A hooded figure, first in class, acknowledges the newcomer as second in class returning. Second in class thanks the hooded one for helping complete their mission, while the hooded figure says there is an issue to discuss. The hooded leader reveals that second, a subordinate sent to the designated location, has vanished. Second in class remarks that disappearance is unsurprising given second fought the old monster Lee Xian, but the leader notes that second neither died nor returned. The hooded one reasons that if second had simply been captured or killed they would still sense its presence, yet it has completely disappeared. They conclude Lee Xian used an unknown technique and warn that their strongest agent, first, will soon appear in South Korea. The hooded leader worries first might meet the same fate as second, which would ruin their overall plan. Second in class argues they cannot confront Lee Xian without more preparation but promises to divert Lee Xian's attention when first arrives. When asked if they can retrieve second, he says the foolish bear disobeyed orders by going near the ocean and is now a lost cause. The hooded mastermind resigns themselves to losing second and expresses hope they can obtain the remaining pieces of their scheme correctly. Later, Jin Sung is formally invited inside by an attendant. Under the night sky they stand before a traditional mansion gate as it opens for him. Jin Sung follows the attendant along a courtyard path toward the family head's residence. The attendant announces that he has brought Park Jin-sung before the family head, who tells them to enter. Jin-sung nervously steps through the doorway into the dim hall. He finds an old man seated alone at a long table covered with an elaborate meal and awkwardly begins to introduce himself. The old man brusquely scolds him for arriving so late, calling him a foolish thing. In a contradictory remark, he then says Jin-sung came rather quickly for someone so foolish. When Jin-sung suggests moving closer to talk, the old man orders him to stay seated where he is. Sweating, Jin-sung agrees and thinks to himself that the hostility from this elder is intense. They sit facing each other across the long table in a tense silence. Time passes with the grandfather simply glaring at Jin-sung without speaking. Jin-sung grows more anxious, internally noting that the old man keeps staring without saying anything. Eventually Jin-sung timidly asks if he may eat the food laid out, and the old man gruffly says he set it out precisely for him to eat. Slamming the table, the grandfather tells Jin-sung to ask questions directly and demands to know if he has been filling his granddaughter's head with foolish dreams. Jin-sung feigns confusion and asks what foolish dreams the old man is talking about. The grandfather shouts again, accusing Jin-sung of leading his granddaughter onto a delusional path. Jin-sung clarifies that he is referring to the aura plate, and insists Seon earned that power herself, so there is nothing to complain about. The grandfather calls him an ignorant fool and says this confirms his suspicion that Jin-sung has misled her. Jin-sung hastily asks him to calm down for now, saying there are also things he wants to ask. Grumbling that Jin-sung is despicable, the grandfather says he will let him eat after they finish talking. Jin-sung then directly asks why his grandfather summoned him. The old man admits he dislikes Jin-sung being close to his granddaughter but also wants to question him about his involvement in the recent pest attack. He presses Jin-sung to explain exactly what Seon did at the incident site, and Jin-sung answers that, as the news reported, she took the initiative to rescue people. The old man scolds Jin-sung and asks whether he actually witnessed Seon subduing Kim Il-jong. He explains that true elites win anywhere and asks if the sword goblin lived up to her name and won against Kim Il-jong. Jin-sung answers that Seon fought Kim Il-jong the longest, but the old man presses him to answer more precisely. Jin-sung hesitates, recalling what really happened. He remembers Seon's prolonged duel with Kim Il-jong. He also recalls that only he, Seon, Byam Jaeong and Lee Sung-hwan know Jin-sung actually defeated Kim Il-jong. Thinking the truth would trouble Seon, Jin-sung says she drove Kim Il-jong away and saved him from serious danger. The old man accepts this, satisfied. He adds that if his granddaughter had lost to someone like that pest, she would not be worthy of his lineage. Jin-sung objects that this attitude is skewed and that Seon could have died in that fight. He insists Seon is still just a high schooler and rebukes the grandfather for treating her near-death lightly, while the old man says she is not an ordinary student. Jin-sung, frustrated, questions that view. The grandfather repeats his creed that the best must be the best at all times and places, calling Jin-sung foolish. Jin-sung is shocked by his unwavering arrogance. Jin-sung demands to know what the grandfather would do if Seon had actually died. Outraged, the old man slams a scroll down and shouts that it is impossible for Seon to die to such rabble. He summons a powerful white tiger from the painting and warns Jin-sung to watch his words. The summoned tiger charges at Jin-sung menacingly. The tiger roars directly in front of Jin-sung, baring its fangs. Jin-sung, unimpressed, tells the tiger to move so he can see the grandfather. The grandfather is surprised by Jin-sung's composure. He proudly shows off the tiger as a carefully crafted piece and notes that Jin-sung has guts for not being afraid. The tiger senses the bloodshed around Jin-sung, while Jin-sung casually asks if the beast intends to attack him. The tiger falters nervously in front of Jin-sung, to the grandfather's surprise. The old man notes even his creation Daeho is scared and admits Jin-sung is more formidable than expected. Seon rushes in asking if her grandfather is alright, while he plays off the incident, and Jin-sung jokes he is stubborn like glue. The grandfather scoffs that he would not be frightened by mere aura at his age. Jin-sung's eyes glow red as his anger and power rise. The grandfather realizes Jin-sung's hidden strength and asks why he is staring so intensely. A system-like explanation appears, detailing the Adea ability the work gains a body, an A+ grade power that lets its owner summon creatures he has painted. The description continues that more intricate, meaningful artwork yields stronger summoned beings, but only living beings can be summoned. Jin-sung reflects that such a refined Adea seems wasted purely on combat, and wonders if using lovingly made creations in battle is right. The grandfather reads his expression, calls him foolish, and says the white Jade Kim family is duty-bound to create ever stronger goblins. He explains that though he is not a goblin himself, he has diligently fulfilled his role as clan head. Jin-sung asks if the grandfather actually cares about Kim Seon and complains that his own anger was ignored. He presses further, asking whether the granddaughter herself matters to him. Jin-sung then challenges him, asking if the legendary goblin title is actually what he values more than Seon. He pushes the hypothetical. If Seon did not possess a sword-related goblin, would her grandfather still love her as much as an ordinary Kim Seon? Jin-sung internally describes the white Jade Kim family as a line that has dedicated itself to harboring a bizarre goblin-like being. He reflects that generations of madness are beyond normal comprehension and that the grandfather must have eagerly awaited Seon's birth, yet believes this obsessive treatment of her is wrong. Remembering Seon saying she avoids going home, Jin Sung realizes her good Adea has not made her life happy but instead led to this oppressive treatment. The grandfather, amused by Jin Sung's boldness, asks if he is challenging him to a match and says multiple bouts would be fine. Jin Sung agrees but says he has one more question first, which the grandfather allows. He demands to know why the grandfather brought Pek to Korea and why Pek, a Slovak, obeys him. The grandfather laughs that Jin Sung is already breaking his one-question promise and answers that Pek is not obeying. He only showed Pek Seyun's Adea and suggested marriage. Jin Sung, who had suspected this, criticizes him for not even asking Seyun's opinion. He then recalls the family's rule against outside bloodlines and questions why, given that rule, Pek of all people was chosen. Jin Sung thinks about Pek's remaining Adea abilities and their implications. The grandfather realizes Jin Sung knows Pek's skills and asks how long Jin Sung plans to keep using Pek's Adea. He reveals that if Pek does not reach the level he desires by graduation, he plans for Pek to consume Seyun's goblin, though he expects Seyun may grow too strong for Pek. Jin Sung concludes this is why Seyun hates going home and why the grandfather was furious about the damaged aura plate. The grandfather declares that a gentle sword for protection can never reach absolute strength, and that the family has awaited the strongest goblin, which he believes Seyun represents. Jin Sung gives up on persuading him, understanding why Seyun wants to run away. The grandfather, irritated yet intrigued, notes how far Jin Sung has pushed him. Surrounded by more summoned spirits, the grandfather says Jin Sung's spirit has kept their conversation going but he has only one final point. He orders Jin Sung to stay away from Seyun, declaring Jin Sung useless to the family. The grandfather surrounds Jin Sung with multiple terrifying summoned creatures to emphasize his rejection. Jin Sung erupts in dark aura, shouting that he has no desire to be of benefit to their family anyway. The summoned beasts recoil uneasily at Jin Sung's sinister power. The grandfather assumes the ominous spirit Jin Sung shows is the hidden Adea he has been concealing. He mentally labels Jin Sung a mysterious youth without known origin, powers or Adea. He appraises Jin Sung and concludes that such a person is unfit for Seyun. Jin Sung, eyes blazing, yells for the grandfather to stop. Seyun rushes into the room, calling for her grandfather, as she sees Jin Sung wreathed in dark energy. The grandfather's spirit creatures withdraw, diffusing the confrontation. Jin Sung's aura calms and he regains his composure. Seyun runs angrily down the hall, complaining about being stuck with Pekt and the patrol team. Bursting in, she yells that she already said she did not want to be with Pekt, while her grandfather greets her calmly. Seyun starts to protest further. Jin Sung cheerfully waves and greets her, catching her off guard. Seyun exclaims in shock at seeing Jin Sung there, and he awkwardly says it just happened. She grabs him and tells him to drop the act. Joking, Seyun asks if he is finally considering marrying her, and says he should have come with her if he wanted to meet the family elder, while Jin Sung complains about her timing. She then sincerely apologizes and promises to get them out of the house quickly. Seyun calls to her grandfather again, but he simply says her name, signaling the talk is over. She angrily questions why Jin Sung was summoned as well, not just Pekt. A stern woman with a blue aura appears, telling Seyun that is enough. The woman, introduced as the next generation White Jade Goblin of the family, orders Seyun to maintain her dignity. Seyun nervously calls her auntie, while Jin Sung is surprised she is not addressed as sister given how young she looks. The family head says his discussion is finished and tells the woman to take the youngsters away, leaving judgment to Sejun. Sejun agrees and orders Seyun and Jin Sung to move quickly. Seyun grumbles internally about being dismissed but reluctantly tells Jin Sung they should go. In the corridor, Sejun confirms Jin Sung is the infamous Park Jin Sung and coldly remarks they will not see each other after today. Jin Sung privately compares her to a younger female version of the grandfather. An information screen explains the A+++ Adea White Jade Goblin, which manifests the goblin in the caster's body. It further notes Sejun's previous generation goblin ability, which reproduces the vigor of imagined creatures with A+++ combat prowess, identifying her as the prior White Jade Goblin. Sejun orders Seyun to change clothes and patrol the 3rd district with Pekt. She says this is serious. An hour earlier a giant Adea devastated Incheon, putting the nation on alert and drawing a government request for their help. Sejun tells Seyun it is her duty as White Jade Goblin, while Jin Sung interjects in shock at the mention of a terrorist attack in Incheon. She explains that although a combat advisor resolved it, damage was severe, especially at a special mental hospital where some patients are now missing. The government is searching for them. Jin Sung acknowledges this grim news. Sejun notes how pale he has become despite his earlier boldness, and asks if his family lives near Incheon. Jin Sung says no one he knows died but hints there is another reason for his reaction. Sejun decides not to pry further and reiterates that Seyun must obey orders without argument. Seyun reluctantly agrees, and Jin Sung observes this obedient side of her for the first time. Jin Sung calls out to his aunt, saying he has something to say. Sejun cuts him off, saying outsiders should not interfere and that this is an internal White Jade matter, ordering him to leave. Seyun anxiously holds Jin Sung's arm, awaiting his response. Jin Sung firmly declares that from now on he will patrol every night together with Seyun. Later that night outside a shop, someone remarks to Seyun that she put on quite a display today. As they patrol, Seyun apologizes to Jin Sung, but he says there is nothing for her to be sorry about. She admits she did not expect him to stand up to her and like that. Jin Sung shrugs it off, saying he just did what he felt like doing. Seon laughs and asks what that is supposed to mean. She then grows thoughtful and quiet. Walking together, Seon mentions the army doctor is affiliated with Maestri and that they tried to recruit her into that organization in another capacity. Jin Sung responds that this sounds like a good opportunity, prompting Seon's silence. She reflects that she could reach the peak of swordsmanship but feels uncertain. Jin Sung tells her not to overthink. He explains that learning dangerous skills also teaches you how to minimize harm and that as long as she knows what she wants, it is fine. He concludes by saying they should simply let Seon follow her own wishes. Deeply moved, Seon begins to tear up. She clasps his hands and softly calls his name. Blushing, she thanks him sincerely. Seon smiles radiantly at Jin Sung. Jin Sung's heart races as he stares at her, flustered. Elsewhere in the park, a lamppost glows as a man broods that nothing is going according to plan. This man, a reporter, laments that the Heian High article he worked hard on has been overshadowed by the Incheon incident. He notes that the school match article was reduced to a small part of the overall training assessment coverage. He also complains that investigating a single student has proven unexpectedly difficult. Reading his notes, he summarizes that this student has had a tumultuous youth, surviving the Pest Bank incident, and now losing their only relatives, an uncle and aunt, in the Incheon airport event. Looking at photos of the bear-like Idea and the airport attack, he speculates that if that bear belongs to Pest, then the incident at Incheon airport is connected. He wonders if he is overthinking but admits that when misfortunes pile up, wild ideas do too. An elderly woman approaches him in the park and calls out politely. He asks what she wants as she steps forward holding a large book. She smilingly offers him the book to take. Assuming it is religious pamphleteering, he accepts the book so he can discard it later and thanks her. Examining the volume, he notices an inverted cross on the cover and comments on its high-quality binding. He opens it to see a ferocious winged lion illustration and thinks it might just be a picture book. Flipping further, he continues to admire the impressive artwork. He then finds an image of the very bear-shaped Idea from Incheon airport and is startled. Realizing the potential significance, he decides that if he can decipher the text he might learn something important. Fired up, he resolves to investigate the mysterious book immediately. As he prepares to leave, a looming shadow and a voice remark that this is unfortunate. He looks up in confusion. Huge claws descend toward him from above, threatening him. Meanwhile, Jin Sung narrates that since that day he has gone on nightly 3-hour patrols with Seon starting at 8 p.m., without interference from her family. As patrol time nears, a phone shows 1957. Seon waits in the park, thinking it is almost time for Jin Sung to arrive. She spots a figure approaching and assumes it is him. The figure is revealed to be Paect walking confidently toward her. Seon is startled and asks why Paect is there instead of Jin Sung. Paect calmly greets her and says she will be patrolling with him tonight. Seon panics internally, wondering if something bad happened to Jin Sung or if An Sejin is pressuring him again. Paect quickly reassures her that nothing serious happened and she should not worry so much. He admits he personally requested this, bowing his head to Jin Sung to say he had something he needed to tell Seon. Seon bluntly states she heard he came to Korea to absorb her Idea and offers to give it up immediately if he will just return home. Paect replies that he has no plans to return to Slovakia for some time. He then confesses that he likes her enough to let others' opinions sway him, hinting at romantic feelings. Seon, flustered, points out that they have barely known each other. Paect cheerfully admits he fell for Seon after watching videos of her fights. He begins to confess the real reason he joined this patrol with Seon. Their talk is cut off when Paect urgently checks his phone. They both receive an emergency alert about a terrorist incident downtown and orders to gather. Seon says they will have to postpone chatting, and Paect notes they already see each other daily. The two immediately sprint toward the emergency site. Scene shifts to an empty gymnasium, setting up a new location. A student bursts into the gym, happily greeting the captain. The captain teasingly asks the trainees how their dating lives have been. Another senior dryly warns the teasing junior he will add more push UPS if it continues. The exhausted trainees joke about the captain dating the battalion's idol and ask what they do at night. The captain says their night patrols are just walking around town, then punishes the nosy trainees with extra reps while they vow to keep pressing for answers. Their attention is momentarily on the pile of their bags nearby. A trainee's phone buzzes with an alert, interrupting their fun and prompting questions about a school alarm. The junior panics as he reads the message and calls out to his seniors. A teacher enters and abruptly ends training for the day. The safety notification orders all battalion members to assemble at their designated points at once. Downtown, soldiers face a colossal winged lion beast and shout to retreat and reorganize their lines. Seeing the monster's overwhelming power, the troops doubt it is even a normal Idea. From above, the beast coolly calls the situation regrettable as it looks down on the forces. The monster states it only wants to go north and does not wish to harm them, while commanders arrange assault and long-range formations. It repeats that it just needs to head north, but events are not going as planned. The commander ignores its words and orders his troops to fire. The beast blocks the barrage with a powerful sweep and again calls the outcome unfortunate. The soldiers' arrows and bolts shatter uselessly on the ground. The lion comments again that the result is unfortunate. The commander orders a full charge of all troops against the monster. The beast crushes and scatters the charging assault troops, forcing an immediate retreat. A masked martial group arrives, surprised this terrifying creature is classified as an Idea and realizing it can devastate half their force just by moving. The elder leader calls on Sejin, summoning her forward. Sejin steps out respectfully, indicating she is ready to listen. The elder orders Sejin to confront the monster head-on while his summoned servants cover its sides, and she asks where Seyun and Pect are. He assumes Seyun and Pect are already on their way and tells her not to worry, while the disciples answer in unison. The elder authorizes his disciples to begin, unleashing their spiritual power. Ink and energy swirl as one of his painted summons begins to take form. A glowing white tiger materializes at the elder's side as he grimly notes the situation looks bad. In the city, the giant lion resumes its march through wreckage. It suddenly stops, sensing a new presence. A footstep crackles with power as Sejin approaches the battlefield. The beast narrows its eyes at the newcomer, beginning to assess her. Sejin advances with cloak billowing, described as someone a bit more special. The lion acknowledges her strength, but still deems her insufficient, and orders her to step aside. Sejin instead demands to know where the monster's master is. The beast explains its master sleeps in a distant dimension beyond its own sensing and claims to be the first of the so-called records, insisting humans should address it first. Sejin's manifested white jade goblin rebukes it for talking too much for a summoned Idea. She declares that, regardless of its nature, it is a terrorist weapon that must be subdued, revealing the white jade goblin as an A+++ ranked Idea with matching combat power. Exposition explains that this Idea manifests the white jade goblin within the caster, recreating the owner's imagined leg strength. Sejin activates a technique called the Gate of the Eastern Dragon, focusing power into her legs. The monster calls her efforts unfortunate, and questions why humans will not understand. Sejin retorts, rushing in a blur of blue light toward the towering beast. Her step creates a circular shockwave as she prepares her strike. She reasons that even if its body is massive and tough, a precise attack from its blind spot aimed at the eyes could work. A blinding blue explosion marks the clash of her attack with the beast. As she darts past its head, the lion again mutters about misfortune. Sejin is shocked that the monster tilted its head just in time to avoid a fatal blow even though it could not visually track her speed. The beast asks if she truly wishes to be harmed, while Sejin wonders if its uncanny reactions come from animal-type instincts. She decides to attack again silently, masking the sound of her approach. This time she leaps from another blind spot to strike once more. The monster still evades, calling this attempt unfortunate as well. Sejin realizes in horror that it sensed her exact position without even looking at her. Her failed attack sends her crashing violently into a building. Bruised and bleeding, she concludes the creature is relying on more than mere instinct. She plummets from the shattered building, helpless. The elder's white tiger catches Sejin, and she recognizes it as the family head's tiger and thanks him weakly. Tiger and Sejin brace together as the lion's massive paw slams down toward them. Sejin sends the tiger to intercept with a desperate strike of energy. Even so, the lion's paw comes crashing down again with overwhelming force. The monster pins the tiger and muses sadly that the tiger is in circumstances similar to its own. It presses the tiger harder, remarking again how much the situation saddens it while the tiger whimpers. The lion crushes the tiger completely, saying it sympathizes with its pain. Standing over the destroyed summon, it repeats that all this is truly unfortunate. From afar, the elder laments that Daeho, his tiger, was defeated so easily. He resolves to use another summon to delay the beast, and orders his men to hurry Sejin to safety. Raising his scroll, he commands his ink creations to move out and protect Sejin. Dark ink creatures surge forth from the scroll to carry out his order. The lion derides these new summons as puny and mocks the old man for thinking they could stop it. The elder shouts back that the beast's true opponent is the work he is about to unleash. The ink creatures encircle the lion's feet, attempting to bind and hinder it. They coil around its body, dragging and restraining the monster with glowing blue chains. Disciples rush to Sejin's side, urging her to return quickly to the family head's position. From above, the elder asks Sejin if she is able to move. Sejin answers that she can still move, albeit barely. The elder says he would like to let her rest but admits nothing will work against the monster. He concludes that only an attack from either himself or Sejin stands a chance. The lion senses the sincerity and tenacity imbued in the elder's creations yet notes even that resolve cannot reach it. With a roar, it violently tears through the summoned restraints, shouting that the situation is sad. The elder grimly notes that his greatest creations were destroyed in an instant. The lion again calls this quite unfortunate. Turning away, it reminds them that it warned them earlier and begins to depart. It adds that they will not be able to let it leave without a final fight and charges the elder. Sejin, seeing her grandfather in danger, cries out and rushes toward him. The lion's paw slams down with deadly force while Sejin desperately tries to reach the impact zone. Amid the dust, Sejin lands and readies herself as her grandfather lies battered behind her. She steels herself and invokes an advanced form of the Eastern Dragon's Gate, the Steps of Ascension. A colossal blue dragon surges up alongside her as she confronts the lion once more. The dragon's full form rears skyward in a torrent of energy as Sejin rides its power. She dashes again, pushing her exhausted body to continue the assault. She grimaces in pain, clearly near her limits. The lion concedes her strike was better than before but still treats it like sport, while Sejin yells that she can keep going. The monster coldly says the battle is already decided. Its claws crash down again, leaving a bloody crater where it struck. The elder staggers forward, horrified, and calls out to Sejin. Other family members somberly report that they can no longer sense Sejin's aura and confirm she is dead. The lion turns its attention to the elder, declaring that he is next. The old man, filled with grief, whispers Sejin's name. He suddenly notices something above, reacting to a new light. A massive blue blast erupts in the sky, shocking him. Seyun and Paek finally arrive, swords drawn, descending into the battlefield where the elder stands. Seyun rushes to her grandfather, anxiously asking if he is alright. The lion sadly remarks that another promising young human will die because of this old man. The elder warns Seyun to run away, insisting the monster is far beyond her ability. Paek tells the family head to calm down as the old man struggles with anguish. Seyun asks her grandfather where her aunt Sejin is. The elder, accepting the worst, orders Paek to take his granddaughter and flee, calling it his final request, and Paek reluctantly agrees. Seyun protests that she refuses to leave her grandfather behind while Paek says he will explain later. When she tries to resist, her armor suddenly begins to form around her, startling Paek. Fully armored in shining blue, Seyun counters that she understands the situation more than they think. The elder recognizes the manifestation as blue armor. Reflecting, he admits he once thought protective power was pointless but, after losing Sejin, realizes it is a beautiful, upright power. He decides that all he can do now is protect Seyun and Paek from this arrogant foe who has looked down on him. The elder urges Paek to hurry and get Seyun away as he prepares to hold the monster off. Paek silently steels himself, conflicted about leaving. Seyun cries out in alarm as her grandfather starts drawing again, vowing vengeance on the beast that killed Sejin. The elder, wreathed in blue ink energy, swears he will make the monster regret it. The lion brushes off his threat as unfortunate, and claims the old man still does not understand humans. Narration recalls the legendary vicious dragon that drained life from everything and the white jade goblin, revealed as the elder's daughter. He begs Sejin in memory, as he touches her painted likeness. Combining their images, he unveils his masterpiece Idea, the evil dragon and the goblin, intending to use this ultimate work only to buy time. The combined dragon-goblin construct lashes out at the lion with a powerful slash. Riding the dragon's wave, the elder attacks as the lion watches, the word unfortunate echoing again. The monster insists that even legends and destiny together are still insufficient against it. A violent red-tinted impact shows the brutal clash that follows. The summoned dragon's head reels from the exchange. Blood sprays from one of the lion's forearms, revealing that the elder's attack actually severed it. The elder looks up in shock at the surprising result. He humbly admits he had overestimated his mastery of ink paintings, and still has more to learn. The lion, recovering, says it will send the elder to join his beloved, preparing another attack. The elder glares back, cursing the lion and saying he cannot stand its condescending speech. Elsewhere, students gathered for evacuation mutter anxiously, struggling to believe what is happening. One student asks Sergeant on Sungo where their lieutenant squad leader is, and the sergeant suggests trying to call him. They discover their phones have no signal or internet, realizing communications are completely cut. Sungo says he has a bad feeling and concludes the culprit must have jammed all networks in the area. Paek's classmate reasons that the White Jade Kim family is probably already fighting and that Paek is likely with them. The protagonist notes that with such a powerful family involved there should be nothing to fear, yet he cannot shake his growing anxiety. He wonders what will happen if even the White Jade Kim family cannot handle the threat, and imagines disaster befalling them. Sungo confronts him, warning that leaving now would make him a military deserter. The protagonist nervously addresses Sungo, caught in his hesitation. Sungo reminds him their duty is to protect civilians during evacuation, a task that is difficult enough on its own, though the younger man protests. Sungo falls silent, weighing the situation. The protagonist quickly suggests that, with the network down, more people might be needed on search teams, hinting at a way he could join the front while still fulfilling orders. The sergeant selects Park Jin-sung for a special job because of his experience with the White Jade Kim family, and promises to inform the officers. Jin-sung is ordered to quickly gather information and report back, and he salutes and shouts his agreement. While running toward the crisis, Jin-sung worries to himself and hopes everyone is safe. The lion-like monster laments that young humans are sacrificing themselves for an old man and questions why he is worth it. Paek respectfully addresses the monster as Lord Lion and inwardly doubts he can pierce the creature's hide that even his superiors could not damage. Paek decides to turn the lion's own strength against it, and resolve to use that power to save the family head. Paek suddenly joins the battle instead of guarding Seyun, prompting the family head to shout that he was supposed to protect her. Paek apologizes to the family head, saying he chose instead to prevent his loved ones from suffering grief and despair, as Seyun runs to her grandfather. Paek asks the family head to step aside as he activates his ability, alarming those around him. Paek's devouring ability activates, covering him in blue flames while an explanation appears about how it consumes an enemy's Idea and evolves into the wielder's own power. Additional rules state that devouring a new Idea erases the previous one and that the amount that can be devoured depends on the user's mental strength. The lion remarks again that the situation is unfortunate. The lion releases a devastating roar from its mouth, charging power. The monster's roar unleashes a violent shockwave that blasts outward. Pecht and the others reel from the roar, clutching their ears in agony. Pecht insults the lion as unworthy of its title, and the lion retorts that humans attacked first, and questions his accusation. Pecht mocks the lion's wings as useless while the lion reacts. Then the beast sarcastically asks if Pecht is trying to empathize with him. Pecht points out that the lion never intended to spare the city and purposely rampaged through it, harming people and destroying streets. The lion claims he alone earned people's trust and argues that his empathy makes the devastation more tragic. Jin Sung rejects the lion's claim of empathy, calling it an excuse for wanting to kill them all from the beginning. The lion reveals that his roar formed a barrier isolating the city so that no help can arrive, declaring the city will become their grave. The lion offers to spare Pecht's life, but Pecht coldly refuses the offer. A status screen shows Jin Sung has consumed the Adea art in flesh, transforming it into a weapon creating power with high combat rank. Jin Sung, his right arm glowing blue, tells the family head their abilities are compatible though digestion is slow and currently limited to that arm. The lion orders Jin Sung to stand down and threatens to kill him if he resists, while Jin Sung faces him with his glowing arm. Jin Sung grips a weapon enveloped in blue energy. Jin Sung forges a weapon designed specifically to be lethal against a demon like the lion. Jin Sung charges the lion and prepares to strike. The conjured spear of Longinus pierces the lion's paw, and a status note reveals the attack's high rank. The throw exhausts Jin Sung completely, leaving him collapsed and drained. As Jin Sung struggles to rise, he thinks he must summon the spear again, while the injured lion looms. The lion studies the unhealed wound on his paw and is surprised his regeneration cannot fix it. The lion grabs the weakened Jin Sung, acknowledges his talent for summoning a holy spear, and tightens his grip. Jin Sung asks if the lion's earlier promise to spare his life still stands, and the lion answers affirmatively. The lion notes Pecht's attention is fixed elsewhere, and Pecht worries about Siyun's condition. Siyun sits on the ground cradling her unconscious grandfather, looking distressed. Siyun panics, torn between fleeing and staying with her grandfather, wondering if all of them will die. In tears, Siyun thinks about how scared she is and begs to know what she should do. Jin Sung, still in the lion's grip, says there is one more person he wants to save. He admits that person is Siyun and offers to stop resisting if the lion lets her live. The lion rejects the negotiation, saying Siyun showed him no empathy and therefore has no reason to live. Jin Sung derides the lion's answer as trash-like and prepares himself for one last attempt. Jin Sung prays for help, asking for a weapon either stronger than the spear of Longinus or weaker but fully controllable. His power manifests a blood-sucking dagger with a low combat rating. Shocked, Jin Sung wonders why the weapon that appears is Jin Sung's own dagger. The lion acknowledges Jin Sung's talent and says he will spare him due to his promise, while Jin Sung is confused that the strongest weapon he imagined turned into this dagger. The lion decides instead to steal Jin Sung's ability. A status display shows Jin Sung's original Calibulk talent and imagination ability have had their combat values reduced. Jin Sung crashes to the ground, stripped of his talent. Siyun cries over the collapsed Pecht, lamenting that such a gifted person lost everything by having his talent stolen. Pecht weakly apologizes to Siyun, saying he only wanted to protect her. The lion tells Siyun that Pecht sacrificed everything for her but claims she cannot reciprocate his empathy, calling it sad. Siyun snaps back, telling the lion to shut up and cursing everything. The lion mockingly says he cannot hear her and urges her to speak louder if she wants to empathize with him. Siyun erupts in rage, blaming the lion for causing all this and screaming at him. She blames herself for not being strong enough and agonizes that her weakness is behind the tragedy. Siyun becomes consumed with a desire for power, convinced everything would be solved if she were stronger. She connects this need for power to her troubled path, her dead aunt Sejin, and her hatred for the lion. The lion says he can relate to her strong will as another human rises in a red aura before him. A status screen introduces the white Jade Goblin's Shutterwalk mode and the Four Tigers' Evil Slayer sword, showing Siyun's transformed, strength-focused combat form. In this enhanced state, Siyun hurtles toward the lion and strikes with explosive force. Hovering above him, Siyun commands the lion to kneel. She stomps down with enough power to crack the ground. The impact sends the lion tumbling, wrapped in Siyun's red aura. The lion is shocked to find himself being pushed back by her assault. Siyun soars above and dives down, her energy trailing behind her. She slams into the lion with a massive red shockwave. Still attacking, Siyun screams for the lion to die as she blasts him again. Gasping for breath, Siyun swears she will kill him. She lunges with her sword, vowing with absolute certainty to end the lion. The lion calls her determination unfortunate as he counters her decisive strike. He taunts that if all of them had attacked together they might have had a chance, but instead their lack of mutual empathy doomed them. Continuing his lecture, the lion claims humans only learn through hardship and says they were the ones punished, while Siyun shouts at him to be quiet. Siyun is smashed into rubble, her mask cracking as she takes heavy damage. The lion reiterates that they failed because they fought alone instead of empathizing and coordinating. The lion turns toward Jin Sung and addresses him directly. From a distance, Jin Sung remarks that if the problem is lack of teamwork, they simply need to start fighting together. Jin Sung tells the lion he was the one who forced them into this situation and questions why the monster keeps talking. Seon, bewildered and hurt, repeatedly asks why Jin Sung is here now. She grabs his collar and yells that he never said he would be there, while he reacts in surprise. Observing the battlefield, Jin Sung notes that things are worse than expected, with many bodies around and Paek near death while Seon is also badly hurt. Jin Sung apologizes for being late, and Seon weakly repeats her question about why he came, calling him an idiot. Seon collapses against Jin Sung's chest, saying he should never have come, while he silently holds her. The lion sniffs and comments on Jin Sung's unusual smell, asking if he is responsible for the city's devastation. The lion admits he made the unsympathetic suffer despair. Jin Sung rejects his rhetoric and bluntly calls him crazy. Jin Sung decides he must first analyze what the lion is and what abilities he possesses. He forces his eyes to use a dangerous observing power, causing blood to pour from them. The lion notices Jin Sung's scent growing stronger, and wonders what is happening. A display labels the lion as the first monster of the Book of Daniel with unknown combat ability, while Paek, barely conscious, tells Seon he thinks the lion is an Idea. Confronting Jin Sung, the lion demands to know what he is and why he smells similar to the monster's scent. Jin Sung insults the lion's appearance and hygiene while internally cursing that he still cannot properly read the monster. The lion retorts that Jin Sung's mouth has an unusually intense smell compared to other humans. Jin Sung indignantly defends his dental habits, insisting he brushes after every meal, while Seon watches in disbelief. Seon, staggering, urges Jin Sung to run away. Instead of fleeing, Jin Sung takes a determined step forward. Jin Sung rushes back and embraces Seon, refusing to leave her or retreat. Later, Jin Sung props Seon safely against a car, preparing to face the lion alone. Paek, just regaining consciousness, calls out Jin Sung's name in confusion and fear. As Jin Sung walks away, Paek desperately begs him not to go, terrified something will happen to him. Jin Sung draws the red dagger and calmly says everything will be fine. His Idea shifts into a state called partial murder as his eyes glow red. A status screen shows partial murder giving Jin Sung A- combat power focused in his right arm and both eyes. The lion belittles this power and says the smelly human is even weaker than the others he already defeated. Jin Sung accepts that victory will require risk and steels himself to unleash his full murderous intent. He concentrates that malice into the dagger, focusing it more intensely. Jin Sung endures excruciating pain as he forces partial murder to expand through his body, again emphasizing right arm and eyes. He feels malicious intent flooding him and notes a newly acquired area of influence spreading. The murderous power extends into his lower core and left shoulder, further empowering him. As joy wells up from the killing intent, Jin Sung struggles to contain his twisted excitement. He acknowledges that he did not want Seon to see him like this, suffused with killing intent, yet she now witnesses it. Jin Sung realizes his entire body except heart and brain is now overtaken by murder, amazed and unsettled. A fully revealed profile labels the lion as the first monster of the Book of Daniel with S+ combat ability, and explains his prophetic significance. Another description calls this monster uniquely understanding of humans and always capable of empathy, while Jin Sung rejects that, saying such trash does not deserve to see him lose his sanity. The lion suggests Jin Sung follow his murderous soul, noting he can tell Jin Sung has already imagined stabbing him thousands of times. A definition of the empathy ability appears, stating it allows one to grasp an opponent's intent and predict their actions. Jin Sung is startled the lion read his murderous calculations, curses his inability to find a perfect killing method, and slashes furiously. The lion, curious about Jin Sung's scent and possible link to his missing brother, wants answers before killing him. The lion vows to help Jin Sung abandon his sanity as he moves in to crush him, while Jin Sung groans under the pressure. Jin Sung, half grinning and half struggling, begs himself not to lose complete control. The lion advances with a massive paw as Jin Sung, cloaked in murderous energy, barely keeps his composure. Jin Sung begins laughing maniacally, repeating that he said not to do something. The lion reels as Jin Sung's murderous aura produces such a stench that it overwhelms his sense of smell. Jin Sung, now blind from the power, upgrades to complete murder with S-rank combat ability and says he can still kill the lion even without sight. The lion, impressed Jin Sung still thinks he can kill him, roars for the human to attack. The two face each other in silence, the tiny human with a red dagger before the towering lion. Jin Sung glances toward the ruined cityscape with glowing red eyes, his aura swirling. A description of absolute murder appears, stating that the intent to murder humans can consume the user entirely. Jin Sung begins calmly walking toward the lion, his killing aura trailing behind him. The lion watches Jin Sung go and demands to know where the human is headed. The lion angrily assumes Jin Sung is ignoring him and lashes out. He hurls a car at Jin Sung while shouting, but Jin Sung barely reacts as it flies past. The thrown car smashes into a building, but Jin Sung stands unshaken with dagger in hand. Surrounded by red script, Jin Sung's silhouette rages, asking if the lion really wants to die first. The lion's eye narrows intensely as he focuses on the approaching threat. A dark, purple-edged attack slices through the air as Jin Sung taunts that the lion was the one running away earlier. Jin Sung charges and strikes, while an information box states the lion's indifferent skill should ignore attacks from those below A rank. The lion is stunned to find himself bleeding again, his body actually harmed by the dagger. He questions why his indifferent skill, which should nullify weaker attacks, cannot block this low-rank dagger. Jin Sung, shrouded in blood-red aura, marvels at the sight of the lion's blood spilling. Smiling crazily, Jin Sung mocks the lion as a bird-dog stuffed animal and admits unexpected satisfaction at slicing it apart. The lion senses the horrendous smell of killing intent rushing straight at him once more. Jin Sung darts along the lion's side in a red blur and tells the monster to listen. Raising his dagger, Jin Sung asks if the lion knows what he once did to his abusive uncle. He demonstrates by repeatedly stabbing the lion, shouting that he attacked like this again and again. Wounded and shaken, the lion tells Jin Sung he has gone completely insane. A vivid flashback shows a younger Jin Sung joyfully stabbing someone amid a storm of murderous red script. The lion's thoughts become overwhelmed by the sheer killing intent surrounding him, leaving him unable to think clearly. The lion concedes it is unfortunate, admitting he can empathize but chooses not to with Jin Sung and is shocked to be countered this way. Standing on the lion's body, Jin Sung casually recounts how his aunt once made him crawl like a dog after he scratched her elbow. Raising his dagger high over the lion, Jin Sung ominously asks if the monster knows what happened next. The boy grips a blood-soaked knife as he attacks. He is slashed and sent crashing violently downward, crying out in pain. Grinning madly, he demands that his opponent understand why his aunt behaved as she did and to empathize with her. The lion-like monster tells him to stop, surprising the boy mid-attack. The monster shouts for an ally to act immediately. A blazing impact sends the boy hurtling into a crater. Coughing in the pit, he struggles to his feet while still clutching his knife. The monster notes that despite the boy's dangerous aura, his body is only human. Calling this fact unfortunate, the monster prepares to continue the fight. The monster reflects that even if the boy dies he will just return to his owner, wonders curiously what will happen, and then asks the human if he has ever truly examined himself. The monster clarifies he means whether the boy has looked into his innermost self. Startled, the boy admits he has not, and the monster explains that killing intent is usually aimed outward, not inward. Outraged, the boy denies the lecture and insists only his abusive uncle and aunt matter to him. The monster replies that he is actually talking about the boy himself. The realization shocks the boy and sends a chill through him. The boy is drawn into a swirling inner world where a frightened child part of him cries for his dog Poppy while a sinister voice wishes for the boy's destruction and eagerly awaits the outcome. The monster tells the boy he empathizes with him. He then acknowledges the boy's existence, leaving the boy confused. The monster urges him to look within himself. The boy relives the memory of finding his dog Poppy's dead body. Young Jin Sung apologizes tearfully, blaming himself for Poppy's death. His uncle and aunt cruelly insist the dog died because of him and accuse him of killing it. Remembering this, Jin Sung's eyes fill with bloody tears. Surrounded by echoing accusations that everyone hates him and he should die, Jin Sung stands with his knife, overwhelmed by self-loathing. His Idea manifests as self-destructive murderous intent, an SS rank ability that turns his desire to kill outward into a desire to kill himself, enhancing his overall combat potential. The monster is horrified by the murderous intent he cannot read with his empathy. Realizing all that hatred is directed inward, the monster hears Jin Sung mutter that he wants to die and beg to be killed. Nervous, the monster calls to him from afar. Jin Sung, now eerily cheerful, wonders aloud whether he should kill or die, treating it like a game. The monster screams Jin Sung's name in panic. A massive shockwave erupts as the monster attacks or reacts. Dust and energy clear while the monster pants heavily. He notices his empathy ability no longer works on Jin Sung, and anxiously calls to him. Through the settling smoke, he sees Jin Sung's ominous silhouette. Jin Sung calmly announces he has made a decision as crimson bone pillars rise around him. The monster roars while the bone pillars explode outward in a huge blast before Jin Sung. A gigantic skeletal hand forms, and Jin Sung says he will both kill and die at the same time. Smiling, he readies himself within the bloody aura. He activates murder support, drawing further power from his knife and the surroundings. Surrounded by red pillars, he looks down on the battlefield with sinister calm. Murder support is explained as an SS rank ability that lets him receive compatible murder tools from the world. Red energy constricts the monster as Jin Sung taunts him, asking if he could kill Jin Sung. A skeletal barrier called Chains of Bone Cobweb, made from the King of Ghost Bones, clamps around the monster, who protests the bones are not human. The skill text notes that all others' movements are restricted and that non-pure-blooded beings' metabolism doubles, making them easier targets. Jin Sung stabs burning bone into the monster's body, demanding to be killed first as the monster screams. Jin Sung dismisses the monster as weak. Wounded and restrained, the monster asks Jin Sung's name. Jin Sung replies mockingly, wondering what difference it makes. The monster realizes Jin Sung's conflicting urges to kill and die have left him lost and unstable. The monster offers to help Jin Sung die if he reveals his name, planning to intensify Jin Sung's death wish to escape. Jin Sung finally states his name, Park Jin Sung, and the monster asks about the state of his soul. Jin Sung accuses the monster of trying to deceive him like his relatives did. The monster, sweating, calls out to the human. Jin Sung leaps among a writhing mass of bones, mentioning that his uncle and aunt constantly deceived him. Ignoring the monster's request to empathize with him again, Jin Sung refuses to be tricked and tells the monster to guess. Desperate, the monster offers Jin Sung the most dangerous battlefield and opponent, arguing that will satisfy his wish to kill and die. Jin Sung brusquely tells the monster to be quiet. He coldly declares the monster should simply die. The monster decides that if death will free him from this situation, he will push Jin Sung into killing him. Jin Sung rummages through the bone heap and asks if the monster knows what his uncle used to do to him. Finding something, he brightens and announces his discovery. He pulls out Bai Hyung's massive spine, an A+++ relic weapon, acknowledging it is quite large. He recalls being beaten on the back daily by his uncle with something like this. Smirking, he says he does not have to limit its use to the back. The monster senses Jin Sung's terrifying murderous intent and begs him to kill quickly instead. The scene shifts to a devastated cityscape marked by huge bones. Nearby agents arrive and react in shock to the destruction. They notice the city is littered with piles of bones. One enormous rib stands embedded near the fallen monster. Jin Sung cheerfully approaches with the bloodied rib, saying he will return it. The agents realize the bones cover the entire city as they move cautiously through them. Jin Sung slams the rib into the monster's mouth, shouting to a nurse while the monster screams. The nurse, Yoo Na-hyung, looks up in confusion. She recognizes the bloodied boy as Park Jin Sung from Houndy High. Her colleagues ask if she knows him, while she internally wonders why the supposed high-rank monster looks more like Jin Sung's victim. Jin Sung complains that the monster is not answering him while hefting the rib again. With crazed eyes, he asks if others perhaps want to die too. Laughing, he darts forward, demanding to know what others want. The agents react as Yoo Na-hyung rushes toward Jin Sung. She tells everyone she will help and orders them to ready their idea. As she runs, an attack streaks past, prompting her to say sorry in confusion. Jin Sung races toward her, promising to save her from the uncle figure he sees in the monster, and others. Ah-hyung and another agent are baffled by his talk of an uncle and warn each other not to approach him. Jin Sung charges at Ah-hyung with the bloody rib, demanding she kill him in return, while someone shouts her name. Another agent activates his own idea. Fist and passion are one, vowing to fight the one responsible for the city's ruin. The fiery-fisted agent clashes with a bone-wielding ally in midair, testing his growing power. Jin Sung disdainfully comments on the slowness of the fiery attack. The flaming punch and bone weapon meet with a sharp impact. Their clash generates another intense shockwave between them. Ah-hyung hears a distant scream and turns, alarmed. She stares in horror at what Jin Sung has become. Shaken, she wonders if this deathly aura figure is really the Jin Sung she knows. Someone calls out to Agent Yoo Na-hyung, snapping her back to reality. A support caster uses the healing skill Rise Up, sending green light to regenerate an ally. The description explains Rise Up can fully heal a target whose vital organs are mostly intact but heavily taxes the caster mentally. Jin Sung mockingly asks his uncle figure if his hand hurts from punching as the fiery agent screams. The agent unleashes a full-force flaming charge at Jin Sung, who merely stands behind a bone shield. He shouts his skill's name as his empowered punch drives forward. The flaming fist slams into the barrier with explosive force, combined with another Rise Up shout. Light and fire swirl as the combo attack continues to hammer the obstacle. Jin Sung calmly raises more giant bone fingers to restrain his uncle figure again. Chains of bone cobweb bind the agent, limiting his movements while Jin Sung keeps control. Jin Sung leans in and asks if the agent remembers their previous punching battle. He recalls that earlier fight and sarcastically calls the man uncle again, questioning that role. A brutal blow splatters blood as he attacks. Spattered with gore, Jin Sung manically asks if it hurts like it hurt him, accusing his uncle of inflicting the same pain on him in the past. He continues beating the man while demanding that he listen, ignoring Ah-hyung's pleas for him to stop. Ah-hyung panics and tries to cast Rise Up again to intervene. Light floods over the gravely injured uncle figure as she channels her healing. He begs her not to heal him, saying he does not want to feel this pain anymore. Elsewhere, Jin Sung stands soaked in blood and speaks in a disturbingly casual tone. His murder support now summons a familiar F-rank wooden bat formed from a rotting tree. Enveloped in a red haze, he swings the bat with murderous frenzy. Bloodied fingers sink into a pool as someone collapses. Ah-hyung, exhausted and splattered with blood, struggles to stay upright within the carnage. A student calls out to teacher Ah-hyung as she steps on a broken mask. Ah-hyung confronts Jin Sung, demanding to know what he is thinking and reminding him he just killed 2 people. Jin Sung drags her along, shouting at the plush toy-like monster and searching for it. They come before the massive, broken monster bound in bones. The monster weakly reacts, trying to speak. Ah-hyung is startled when the monster addresses her, and notes she is miraculously unharmed, implying Jin Sung must like her. Horrified, she realizes the speaking entity is an Idea and calls it a monster. The monster thinks he must exploit Jin Sung's wish to die by Ah-hyung's hands and resolve to no longer be dragged along. He tells Ah-hyung that Park Jin Sung intends to die by her hand, shocking both her and Jin Sung. The monster urges her not to waste this chance, explaining that Jin Sung's mental instability has brought his trauma forward. As he fades, the monster expresses hope that her attempt to stop Jin Sung will succeed. Bai Hyung's rib is described as an A+++ weapon that hardens when stabbing or being struck, while we see Jin Sung and Ah Hyung standing amid the aftermath. Jin Sung, clutching his face, resumes talking excitedly about figuring out how to die using the doll, while Ah Hyung begs to know why he feels he must die. Smiling wildly, he calls himself a problem child and insists that, as an adult nurse, she should be able to kill a bad kid like him. Overwhelmed, Ah Hyung collapses to her knees, still holding his bloodied hands, and gasps in disbelief. Jin Sung looks down, dismayed that she cannot bring herself to kill him. He concludes coldly that he does not need her either and tightens a bloody grip on her throat. Lifting and choking her, he recalls his aunt's mantra that useless people should die and says this made him feel he needed to die every day. He suddenly yells to someone off-screen, eyes blazing. Another classmate, wielding a sword, appears and calls out Park Jin-sung's name. Jin-sung recognizes him as the vice squad leader and is told to release the medic. Jin-sung notices and comments on the trembling sword. Enthused, he cheers the vice squad leader on, insisting he can do it. Ah Hyung, struggling, tells the vice squad leader Seyun to run as Jin-sung walks toward him. Seyun reflects that Jin-sung once returned to normal after cutting off his horn during a past battle, but now remains unchanged despite all the killing and resolves that he still must act. He manifests a glowing horn-like sword again. Seyun shouts for Jin-sung to get away as he prepares to intervene. Jin-sung grabs the blade with his bloody hand. Ecstatic, he declares this sword is finally the one that can kill him and let him die satisfied. The sword is revealed as the legendary Four Tigers Evil Slayer, an A-rank relic that scales to its user, while Seyun orders Jin-sung to let it go. Jin-sung says he is not a swordsman and cannot wield it himself, begging Seyun instead to stab him properly. Seyun, horrified, kicks Jin-sung away and yells at him to stop asking to be stabbed. Undeterred, Jin-sung clutches his wound, taunts Seyun for lacking the resolve, and insists a sword of that caliber needs little skill to kill him. Other agents arrive, shouting at Seyun to get a grip and ordering Jin-sung to stop as a terrorist. Seyun's eyes widen as he sees what Jin-sung is doing next. The final image shows a staggering, blood-soaked Jin-sung still advancing while the surrounding agents move in on him. Masked agents support the exhausted woman, praising her work and saying Lee Xian will arrive soon and they will manage the situation until then. The bloodied boy taunts the arriving agents, questioning if he is really their target and whether they are starting their operation against him. The woman panics, insisting they keep their distance because their current numbers are not enough to face the boy. Surrounded by agents who order him to disable his Idea and surrender, the boy casually greets his aunt and acts unfazed. When the agents threaten force if he will not surrender, the boy, remembering being struck before, darkly wonders if they intend to hit him again. He coldly declares that he will begin killing and activates his ability Murder Assistance. His Murder Assistance transports everyone into a favored dark tunnel belonging to the 103,673rd Darkness Yokai. Agents watching the phenomenon are shocked and wonder if Ideas are capable of teleporting people. The system introduces a special cape created by the same Darkness Yokai as it materializes around the boy. A woman elsewhere looks on in fearful shock as events unfold. Cloaked in the new cape, the boy proclaims he no longer needs his uncle and aunt and can now live independently. Seyun, realizing the boy will massacre everyone, decides in terror that she must stop him or they will all die. Consumed by Murder Assistance, Jin-sung laughs maniacally and repeatedly screams for everyone to die. Seyun thrusts her sword, blood spraying as it pierces through his body. The panel reveals Seyun behind Jin-sung, having driven the blade clean through his torso. Jin-sung looks stunned and mortally wounded, blood pouring from his mouth as he clutches the embedded sword. Seyun, shaking and horrified at her own action, mutters that she just stabbed him. Jin-sung, still crazed, smiles and says he expected his captain to stab him and had trusted she would do it. He gently tells the crying Seyun that if she meant to kill him she should have struck higher, critiquing her aim. Seyun collapses with him, holding his body as he continues to bleed out. Cradling him and sobbing, Seyun repeatedly apologizes for stabbing him. Still saying she is sorry, Seyun grips the sword and pushes it in further. The cape disintegrates into light as Jin-sung slumps in her arms and drops his sword. Outside, the agents see Murder Assistants dissipate and react in surprise as the phenomenon ends. Seyun anxiously asks the now quiet Jin-sung if he has returned to normal. Jin-sung suddenly convulses, gasping as the after effects hit his body. Seyun shakes him, calling his name and begging him to say something while he lies speechless. When he whispers her name, Seyun realizes that his murderous state has ended. An information window explains that turning off self-destructive murderous intent also temporarily erases all senses except the desire to kill. Jin-sung sees distorted images and monstrous eyes as he drifts in a hellish, disoriented mental space. Seyun, relieved he is conscious, prepares to heal him while Jin-sung, horrified, wonders what he just did. Seeing Jin-sung gravely injured and bleeding everywhere, Seyun panics, insisting she never wanted this outcome. Traumatic images of his past massacre and dismembered bodies flash through Jin-sung's mind. Overwhelmed by guilt and recalling the slaughter, Jin-sung screams that this is not what he wanted. In a memory, others scream at him as he stands soaked in blood, and someone yells asking what he is doing. The memory continues with Comrades shouting his name as he loses control and attacks. Red-eyed and monstrous in his recollection, he embodies the killer he fears he has become. Back in the present, Seon clings to him and desperately yells for Jin-sung to wake up as he rides. The scene shifts to Pyongyang's Jimsu Mountain Sun Palace, where a figure wonders if the first has returned. A hooded subordinate reports to a man at a desk that the group returned after the destruction and that the southern faction struggled. The man drinking tea notes that the first descended exactly where he had been sent to rob, questioning his superior about that location. Irritated, he complains about being used as a humiliating distraction, while the robed superior apologizes, saying he needed cover to summon the Book of Daniel. The robed man explains he chose Kim Il-young because his presence would make the target seem important, and because Il-young is not weak. The superior adds that the third and fourth beings have also descended and will reveal themselves soon. He confidently says that if they wait a bit longer, their era will arrive. Meanwhile, Jin-sung lies in a hospital bed, groaning in pain as machines beep. Close up, he sweats uneasily in his sleep. He is tormented by a vivid vision of a bloody knife and red energy. The nightmare intensifies, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. A mysterious creature with glowing eyes appears in his mental space, sniffling and crying. Jin-sung's mind shows Seon surrounded by glitchy colors, emphasizing his emotional turmoil over hurting her. He wakes up in the hospital with a gasp, breathing heavily. Still shaken, he lies back staring blankly, haunted by what happened. His eyes tremble as fear and guilt resurface. Seon, who has been waiting at his bedside, calls his name in concern. Jin-sung sits up abruptly, calling out to Seon. The sudden movement pains him and he groans. Seon urges him not to strain himself, and tells him he has been unconscious for 3 days when he asks how long he was out. Jin-sung, still weak, says he wants to get up despite her warnings. Seon jokes that he is not Jesus to rise in 3 days and tells him to rest, while Lee X-Hyun arrives and advises Jin-sung to listen to his wife. Recognizing Lee X-Hyun, Jin-sung is surprised to see his superior smiling at him. Lee X-Hyun moves a chair closer to Jin-sung's bed. Lee X-Hyun formally asks Private Park Jin-sung if he is recovering, and Jin-sung replies that he feels somewhat better. Lee X-Hyun sits and says there is much to discuss, preparing Jin-sung for a long talk. He explains that national disaster agencies have classified Jin-sung as a Level 1 national disaster factor, a so-called tangible disaster. Lee X-Hyun elaborates that the government views Jin-sung as a threat to citizens' lives, security, and the economy, more dangerous than a hurricane or terror attack. He adds that only top officials know this classification, not the public, and asks if Jin-sung understands the implication. Lee X-Hyun reveals that he has personally blocked all moves that would treat Jin-sung as a public enemy. Jin-sung reacts in shock, asking what he means. Lee X-Hyun tells him his Idea is South Korea's only SS rank, higher even than Lee X-Hyun's and Yoon Ah-hyung's S ranks, and that they now understand why he hid it. Jin-sung, gripping the sheets, apologetically says he does not think he can use his Idea again if that is what they want. Lee X-Hyun counters by describing how chaotic the world is, with rising crime, death rates, and worsening discrimination. He apologizes for judging Jin-sung from his file alone but insists Jin-sung knows what he must do. Jin-sung, overwhelmed, says that regardless of national conflicts, he just cannot bear the burden and mentions suspicious actions by multiple countries. Lee X-Hyun places a hand on his shoulder and tells him the country needs his strength. Jin-sung breaks down crying, asking bitterly if they really need the power of an insane killer like him. Lee X-Hyun lifts Jin-sung's face and looks him in the eyes. He reminds Jin-sung of their first meeting, urging him not to give up on himself and saying they need people who believe souls can grow. Jin-sung recalls Seon and the phrase about the growth of souls, reaching out toward that belief. He thinks back on his upbringing in the white Jade Kim family, where he learned to follow the path his soul and Idea dictated. Resolving himself, he decides he will no longer let his soul control his life. Lee X-Hyun repeats the idea of a soul's growth, prompting further reflection. Jin-sung protests that his soul is that of a killer and demands to know why anyone would want to cultivate such a soul. Lee X-Hyun shifts the topic, asking if Jin-sung knows the enormous casualties and property damage caused in the city. He states there were about 12,000 casualties and trillions of won in damage, but stresses that Jin-sung ultimately stopped the disaster. Lee X-Hyun clarifies that he speaks not only as an aide but as a fellow citizen, recognizing Jin-sung's role in saving the country. Jin-sung, startled by the title, exclaims at hearing Lee X-Hyun call himself an aide. He leaps up and bows deeply, sincerely thanking Lee X-Hyun. Following Lee X-Hyun's lead, the masked agents all bow to Jin-sung in gratitude. Seeing everyone's heartfelt thanks, Jin-sung weeps silently, overwhelmed. He calls himself a murderer of their comrades, still unable to forgive himself. Lee X-Hyun counters that Jin-sung also protected the city and its population, emphasizing that without him the city would have fallen. Lee X-Hyun tells him to stop blaming himself and to stand back up. Jin-sung, crying, struggles to accept those words. He notices that everyone, including the agents, are genuinely thanking him, something he has never experienced before. He reflects that despite how hard it must be for them to thank someone who killed their friends, they still extend their respect as adults. Concluding he cannot ignore such warm hands, Jin-sung resolves not to let guilt consume him and vows to move forward. He then tells Lee Xin he will not use the murderous Idea he activated that day anymore. Jin Sung clarifies that even though he refuses that power, he will still move forward for the sake of those he killed. Lee Xin shakes his hand, praising his strength and assuring him that he had already planned to forbid use of the Idea since only he can currently restrain it. Jin Sung nervously asks what will happen to him now, and Lee Xin explains he intends to send him overseas for a few months until people back home forget. Jin Sung requests to finish his battalion service, but Lee Xin tells him to treat it like a short-term study abroad and informs him that he is being specially promoted to sergeant. Sometime later at Korea International Airport, Lee Xin wishes Sergeant Park Jin Sung a restful trip. At the departure area, Jin Sung's instructor warns him not to slack off while he is away, promising a fitness test on his return, and Jin Sung agrees. Suyun hugs Jin Sung tightly, telling him to call, and he promises he will. She also makes him promise to text every day, which he happily agrees to. As Jin Sung's plane takes off, he internally vows to come back stronger. He arrives at John F. Kennedy International Airport, rolling his suitcase into the terminal. He spots a small group of Korean peers waiting in the arrival hall. The group cheerfully greets him with teasing nicknames, revealing they are fellow battalion members Boon Dam and others. Another friend, Yuk Dango, waves and jokes that it has been a long time. Lee Sungwa also appears, shyly greeting Jin Sung. Sungwa comments that Jin Sung looks cooler and more relaxed without his glasses as they shake hands. Boon Dam grumbles about having to stay with these trash friends, and Jin Sung cheekily asks if, as a new sergeant, he can now talk down to them. They bicker comically about who should know the schedule, showing their goofy team dynamic. Dango finally mentions that someone has been staring at them since they got off the plane, prompting the others to react. As the trio squabble and manhandle Dango, Jin Sung thinks wryly that he will be stuck with this dysfunctional team for over a month. Jin Sung then notices a stranger calling out, and asks if the man is addressing him. A flamboyant American in a suit introduces himself as Teddy from the U.S. Department of Defense, sent to pick them up. While driving them, Teddy explains he is new as well and that his translation Idea will handle communication and various support tasks. He pulls up to their destination and warns Jin Sung to be careful about what he says inside. Jin Sung, nervous, raises his hands as doors open to a bright interior. Inside a serious conference room, powerful officials turn to look at the arriving group. Jin Sung realizes the room is filled with high-ranking officials and military personnel as he takes his seat. He notes the oppressive, gloomy mood pervading the meeting. Jin Sung and Sungwa look up in surprise as something catches their attention. A stern officer says there is no time to waste and starts the briefing now that their annoying guests have arrived. The officer outlines 2 recent murder cases in Manhattan involving brutal stabbings and a clown-disguised killer dumping a body in the river. He explains that at least a dozen murderers seem involved, all copying famous past killers and using different ideas, making identification difficult, yet investigators see a common thread. Another official reveals that the mastermind behind these imitation murders is believed to be the Korean cult Thousand Skies sect, whose leader has interfered in cases from abroad. Jin Sung and Sungwa recall the sect's reputation for brainwashing ideas and are surprised, thinking it had been destroyed by the white Jade Kim family. Jin Sung reasons that since the cult is active overseas, the crimes must serve a ritual, not mere imitation, and resolves to ask his captain about it. He becomes aware that many in the room are staring at the Asian students, and he concludes people resent that only a handful of foreign kids were sent instead of substantial help. A commanding voice orders everyone to stop resenting the children and calls the room to attention. A woman in a decorated uniform dismissively waves off the formal salute, saying she does not need it. Dango reacts overexcitedly to her presence, shrieking in awe. He frantically tells the others that any human should recognize this famous woman, revealing she is Vladdy Cheap. The narration identifies Vladdy Cheap as a top SS rank vampire Idea user, essentially the leading vampire of the United States. Vladdy introduces herself politely to the Korean students. Dango ecstatically informs Jin Sung that Vladdy smiled at them and demands to know who she really is. He gushes that she is already a lieutenant general commanding Delta Force at age 28, the most elite covert unit in the U.S. Army, renowned for her strength and leadership. Vladdy abruptly points at Boon Dam and calls him out. When he nervously asks what the problem is, she curtly replies that his face annoys her and presses him for his opinion on the situation. Boon Dam modestly says that weaklings like them probably have no reason to act, and she dryly answers that he seems to know his place. She then offers a formal apology if her people gave them dirty looks, but states bluntly that if Lee Xin had not requested it, she would not be dealing with them at all. Observing her attitude, Jin Sung thinks she is clearly drawing a line between their sides and wonders if he should test how strong she truly is. His murder assistance interface evaluates Vladdy's Idea as vampire, Dracula, labeling it the ancestor of all vampires with unknown but presumably immense power. The sheer pressure of her presence overwhelms Jin Sung, forcing him to the ground as Sungwa rushes to ask what is wrong. Jin Sung clutches his bleeding eyes in agony, shouting that his eyes hurt, while his friends panic. Vladdy leans in close to the injured Jin Sung, sharply asking what he just tried to do. The boy nervously insists he was only trying to read her Idea. The officer accuses him of lying. He explains the strength gap hurt him and he only saw her Idea's name. She threatens to drain his blood if he is lying. Bleeding and dizzy, he offers to prove his ability by reading everyone's ideas in the room. Amused, she decides he is more interesting than expected. She explains many different ideas in the case kept them from finding a suspect, and he claims he can. She hands him paper and tells him to prove it. He writes down detailed idea information. He submits the document to her. The document describes his idea, which lets people communicate freely but has low combat power. Impressed by the report, she admits his ability is more useful than she thought. She changes plans, deciding to involve him in something Lee Xian did not foresee. She announces that instead of simple training, the students will now be deployed on real missions where some may die. She asks his name, and he formally introduces himself as Sergeant Park Jin-sung from a Korean special training high school. She orders him to come to her bedroom at 2100 hours, leaving him flustered as he agrees. She anticipates that upcoming events with him will be entertaining. Elsewhere, a victim begs for life while being brutally attacked. The pink-haired killer casually refuses to spare the victim. She drives a blood-covered blade through someone, splattering the surroundings. The narrative identifies her idea as Jack the Ripper, ranked A. Later, Jin-sung knocks on her door at the appointed time. From inside, she calls him in as Deceiver, and he nervously enters with Teddy behind him. Relaxed on the couch, she tells them to sit anywhere while reading documents. She tells him to call her sis and asks who else knows he can read ideas. Noting Lee Xian's file said nothing about this power. Jin-sung explains no one else should know and even Lee Xian might not, which she calls indecisive. She silently smiles to herself, clearly pleased. She then bluntly invites Jin-sung, the Deceiver, to join her unit. He is stunned as she clarifies she wants him to join Delta Force despite his affiliation with Houndy. She emphasizes she means Delta Force under her command. She postpones that decision and hands him mission files, saying they must handle urgent threats first. The files reveal the John Wayne Gacy imitator is at JFK Airport and the Jack the Ripper imitator at a brothel. She orders him to infiltrate these locations and use his idea to identify blade-like ideas among suspects. The scene shifts to JFK Airport, where everything appears deceptively normal. After days of surveillance, Jin-sung is exhausted while his classmates suggest he naps so the operation does not fail. Cheap arrives and reports that a suspected Thousand Skies sect leader has been captured in nearby slums, telling the students to continue surveillance and wait. She then calls for the translator and Deceiver to accompany her to the slums. In the vehicle, Jin-sung rubs his tired eyes and sighs. She tells him he can rest his eyes, but he insists he is fine. They discuss the situation, wondering how the sect leader was suddenly captured, as it seems too convenient. She admits she is also suspicious but says the area has been blockaded, so they should be able to meet the leader. A sudden report announces mass murders across the city matching the list of killers they had, implying internal leaks. Another report says a huge number of killers is attacking JFK Airport, and local police are overwhelmed, making Jin-sung panic for his friends. Cheap stays calm, assuring him she will handle the crisis. She radios her forces, authorizing lethal force, ordering some units to suppress killers and others to seal all exits. Hearing more details about the airport, she asks Jin-sung what they should do. She decides to personally head to the airport. She sets down the radio to move out. She remarks that being betrayed is almost refreshing and chooses to take on a solo mission. Bats suddenly swarm inside the car, startling Jin-sung. She asks if he dislikes bats as they flutter around them. When he denies hating them, she is relieved. Cheap declares it time to hunt and orders Jin-sung and the translator to locate the Thousand Skies leader with support from Unit 4. Jin-sung protests, wanting to join her at the airport, but is swept away with the bats. The bats explode outward in a vortex of color as they teleport. Their vehicle reappears elsewhere as the swarm disperses. At the airport, panic erupts as people scream and flee. Jin-sung's classmates realize killers had waited for Cheap to leave and urge each other to run faster. One student faces a crazed attacker swinging a blade, narrowly dodging. His idea is shown as eyes that capture the trajectory, letting him read an object's speed and direction. Nearby, a mortally wounded civilian begs another classmate to save him. The classmate turns and sees a killer standing over a corpse, shocked. He yells at another friend nicknamed Hikik for trying to run away, asking if he will really flee. The fighter with the blade-reading eyes tells his senior to escape while he distracts their attackers. The senior scoffs at running from weak ranks enemies, while another friend calmly orders him to go and promises support. The brash senior falls silent, moved by his friend's determination. He then orders Hikik to come break the floor. The heavy boy runs over, complaining about his speed and weight. Hikik activates his idea that greatly increases both his and his enemy's weight and that of their equipment, then slams down. The impact shatters the floor into huge chunks, astonishing the senior. The senior praises Hikik's work. His own idea, extract something stuck and swing it, allows him to use embedded objects as weapons. He rips a boulder from the floor and swings it powerfully. In mid-battle he notices some killers heading towards civilians and reacts in alarm. He is suddenly stabbed in the abdomen while mocking an enemy's poor timing. His teammate is horrified, calling out to his senior. Despite the wound, the senior unleashes a fierce kick to blast an attacker away. Tears and sweat fall as he pantingly endures the pain. He looks down at medical tools lodged in his open gut and calls the situation embarrassing. A slash effect signals another attack starting. He body slams an enemy using his massive weight. The others rush to the bleeding senior, begging him not to lose consciousness as he vomits from shock. He stubbornly insists he will not die while another friend, a healer, asks to inspect the wound. The healer activates his Idea, turning his hands into scissors that can stitch any external injuries. Surrounded by bright energy, he promises to treat the senior immediately. The glowing scissor hands begin stitching across the torn abdomen. Blue energy threads rapidly close the senior's grievous wound. The healer finishes suturing and announces the job done. He warns that although the wound is closed, internal injuries remain, so the senior must not overexert himself. Meanwhile, adults at the airport try to shield children and angrily confront the killers, only to be slaughtered. Ignoring the warning, the senior prepares to fight again, reactivating extract something stuck and swing it. Grinning through pain, he readies another huge chunk of debris. He hoists the massive slab overhead and charges, while his comrade scolds him for not resting. The healer observes the endless stream of enemies. He notes that their small, battered group only has sheer will to fight left. He closes his eyes, steeling himself. Remembering past encouragement, he thinks there is no point in running away. He recalls someone telling him his idea is excellent, and could become even better if he works at it. He clenches his fist, resolving himself. He vows internally to work hard like Jin Sung and fight seriously. Empowered, he slashes with his scissor blades alongside a teammate's kick, cutting down another killer. Exhausted, the senior remarks there seems to be no end to the foes, but another voice tells him he has done enough. Back near the slums, Jin Sung's translator hears Cheap's orders relayed through swarming bats. Observers recognize the bats, shadows and fog as signs of Vladdy Cheap's arrival, cheering that she is here. Cheap manifests in full power as vampire, Dracula, an SS rank Idea whose true form is an immortal swarm of bats, fog and shadows. She rebukes the killers for causing trouble within range of her shadows. The frenzied killers scream to kill as they charge her forces. Cheap calmly estimates there are about 300 enemies. Her bats dive into the mob, their victims screaming in terror. Surrounded by them, she advances while the killers realize too late how outmatched they are. The Jack the Ripper imitator grins manically and shouts to kill. Cheap is momentarily pierced by multiple weapons, her body riddled with stakes. The surrounding killers laugh triumphantly. Their expressions shift to confusion as nothing happens to her. She explains as a transcendent vampire Dracula, human attacks cannot kill her. Only another transcendent with special conditions could. She declares that weaklings like them could never kill her. She chillingly adds that they will at least serve as a decent meal. She begins drinking blood from a victim's neck. Empowered, she slams and tears through attackers, sending bodies flying in a red rain. She complains the blood quality is disappointing and the worst she has tasted. Another sinister figure appears, telling the remaining cultists it is too late to regret their choices. Cheap activates a bloodsucker ability, shrouding herself in dark shadows. Commanding the consumed blood, she raises corpses as ghouls that stagger to their feet. The narration states this bloodsucker form uses drunk blood to create ghouls whose ideas cannot be copied but whose bodies are twice as strong. She casually mentions she stocked up plenty of ghouls while helping Mexico destroy a drug cartel. It is explained that ghouls can be stored indefinitely unless their bodies are physically destroyed. She deems the surviving killers unworthy of joining her army and orders them to be reduced to dust. In the van, Jin Sung anxiously asks if the airport is alright after hearing of the massacre. Teddy reassures him, calling Cheap a true monster who will handle it. Teddy insists they must obey orders and focus on capturing the sect leader to prevent another disaster. Their car approaches a strangely quiet city street. Jin Sung remarks how unnaturally silent the area is. Over the radio, someone claiming to be Delta Force Unit 4 reports they have located Cheap's car. The same voice directs Teddy and Jin Sung to exit the car and move left to a soon-to-open passage. As he listens, Jin Sung suddenly realizes something is off. Their car screeches to a halt. Jin Sung jumps out, saying no one is answering his calls. He urges Teddy to turn back because something feels wrong and insists they should be fighting too. When Teddy hesitates, Jin Sung runs off, and Teddy reluctantly follows, yelling after him. As they move through too many suspicious openings, both sense that something is clearly wrong. Jin Sung suddenly understands the inconsistency. He dashes ahead while Teddy shouts for him not to go alone. Jin Sung thinks to himself that he knew something felt strange all along. He reasons that the radio voice used authentic Delta Force identifiers and Cheap's unit nickname, proving information was leaked from the inside. He recalls how only her close subordinates call her sis Vladdy Cheap and how the caller described her as their specific target. Realizing it fully, Jin Sung screams that the supposed rendezvous is a trap. He frantically warns Delta Force Unit 4 via radio to flee immediately, but higher UPS choose not to waste this chance to wipe out the cult. A stern commander of Delta Force, relying on his long experience under Cheap, prepares his men despite the warning. Elsewhere, the cult's leader gleefully orders the Jack the Ripper imitator to slaughter them. Jack the Ripper steps forward, her A-rank Idea and high combat skill highlighted as she prepares to join the battle. Jin Sung runs harder, realizing Delta Force cannot handle her, especially with more enemies likely en route. He concludes they must retreat now, But the scene shows Jack the Ripper already cutting into soldiers as the ambush begins. A man realizes too late that the murderous red-haired woman is right behind him. She drives a knife into his side from behind. Laughing madly, she repeatedly stabs through his body while he collapses. The wounded man grabs her shoulder from behind, startling her. She turns to see more masked fighters leaping down to attack her simultaneously. Smirking, she says she can now easily read their movements. A skilled description appears explaining that by killing, she absorbs a third of each victim's physical ability, having stacked this 151 times. She brutally kills another man as he screams. Observing the massacre, the protagonist thinks their plan failed and realizes that if this woman destroyed the brothels, she possesses strength exceeding 50 people combined. He worries that if she absorbs the elite squad's strength, she will become even more dangerous and steps forward with a glowing dagger. A blood-sucking dagger is introduced that lets the user drain blood and remotely control a victim's body, and the protagonist declares he will handle the woman alone. The woman notices he has an ability like hers, while he asks her to handle incoming enemies and their leader. Elsewhere, a gray-haired officer is shocked by news of this reinforcement and looming threat. He assesses the situation as an unknown ally plus a mass murderer and decides he must report everything to his captain immediately. The protagonist orders his allies to retreat and regroup. He thinks with relief that they avoided the worst scenario. Focusing now on the woman, he prepares to deal with her as his last remaining opponent. The woman unleashes a dome-like field of murderous energy around herself and the area. Another ability text explains that each kill turns her murderous intent into tangible power, now stacked 152 times, creating an area that suffocates those within. She is surprised the protagonist still stands unaffected inside her suffocating aura. He calmly answers that he knows, deciding that dragging the battle out will only worsen things. Their cult leader notices the Asian boy directing events and recognizes him as the mastermind behind their ruined plans. The protagonist's eyes glow with intense, spiraling bloodlust. He and the cult leader face each other in a swirling red void of murderous intent. The cult leader remarks that despite seeing many killers, he has never witnessed eyes so steeped in bloodlust. Declaring he will kill the boy, the cult leader activates his powerful Edaya, the reverse 10 commandments, which violates the divine law against murder despite his low personal combat power. The ability's description reveals it can entrance dissatisfied people and turn them into murderous puppets, prompting the protagonist to prioritize stopping the woman first. The protagonist rushes the woman, politely announcing himself as he attacks. Their weapons clash violently in mid-strike. He launches a flurry of blows but is shocked that she parries all of them with ease. He realizes a huge counterattack is coming. She kicks him away with explosive force, blasting him across the battlefield. He crashes hard and skids along the ground. Winded and frustrated, he kneels while the cult leader approaches and taunts him, asking how he feels. The cult leader asks if he is starting to feel dissatisfied with the world, triggering the Edia's trance effect. He offers the protagonist two choices, to serve him or become a plaything for Jack, while the protagonist dryly notes, he is always dissatisfied with his surroundings. Smiling, the protagonist asks what sort of murderer the cult leader thinks he could become. The cult leader wonders if the boy has fully understood his Edia's effect. The protagonist challenges him to use the power, curious how he will change. The cult leader is delighted, thinking this response is perfect for his purposes. He praises the protagonist's limitless potential if freed from human morality, urging him to transcend ordinary limits. He offers to solve all of the boy's worldly dissatisfactions and reaches out with glowing power. With maniacal glee, he thrusts the reverse 10 commandments at the protagonist. He exhorts the boy to kill anyone he wishes, fully embracing his murderous desires. The glowing hand approaches the protagonist's head as he stands seemingly passive. The cult leader assumes the brainwashing worked and pities him while preparing to command his Edia. Instead, the protagonist, unfazed, criticizes the attempt and asks if that is all the priest can do. The cult leader panics that the brainwashing failed, unable to believe someone could lack worldly dissatisfaction, while the protagonist casually says he has none. Internally, the protagonist admits he actually is full of dissatisfaction, mainly about his strength and inability to protect others. He confesses to himself that he doubts his ability to control his murderous skill yet is deeply unhappy with that weakness. Recalling his parents' encouragement, he remembers he claimed he would keep moving forward but now questions whether he can truly control himself. He contrasts his own self-doubt with his parents' faith in his hidden potential, acknowledging he still cannot trust himself the same way. He is startled by this internal conflict as memories and doubts flood his mind. Surrounded by a pool of red murderous energy, he worries about losing control again like last time. A skeletal hand of intent grabs his leg as he admits he is terrified of that possibility. Yet he recognizes that unless he overcomes this fear, the woman will eventually kill him and there is no other path to escape. He recalls vowing to move forward after leaving the hospital, but doubts whether he truly can. Remembering his mentor's faith in his potential, he admits he still cannot fully believe in himself. Looking up, he is jolted as new determination begins to form. He remembers his parents telling him he can do anything if he calms down, and that they believe in him. Steeled by these memories, he stands firm before the enemies closing in. He smiles confidently, having resolved to face his murderous power instead of fearing it. His murderous intent erupts outward like a colossal red explosion behind him. The woman senses this overwhelming murderous aura and is seized by a very bad premonition. Realizing the danger, she decides she must kill him immediately and charges in. As she rushes, black tendrils of his aura swirl around him, laughing and preventing her approach. She is shocked to find her own murderous aura being overpowered and hears the cult leader yelling at her to hurry and kill the boy while she concludes that getting closer will kill her. The boy drops to one knee, struggling to withstand the torrent of murderous intent surging through him. In a vortex of red, terrified enemies crumble as he confronts the fear of death and his desire to live. He resolves to expel this murderous intent out of his body and into the world, instead of letting it consume him. Focusing that decision into a single command, he mentally orders his murderous power to kill. A dark, shadowy figure of intent tempts him, pointing out all the prey around him and urging him to slaughter them. The voice entices him to imagine beautiful fountains of blood, and he fears being swallowed by murderous intent again. He wonders if this burden is too great for him to handle. Deciding on a drastic measure, he plunges his blade into his own body. He screams as blood and black tendrils surge out through the wound, externalizing the murderous energy. The unleashed intent condenses into a towering dark structure. It then explodes outward in a spray of corrupted energy and blood. The protagonist rises, arm raised, having survived and seemingly mastered the outburst. Onlookers notice the oppressive weather clearing as the aura dissipates. A new weapon notification explains that his blade, now called the 103,673rd Darkness's Devouring Blade, has devoured his opponent's murderous intent and can manifest it physically. Additional descriptions state the blade absorbs nearby murderous intent, doubling his attack and defense when used, and retains prior abilities such as that of the blood-sucking dagger. Curious, he wonders what the term omnivore refers to while examining the sword. The blade suddenly writhes and screams, startling him into dropping it. He realizes it has also absorbed all lingering murderous intent, and is shocked as something strange oozes out of the weapon. Dark tendrils spill onto the ground, expanding around him while others watch in fear. He inspects the shapeless darkness and compares it to a black veil. A new description clarifies that the omnivore form turns absorbed murderous intent into autonomous thorns that attack all living beings except the user. Those thorns immediately impale and fling cultists through the air, causing chaos and desperate cries. The cult leader panics and orders Jack to protect him so they can escape from the rampaging thorns. Watching the carnage, the protagonist realizes the omnivore form is what is attacking and questions what this thing actually is. He concludes the entity has its own will and is likely a fragment of his soul, embarrassed that such a thing is part of him, but deciding to name it Omni and accept it. As Jack leaps at him screaming for his death, the protagonist calmly raises the devouring blade with Omni's help. Jack's attack reaches him, but the blade and black tendrils intercept it at the last second. A tendril lashes out and pierces Jack's side, injuring her. Delighted, the protagonist praises Omni for the assist while Jack retreats, annoyed. The blade howls again as a status text reiterates that it continually absorbs murderous intent and doubles his stats accordingly. Jack realizes in horror that the blade is feeding on both her own killing intent and that of all the frenzied believers, making it the ideal weapon against them. The protagonist copies a technique he saw, calling out command words as he prepares to use the sword like a key. Jack, impressed yet irritated, says she cannot believe how strong and troublesome he has become. She gathers the combined strength of 50 people into one ultimate attack and dives toward him, intending to sacrifice him to her sect. He counters with a powerful slash that smashes her attack and sends her flying. Jack looks down in shock as a massive wound appears in her side. The protagonist follows through with another sweeping blow, further shredding her body. Standing surrounded by swirling murderous energy, he declares the fight with Jack finished and turns toward his next target. He adopts another named sword stance, indicating he will now go after the cult leader. Jack, badly injured, laughs weakly but still tries to rise within the encroaching darkness. She admits to herself that defeating him will be much harder than she expected. Shortly afterward, her bloodied body and dropped knife show that she has finally been killed, and the protagonist notes that this settles the matter of the girl. He turns away and states that only her leader remains. Seeing the cult leader has not gotten far, he decides that will make finishing the job easier. He commands Omni to consume everything as the tendrils surge after the fleeing priest. The terrified cult leader runs while begging his followers to shield him. His devotees throw themselves forward, shouting to protect their father. The protagonist laughs mockingly and demands to know where the priest thinks he is fleeing. The dying Jack still manages to grab his leg from behind. He looks back in surprise at the unexpected grip. Meanwhile, Omni's tendrils continue rampaging, annihilating fleeing cultists in crimson explosions. Feeling his power waning, the protagonist realizes he has exhausted the available murderous intent as fuel. Jack uses that opening to land one last desperate strike, only to be countered and crushed by his kick. With the battle over, the protagonist finds himself alone in a quiet street as a black car approaches. Disoriented, he mutters that he is lost and needs to find Sheep quickly, admitting he is helpless without his missing translator Teddy. He regrets running off without confirming Teddy's safety and assumes his translator must already be dead. Brooding over this, he momentarily loses focus. He scolds himself to stay focused, saying now is not the time to wallow. Deciding he must report the situation to Cheap, he remembers he does not know her contact information or even speak the local language. He resolves to at least try something with his new sword rather than stand around uselessly. He grips the weapon again, preparing to use Omni's abilities for another purpose. Raising the blade overhead, he orders Omni to scream loudly enough for Cheap to hear and promises to feed it well later. Omni's tendrils erupt skyward with piercing cries that echo across the area. The protagonist stands in the center of the howling black field, waiting for a response. He notices something approaching and is startled. A storm of shadowy birds descends around him, and he braces himself. Cheap arrives through the flock and he calls out to her in relief. She lands and hugs him tightly, overjoyed that he is still alive. Cheap apologizes, explaining she thought he had died when she heard his unit was wiped out, and blames herself for his presumed demise. He insists he should be the one apologizing, saying he failed to save everyone and allowed the sect leader to escape. She replies that she had not expected much of him, but is simply grateful he survived, then asks about his intriguing and unsettling Edaya companion. He anxiously asks if the airport is secure. She confirms the airport is safe and now key to stopping the enemy leader, saying she was about to head there herself and inviting him to come along. He grabs her arm, urgently asking what she means, while thinking that the sect leader should have fled after losing so many followers and wondering what the man is planning. Cheap explains that his translator returned alive, warned her that murderers were after him, and described the leader's plans in detail, prompting him to ask in shock if she means Teddy. Realizing Teddy survived, he mentally questions how a non-combat Edaya user lived among hundreds of murderers and learned the leader's plans without his knowledge. Cheap shows him a ring Teddy left, saying it will let him communicate with anyone even without a translator. A description appears for the ring's Edaya, Killer Crown, stating it allows the wearer to communicate freely with anyone they perceive as younger, and can share this effect briefly with others. The protagonist senses that this translation Edaya now feels different, as though it has evolved beyond its previous simple form. He frantically asks Cheap where Teddy is, and she answers that he is traveling with the protagonist's friends toward Laika's Island Penitentiary. Horrified, the protagonist realizes his companions are at the penitentiary too and fears what the sect leader might be plotting there. As Cheap asks what is wrong, he suspects the leader intends to use all the prisoners for a massive ritual or sacrifice. The scene cuts to the cult leader arriving at the penitentiary, ominously asking how many inmates are currently imprisoned there. In the prison, a robed cultist mentions gathering about 13,000 people, seen by inmates from their cells. The ecstatic cult priest imagines his sect leader gaining 13,000 fanatical followers ready to die for him. Jin Sung realizes that if this happens the sect will ruin the city, so he insists they must rush to the penitentiary. Cheap tells Jin Sung they were already planning to head to the prison when her phone suddenly starts ringing. Both Cheap and Jin Sung react tensely as the persistent ringing call interrupts them. Narration shifts, explaining that while the Thousand Skies sect caused trouble elsewhere, chaos erupts in Beijing's Forbidden City as civilians flee. A child in the panicked crowd asks his mother about the threat while narration says another book of Daniel monster, third, endangers Beijing. The gigantic winged leopard monster identified as Book of Daniel's third, an SSS rank Edaya, appears and terrifies onlookers. China dispatches Xiaoran, wielder of the SSS rank Edaya and reputed strongest person in the world, to neutralize third. Xiaoran proves his title in fierce combat against third, overwhelming the monster with a powerful charge. The battle shows Xiaoran smashing into his foe with explosive force. Suddenly a second monster, Fourth, arrives, worsening the crisis for everyone present. Fourth indiscriminately attacks everything, killing Third with little resistance in the process. Even Xiaoran is overpowered and driven back by Fourth's unstoppable might. Recognizing the severity, Xiaoran issues a global force summon, calling SS-rank fighters from around the world. Cheap reads in shock that a force summon order has been activated. Narration explains the force summon law, created for grave global threats and subject to strict conditions. The conditions include high-level approval or deaths of multiple SS/SSS ranks or appearance of a new intelligent non-human species, with at least one needing to be met. Jin Sung, seeing Cheap's reaction, anxiously asks which condition triggered the order. Cheap's alert reveals that SSS rank Xiaoran has been confirmed dead and Fourth is now officially labeled a world-level threat. Shaken, Jin Sung presses Cheap to explain what is happening. Cheap can hardly believe that Xiaoran, the world's sole SSS rank, has actually been killed. Jin Sung timidly asks if Cheap has just received terrible news. Cheap solemnly calls Jin Sung's attention, preparing to explain. She confirms Teddy is a traitor and that the sect leader may appear at the penitentiary before 13,000 inmates, risking a mass release of murderers into New York. Jin Sung worries this could devastate all of New York and asks again what message Cheap received. Cheap gravely states that the world itself may be heading toward an irreversible end. Confused, Jin Sung demands to know what she means. Cheap's eyes narrow as she steels herself, thinking further about the implications. She assumes the president is calling, torn between sending forces where an SSS rank died or accepting national penalties for holding back. Cheap grabs Jin Sung's shoulder, making a firm decision. She tells Jin Sung she can no longer accompany him to the penitentiary. Jin Sung protests that he does not understand, stressing that the traitor is going there with his friends and time is running out. He pleads for Cheap's help, declaring that he trusts her. Cheap gives Jin Sung authority over her remaining forces via a ring, ordering him to go to the penitentiary, stop the sect leader, and save his friends, identifying the Adea as Killer Crown. Jin Sung's comrade asks about Cheap's own plans, and she replies that she must head to Beijing. Cheap assures him she will return to avenge Unit 4 and departs with her powers, confirming Jin Sung understands his mission. Jin Sung vows confidently to handle the penitentiary himself, and urges Cheap to leave it to him. Cheap smiles, saying Lee Xian had good reason to send Jin Sung to her. She reminds him their lives are both on the line and wishes him luck, which he gratefully accepts. As she departs in a swirl of bats, she calls out a farewell while Jin Sung stands ready with his sword. Scene shifts to Laika's Island Penitentiary, where a military vehicle arrives outside the facility. Jin Sung enters the building, alerted by a scream from inside. He approaches the control room where the director sits, preparing to speak. The director recognizes him and says Jin Sung has finally arrived. Jin Sung introduces himself, saying Cheap has briefed him on the situation. The director, still puzzled why Cheap entrusted everything to this youth, says he was told to follow Jin Sung's lead and asks what is going on. He suggests Jin Sung simply look at the CCTV feeds to understand. Jin Sung stares at the monitors in shock at what he sees. The cameras reveal the sect leader already inside the penitentiary, surrounded by inmates. Jin Sung realizes the prisoners are kneeling and already being brainwashed by the sect leader's prayer-like ritual. Alarmed, he exclaims for them to wait as he watches the monitors. Elsewhere in the prison, one of Jin Sung's friends sees even their own group joining the mass prayer. The bearded man Teddy leans in disturbingly close to one of Jin Sung's kneeling friends, revealing his twisted interest. Watching this, Jin Sung turns pale and horrified. He tells the director he will enter the penitentiary immediately and asks for the quickest route. The director questions whether Jin Sung has a plan, noting the sect leader's rumored mind control idea. Jin Sung admits he intends to go in alone, but the director objects that trusting a minor with this mission seems irresponsible even with Cheap's orders. The director challenges Jin Sung's reliability, arguing he is not even an adult yet. Jin Sung grips his weapon, ready to act despite the doubt. He warns them not to obstruct him because his friends' lives are at stake, as his eerie weapon manifests. The director and others feel an intense murderous aura from Jin Sung, and realize it is coming from him. Jin Sung says he lacks leadership skills and leaves tactical assignments to the director, focusing only on his own role. He asks forgiveness in advance for taking whatever actions he deems necessary on his own. Jin Sung then hurries down the corridor toward the prison interior. Guided by the director via phone, he follows a guard's shortcut leading to the first floor hall and checks he is at the right door. He opens the secure door to enter the inner area. Inside the hall, a suited figure waits ominously for him. Teddy, now in a suit, greets Jin Sung enthusiastically, saying he has been expecting him. Jin Sung recognizes Teddy and immediately smashes his head down, but an unseen Adea prevents Teddy from lifting his head. Jin Sung is shocked to find he himself cannot raise his own head due to the power's effect. Teddy mocks him, praising Koreans for their manners while enjoying Jin Sung forced into a bow. Furious, Jin Sung curses Teddy, who comments that Jin Sung looks frightening. Using a sudden burst of speed, Jin Sung slams Teddy, thanking him sarcastically for the ring as he attacks. Teddy looks at the ornate ring in his hand, realizing its importance. Narration explains Teddy's B-rank Adea killer crown, derived from murderer John Wayne Gacy, granting clown disguise and a perverted killer ability that hides his identity and forces those he considers younger to keep their heads down. Jin Sung says that without the ring he would not have pierced Teddy's disguise and calls the ability disgusting. Teddy taunts that Jin Sung may think he misused the ring, but claims he simply no longer needs to hide since events are already set. Confident in the inevitable outcome, Teddy declares everything decided while Jin Sung draws his sword enveloped in dark energy. Teddy notices something and reacts with surprise to Jin Sung's movement. Teddy fends off a swift attack, remarking that Jin Sung is more ferocious than expected. Jin Sung rejects Teddy's claim of inevitability, asserting he believes otherwise as his black tendrils lash out. Teddy tries to calm him, saying he prepared especially for Jin Sung and signaling that he has a counterplan. He reveals Jin Sung's three friends, blank-eyed, stepping forward as hostages. Jin Sung realizes in horror that his friends are being used as leverage. Teddy claims he only wants to talk and urges a peaceful resolution while spreading his arms theatrically. Jin Sung scoffs at the idea of peace while his friends are hostages and his powers keen for blood. He coldly tells Teddy he is already dead in Jin Sung's eyes. Teddy insists he only came to escort Jin Sung to the sect leader, not fight him. Jin Sung replies he can find the sect leader on his own and tells Teddy to die here. Teddy desperately calls for a moment and prepares a counter-move with his Adea. Jin Sung suddenly senses something happening behind him. His friends begin choking and staggering as the ritual's influence worsens. Another friend draws a blade, also affected, prompting curses as they struggle. Jin Sung deduces Teddy is not directly controlling them, meaning the sect leader is watching nearby, and fears his friends will die if he keeps fighting Teddy. Reluctantly, Jin Sung agrees to follow Teddy's demand and orders him to take him to the leader. Teddy smirks and agrees, clearly satisfied that his ploy worked. As he leaves, Teddy cheerfully tells a dazed friend he will see him soon. Teddy warns that if Jin-sung values his friends he should follow, and Jin-sung realizes he cannot stop the sect leader without knowing his location. Jin-sung resolves that even if he follows now, he will eventually kill Teddy for this. Teddy's footsteps echo as he leads the way deeper inside. As they walk, the oppressive Idea keeps Jin-sung's head bowed, hurting him. They emerge into a vast central hall under a bright skylight where many prisoners are gathered. Jin-sung sees his friends and countless inmates kneeling in prayer while Teddy and others stand watch. A sinister laugh rings out, and Jin-sung recognizes the voice. The sect leader steps forward in ceremonial robes, greeting Jin-sung warmly, and reminding him of their earlier conversation in the slums. Jin-sung advances, unconcerned with the sect leader's words. He dismisses remembering that talk, while the sect leader proclaims his goal of freeing humanity through inhuman suffering. The leader continues spouting doctrine about healthy minds and bodies as Jin-sung's entranced friends listen blankly. He says that despite a messy process they have finally reached the culmination of his plan. Jin-sung interrupts, telling the Thousand Skies sect leader that his schemes are over. Jin-sung asserts that killing the leader will free the prisoners from his control and prepares to strike. He warns the sect leader to get ready because he is extremely angry. The sect leader asks if Jin-sung understands why he chose this prison, but Jin-sung replies it is obviously to gain many puppets. The leader laughs that Jin-sung underestimates him, implying a deeper reason for choosing this place. Jin-sung retorts that 13,000 alone were never enough to stop him or cheap and urges the leader to reveal his real purpose. The sect leader announces the start of the ritual. A blinding surge of ritual energy erupts throughout the hall. Blood spills across the floor as the ritual begins taking effect. Jin-sung, shaken, wonders why this is happening. He sees the prisoners suddenly turning on each other in frenzied violence. The sect leader gleefully orders the murderers to slaughter each other faster. One of Jin-sung's friends is struck and coughs blood, pulling Jin-sung's attention. Jin-sung decides he must first stop the killing and figure out the leader's deeper plan later. He charges forward yelling his friend's name, ready to intervene. Surrounded by crazed inmates, Jin-sung braces himself as multiple attackers close in. His black tendrils lash out, disarming and striking down those around him. He flings attackers away with sweeping arcs of his Idea. After clearing space, Jin-sung thanks his weapon Omni as it shrieks in resonance. Meanwhile, Teddy laments that he still cannot raise his head fully, leaving his view restricted. Jin-sung resolves to hunt down Teddy so he can literally lift his head again. Teddy revels in the situation, explaining how long he has waited to torment someone like Jin-sung with Killer Crown's combined effects. Grabbing Jin-sung from behind, Teddy promises to have fun with his corpse. Jin-sung abruptly catches Teddy's hand as he tries to act. He tightens his grip and stops Teddy's attack. Teddy cries out in shock, not expecting resistance. Jin-sung, now behind him, threatens Teddy with death. Teddy panics, wondering how Jin-sung sensed him despite his Idea concealing his presence. Teddy is knocked away and badly hurt. Jin-sung closes in, disdainfully asking what to do with Teddy and driving his blade into Teddy's torso. The strike pierces through Teddy's body, causing him to scream. Teddy staggers, stunned that Jin-sung has already managed to stab him. Jin-sung says the damage so far is nowhere near enough to repay what Teddy did to his friends and to him. A brutal follow-up attack tears open Teddy's body even further. Jin-sung's tendrils hoist Teddy high into the air as he shrieks in agony. The tendrils relentlessly tear Teddy apart in a storm of blood. Teddy's mutilated remains begin to fall as the tendrils withdraw. Jin-sung declares he will spare everyone else in the prison except for 2 specific people. Gripping Omni again, he calls the weapon's name as it responds hungrily. With a chilling smile, Jin-sung tells Omni to devour as much as it can. The narrator introduces the 103,673rd Darkness's devouring blade, which turns murderous intent into a physical force and absorbs it. The cult leader is delighted that the protagonist is using murderous intent, hoping he will lose control so it can fuel the ritual. The protagonist orders Omni to focus on subduing all the prisoners. He launches himself into battle, wielding the dark blade. Omni's manifested blades and tendrils slash through rampaging inmates, knocking them out. Seeing his allies only lightly injured, the protagonist is relieved and prepares to fight more freely. He apologetically pummels more prisoners, telling them to stay down. He seals his unconscious friends inside a cell, thinking they will be safe there. Watching Omni restrain others, he notes that the weapon is handling the situation well. He observes some prisoners knocked out on the floor and thinks pain is preferable to them being killed, though not everyone was saved. The cult leader panics when he realizes the protagonist is sparing lives instead of slaughtering everyone as planned. The protagonist staggers as Omni's absorbed killing intent starts affecting him. His eyes go wild, showing that the overflow of murderous intent is clouding his mind. He crashes to the ground, struggling against the surge of hostile emotions. He recognizes that Omni has taken in too much murderous intent and that its backlash is now influencing him. An eerie smile forms as the tainted intent begins twisting his personality. Shocked by his own reaction, he clamps a hand over his mouth to regain control. He forces himself to refocus, reminding himself he is alone and must minimize casualties. The cult leader yells from afar, demanding to know why the protagonist refuses to kill anyone. Ranting, the cult leader insists that everyone here is meant to be freed from the world through death. The protagonist calls him an idiot, declaring the situation over and telling him to give up. Desperate, the cult leader summons a powerful prisoner named Adam. Adam stomps forward, his presence shaking the ground. The cult leader explains he never intended to rely on the other prisoners and that they were merely sacrifices to set up this confrontation. He recalls that he cannot brainwash the protagonist, so he plans to draw out the hero's dense murderous intent through Adam as a catalyst for the ritual. At the leader's command, Adam charges ferociously at the protagonist. The protagonist activates a technique called Chisel, key while preparing to counter. Adam roars and swings a deadly punch at him. The protagonist tightens his grip on the blade, readying a decisive strike. His attack explodes into a series of piercing strikes aimed at Adam. He follows up with rapid Chisel, key, unleashing a focused critical blow. Adam is suddenly shown already cut down, the protagonist calmly holding his sword after the instantaneous strike. Adam's huge body collapses in a spray of blood as the cult leader looks on in shock. The cult leader nervously laughs that Adam died far more easily than expected. The protagonist points his sword at the cult leader's throat and tells him to end things now. The cult leader, obsessed with ritual, urges the protagonist to join the holy ceremony since he has such pure murderous intent, but the protagonist offers instead to make him part of the ritual. Terrified, the cult leader falls back and stammers, asking if the protagonist truly intends to kill him. The protagonist mocks his fear of death and calls him hypocritical for preaching sacrifice while being unwilling to die himself. The cult leader rages, demanding to know why he should be the one killed. As the protagonist slices his leg, the cult leader screams that he must live to witness human evolution. The protagonist accuses him of causing countless deaths and asks if he even knows how many people died because of him. The cult leader just laughs maniacally, unfazed by the accusation. While being stabbed again, he mutters about how those who serve as fodder are different from the ones destined to evolve. The protagonist raises his blade overhead, remarking that he has long thought the cult leader talks too much. He plunges the sword straight down toward him, declaring that he is done listening. An explosion erupts behind the protagonist, signaling the sudden arrival of a far greater threat. In the devastated Beijing airspace, a jet pilot named Cheap calls Li Xian from above the ruined city. Cheap reports from Beijing skies that he cannot locate the fourth monster and asks if Li Xian sees it from her position. Li Xian replies that she also cannot find fourth and orders Cheap to focus on rescuing survivors, learning that Shaoran died while trying to save people to the very end. The narration explains that only Shaoran's SSS rank rescue ability allowed survivors at all, as the world's strongest man used the last of his power to save others before dying. Li Xian quietly mourns, struggling to accept that Shaoran is truly gone. She finds it strange that fourth vanished despite the fierce battle, and Cheap wonders if Li Xian has discovered anything about its disappearance. From reports, Li Xian recounts that after killing Shaoran, the fourth monster looked to the sky, said that it smelled blood, and then left Beijing. Realizing something, Cheap curses under her breath, prompting Li Xian to ask her to speak up. Cheap shouts that the scent of blood must have been coming from New York and warns Li Xian that her children there are in danger. Back in the prison, the protagonist clutches his chest and coughs violently as the aftermath of Force's power rocks the area. Hearing the news, he reacts in shock. A colossal horn monster silhouette appears overhead, amused and announcing that this scene looks interesting while threatening to kill everyone if they stop fighting. The cult leader ecstatically welcomes the monster, thrilled that his so-called god has appeared. He proclaims that this proves his beliefs, urging everyone to keep murdering so the gods will respond. Convinced of his righteousness, he declares that thanks to him humanity will evolve to the next stage. The leader begs the monster he calls his god to bless him and grant him evolution. The monster's eye narrows with ominous interest at what it sees. The cult leader laughs, confident that he will prevail with his deity's help. Instead, the huge red monster casually stomps on him, crushing him. The protagonist watches in stunned disbelief at how easily the cult leader is killed. The monster, intrigued, asks what the human was raving about and explains that those who are not violent will simply be punished by violence. The protagonist asks if this being is the third, confirming it is one of the numbered monsters. Third says he likes the protagonist's attitude and demands that he stop talking and show him pure violence. Third coolly states that he is the one who killed Shaoran first, so the protagonist should just back off. Laughing, Third doubts that the protagonist could have killed first, insisting that even a weaker first would never die to someone like him. Third introduces himself as the fourth monster from the Book of Daniel, the one who worships and guides violence, and challenges the protagonist to prove his claim through fighting. Hearing this, the protagonist sighs about yet another numbered monster while nearby prisoners slowly regain consciousness, confused. He notes his allies seem physically fine but exhausted and half-jokingly asks if the authorities can overlook their crimes this once. Overcomes, however, someone coldly replies that if that is the case they should simply kill everyone present, shocking the prisoners. Third warns that if the protagonist does not display violence matching his murderous aura, there will be no future, and his attacks carve deep scars into the ground. Massive debris falls and prisoners scream for help as Third's power threatens to crush them. The protagonist, battered, looks on with grim resolve. He decides he has no choice but to fight Third, though he notes that the monster's presence has drained much of his strength. He tells Third he wants to refuse the demand for more violence, and asks how he can decline the offer. Third replies that if the protagonist insists on refusing, then everyone here will simply become targets of his violence. He leaps high above the ruined complex, vowing to treat them all as objects for his destructive power. Third activates an ability called Fold the Earth, preparing to unleash devastating area-wide destruction. The protagonist shouts in alarm as he realizes how catastrophic the attack will be. In desperation, he drives Omni into the ground and orders it to absorb all murderous intent while protecting the people around him. As Omni responds, he steels himself, thinking that he is capable of carrying this burden. He reinforces his resolve, vowing that he personally will make this sacrifice. He screams that he must do this, pushing Omni and his killing intent to their limit. The prison floor cracks as Omni's power surges, shielding the area while the protagonist collapses coughing. Exhausted, he clutches Omni and starts to address it, realizing how much it has done. He sees crushed bodies among the rubble and laments that he had told Omni to save everyone. Omni's tendrils instead encircle the survivors, having prioritized protecting as many as possible, while the protagonist begs it to save them all. Overwhelmed, he is slammed to the ground by the recoil of power. He admits he no longer has the strength to maintain his idea and realizes he cannot keep fighting after expending so much murderous intent. He notes that at least his friends were saved, but fears that many others might have died. Third, impressed that the protagonist endured his violent aura, acknowledges his resilience. The protagonist, clutching his ribs, snaps that breathing hurts badly and clearly is not okay, cursing Third. Third dismisses him as a mere child compared to Shaoran but admits the fight was at least entertaining. He promises to show the protagonist an even better display of violence once he matures. Third decides to spare his life for now but warns there will be no mercy next time as he prepares to depart. He says he is leaving to find a place with even greater violence, wanting more entertainment before returning to his master. Horrified, the protagonist realizes Third plans to repeat this slaughter elsewhere, and that he is too weak to stop him. He admits that Third is beyond his current ability, having barely managed to save just his friends. He tells himself he should not worry about distant strangers when he can hardly handle his own problems. Yet he reflects that even if he is not a stereotypical hero, something in him refuses to stand by when others are in danger. He pulls out his phone with shaking hands and makes a call. His wife answers, teasing him for finally calling, and he is struck speechless. As she casually mentions divorce and raising the kids alone with his support, he listens silently, weighed down by guilt. He finally calls her name, Seyun, in a trembling voice as tears stream down his face. From her bed, Seyun reacts with concern to his distressed call. She asks what is wrong, addressing him by his codename, but he struggles to explain. He brushes it off, claiming he only wanted to hear her voice, and internally realizes something important about himself. Seyun accuses him of lying and says she will not forgive him easily for not contacting her. He laughs softly, thinking he never wanted to be a hero, only someone who does not ignore others in danger. He tells Seyun he finally understands his feelings after hearing her voice, realizing he cannot just be a bystander. Smiling, he says he is hanging up, but Seyun urgently calls for him to wait. She tells him she does not know what is happening but begs him to come back alive. Encouraged by her plea, he faces Third again, gripping his sword as his resolve solidifies. Third senses a surge of murderous intent from him and comments on its intensity. Enveloped in red darkness, the protagonist asks Third if he plans to use violence against him now. Third, looming huge above, also questions this ominous killing intent and whether the protagonist truly intends to challenge him. The protagonist silently promises Seyun that he will ensure this monster never reaches her. Tears mixing with bloodlust, he decides that his killing intent will never be allowed to touch his family. His eyes blaze crimson as he unleashes his full murderous aura. System messages describe his awakened ability as self-destructive killing intent with an SS grade idea, radiating overwhelming power. Additional messages explain that combining this form with the Shadow Eater's devouring blade raises his overall combat capability to SS++. Third, surprised, asks how the protagonist managed to activate soul power in his presence, and notes that he now shares the same intoxicating scent of violence as the monsters. The protagonist grins, tauntingly asking if Third is friends with the stuffed doll monster he killed before and admitting Third is strong enough to kill him. Exposition clarifies that Fourth's monster force is an SSS-grade idea that worships absolute violence, can crush the other three monsters, and drains the will and power of weaker souls. The protagonist gazes ahead with calm, blood-red eyes, fully immersed in his transformed state. His grin turns feral, revealing how the self-destructive bloodlust is pushing him toward madness. Laughing hysterically, he exults that Third is strong and declares that he can finally die. Third observes that the protagonist's violence is tinged with insanity, remarking that he personally prefers pure violence but still finds this interesting. The protagonist rushes in, screaming for Third to hurry and kill him. Dark tendrils lash violently around Third's body, battering the monster in a whirlwind of attacks. Third counters with a massive blast from his maul, trying to overwhelm the assault. One of the protagonist's tendrils whips forward ominously through the smoke. As the clash rages, the protagonist yells in frustration that Third is not doing enough and repeats his demand to be killed. He charges again, mocking Third and asking if he is just another stuffed doll who cannot kill him. In a blinding pillar of power, he unleashes a devastating upward strike, shouting that his uncle taught him something crucial. He recalls his uncle's brutal creed that the useless must die, repeating it with a crazed smile. The battlefield fills with dust and shockwaves from their catastrophic exchange. Third's voice emerges from the haze, calling the display impressive and acknowledging the incredible violence unleashed. However, he declares that this level of power is still insufficient. He begins gathering even more dark energy, preparing to demonstrate just how far beyond the protagonist he truly is. Third says that to reach his level the protagonist is still far off, flexing as his aura intensifies. A status window reveals Third's new bipedal form, emphasizing his SSS-grade combat ability. The protagonist, unfazed, asks with a chilling smile what Third is even talking about. He screams internally that if he cannot kill, he will die, as Third's giant fist hurtles toward him. At the last moment, his tendrils coil defensively around him, leaving his eye visible as he braces for the incoming blow. A massive burst of fiery energy erupts as the battle's violence escalates. The giant beast's blazing fist smashes through barriers while a human observer calls this sheer violence. The human's eyes glow red as he focuses and responds to the attack. He gathers blinding power into his clenched fist. His counterattack blasts into the monster's face in an explosive strike. The wounded beast orders the human to stand back up. The monster says it knows the human is still alive. The human rises from the rubble, declaring he will make the monster pay for hitting him. The beast replies that since the human struck first, he should already know what violence is. The monster proclaims that lesser violence is always crushed by greater violence. The human activates an ability called Folding the Ground, cracking the battlefield with his sword. The broken terrain towers above him as the technique intensifies. Power spirals up around the human's legs. The same power coils around his torso as he charges. Seeing this overwhelming aura, the beast laughs nervously and wonders if it is dying. The human, shrouded in darkness, begins to speak ominously. He then smiles and admits he does not want to die in such a way. In a contradiction, he screams that he wants to die while unleashing a whirlwind of blades. He continues yelling that he truly wants death and questions why he was born like this as his attacks rain down. The monster, impressed, calls the assault rough but respectable violence. Still standing, it demands to know why the human is not dying from his own suicidal power. The human, frustrated, asks why he cannot manage to kill the monster. A massive chunk of ground is hurled amid flames. Lunging down with his sword, the human shouts that the monster should die instead. The beast laughs madly, retracts its earlier judgment, and praises the human's violence as truly amazing. It says it is satisfied, declares that now it is its turn, and tells the human to reveal any remaining tricks. A blinding explosion obscures everything in dust and light. When the dust clears, the confused human wonders why nothing new is happening. The monster demands more violence, promising to wait and asking if the human needs a few seconds to prepare. The human complains to an unseen power for withholding rewards, insisting he has been obedient, and asking if it is asleep. Suddenly a glowing pink light appears, catching his attention. Elsewhere, the monster of violence questions if this disappointing display is really the end of the fight. Hearing the human tell him to die, the monster angrily repeats the word and says it will walk away if this is all. The human snaps, shouting that only he may decide when he dies and that he will kill anything that orders him to die. The monster again tries folding the ground, warping the battlefield toward the human. The human rushes in, chanting that the same trick will not work on him anymore. The beast smirks and says this use of the ability is different. It repeats the folding the ground ability while reaching out with its claw. The human finds himself suddenly surrounded by warped terrain again. The monster chains the same space warping move over and over, overwhelming the area. The human, cloaked in murderous aura, taunts the monster about wanting to kill or die. The beast warns him that defense is meaningless against its power. Smiling through the pressure, the human braces himself on the shattered ground with his sword. He keeps singing and asking whether one will kill or be killed. The monster repeats that defense is useless and offers to demonstrate this personally. It explains that true violence is overwhelming force that completely crushes others. A colossal wave rises in a distant city as this overwhelming power manifests. The wave surges between skyscrapers, terrifying onlookers. Back on the battlefield, shadows and warped space bear down on the human swordsman. He invokes a skill named Doppelganger. Dark energy circles him as the ruined city looms in the background. The monster of violence strides forward confidently through the devastation. Furious, it roars, demanding how the human dared to interfere. It realizes the human has neutralized its ability. The monster hammers him with a brutal kick, sending him flying. Nevertheless, the human counters with a piercing blow that detonates through the monster's torso. The beast, shocked, cries out in disbelief. It notices that many of its powers have suddenly been sealed. A system message explains that Daniel Seo's monster force has lost its warp skill and that his overwhelming power cannot be activated below S-rank souls. Enraged yet still mobile, the monster charges again. It demands to know what the human has done to it. The human admits he is torn between not wanting to die and still wanting death. He concludes that he chose a path where he would both kill and be killed. A description appears for his self-destructive killing intent ability Doppelganger, which drags stronger spirits to his level and shares all inflicted damage with him. Bleeding and grinning, he asks if he has done well. The monster realizes the human has applied violence directly to its ability itself. It concedes the trick is impressive but questions whether that alone can change the outcome. The human recalls the earlier claim that greater violence defeats violence, then activates another support skill called Murder Support. A glowing red blade materializes in his hand. Information reveals this Four Tigers demon-slaying sword copy can weaken powerful idea depending on its wielder. He fully grasps the sword's hilt as it solidifies. Text recounts the legendary origin of the Four Tigers sword and lists its combined rank with his killing intent as extremely high. Watching this, the monster of violence remarks that the world itself seems to be aiding the human. The human laughs and says he still has one more trick. Another description states that the copied sword can triple its owner's killing intent. He focuses that enhanced power into his ordinary blade. The charged sword screeches as energy coils around it. The human stands at the center of swirling black and white auras, readying a finishing technique. The monster senses the sword's monstrous nature and asks how a human can wield something that smells like them. The human giggles and claims he is good at restraining himself. He then unleashes a massive spiral attack and shouts at the monster. Bands of force wrap around the monster's body, binding its neck and torso. At the same time, the human's own body is slashed, and he groans from the shared damage. Despite the pain, he smiles manically, enjoying it. He steps forward, his foot and ankle already bloody from mutual wounds. He declares a game to see which of them can endure the pain the longest. Delighted, he raises his blade and calls for the game to begin. He says they will start by cutting the monster's feet. Sweat running down his face, he pushes through his own agony. His injured foot lands heavily, mirroring the monster's wounds. The monster realizes with horror that it is being cut in the exact same places as the human. It points out that while its power is limited, the human is injuring himself as well and questions his chances of victory. The human laughs, asks if the monster is scared, and says he has no intention of stopping. The beast roars that overcoming violence with greater violence is still true violence, and challenges him to continue. Thrilled, the monster charges faster, saying this intensified struggle feels better. Blades of energy and black bindings rip across its body, inflicting more shared damage. The human gleefully sings while he keeps attacking. His hand and leg crackle with pain as the backlash worsens. He keeps singing louder, drawing his sword for another stroke. The strain finally makes him cough and spit blood. He pauses in confusion as his body starts to fail. The monster asks if he is already losing strength. Panting, the human insists he is still able to continue. He dives back in, shouting that he is still holding on. Mid-leap, he suddenly falters. He crashes to the ground, barely catching himself with his sword. Seeing his own bindings slacken, he wonders aloud why his ability is no longer supporting him. He shrugs it off, draws a different weapon, and explains a blood-sucking dagger that lets him keep moving by draining his enemy's blood. With this dagger in hand, he launches himself high above the monster. He plunges the dagger down into the monster's flesh. Standing on its snout, he twists the blade and notes how much it hurts. Exhausted, he admits he still does not actually want to die. The monster's eye narrows as it watches him. The human suddenly snaps back to his senses, horrified at his own suicidal words. The monster laughs and calls him a fool for his contradiction. It lectures that violence done with regret is not true violence, and says the real climax is about to begin. Offering mercy, it claims the human can live if he stops now. Instead, the human declares he will aim directly for the monster's heart. The monster laughs that the human is even crazier than expected as he dives down with his sword raised. The monster hopes they can meet again someday. The human unleashes the Four Tigers' demon-slaying sword's ultimate mountain-severing strike, a slash that ignores all defenses of demon-type beings. The monster is cleaved apart and says farewell. The human, mortally wounded by the shared damage, says goodbye to them both. His body falls from the sky, bleeding heavily. Lightning tears across storm clouds, signaling a great upheaval. Elsewhere, a scarred man remarks on the amazing weather, and says it reminds him of the day he first met his chief. In a memory, a hooded man once declared to him that he would become Satan. That man was later seen obsessively revising ritual documents amid candles, chanting the same phrase. The narrator recalls catching a deadly plague from following him and jokingly asking for a meal break. He then reacts in surprise to something happening during that encounter. The hooded figure senses a shift in the atmosphere as his ability Distorted Enlightenment, which rewrites ideas with consent, is described. He introduced himself as Satan, claiming he would overturn the world despite his humble beginnings. The present-day narrator explains that 15 years have passed since he secluded himself after being entrusted with everything. Feeling a change, he senses that the promised time is drawing near. In his ritual chamber, the cloaked figure stands before rows of candles ready. He lifts his head, revealing glowing eyes beneath the hood. Shadowy monsters with many eyes stir around him in the darkness. He proclaims that from now on the notions of good and evil will be reversed. He continues that evil will be called good and good will be treated as evil. He declares that hell will become heaven and heaven will become hell, while a text describes his red dragon of revelation power that can summon biblical monsters. Ordinary people in a city hear an eerie sound and look around in confusion. A strange voice commands everyone to find something, echoing even in a child's mind. A caption places events at a site in Pyongyang. At that location, Satan stands before his summoned beasts, including the monster of violence. The lion-like monster of empathy laments that the second monster has apparently been cursed. The leopard-like monster of dominion prays for power, saying it is time to rule and be ruled. The monster of violence orders them all to be quiet, saying their lord is present. Another beast explains it should have received a revelation when the fourth monster arrived but missed it because the second vanished, leaving some abilities sealed. Despite these setbacks, the hooded figure says the destined time has still arrived. He throws back his hood, revealing a white-haired, scaled being who smiles confidently as the true Satan. A cloaked white-haired figure descends before a kneeling man who asks if their lord has arrived. The scarred man greets the newcomer respectfully as the first beast. Bowing, the man reports he has gathered 2.5 million residents of Pyongyang and offers the entire city to his lord. The lord praises him and declares that not just his left hand but his whole body will now become the first. Red runic markings flare across the man's face as the transformation begins. The markings spread over his entire body while he writhes under the lord's hand. A description appears of the red dragon of revelation, the primal beast, an unknown great Adea that grants the titles of first and second to chosen targets. The transformed subordinate asks where the second beast is, and the lord says that free-spirited one, closer to Kim Il-jong than to him, is unlikely to join this descent. Amid warp space, nearby humans cough and retch as the lord says to treat the second beast as if it does not exist. The lord's bare, clawed foot steps forward, signaling the start of something ominous. Addressing Pyongyang's people, the lord announces that their time has come. He tells the gathered crowd that from this moment Pyongyang will change. Proclaiming his dominion, he declares Pyongyang his holy city. A suffocating aura crushes the citizens, who clutch their throats and gasp that they cannot breathe. As people's bodies crumble into dust, they scream for help and beg to be saved. Watching their disintegration, the Lord orders everyone to rejoice in the birth of the dragon. A brilliant light in the sky is labeled Holy City, an SSS rank Adea that turns the world below into a hellish environment created by the worst demon. A glowing inverted cross forms over the darkened sky, completing the Holy City. Roaring beasts appear, and text explains that within the inverted cross's territory all protected creatures have their combat power boosted by 1 level. One of the beasts notes that he and his brothers can feel this new power of dominion being granted. Facing the inverted cross, the Lord invites God, or specifically the Jade Emperor of this land, to begin a second round. He urges his followers to forget their past defeat and exile into sulphurous flames, declaring that now they will rule. He commands the monsters of the book to protect the holy city, and the dragon-headed first beast affirms the order. The Lord orders Kim Il-jong to go seek a revelation, and Kim accepts the mission. With hands pressed in mock prayer, the Lord invokes the Christian Trinity by name as he prepares for holy war. Bathed in descending red light, he laughs that the holy war is beginning. The scene shifts to a hospital room with medical monitors quietly running. Park Jin-sung lies bandaged in a hospital bed while 2 officials and a healer examine him with glowing healing power. They discuss whether Officer Yoon A-young and Sergeant Park Jin-sung are okay, remarking that Jin-sung's survival is mysterious and that it is a miracle he is still alive. One official says it seems Jin-sung defeated force and explains that foreign powers are clamoring to take him into custody. The healer recalls that half of Jin-sung's body was effectively dead when first found and that even now his Adea cannot regenerate the destroyed portion. Surprised, the official asks if even her powers fail, and she suspects Jin-sung suffers from an illness beyond her understanding. The official vows to stall foreign officials and asks to be informed immediately when Jin-sung wakes up. He adds that the children who had been with Jin-sung are safe as well. The healer confirms she treated the kids and they are fine, and he praises her hard work. She mentions that Seon had been with them before Li Xin arrived. Li Xin decides he should apologize to the kids first, and turns to leave. As he moves away, a hand suddenly grabs his wrist, and he notes the others are probably outside. Startled, he spins around in shock. A newly awakened Jin-sung quietly calls to Li Xin and says he will speak frankly. Li Xin rushes back, shouting Jin-sung's name and asking if he recognizes him, while the healer hurries after him. Jin-sung calmly affirms that he recognizes Li Xin but is warned not to move because of his fragile condition. Jin-sung notes internally that his hands feel unusually heavy as he flexes his bandaged fingers. Seeing the bandages, he wonders why they're needed if the healer's power was used. A masked superior tells Jin-sung they will talk after he returns from a meeting, which surprises the bedridden soldier. Jin-sung insists on attending as well since the discussion concerns force. When he tries to rise, his weakened body stumbles forward into Li Xin, who catches him. Despite Li Xin's concern, Jin-sung forces himself upright, straining to move. Li Xin supports the wobbling Jin-sung and calls his name as the sergeant struggles to stay conscious. Li Xin tests him by asking whether he can stand, and Jin-sung, though on his knees, begins to pull himself up. Jin-sung later shuffles slowly down a hospital corridor using a cane, clearly still weak. His legs shake as he walks, but he resolves internally to attend the meeting Li Xin mentioned. In a flashback, Li Xin had advised him to rest, saying his friends would want that too. Jin-sung thinks there is no time to waste and steels himself despite trembling. He pushes off with his bandaged foot, determined to move forward. The effort causes him to fall, slamming one knee and hand against the floor as his cane clatters away. A nearby patient sees him collapse and gasping in pain. A hand reaches toward his hospital gown as someone steps in to help. Seon catches Jin-sung and steadies him, eliciting a surprised exclamation. Jin-sung thanks Seon and is asked where he is trying to go in such a state. Recognizing his friend, Jin-sung murmurs Seon's name in surprise. Their other friends rush up tearfully, calling out to their captain Jin-sung. Jin-sung smiles with relief and tells the kids he is glad they are all safe. He says they can talk more later because he needs to go somewhere briefly. Seon spreads his arms to block him and yells that he must not go. Jin-sung falls silent, conflicted by Seon's plea. He reassures Seon that he is fine and promises to be back soon. Their blonde squad leader steps forward, asking the others to excuse him. Seon argues that even the squad leader is telling Jin-sung not to go, when the leader snaps at someone else, calling them trash. The leader clarifies he was not talking to Jin-sung but insulting Seon as goblin trash, ordering him to move aside. The three boys behind Seon react nervously, asking if he really means them. The leader confirms he wants those three to come along. One boy protests that they only just woke up and are still exhausted. Ignoring their excuses, the leader calls them lazy worms and complains he has to do everything himself, while Seon begs him to be serious. Jin-sung questions the squad leader about what is going on, but the leader just tells him to shut up, saying his breath smells like garbage. In a chibi aside, Jin-sung protests that he could not brush his teeth, while the leader orders him to shut up and just state their destination. Seon watches them go in gloomy silence. He hesitates but then reaches out to support Jin-sung again. Jin-sung looks back and quietly calls Seon's name. Seon turns away with a pout and a dismissive huff. Jin-sung still smiles warmly and thanks him for the help. As the trio shuffles forward together, someone suddenly steps into their path, startling them. It is Lee Shin, and Jin-sung calls out to him. Jin-sung thought Lee Shin had already left, but Lee Shin says he waited and thanks Jin-sung for getting up. Jin-sung answers of course, implying he was determined to come. Lee Shin then suggests they head to the meeting together. They arrive at a large double door leading into the conference hall. Lee Shin tells them they did well coming this far and says he will go inside first to check before calling them. Jin-sung tells his friends he will be back soon, while they mutter that he is arrogant for someone they call trash. Jin-sung glances back at them with a confident smile as he follows Lee Shin toward the hall. Before leaving, he approaches Seon and apologizes for abruptly ending their call during the earlier crisis. Seon grumbles that Jin-sung will pay for it later, implying he is still worried. Jin-sung waves and again promises Seon he will return soon. He then trails behind Lee Shin through the door, leaving his friends watching from the corridor. Lee Shin and Jin-sung enter a packed international conference hall full of seated delegates. Two suspicious officials at the front notice the newcomers' silhouettes at the doorway. Jin-sung senses the intimidating atmosphere inside and thinks to himself how tense and scary it feels. Some delegates dismiss him as just a kid. As the meeting resumes, delegates argue about dealing with pests and doubt the report that an Asian youth defeated Force, wondering if the information or dream they all shared is distorted. Amid the shouting, Lee Shin quietly directs Jin-sung to an empty seat in the hall. Sitting down, Jin-sung notes this isn't what he expected, and Lee Shin apologizes that Korea is the only country present without a president. Lee Shin inwardly criticizes the so-called International Crisis Cooperation Organization as self-interested rather than cooperative. He notes that with Xiaolan dead, China is in chaos. New York's attack has shaken the United States, and global powers are staggering. A narration explains that scheming leaders see this chaos as a rare chance, granted by the devil, to pursue world domination. Someone reports that pest members across the northern hemisphere are gathering in North Korea and urges an immediate sweep operation there. Jin-sung raises his bandaged hand to speak, politely asking for attention. He remarks that everyone sounds confident about defeating Daniel Seo's monsters. He then points out that Force's Idea rank was actually higher than SSS. Delegates react with shock, arguing about whether that means Korea secretly had such power, whether this violates international agreements, or whether the Korean side faked the information. Incensed, Lee Shin stands and demands how they can call the events fake. He insists that a phenomenon as irrational as everyone sharing the same dream proves they must take the situation seriously. Jin-sung reminds them the organization exists precisely to fight non-human enemies and questions why they are acting otherwise. He begins writing something on a sheet of paper with a pen. While he writes, delegates accuse Korea of refusing to deal with pests and hoarding power because first and second appeared on their soil. Lee Shin tries to calm them by suggesting they at least divide responsibilities. Frustrated thoughts describe the delegates as war profiteers more interested in using the crisis against North Korea than preventing disaster. A white-haired elf official accuses some of them of being happy that the monsters did not appear in their own countries and tells Lee Shin to hold on. Lee Shin internally laments Korea's weak infrastructure and wonders how long they must endure such condescension. Another delegate pointedly asks if Lee Shin's attitude means he does not care about losing North Korean territory. Jin-sung suddenly realizes his Idea power has been completely expended in the earlier fight and exclaims that it is all used up. Nevertheless, he stands and starts walking away from the table, drawing startled reactions. Lee Shin calls after him in alarm as Jin-sung ignores protocol. Jin-sung walks out into the center aisle of the hall facing the delegates, still in his hospital clothes. He lashes out with a powerful slap or strike at an offending official, using a momentary burst of power. The blow smashes a sheet of paper into the official's face as Jin Sung declares he has just proven Force's abilities. He then raises his bandaged middle finger and bluntly tells the assembly to take note. The humiliated official seethes behind the paper pressed to his nose. Lowering the paper, he sarcastically thanks Jin Sung for the intel but says this venue is no place for a kid. Jin Sung smirks and warns that Korea will not quietly accept punishment for supposedly hiding him. Outraged delegates threaten to penalize Korea for Jin Sung using his idea inside the conference room. Jin Sung turns his back on them and starts walking away despite their shouting. Halfway out he pauses with an "oh," as if remembering something. He glances back over the gathered officials who are buzzing in agitation. With a radiant smile, he thanks all the countries that threatened Korea during this crisis, and says he merely hopes they do not die miserably when they try to fight pest. Their leaders erupt in fury and disbelief while Li Xin and the elf stare at Jin Sung in shock. As he exits, Jin Sung tells them that if they could not follow his words in Korean they should use a translator, calling them idiots. Li Xin dashes out after him, shouting Jin Sung's name. Startled in the hallway, Jin Sung turns around and nervously addresses Li Xin. Li Xin demands to know why he walked out like that. Jin Sung apologizes, explaining he only reacted because it felt like the delegates were ignoring Korea, and Li Xin urges him not to repeat such behavior. Jin Sung internally berates himself for forcing his way into the meeting against advice, and then causing trouble that Li Xin now has to manage. Before he can finish apologizing again, someone interjects with unexpected praise. Jin Sung is stunned and asks what they mean. Li Xin, smiling with the elf giving a thumbs up behind him, says he felt relieved by Jin Sung's words and thought they were excellent. He explains that the foreign delegates are all calculating how they will look after Pest is defeated. Li Xin adds that they fear Jin Sung's ability to match the fourth, and if Jin Sung fights alongside him they will have to acknowledge Korea. Jin Sung asks if that is why Li Xin seemed so agitated during the meeting. Li Xin admits that although this is a global crisis it is also a chance for Korea to gain influence over world powers. He elaborates that the major nations know they can defeat Pest but want to minimize their own losses while maximizing prestige, carefully gauging how much firepower to expend. On that basis, Li Xin tells Jin Sung he needs a clearer understanding of Jin Sung's true abilities. Jin Sung hesitates, struggling to speak. Li Xian tells him he does not need to explain everything, just share an idea. Jin Sung internally agonizes over how he could ever reveal that his idea is a murderous monster, but notes Li Xian only wants a partial answer. Jin Sung decides he will only describe how strong he is in battle. Li Xian thanks him, saying he understands how hard that confession was. Li Xian admits Jin Sung's report on the fourth disappointed him, but adds he can still fight that enemy on even terms twice more. He then asks Jin Sung if he realizes he is also capable of dying. Jin Sung confirms and Li Xian says seeing his condition proves he was lucky to have survived. Li Xian advises Jin Sung to rest for now. Jin Sung objects, worrying about Pest and the fourth still being alive. Li Xian stops him from getting up, ordering him to stay put. Li Xian insists Jin Sung has already done enough for everyone and must focus on recovery. As Jin Sung keeps protesting, Cheap appears and says she understands his feelings but his current state makes fighting impossible. Cheap explains he would only weaken the team if he fought injured, and assures him that everyone is grateful for his actions. Cheap gently tells Jin Sung he does not need to take responsibility for everything. Touched, Jin Sung's eyes well up as he feels her reassurance. Cheap laughs, pats his head, and tells him it is time for them to leave, and he agrees. She mentions the US is also in trouble and that she and Cheap plan to investigate a strange shared dream. Jin Sung realizes others had a dream about searching for something, but he did not experience it. Li Xian and Cheap find it odd that Jin Sung is the first known exception, calling the case interesting. Cheap says Li Xian can probably solve the mystery, while Li Xian jokes about suddenly being addressed formally. Li Xian then asks Cheap to gather some personnel, telling her Jin Sung may pick his own friends. Jin Sung is shocked that he is being allowed to form his own team. As Li Xian and Cheap depart, Li Xian says Jin Sung can choose whoever he likes and that they will meet again soon. Left alone in the corridor, Jin Sung silently processes everything. He looks troubled and lost in thought. Someone off-screen calls out to him. Jin Sung turns, startled and teary-eyed. He sees Seon still there and asks in surprise why she did not leave. Seon tells him to stop pretending to be fine and to cry if he needs to. Jin Sung awkwardly insists there is no reason for him to cry. Seon suddenly grabs his cheeks. Then she pulls him into a tight hug, shocking him. While embracing him, Seon tells Jin Sung he did well. Overwhelmed, Jin Sung finally breaks down in tears. He sobs in Seon's arms, admitting he tried his best but feels like it was all for nothing. Seon comforts him, saying it is okay because she is there for him as the scene shifts to a plane in flight. Later on the plane, Jin Sung smiles and asks his two friends if they want to join his new team. The two stare at him in speechless surprise. The larger friend jokingly acts hurt, saying it sounds like they were never part of Jin Sung's team before. Jin Sung hurriedly clarifies he means joining his battalion, not abandoning their current team. One friend answers that cooperating is possible but fully joining would anger Jin No, their leader. They explain Jin-no has been training hard and is still upset about losing to Houndie University. The other friend is delighted at being scouted but hesitates. Together they say that even if they wanted to join, now is not the right time, and being older, they cannot just work under Jin-sung. Jin-sung accepts their refusal, saying it is unfortunate. They reassure him they will still see each other often and vow to get strong enough to truly help him someday. Jin-sung is moved into thoughtful silence. He brightens, telling them not to forget this promise. As their plane flies through an orange sky, they laugh and tell Jin-sung not to let them catch up to his strength. 1 week later in Korea, the story shifts back to a peaceful cityscape. On the streets, a doomsayer preaches that the world is ending and urges people to believe in Lord Manna. Citizens complain about rising prices and compare the crisis to the Great Depression. Others warn shopkeepers about robberies and how dangerous the streets have become. Students nervously watch soldiers march by, wondering if war is coming. Jin-sung and Seon walk on public relations duty, with Jin-sung grumbling that he never expected team building to include reassuring anxious civilians. Seon says calming the uneasy public is part of their job, while a passerby thanks her for her efforts. Seon apologizes that everyone wrongly believes she was the one who defeated first, and says she is trying to correct the story. Jin-sung shrugs it off, remarking that it is hard for people to accept that an ordinary high schooler like him beat an SSS-rank monster. Seon asks which location they have been assigned next, and Jin-sung answers that they are headed to an orphanage. She says the orphanage is nearby and tells him to hurry as he pauses. Jin-sung sighs, gathering himself. He then runs to catch up, shouting for Seon to wait. At the orphanage playground, children excitedly call out to the pretty visitor they recognize from TV. The kids swarm Seon, asking why the famous woman is visiting them. Watching the building, Jin-sung reflects on how strange it is to be back at an orphanage. Seon asks one of the boys who the older man behind him is, referring to Jin-sung. Jin-sung is offended to be called an old guy despite not having finished high school. Seon jokingly tells the supposed old man to leave because he is scaring the kids. She then rallies the children, suggesting they all have fun together. Jin-sung mutters that he is already being treated like an old man even though he is still a teenager. He watches from a distance as Seon energetically plays soccer with the delighted children. Information panels reveal the children's C-rank ideas, such as fingergun bullets, hedgehog-like spines, and a mood-controlling power dubbed God-given bipolar disorder that can also influence coin flips. Jin-sung observes that these orphanage kids might actually be stronger than his battalion members. One girl notices him standing there and reacts curiously. She confronts him bluntly, accusing him of voyeurism for watching from afar. Jin-sung is flustered, asking where she learned that word and who she even is. The girl confidently introduces herself as Jin Cheonak. Jin-sung introduces himself back and asks what she meant by accusing him of voyeurism. Cheonak explains she said that because he kept staring at them from a distance, prompting his embarrassed denial. Jin-sung insists it is a misunderstanding, but Cheonak dismissively calls him the voyeurism guy. He sits beside her, seriously protesting that he is not. They both watch Seon happily playing with the other kids. Jin-sung remarks in amazement that he never knew Seon was so good with children. Cheonak continues to call him an old voyeur and starts interrogating him about his relationship with Seon. She presses him on whether Seon is his girlfriend, or just a friend, and teases him about how red his face has gotten. Cheonak rapidly questions him about whether he likes Seon, has confessed, or has even held hands or eaten with her. She demands to know if she is correct in guessing his one-sided crush. Jin-sung responds by flicking her hard on the head. He scolds her for mocking an adult, and says he has no intention of discussing his love life with someone he just met, while she yells that it hurt. Cheonak threatens to tell Seon he hit her, shocking Jin-sung. She runs off screaming while he chases after her, begging her to wait. Cheonak angrily repeats that it hurt, and Jin-sung nervously tries to say something about what she is. She sternly corrects him to use her name, and he backs down, calling her Cheonak. Jin-sung then asks if she is the one using her idea to keep the orphanage children's mood unnaturally high. He reflects that kids in orphanages know adults' worries yet seem too cheerful even with a star like Seon visiting, confirming his suspicion. Concluding that this joy stems from Cheonak's ability, he confronts her, and she is surprised he figured out her mood control power. Jin-sung reveals he once lived in an orphanage himself and recognizes the signs, which impresses her. He struggles to explain further, groaning in embarrassment. He admits he read her idea information directly, joking that maybe he really does have voyeuristic tendencies. Cheonak dryly remarks that even a pervert like him can be talented, while he protests the label. Jin-sung changes the topic by inviting her out for yogurt. He offers his hand to her. Cheonak shyly hooks her finger with his. While holding his hand, she asks if he wants a daughter. She explains she just wants to leave the orphanage and thinks someone who already likes another woman will be a safe guardian. Then she states her real desire is to fight. Cheonak clarifies that she wants to battle the monster that killed her parents. She insists she must get out and that the arrival of the famous white Jade Kim family gave her hope, even if that means leaving the other children behind. Jin-sung gravely asks how old she is. She answers that she is 11 years old. He points out she is only in 4th grade and questions how she could possibly fight, but she yanks away, declaring she will go regardless of whether he helps. Seon, smiling, says she has already decided something about the situation. Jin Sung attempts to reason with Chionok again. Just then Seyun notices Jin Sung's phone ringing. Jin Sung excuses himself to answer the call. He answers, and the caller asks if he is currently with Seyun. The scene cuts to a medical room cabinet, hinting we are elsewhere. A woman on the phone urgently summons them to the surgeon's office, saying Pest has requested a meeting with world leaders. At the International Crisis Cooperation Agency, officials prepare for this unprecedented contact. A mysterious, pale figure greets them ominously. Delegates sit in a conference room facing a large screen where this figure appears. The figure introduces itself as Pest. The leaders murmur in shock about his strange scaled skin and question whether he is human. Pest smirks silently. He announces that, as head of an anti-humanity organization, he has come with an offer. An outraged leader yells that they should not negotiate with terrorists, and demands Kim Il-young instead. Pest's sinister smile widens in response. He continues laughing, unsettling the watching officials. One official nervously asks what is so funny. Pest says humans received a revelation just like he did. His eerie chuckle continues as someone mutters in disbelief. Pest names himself with titles like Lucifer, Satan, the Crimson Dragon and Father of Sin, claiming those identities. The leaders can hardly process his grandiose declarations. Pest asserts he is the enemy of every god humans worship, prompting someone to call him insane. He clarifies that his so-called offer is actually a threat and mocks humans for rejecting a clear revelation. When another official derides him as a lunatic, he repeats the word with amusement. Deciding to change tactics, he prepares a different demonstration. A shot shows him looming above the planet as if ready to act. He unleashes an ability called God Killer, causing countless glowing points to appear across the globe. Data explains his power Red Dragon of Apocalypse, God Killer, which summons towers that trap extinct species inside. More details describe how these towers contain resurrected extinct creatures, and whoever kills the tower's owner gains absolute power over that species. Further rules state that anyone entering a tower cannot leave until reaching the end, though killing the owner is optional. Reports flood in that a new tower has appeared in Chile. Other leaders urgently report towers manifesting worldwide in cities like Schwerin, Jakarta, Malmo, and Glasgow. A leader shouts at Pest demanding to know what he has done, while Pest laughs maniacally. Pest reiterates that this is a threat meant to instill an unknown fear in humanity. He foretells that these towers' existence will soon shatter normal life and provoke global unrest. One leader finally asks Pest directly what he wants. Pest tells them to choose any tower they like, bring every artifact on Earth, enter it, and perhaps receive a new revelation at the end. A human official angrily refuses to surrender humanity's artifacts, insisting they would rather fight. The white-haired demon asks if that defiant answer is humanity's final decision. A man sees images of beasts on a map and is shocked by their power. The demon challenges humans to come fight, noting that the remaining beasts are still strong. Smirking, the demon says humans can still accept his offer, giving them 7 days to choose a tower. A kid marvels at a fallen artifact as the demon explains that clearing a tower by reaching its top will grant a reward. Jin Sung calls out to his teacher to wait as the situation with the artifacts changes. Jin Sung finds a mysterious stone gate, and wonders what it is while thinking about the demon's promise to stay in Pyongyang if untouched. Someone questions how they can trust the demon to keep that promise while Jin Sung knocks on the gate. As children examine an artifact, the demon explains that revelations can occur anywhere and are meant for humans to follow. Jin Sung, on the phone, admits he cannot identify the object and tells everyone to stay back. Over the demon's explanation that any human can trigger revelations by bringing artifacts, a child strains to open the tower's gate. A boy happily announces that the door has opened, impressing the other kids. Under pressure, a senior official accepts the demon's tower challenge and asks when it begins. Excited kids rush to enter the now open tower. Some of the children cheer about an adventure while others shout at them not to go in. The demon grins maliciously, pleased with how events are unfolding. The demon notes that children have entered a tower and declares that the countdown has begun. One kid is swallowed by the dark entrance as another reaches out too late. Jin Sung grabs a child's shoe, yelling for them to wait for him. Holding the shoe artifact, Jin Sung senses the tower is dangerous despite not understanding it. Frustrated, he grips the item tightly and curses the situation. Seyun declares she will go into the tower to retrieve the kids, surprising Jin Sung. A child disappears fully into the darkness as someone yells for them to wait. Jin Sung stares in shock at the activated tower. He approaches the swirling entrance with a little girl behind him as the portal rages. His teacher calls frantically through the phone, trying to reach him. Jin Sung answers the call with a tense expression. He informs his teacher that Seyun, the squad leader, has already entered the tower. He adds that Seyun went in together with the orphanage children, horrifying the teacher. At HQ, the teacher hears they still have not returned and prepares to go in herself. She warns Jin Sung that Seyun and the kids have only just entered and that no one knows what is inside. She urges Jin Sung to trust Seyun and wait, but ominous noises surround him. Chionok quietly grasps Jin Sung's hand for comfort. The girl timidly calls him uncle. Surprised, Jin Sung reacts to her addressing him like family. Feeling a calming sensation from her hand, he realizes Chionok is trying to soothe him. He thanks Chionok, saying her presence makes him feel better. Jin Sung apologizes as he suddenly picks Chionok up. He explains that she must stay outside because what lies ahead is too dangerous. Cheonak struggles, insisting she wants to go rescue her friends, but Jin-sung warns she would only be a burden. Growing angry, Cheonak grits her teeth. She slaps Jin-sung across the face. Cheonak runs toward the tower, shouting that she can help and refuses to wait helplessly like she did with her parents. Determined, she vows to save everyone. Jin-sung seizes her clothes to stop her, groaning. Dangling her by her shirt, he remarks that using her parents as an argument is unfair. Beaming, Cheonak orders him to stay close to her, and Jin-sung agrees. Near the entrance, Jin-sung reports by phone that 23 people including himself and Seon are going in case contact is lost. The teacher urgently orders Jin-sung not to enter due to an emergency decree, but he jokes he will return as soon as possible while Cheonak drags him toward the gate. As his phone cuts out, the teacher commands him to stop, but the connection dies. Back at HQ, she cries out Jin-sung's name in panic. Outside, the tower door seals shut, trapping everyone inside. Text establishes that Jin-sung and the group have entered the 36,525th tower of reptiles on day 1. Inside the gloomy hall, Jin-sung spots Seon standing protectively before the gathered children and calls to him. Seon runs over, demanding to know why Jin-sung followed them in. He then angrily asks if Jin-sung even brought Cheonak with him, while Jin-sung laughs nervously. Seon orders him to check whether their phones work, though he suspects the tower is blocking all signals. Jin-sung confirms his phone also has no service. When Jin-sung asks about leaving, Seon says the entrance door will not open despite his efforts. A close view of the barred handle emphasizes their imprisonment. Jin-sung asks if Seon has weapons, implying he wants to break through the door. Seon says he will attempt it first, summoning his power as the White Jade Goblin. Fully armored in that form, he prepares with his sword. Seon unleashes a skill called Goblin Swordsmanship toward the door. The attack slams into the structure with explosive force. He strikes again with another powerful Goblin Swordsmanship blow. The door handle remains intact, showing no damage. Seon is stunned that even his A-rank attack cannot affect it. He decides to stop competing with the door and switch strategies. Resolute, he grabs the handle to try opening it manually. He activates Shutterwalk mode, an extreme state that abandons aura and skills to focus all power into raw strength. Seon roars as his body floods with red energy in Shutterwalk mode. His eyes bulge with exertion as he strains to move the unyielding door. Jin-sung adds his hands to the handle, helping Seon pull. Seon, face flushed with rage, seethes when it still will not budge. In frustration, he smashes the wall next to the door. He then tries kicking through it, shouting for it to open. He continues to batter it, yelling at the door to open up. Jin-sung gently intervenes, telling Seon that is enough while Cheonak calls him pervert uncle. Jin-sung looks back, confused by the nickname. Cheonak, sweating, notices ominous red lights gathering in the darkness. Countless lizard-like creatures emerge, eyes glowing. Jin-sung exclaims in disbelief at the swarm of lizards. Worried, he calls Seon's name. Seon snaps at him, demanding to know what is wrong. Jin-sung awkwardly starts to explain. Seon turns to see what he means. They all stare at a massive red sea of reptiles pouring toward them. Jin-sung notes that the doors are sealed, the lizards are rushing in, and they must protect the children. He hesitates to attack, fearing killing the lizards might summon even stronger monsters. Watching the enormous horde, he concludes he cannot just purely defend either. Steeling himself, Jin-sung ends his analysis and calls on his internal system Omni to begin fighting. He stands in front of Seon and Cheonak as tendrils of his murderous aura swirl around them. His red eyes narrow as he slices through the incoming creatures. The carnage continues as he methodically cuts down more lizards. Nearby kids cling to Seon and cry that the scene looks disgusting and frightening. As tentacles of dead reptiles thrash, a child screams that they want to go home. Cheonak and another child huddle by Seon amid the chaos. Cheonak activates her ability labeled God-given bipolar disorder, her eyes glowing. A boy hiding behind Seon senses a strange energy and looks up in surprise. He watches as Cheonak dashes toward the writhing mass with new determination. Jin-sung continues carving through the swarm, blood and shadows flying. Surrounded by his own dark aura, he stands ahead of the group as their front line. Seon places a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. Jin-sung tells Seon not to worry, trusting that their teacher outside will soon handle matters. He adds that he feels sorry for the traumatized kids and wonders if killing all the lizards at once might have been kinder. Seon says he believes the children will manage because of Cheonak. Cheonak cheerfully greets him as mom, to Seon's shock. She explains Jin-sung, whom she calls perverted murderer uncle, told her to become Seon's daughter, while Jin-sung protests that she is lying. Jin-sung argues back that she was the one begging him to adopt her without even getting his permission properly. Seon ominously calls Jin-sung honey, making him and Cheonak freeze. Standing over the bowing Jin-sung, Seon dryly instructs him to consult his partner before big decisions like adopting a child. Jin-sung stammers in confusion about this talk of adoption and significant others while Cheonak giggles. Seon then rallies everyone, cheerfully telling them to work hard together to escape the tower as Jin-sung sweats in disbelief. Outside, hordes of reptiles assault the sealed door while someone remarks on the huge variety of species present. Inside, Jinsung's dark barrier holds back even alligator-like beasts, though their pressure keeps mounting. Seyun complains it is already past 3 in the morning and asks why the attacks have not stopped, wondering if Jinsung's killing intent cannot scare them off. Jinsung replies that he has been trying, but his aura does not seem to affect animals. He notes that their ordeal has 4 more minutes left in the current wave. Jinsung reflects that the tower sends monsters continuously for an hour, then grants exactly 10 minutes of rest. He has learned that after each rest, slightly stronger creatures appear and the cycle repeats. Seyun readies his sword again as the next, tougher wave looms. Lizard bodies swirl and vanish as another onslaught concludes. Exhausted, Jinsung is relieved when the current hour finally ends and he can rest. He worries about what might be happening outside and whether reinforcements will ever reach them. Seeing the drained Seyun and kids, he observes that everyone is nearing their limit. Jinsung forces a weary smile, trying to stay composed. He wonders anxiously how much longer he can keep protecting Seyun and the children. The swarm suddenly pulls back into a massive coiled shell-like mass. The strange formation tightens as though preparing for something new. During the brief lull, the group collapses around Jinsung, trying to rest. Jinsung curls up, half dozing as his alarm beeps. He struggles to keep his eyes open from exhaustion. Someone yells his name, jolting him awake. Groggy, he wipes his eyes and looks towards Seyun. Seyun and the kids worry over him as the barrier of aura around them flickers. Jinsung apologizes, saying he is just tired as he forces himself back up. Seyun stops him with a hand on his shoulder. Smiling, Seyun tells him he worked hard and should let his wife handle things from here. Jinsung blushes at the term wife, flustered. He insists he is still fine, but Seyun firmly tells him to stop. Standing face to face, Seyun says they only need to endure until reinforcements come and asks Jinsung to let him share the burden. Seyun gently pats Jinsung's head and orders him to sleep now that his shift is done. Jinsung agrees to rest for an hour. Seyun then tells their daughter, Cheonok, to make this perverted murderous uncle sleepy, and she happily complies with her power. Cheonok's ability overwhelms Jinsung, sending him collapsing asleep on the floor. Seyun smiles fondly as he watches Jinsung finally rest. Seyun kneels beside the sleeping Jinsung, ready to watch over him. He tenderly kisses Jinsung's forehead before rising. Fully armored once more, Seyun stands in glowing power, prepared to hold the line alone while Jinsung sleeps. Yellow warning tape cordons off a restricted area. Soldiers report to the maestro that all nearby towers have been sealed. The maestro notes a day has passed, is thanked for mobilizing the white Jade Kim family, and worries about entering Jinsung's tower. While troops focus on sealing and defending the city, the maestro fears Jinsung's situation inside the tower may be dire. A door bearing an exit sign creaks open, indicating someone entering or leaving. A serious man greets the arriving doctor. A student passionately insists they must rescue their captain and his fiancée, believing the assembled group can help. A blonde senior tells the noisy newbie to be quiet for a while. A woman agrees that the second years are being too loud. The maestro thanks everyone for their assistance. Addressing the gathered battalion, the maestro explains Jinsung and Seyun are in danger and asks how much they know about the towers. A man replies that they only know nobody has escaped a tower alive yet. The maestro confirms this and adds that international scouting teams have been annihilated. The maestro explains that some nations lost most of their forces in a single tower within a day and stresses how extremely dangerous and poorly understood this mission is. They share current intel that the towers continuously grow larger over time, expanding roughly every hour. The likely theory given is that once everyone inside dies, the tower returns to its original size. A man asks the doctor how tall the specific tower Jinsung entered currently is. Hearing that Jinsung's tower has grown to about 30 to 40 floors, they infer he has survived this long. Relieved, a man says he expected Jinsung to manage this. The maestro tells the battalion they are free to back out since the mission is akin to walking into their own graves. Sungo answers that everyone has already resolved to go. The maestro states that the tower creators wield disaster-level ideas, more dangerous than SSS rank, when Sungo calls out to the doctor. Sungo steps forward, surprising the maestro. Sungo explains that many in their battalion lost family members. A woman recounts that during the winged lion attack, a male student from their battalion fought the monster and saved her remaining family. The maestro says they understand everyone's feelings but insists the towers are truly dangerous. The battalion responds that they refuse to lose more family and do not intend to die. Sungo firmly declares that their goal is to save their families. He then orders the unit to prepare to move out. The maestro reassures themselves that things will be fine because they have set everything in motion and resolved to make it work. The battalion departs in vehicles toward the tower. Outside the vehicles, the blonde senior calls out to the newbie. The newbie says they should cooperate rather than fight and asks what the senior wants. The newbie assumes the senior is asking about Sunghwa and notes only their battalion is involved right now. The senior says he had asked Sergeant Sungo to bring that person, finding their absence strange. Inside the tower, a man is unconscious as a girl desperately begs him to wake up. The crying girl shakes him, begging the pervert uncle to wake up. He wakes groggily, asks Cheonok how long he has been out, and sits up. Cheonok sobs and apologizes repeatedly, blaming herself. Troubled by cries around him, he hears children calling weakly for their brother and expressing fear. Confused, he stands and asks why everyone is crying. Chionok apologizes again, saying her mother told her not to wake him, while he urges her to explain what happened. A wounded woman appears, saying their daughter did nothing wrong because she ordered the girl not to wake him. The badly injured woman, sitting atop a slain beast, threatens to kill him if he criticizes their daughter. Realizing it is Seon, he looks at her in shock. Seon, covered in blood, admits she no longer knows how long she has been fighting. He checks his phone with their photo on the lock screen and sees the current time. Calculating from the time, he realizes Seon has been protecting them non-stop for about 10 hours. The revelation shocks him, his eyes widening. He rushes to catch Seon as she collapses. Her blood soaks into his clothes as he holds her. Blaming himself for sleeping so long, he panics over Seon's condition. Seon tells Jin-sung not to look so distraught. He protests that she should have awakened him instead of fighting alone. She hushes him and lightly scolds him for getting angry when she is exhausted. As she rests in his arms, Seon entrusts the remaining fight to him. The surrounding children watch silently as Jin-sung embraces the unconscious Seon. A close view shows Seon lying bloodied and motionless. Her chest begins to rise and fall faintly again. A massive dinosaur's foot slams down nearby, shaking the ground. A Tyrannosaurus towers over them, roaring with glowing red eyes. Onlookers scream that a Tyrannosaurus has appeared and beg for help, focusing on Jin-sung. The Tyrannosaur's jaws snap open in a violent motion. The beast unleashes a powerful roaring blast. Its enraged face distorts as it continues roaring. Jin-sung stands wreathed in dark red aura, eyes glowing ominously. He thinks that half his power is being used just to keep his damaged body moving, leaving his attacks weakened. He realizes he cannot escape the tower in his current handicapped state, and calls to Chionok. Chionok nervously answers, unsure what he wants. Jin-sung asks her to do everything she can to make him feel extremely unpleasant. She hesitates, starting to object as dark aura swirls around him. A loud disturbance interrupts them, startling Chionok. Jin-sung urgently tells her to hurry. Remembering his resilience, Chionok jokes that he will be fine because he is a pervert, and he affirms it. Chionok thrusts out her glowing hand to use her power on him. Her power engulfs him in a vortex of black energy. Within the vortex, his body writhes in pain. He screams as the transformation overwhelms him. Chionok panics when he collapses, crying out to him. He grabs her arm again, addressing Chionok. Jin-sung tells her it is fine and urges her to pour everything into him at once. She agrees resolutely and continues. A massive surge of shadowy power erupts from his body. His eyes widen as streams of dark energy lash around him. Darkness closes in, leaving only his red eye visible. In an internal monologue, he notes his mind is calm and detached from his body. He feels a peaceful silence, as though completely dissociated while observing through red eyes. He recognizes the storm of red energy surrounding him as murderous intent. He wonders if his murderous intent has always appeared this grotesque and thinks of it as deeply unpleasant. His hand flexes as he prepares to act. A notification describes his new idea, planned murderous intent, granting SS+++ power and precise emotional control so he can toggle his ability at will. His transformed aura begins reshaping his body. The change continues as his physique adapts to the power. Text explains all his physical traits are being altered to match the murderous intent, while Chionok feels a chilling sensation. Jin-sung exhales coldly, his breath visible. Chionok watches in awe and fear as he now looms over her, radiating icy power. His red eyes open fully, showing his new state. He thanks Chionok, saying her help made this possible. He presses his glowing hand against the dungeon wall, sending power through it. The Tyrannosaurus looks alarmed as the effect reaches it. The creature screams in confusion and pain. Black spikes or tendrils pierce its body. In Kraken mode with Cold Element, Jin-sung's tentacle-like attack skewers the Tyrannosaur through the neck. The dinosaur's corpse collapses around him as he stands calmly with his glowing hand raised. The children stare in disbelief, realizing the monster is dead. Jin-sung believes that with this idea he can clear this tower as well. System text describes the 36,525th Reptiles Tower, an SSS idea that spawns extinct reptiles stage by stage until the top boss is killed. Chionok calculates that 13 monsters remain to reach the summit, and anxiously asks if he is really the same person. Jin-sung, shrouded in shadows, begins advancing, calling upon Omni. He turns, red-eyed and surrounded by dark tendrils, fully in control. Seeing the gravely injured Seon, he tells her internally to hold on. Chionok calls after him as he walks away, the aura swirling. He orders his summoned ally to protect the kids and Seon, while he proceeds. Jin-sung activates Murder Support, Skeleton Chain Web, beneath his feet. A description explains Skeleton Chain Web is an SS-rank bone barrier that immobilizes everyone but the user and lets him weaponize the bones. Surrounded by rising bone blades, Jin-sung remarks that this power will suffice. Another description names by Hyung's Rib, an A+++ weapon whose sharpness and length double when attacking or defending. Wielding the glowing rib, Jin-sung strides toward the inner area of the tower. He states that they will finish things quickly. He unleashes a massive sweeping strike with the rib, filling the area with slashing arcs. Jin-sung watches coldly as his attack devastates the surroundings. The walls crack open, leaving dark holes from his destructive power. His planned murderous intent ability now causes any wounds he looks at to worsen instead of heal. Outside, the reptile tower continues to grow and shift, layers of red scales forming around it. A glowing portal appears on a wall inside the tower. A new reptilian head begins to emerge from that portal. Jin Sung immediately rejects it and swings his rib in another devastating arc. The monster's head hits the floor, severed and bleeding. The system shows the tower stats again as blood spatters the walls. The counter drops, indicating only 8 reptiles remain before the peak. After more kills, the remaining monster count falls to 5 as he stomps through gore. Standing amid corpses and shadows, Jin Sung tells the tower to bring on whatever is next. He triggers a key function of planned murderous intent, further adapting his body to the power. His aura flares violently around him. He notes that skeleton chain web has doubled his metabolism and Bai Hyung's rib has doubled his attack power. Determined, he declares he will escape this place. Another devastating red slash tears through the tower's interior. The scene cuts outside, where someone grabs another's arm, helping them up. 2 comrades banter as one hauls the other onto a rooftop, then tells him to exercise more. A woman suddenly points to the sky, having spotted something. The 2 male students look up nervously, wondering what they are seeing. The maestro, being carried on Sungo's back due to exhaustion, also looks up in alarm. They see Jin Sung's reptile tower already transformed to its final level, wrapped by a gigantic red serpent with a single ominous eye. The maestro realizes Jin Sung must be close to clearing the tower, and is shocked that he has survived this long. She explains that worldwide, towers usually shrink back after reaching this stage because no one survives beyond it. Urgently, she asks Sungo to hurry and see if they can accelerate preparations. Sungo agrees resolutely. Their boots pound the ground as they sprint toward the target. They finally arrive in front of the swirling entrance to Jin Sung's tower. Inside the tower, an unknown white-haired figure smirks and reacts with a curious "Huh." A blood-soaked man stands smiling eerily as someone mentally scoffs at being called a funny guy. A stream of blue energy surges across a stone's surface. The black-haired protagonist shapes the blue energy in his hand and reacts in surprise. He admits he still does not know where he is as floating steps appear overhead. While climbing the glowing stairs, he reflects on searching for the reason he is here. A horned armored being with a tail appears on the stairs, also thinking it does not know. The protagonist recognizes the newcomer and focuses on it. Text introduces Armor King Isaac, a reptilian disaster rank entity forcibly summoned and immune to physical damage. Further text explains Isaac can only be harmed mentally or ideologically and is bound to the Tower of Reptiles. Isaac's skills include altering nearby temperature, negating enemies' defenses and immunities. Facing Isaac in a red misty arena, the protagonist wonders what this place is. He asks if Isaac is the tower's leader and activates his bone chain web ability. Isaac responds by summoning sharp dark appendages around himself. The armored king glares, preparing to fight. The protagonist realizes the summoned bones are from a being he knows. He demands to know where they are and questions the nature of the place. Isaac dismisses the need for answers since the human will soon die, while the protagonist's eye glows with power. Drawing a massive sword, the protagonist orders Omni to retreat. He stomps forward to attack. He leaps and swings, shouting for Isaac's death. A huge red slash of energy hurtles toward Isaac. The blow lands on Isaac's armor but fails to kill him. The protagonist is stunned that the hit did not work. Isaac coldly declares he will not die as the sword bites uselessly into his armor. The human grits his teeth in frustration. Surrounded by swirling bone fragments, he calls Omni again. He commands Omni to connect, initiating a new combination attack. Bones begin linking together with crimson light. More bone segments snap into place, completing the construct. Isaac is soon bound within a cage of the linked bones. The protagonist orders the bone construct to completely wrap Isaac. Dark tentacles entwine with the bone chains, tightening the prison. A system message describes bone chain web fused with Kraken mode, giving SSS-level combat capability, as a huge black spike forms. The protagonist braces himself, and shouts to Kai as the spike charges. He unleashes the technique Nebenhut Tail, slashing down with overwhelming force. Isaac praises the human's skill. He formally acknowledges the protagonist as a worthy opponent. A spike pierces Isaac's side, exposing red, scaled flesh beneath the armor. Text reminds that only non-physical, mental attacks can injure Isaac as the dark tendrils strike his body. Isaac insists he will not die and that this should be the end while the protagonist lies bleeding. Isaac again demands to know their current location. The protagonist confirms his suspicion that Isaac ignores all physical attacks. An inner monologue deduces Isaac's fighting style is to apply slow, relentless pressure. Using that information, the protagonist finishes devising a plan to kill him. Isaac is confused by the human's confident laughter. The protagonist activates the ability Planned Murderous Intent, Ruthless Plan, and claims that given time he can kill anything. An explanation states this skill lets the world adjust his murder plan to steadily increase his chance of killing the target. Isaac silently watches, wary of this strange power. The system shows a current 1% chance to murder Isaac as the protagonist points at him. Isaac suddenly recalls something important. He recognizes the borrowed bones as belonging to a being he and his kind once sealed away, which the protagonist confirms he is merely using. Feeling immense rage toward that imprisoned owner, Isaac's eye glows. He remembers how his kind were driven into the Earth's core and now channels freezing power. Black blades of cold energy erupt around him. A status window specifies Armor King Isaac is now using alternating temperature to manipulate the area's heat. Isaac vows to make the human feel the pain of exile as cold surges outward. The protagonist hurriedly calls Omni again while being buffeted by the chill. Isaac refuses to allow any defense and activates ignored defense against his chosen target. The protagonist is shocked as his dark tendrils are shredded and his body wounded. He rushes forward through the blizzard of energy. A dark spike slams into the icy floor where he stood. He twists midair, using his weapon and tendrils to maneuver. Isaac commands the environment to freeze the human completely, summoning towering ice. The protagonist is launched among erupting ice pillars, grunting in pain. His leg becomes encased in ice as another spike catches him. Isaac closes in across a path of ice spikes. The protagonist clutches his neck where Isaac's hand grips him. Isaac lifts him by the throat above an icy pedestal, dominating the fight. Even while being choked, the protagonist mocks Isaac and questions why he needs to know the outside world. Isaac reveals he longs for the overworld but is unable to go there. Hearing this, the protagonist tells him that if he is trapped here anyway, he should simply die quietly. Isaac reacts silently, body tensing. Isaac insults the protagonist as useless while still holding him up. A new status explains Isaac's ignore immunity, which strips all defenses from anything that touches him. The protagonist screams in pain as his body is badly damaged. His hand trembles while still gripping his weapon. He notes that anyone in front of him inevitably grows weaker. Isaac declares the human will die here as he dangles in the air. The protagonist's expression turns grim. His grimace slowly becomes a chilling smile, startling Isaac. Isaac senses something off as the human laughs in the face of death. Isaac questions why he keeps laughing, asking if death amuses him, while the human coughs out crazed laughter. The protagonist sees that his murder probability is climbing, now reaching 3%. Isaac cannot understand his words as the human admits he was stalling to see all of Isaac's abilities, which raises his success chances. He again calls Omni while gripping his weapon against Isaac's chest. A twisting blade or tendril begins burrowing into Isaac's armored torso. Isaac dismisses it as pointless just as the attack tears through him and blood splatters. The protagonist is thrilled to see the chance rise again. Isaac is shocked to see his own blood and learns the kill probability has jumped to 10%. Another description reveals planned murderous intent has imposed a new forced weakness on Isaac's scales that will worsen over time. Isaac stares ahead, realizing he has been given an artificial vulnerability. The protagonist taunts that the injury must hurt, while Isaac senses something wrong with his scales. The human reflects that all his planning produced only minor damage, but considers that better than expected. Empowered by this success, he smiles, ready to press the advantage. Isaac clutches his chest, feeling mounting pain from the forced weakness. The system updates, showing a 25% chance to kill Isaac as the protagonist urges him to accept death. Elsewhere, narration explains that Lee Xian learned students from Houndy High had entered a tower to rescue two classmates. Believing cooperation with the United States and China would better reveal how to defeat towers, he organized a joint mission. After forming a team of S-rank or higher fighters, Lee Xian entered the 32,233rd Tower of Insects. Inside, a bloodied survivor on a corpse-strewn floor asks if the newcomers are the rescue force. Lee Xian checks if the man is the only survivor while being told they arrived too late. The dying man says he is glad, explaining that his death would have reset the stage. He adds that if he died his friend's sacrifices would be meaningless, and Lee Xian tells him he has done well and to leave the rest to him. The exhausted survivor stares blankly, barely conscious. Lee Xian gently closes the survivor's eyes with his hand. He grimly steels himself after ending the man's suffering. A pair of healed footsteps approaches through the chamber. Lee Xian's ally calls everyone to attention. They see a childlike figure, Sia Ferox, identified by text as the Insect King and apex of the Insect Tower. The elf woman notes that this creature alone wiped out 200 S-rank fighters. She orders everyone to prepare for battle as the Insect King advances. Lee Xian and the elf exchange a tense glance at the threat. Sia opens a monstrous insect maw in her chest. A description states Sia Ferox can consume anything she deems food. Lee Xian watches as Sia begins devouring corpses around her. She is shown chewing with bloody jaws, horrifying the observers. Another legendary weapon, Yi Sun Sin's Sword Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, is introduced with its blood-drenched mythos. Sia licks her lips contentedly after feeding. The spirit of Yi Sun Sin narrows his eyes with resolve. Outraged, he swings his sword in a massive arc at Sia. The slash silhouettes Sia against a bright background. Text labels the attack left sword, describing its blood-staining power. Another note explains the blade solidifies any liquid it contacts into deadly spikes, impaling Sia's form. Observers cheer, thinking Lee Xian and his allies may not even need their help. One remarks that with Lee Xian they should win, then suddenly senses something is wrong. They watch in confusion as Sia's spiked, mangled body begins moving again. Yi Sun Sin is shocked that the monster can still move in such a state. The elf commander shouts for everyone to reposition. Before they can, Sia's body bursts forward in a blur. She carves through agents with frightening speed and glee. Sun admits the monster is too fast for him to track. Sia, bloody but unfazed, demands more opponents. Sun angrily attacks again. Sia dissolves into a swarm of dark shapes. The elf binds the swarm in a mass of black restraints and yells for Xian to strike. Sun steps in to deliver another blow. He unleashes a flurry of intersecting slashes that tear through the contained swarm. He asks his ally if she is alright as Sia's form writhes under the spikes. The elf reveals Sia is not human and that only transcendental, non-human powers can truly harm such beings. On the ground, the grievously wounded Sia still screams and thrashes. Sun insists they must keep pressing the attack so the creature never has time to recover. The elf summons ghouls from the fallen to aid in the assault. Sun charges again with his cloak streaming behind him. He leaps high for another decisive downward strike. Sia watches him calmly, seemingly unfazed even now. Sun realizes in horror that Sia's speed has increased in the brief time since they began fighting. He reacts with alarm at the escalating threat. Fellow fighters yell at Xian not to stop and to continue attacking relentlessly. The newly raised ghouls swarm Sia, grappling her in mid-assault. Sun thanks his ally for saving him, and she warns him to stay alert as the still dangerous Insect King struggles beneath them. The Insect Child, bloodied and furious, lets out a rage-filled scream. He lunges forward and clashes violently with an enemy, the impact sending shockwaves. The swordsman tells his ally to stall for time while he rushes to do something important. The Insect Child calls forth the turtle ship with determination. A colossal flaming turtle ship manifests behind him, introduced as Sun's legendary war vessel. Smirking, the Insect Child confidently readies the newly summoned power. He unleashes another ability, summoning Insect King Sia Ferox, praised as an unbeatable being. The swordsman is shocked by this overwhelming display of strength. The ground cracks and shatters as the Insect Child's power surges. Transformed, he stands amid the chaos, emitting a chilling cry. Massed allies despair, believing they are all doomed against this monster. Their leader yells at everyone to keep attacking as wind-like slashes swirl around the Insect Child. The Insect Child cuts through the barrage with deadly precision. Cheap realizes their formation has collapsed from fear and warns they will be wiped out at this rate. Xian dashes in to strike the Insect Child while ordering a subordinate to move. The Insect Child glares back, still brimming with murderous intent. The massive turtle ship crashes down into the battlefield under his control. Cheap shouts to Xian, offering to become bats and intercept the ship if he deactivates his power. Xian laughs that he never expected to be pushed so far that he would be told to deactivate his idea. He steps forward, resolved to confront the threat directly. Facing the Insect Child holding the turtle ship, Xian calmly asks for his treasured item back. Cheap urges Xian to exploit their numerical advantage and avoid one-on-one combat on land. Xian reassures her and says he only needs to bring the ocean to them. Cheap is confused by Xian's cryptic plan. Xian explains his spirit was once just an ordinary sailor. He recalls never giving up, believing he could become like the great Sun through faith and effort. He says that by pushing himself he broke past the limits of the world. That struggle allowed him to become the current incarnation of Sun. He reveals his true identity as General Sun, the national hero with S-rank power. Sun declares it is time to begin a real battle. He summons the War Diary, a book that records and can resummon defeated sea enemies. Cheap recognizes the artifact as he explains he hates using it because it reveals his intentions, but they have no choice. He entrusts the rest of the situation to Cheap. Cheap enthusiastically agrees, promising to handle things as he wishes. He opens the War Diary and calls forth the bear recorded within. A clawed paw bursts from the book as the summon emerges. The gigantic bear spirit from the Book of Daniel materializes, described as an SS-rank monster captured via the War Diary. The bear complains it smells tasty meat while he tells it to inspect its foot. Looking down, the confused bear notices something at its feet. A tiny insect-form child is shown biting into the bear's hide. The bear roars that a bug just bit it. It rages that it hates bugs, thrashing while Cheap and he comment on how useful the bear is. He tells Cheap he will explain later and asks if she trusts him, implying a further plan. He orders her to prepare for combat in water and avoid being swept away. Xian accepts the order with a terse reply. He commands the bear to summon the seas. Grumbling about bugs, the bear prepares to use its disgusting ability. The bear vomits a vast torrent of seawater from its mouth. Text explains the bear can regurgitate previously eaten things, currently unleashing stored West Coast seawater that floods the arena. An ally shouts for others to climb onto the incoming waves as transportation. The Insect Child is swept and battered by the sudden sea surge, crying out. The bear, now sitting in the water, casually states that its appetite has grown. Standing on the bear's paw, Sun says he could not use full power on land but now at sea can fight properly with his fleet. He summons multiple turtle ships to rise behind him over the water. Elsewhere, black blood spreads across stone as a transition to another scene. A blonde guard smells blood and calls out to a blood-stained boy arriving with other trainees. The bloodied boy looks up innocently, confused by being addressed. Asked about his soaked clothes, he casually points to the blood on himself. Outside, another pair, including an injured woman, hurry toward the facility. The blonde soldier internally wonders why the supporting white Jade Kim family has not shown up and who the two strange people behind the boy are. Impatient, he orders the bloodied boy to explain what is going on. The red-haired woman politely asks Sunghwa if he has seen the group they were supposed to meet. Sunghwa thinks for a moment with a vague expression. The next panel reveals a heap of corpses, implying his answer. Sunghwa cheerfully admits he killed the entire group. The blonde man questions him, asking when they last met. Sunghwa wonders why the man looks so scared and demands he answer more quickly. He nonchalantly says their last meeting was right after an earlier US incident, while gripping a hidden weapon. The blonde is stunned by this strange response. He stammers that they only met a few days ago, while Sunghwa insists it has been a long time. Sunghwa shrugs that he forgot, and the blonde shouts, demanding who he is and what happened to his comrade. Smiling, Sunghwa says he does not know and will see them inside, walking away. The blonde explodes in anger, ordering his squad to seize Sunghwa. The soldiers rush into the building in pursuit. Back at the flooded arena, the insect child looks around in confusion, half submerged. From above, he is shown surrounded by a ring of turtle ships at sea. The dragon-headed cannons of the turtle ships ready their weapons. Yi Sun-sin orders them to fire, unleashing a beam of destructive blue energy. The crane wing formation ability is described as surrounding the enemy and amplifying purgatorial flames tenfold while explosions engulf the insect child. A note clarifies that to kill Sia Ferox its body must be destroyed in a completely unprecedented way, as the creature burns within the inferno. Flames mix with seawater around the charred insect body. The insect child writhes, being boiled and burned amid the waves. Yi Sun-sin commands continued bombardment until all seawater evaporates. A turtle ship blasts again as the insect child screams. The charred silhouette of the insect child lies motionless on the stone after the sea has been boiled away. He barely moves, whispering weakly while his burned body steams. Yi Sun-sin coldly hopes the creature keeps burning in hell. Turtle ships loom ominously in front of him as they settle. Their blazing dragon heads face the distant, scorched insect child on the plaza. A voice asks Yi whether he feels any pity for the little insect kid. He recognizes a man with a scarred face who suddenly appears and addresses him mockingly as Old Man. Cheap shouts she will handle the newcomer and orders Yi to confirm the insect child's death. The scarred man commands his forces to charge, noting the Batwoman's presence as enemies close in. He personally leaps into battle, cutting down attackers while one screams. Smirking amid glowing runes, he tells his comrades they were foolish to think he could die so easily. He explains that if they thought he would return just to be killed, they misunderstood why he came back. In another area, Cheap and an ally are shocked as the same eerie runes suddenly appear on their hands. The runes also wrap around the turtle ship's dragon heads, indicating his interference with these powers. The summoned bear cries that its body feels strange as the runes bind it as well. The corrupted energy snakes around the fleet of turtle ships, threatening to seize control. He looks up at the ensnared bear, calling its name in worry. The bear, eyes red and berserk, looms over Yi as he wonders what is happening. A massive blow smashes down, signifying the bear's rampage. Cheap is hurled away by the shockwave and panics, wondering if Kim Il-young has become transcendent too. She lands and urgently orders everyone to release their ideas. Suddenly someone's shoe steps down near her as she cries out in pain and surprise. Kim Il-young admits he was tired of the Crisis Corporation and questions whether immortality is too powerful an ability for humans. Empowered by sinister energy, he commands his enemies to kneel while Cheap realizes the runes are driving Ideas out of control. He is startled when the corrupted powers unexpectedly strike at him. Cheap yells that she is not controlling the turtle ships as they begin moving autonomously under the rune influence. He grimly decides he has no choice left. He recalls both the bear and turtle ships back into the war diary to stop their rampage. The glowing war diary floats, sealing away the summoned entities. He then charges forward himself, prepared to fight without his great spirits. The scene focuses on the damaged arena where the decisive confrontation will continue. He narrows his eyes, assessing the situation with new resolve. He thinks that if the insect child heals, either purgatorial flames nor turtle ship will work again, so it must be finished now. Looking at Kim Il-young's rune-covered construct, he deduces that the ability manipulates minds and laments that the interference prevented the kill. Kim Il-young, wrapped in runes, says he only came to talk and accuses Yi of being in too much of a hurry, while he warns he might kill him. Kim Il-young replies that he is misunderstanding things if he still thinks he can win. He asks if Kim Il-young truly came just to eliminate him, even going so far as to carve runes like tattoos. Kim Il-young looks unimpressed, not directly answering. Nearby, the insect child begins to regenerate, prompting Kim Il-young to note she is halfway healed. Kim Il-young gathers the rune energy into his hand. The energy solidifies into a massive glowing sword. Text introduces it as the Great Sword whose swing cannot be stopped, greatly boosting Kim Il-young's combat ability. He lifts the sword to strike, red power swirling around its edge. Laughing wildly, Kim Il-young revels in his new weapon. He reacts in alarm to this sudden escalation. Kim Il-young slams the great sword down beside the insect child, sending a shockwave. The impact erupts with a flash of blue and red, signaling the start of a new clash. A system-like prompt evaluates the protagonist's plan to kill Isaac, giving only a 25% chance of success. The protagonist darts around Isaac's armored form, testing different attack angles while muttering options. Isaac demands to know his relation to the bone field as their attacks clash with bright arcs. The protagonist laughs that he has no relation and continues his assault from above. He admits he is angry and scared, then coldly asks Isaac what difference that makes. Isaac's sword, which can strip defenses, is shown coming into play. From Isaac's perspective, he thrusts the blade toward the protagonist. An explanation reveals Isaac's sword makes all who touch him lose their immunities, and Isaac internally expresses hatred for this weapon. The protagonist, sensing something, mutters, "Old man?" while holding his smoking dagger. He looks aside nervously, sweat beading on his face. He sees a girl crouched over an unconscious ally, anxiously watching the fight. Isaac notices the girl and asks if she had been hiding. The protagonist feigns ignorance, but Isaac calls him weird and questions why someone who hates humans is protecting them. Enraged and shaking, the protagonist demands who Isaac is to judge him. Isaac simply identifies the source of this contradiction as "You." Isaac then asks the girl if she would be sad if the others died. The protagonist, eyes glowing red with fury, says he intended to kill Isaac anyway but now sees that Isaac is actively begging for death. Isaac recognizes the emotion driving him and calmly calls it anger. The onlooking boy and girl panic, wondering what is happening yet trying to reassure themselves that the protagonist will be fine. Jin Sung charges the armored guardian, vowing to kill the enemies. He sprints across rising ice spikes toward his target. Furious, he curses the armored opponent. He slams his foot down, releasing red energy. The red energy forms protective fangs around the frightened children. The armored guardian declares he will not allow Jin Sung to harm them. A system explains Armor King Isaac's skill that disables the defenses of chosen targets. The children panic as the red barrier surrounds them. Jin Sung activates his Adea murder assistance to support his killing intent. A description reveals the SSS rank cloak Darkness's handmade cloak, beloved of a vanished being. The cloak's effect is explained, and it rapidly expands while Isaac reacts in shock. The children wonder what the cloak is, then realize it seems to be protecting them. Isaac stares at the massive cloak, recognizing it from past memories. He reaches toward the cloak, saying he remembers it. A system note says only entities stronger than a certain darkness can destroy the cloak, and Isaac fails to damage it. Confused, Isaac demands to know why his attempt is not working. Blood splashes onto the ground nearby. Jin Sung appears behind Isaac, calling him noisy while seizing his heart core. Isaac's body falls as Jin Sung stands holding the crimson core. A system shows Jin Sung's ruthless plan gives him a 50% chance to murder Isaac as he counts options to narrow outcomes. He decides he only needs to follow one possibility while parting the cloak. Jin Sung opens the cloak and gently calls Chianak out. Chianak emerges asking if the danger is over, but Jin Sung tells her it is now her turn to finish things. She reacts in confusion, not understanding. Isaac weakly mutters that his heart hurts as the captured core crackles. Jin Sung declares Chianak is the final piece of his plan, while a system introduces the ability the difference between heaven and hell is one paper thick, which fixes 50-50 probabilities. He places his hand on her shoulder, telling her everything now depends on her, startling her. Power surges through Chianak as her eyes glow red in shock. Straining, Jin Sung thinks he is nearing his limit maintaining the murderous intent. A system explains planned murderous intent lets the user know their limits and endlessly generate controlled killing intent. Exhausted, Chianak groans and calls Jin Sung an old man. Jin Sung laughs and demands that she reveal the answer to him. Chianak forces out that the decisive result is red. She tightens her lips after giving the answer. Jin Sung praises her while she collapses, trembling. Empowered, he dives down with a red lightning-wrapped dagger to finish Isaac. His strike carves glowing runes through Isaac's body. Elsewhere, the Tower Guardian leader reacts in alarm to the disturbance. Facing Kim Il-young, he asks what Kim's real plan is, while Kim claims he only came to talk. The armored leader rejects conversation and orders Kim Il-young to leave. He explains their group is trying to escape this place. Kim teases him about being in a hurry and asks if it is because of Park Jin-sung. The captain pauses, startled by Kim's words. Realizing Kim already understands the situation, the captain thinks he is aware while Kim smugly admits he was right. Kim asks why his master ordered him to enter and clear the towers. The captain derisively calls Kim's master a satanic freak. Kim reveals their true purpose is tied to a prophecy, believing that controlling prophecies will remove humanity as a threat. He hints there is an additional motive. The captain suspects Kim wants to kill someone, and Kim confirms he cannot let the man who defeated the first and fourth survive. Kim says his master views Park Jin-sung as a future obstacle. The captain argues Jin-sung is still inside the tower, and reminds Kim they are in the middle of South Korea. Kim coldly reveals that Jin-sung has already left the tower. Jin-sung, finishing Isaac, thinks Isaac is not the only one who prepared a decoy in advance. His eyes flare red as his murderous focus intensifies. A system updates his ruthless plan, showing a 97% chance of killing Isaac. Red lightning lashes out and his dagger pierces Isaac's chest. Systems show ignore immunity and alternating temperature activating as massive flames erupt. Isaac screams in agony amid the inferno. Jin-sung is blasted away, burned and smoking. Kim Il-young, watching from afar, laughs that the timing for his scheme could not have been better. 2 cultists in white robes arrive beside him. Kim says that without this precise timing the others would never have met a certain person. That person, a blonde man surrounded by light, muses about the location of the prophecy. Back in the ruin, the captain argues that if Kim's master had moved, the world agency would have reacted. But Kim says he already prepared for that. Kim begins listing those preparations, starting from when the captain fought the second bear. He reveals that their Pestilence Syndicate agents were already present at that incident, specifically at the destroyed mental hospital. Kim gleefully admits that allowed them to kidnap Park Jin-sung's uncle and aunt, enraging the captain. Kim taunts Lee Sung-hwa for obeying the syndicate's orders because they are using Jin-sung as leverage. Kim explains that hostage scheme was only their second precaution, yet wonders aloud why Sung-hwa still chose to help Jin-sung. Kim tells the old captain he has too many things to protect and cannot defend them all alone. Satisfied that he has stalled long enough, Kim says he will now leave. He adds that once they capture the second beast they had effectively already won. The captain tries to stop him, shouting for Kim to wait. Kim ignores him, saying the situation is already over as his spell completes. Some students ask anxiously what Kim has done with their missing teammate. The blonde man chuckles that they have a good eye for noticing something is wrong. He then admits he killed the missing student and stole his face. He throws the severed face to the ground. Smiling, he tells them not to worry. Revealing his true draconic form, he announces he will bless everyone now that he has arrived. Isaac notices the newcomer's scaled skin with shock. The newcomer tells Isaac they are of the same underground race and says their surface descendants are few. He angrily rejects Isaac's attempt to equate them, calling Isaac's kind mere reptilians. Declaring himself a being who once waged war against the gods, he advances while Isaac insists they are the same race. The dragon being's radiant hand is shown gathering power. Isaac states he already intended to kill all tower guardians and sees this as the perfect opportunity. The dragon begs him to stop, promising not to interfere. The dragon calmly says he knows Isaac's aims and believes Isaac will ultimately assist them. He laughs at the idea that a being banished underground thinks it can use him. Still amused, he says he will tolerate it this time because he found both the artifact and prophecy. He explains he heard of someone who defeated all the Book of Daniel monsters and obtained the prophecy, which compelled him to intervene. Looking at battered Jin-sung, he remarks with disdain that Jin-sung cannot even stand up to Isaac. The scene focuses on his scaled foot near Isaac's as power crackles. He turns toward Jin-sung and Cheonak, announcing he has found the one he was seeking. Before Jin-sung can react, the dragon grabs his face, silencing his protest. Jin-sung writhes on the ground, overwhelmed by the dragon's power. He cries out in pain and tries to stand. Collapsing again, he desperately reaches toward Cheonak and the glowing artifact. A massive chained book labeled Vetus Testamentum appears before the dragon and Cheonak. A system explains this unknown rank Adea is the original Old Testament, the primordial contract between God and humanity. The dragon commands the prophecy to reveal the artifact's true form as Cheonak, crying, begs someone to save her. Agents rush forward, shouting at the dragon to release the child. The dragon ignores them and tells everyone present to witness this historic moment. Isaac raises a hand, promising to let them see this history firsthand through his magic. Ice spikes erupt around one of the agents as Isaac attacks indiscriminately. Laughing that he has won, the dragon hurtles Cheonak toward the massive book. She skids up to the book's chain lock as a voice tells her she knows what to do. The dragon threatens what will happen if she disobeys and orders her to use the same probability ability she once used on Jin-sung. Jin-sung crawls toward them, cursing his immobile body and calling out to her. He screams at his limbs to move. He continues begging his body to respond, shaking with effort. From Jin-sung's perspective, 2 cultists suddenly appear over him. They greet him mockingly, saying it has been a long time. An ally realizes the newcomers are actually Jin-sung's missing uncle and aunt, and wonders why they are here. Another ally concludes someone orchestrated their disappearance during the prior Incheon attack. A subordinate nervously calls for his captain. A bare foot lifts, preparing to stomp. The cultist brutally stomps Jin-sung, drawing a pained cry. The subordinate screams for his captain in horror. Another teammate grabs him, telling him to wait. The teammate urges him not to go, clearly terrified. He thinks it is too dangerous to intervene against either Isaac or the red-scaled dragon. Meanwhile, Jin-sung is beaten on the ground as his aunt and uncle mock his inability to stand. They cruelly laugh that he cannot even get up. One of them recalls when their own sons severed their Achilles tendons, comparing it to Jin-sung's current state. Bloodied, Jin-sung stares up in horror and disbelief. Cheonak runs toward them, begging the attackers to stop hitting Jin-sung. She screams in tears, pleading for mercy. The dragon seizes her head again, instructing her to watch everything carefully. He forces her to look ahead while dragging her closer. He orders her not to avert her gaze. He tells her that all this suffering is happening because she refuses to use her abilities. Jin-sung coughs blood and groans as he endures the beating. Cheonak's teary eye reflects his broken form on the floor. The dragon's voice echoes that everything occurring around them stems from her regrets. Jin-sung continues being kicked and groans in agony. Cheonak sobs, calling to him and internally crying out why this is happening. Another student curses the situation while thinking in confusion why Jin-sung looks that way. The captain restrains his man and apologizes to Jin-sung, which Jin Sung questions in his mind. The allied adults rage at the attackers, yet Jin Sung mentally begs them not to look at his humiliation. Jin Sung wonders why his friends are apologizing to him. He questions why he alone must endure this and struggles to understand the dark emotion overtaking him. Unsure of his feelings, he still thinks that, regardless, something about this is unbearably wrong. Clinging to his red spear of intent, he thinks bitterly that the situation is unforgivably unfair. His inner self, bathed in red mist and holding a dagger, stands amid his murderous aura. That inner voice tells him it is okay and that it is time to let go. He resolves that this will be the last time he lets himself be unknowingly consumed by murderous intent. A braid, symbolizing his attachment, slips from his hand as he releases his restraint. Jin Sung's consciousness plunges into swirling red energy, fully embracing the killing intent. Emerging with a sinister smile and blood-red dagger, he thinks he wants to kill everyone present. Park Jin Sung lies on the ground bloodied, his hand clawing the floor as he laughs. Jin Sung's abusive parents mock his laughter and vow to keep stomping on him until it stops, brutally kicking his face. One of the parents suddenly screams in agony that their foot is hurt, panicking as something goes wrong. Two onlookers realize in horror that Jin Sung is about to change, and one of them screams for him to stop. Jin Sung rises with a twisted grin and glowing red eyes, his body wreathed in sinister energy. A horned knight senses Jin Sung's terrifying aura, recognizes him, and calls out to him. The armored knight rushes at Jin Sung, shocked and demanding to know why he is here. Jin Sung turns his head slowly toward the knight, his eyes wide and bloodshot with murderous intent. The knight lunges to kill Jin Sung, declaring that he remembers something as he attacks. The knight tries to say Jin Sung cannot do something as he charges through a red slash. Jin Sung, half smiling, delivers a devastating blow that leaves the knight's body burning and dissolving. The knight's leg splinters and gushes blood as Jin Sung's attack cripples him. Nearby fighters see the knight injured and think this is their chance to act while he is weakened. One of them advances cautiously across icy ground toward Jin Sung, who stands ominously in the distance. The squad captain praises Park Jin Sung for his efforts and invites him over to receive healing. Instead of calming down, Jin Sung laughs manically and unleashes swirling red energy from his hand. The captain looks on in shock as shadowy power surges toward him. A teammate yells that Jin Sung is far too dangerous right now and warns Sungo to stay back. She urgently calls Sungo over to her, trying to pull him away from Jin Sung. She slaps a glowing hand on Sungo's back, preparing to use an ability on him. She casts a spell to lift him up while gritting through the strain of the magic. Other soldiers stare in confusion at their captain, worried by the ominous purple light filling the area. Someone realizes Jin Sung nearly decapitated Sergeant on Sungo, then notices the tower interface where the God Killer option is being switched off. A crying girl sees the outside world and remarks that the tower has completely vanished. The white-haired man telepathically summons the first beast, and the scarred man responds that he has finally been called. Jin Sung, still wreathed in blood-red energy, silently regards the newcomers. A system explanation reveals the first beast is a disaster-rank creation of Satan, the foremost of the beasts. Further text explains that a contracted user of this beast must obey Satan's summons, and their life is tied to Satan's life force. The scarred man greets Jin Sung mockingly as an old acquaintance while ominous question-marked abilities are listed beside him. He comments that Jin Sung has grown strangely quiet and asks the white-haired man if he is responsible. Jin Sung stands crookedly, drenched in red aura, staring at the scarred man from across the rooftop. Jin Sung steps forward, each footstep igniting the ground with red flames. The white-haired being narrows his eyes in sudden realization or concern at what he perceives. He angrily orders the scarred subordinate to hurry and kill Jin Sung, turning the land into a bloodbath. A crazed follower taunts a child about his dead parents, while the scarred man skeptically questions his lord's seriousness. Sergeant On Sungo shouts to Park Jin Sung not to listen to the enemy or dwell on his past trauma. Jin Sung laughs, grips his sword, and repeats the word trauma as if it is meaningless to him. He raises the blade to his head and internally insists that what others think of as trauma is something else entirely. Narration states that overwhelming murderous intent fills Jin Sung, transforming him into its embodiment and origin as he draws his sword. Jin Sung's slashes manifest that murderous origin, tearing enemies apart in a bloody cross-shaped strike. A status window shows Jin Sung's Adea rank and overall combat ability are unknown, emphasizing his unfathomable power as foes kneel before him. The scarred man curses the powerful South Korean who has just slaughtered his followers. He activates his ultimate ability Armageddon, charging his hand with cataclysmic energy. Text explains First Beast Armageddon, a firestorm that devastates the world with effects like the Holy City, as meteors rain and soldiers scream to defend themselves. The fiery rain crashes down on the city, erupting into massive explosions. Another description defines Holy City as an SSS rank Adea that creates a hellish domain buffing all inverted cross followers. Within this domain, human origin Adeas are severely weakened, causing the allied soldiers to collapse in pain. The scarred man grimly addresses Park Jin Sung across the ruined rooftop. He demands to know what Jin Sung really is as Jin Sung stands drenched in red lightning and blood. The white-haired being claims he gained knowledge of all existence to become Satan yet has never heard of anyone like Jin Sung. Jin Sung only glares back silently, shrouded in burning red aura. The white-haired man notes Jinsung's refusal to speak and decides it does not matter. Nearby human soldiers cower on the ground, terrified under the overwhelming demonic pressure. The white-haired being exults that he has already effectively won as the cross of his holy city radiates above. The glowing inverted cross intensifies, dominating the sky. He smirks as power gathers, signaling he is ready for his next move. He begins summoning the monsters from the Book of Daniel, and a lion-like beast descends amid lightning. The system explains that the red dragon of the apocalypse and other Daniel beasts are summoned and cannot escape hell after their first death. The lion monster remarks it has been a while but laments the unfortunate circumstances. The lion notes to Jinsung that he seems to have crossed a point of no return. The beast strikes Jinsung with a crushing blow, slamming him into the ground. Jinsung grits his teeth through the pain yet continues to smile as he pushes himself up. Another Daniel beast complains that such a mighty being should be ruling instead of focusing on a mere nuisance, and is told to hurry and seal park Jinsung. Jinsung's expression turns even more crazed as he stares back at them. The lion stomps down again with thunderous force, trying to subdue him. Watching, the white-haired man invokes prophecy and turns his attention to the girl elsewhere. He grabs the frightened prophetic girl and tells her everything happening is her fault. He lists how her existence caused the fiery rain, the summoning of monsters, and the deaths of countless people. He orders her to use her powers now, pushing her toward a glowing portal. Crying, she calls out to the mister she trusts while being forced to activate her abilities. Simultaneously, Jinsung's body convulses and veins bulge as red energy tears through him. The scarred man senses something alarming and looks up. He warns his lord that they may be rushing things, hinting the situation is spiraling. The white-haired being pauses silently, weighing this warning. Narration explains that only when prophecy touches the Old Testament does the believer's influence weaken, which he finds unfortunate as he restrains the girl. He accepts this limitation with a curt fine, deciding to proceed regardless. The leopard-like Daniel beast reacts with surprise to his decision. The white-haired man smiles darkly, clearly satisfied with the unfolding plan. A description reveals the third monster's force rule, whose roar compels all who hear it to obey unless their minds are incredibly strong. The girl clutches her ears and screams as the monster's mental assault overwhelms her. Her tear-filled eyes turn into hypnotic spirals as she mutters for the mister. She collapses to her knees, completely subjugated. Standing behind her, the white-haired man channels purple energy through her bent body. He guides her hand toward a radiant door while musing about the thin line between heaven and hell. The narration states that barrier is as thin as paper while a gigantic chain cross door materializes before the girl. The spectral book opens inside the door, revealing drawings of a dragon and dense script. The girl watches as the book seems to turn itself inside out, bewildered by the phenomenon. The white-haired being grins with manic delight at what he has orchestrated. He declares the transformation perfect as the book's image solidifies into a blazing red dragon sigil. A system window identifies the artifact as Codex Gigas, a mysterious rank book that can turn the world into hell and grant absolute control over it. The white-haired man seizes the completed Codex Gigas, holding it reverently. He exults that he finally possesses everything he needs. Proclaiming himself now truly Satan, he boasts that no one on earth can stop him. Another description introduces Abaddon's locusts, an apocalyptic host of A-rank locust warriors summoned as the end nears. One such locust steps forward toward the white-haired figure. Abaddon kneels to the Codex Gigas and accepts it as his lord. The white-haired Satan invites him to speak, asking what concern he has. Abaddon notes that Satan has also brought forth savage cavalry from elsewhere. A system window describes the cavalry of 200 million, hell-dividing horsemen of A-rank strength. Abaddon dismisses these horsemen as fools without a leader. One of the hooded riders silently acknowledges him. The dragon Fourth arrives unexpectedly, prompting Abaddon to ask why he is here. Fourth, now a powerful dragon entity, orders Abaddon to summon those disgusting little humans to them. Abaddon questions why they should do so, and why it concerns them. Fourth threatens him, demanding he call them lest he wish to die. Before that can happen, a blinding attack erupts among the beasts, disrupting their ranks. The lion beast is slashed on the paw, blood spraying from the sudden counterattack. He snarls in pain, turning to face whoever wounded him. Jinsung rockets into the sky trailing a ribbon of red energy. He lands with such force that blood and aura splash outward from his feet. Laughing wildly, Jinsung dives headlong toward his enemies, eyes blazing. Abaddon shouts for the cavalry to protect their lord from the charging Jinsung. One armored locust knight intercepts, clashing with Jinsung in a burst of force. The defenders struggle as Jinsung barrels through, and someone yells at them to regroup in the center. Satan watches silently, evaluating the situation as chaos spreads. He instructs the lion beast to create new records of Jinsung by chronicling whatever happens to him, and the beast agrees. A dark force binds and drags Jinsung. He chokes in pain as an orange ring manifests around him. Satan opens the codex and says he will test his newfound powers against humanity. Pages of the cursed book flip open, glowing with prophetic devastation. The Codex's abyssal seal is described as an ability that disintegrates bodies and sends spirits into personal hells from which only the strongest can return. Purple pillars of light lance down over the city as Satan announces there will be no exceptions. He declares that every human in the world will be sent to hell. Jin Sung screams as the sealing power engulfs him. The Codex Gigas begins to snap shut, reacting to his resistance. Satan's followers call to him, but he simply stares forward in tense silence. Satan blasts Jin Sung directly with the Codex's energy, tearing his body apart. Jin Sung's form continues to disintegrate as he cries out. Satan closes the book and coldly wishes Jin Sung an enjoyable journey into hell. The narrative jumps to a distant past, showing a warrior gripping a sword as the story of long-ago events begins. It explains that a mutant known as the 103,673rd Darkness hunted evil spirits for power, becoming the dreaded king of ghosts. After slaying the half-human, half-ghost Bai Hyung, this darkness was feared by all. News spreads that Bai Hyung, their protector, has been killed. Terrified onlookers believe they will be next and that the darkness will slaughter them all, forcing him to flee. A child calls out to his father as they travel, clinging to his foot. The boy asks why they must always run and why everyone hates them. He remembers that his father once killed bad beings and wonders why defeating villains is not considered good. His father explains harshly that people fear an unknown killer, and that the weak naturally fear such beings. The father laughs bitterly, saying he does not understand why villains roam free while they must hide. Narration states that those who feared the darkness plotted to trap and eliminate him. The son proudly insists his father is a hero, while narration says he will be used as bait for the trap. The text reveals the bait is the ghost child born from the darkness's love for a human, as the child tearfully calls for his dad. Villagers celebrate slaying the beast, oblivious to the sobbing child hidden nearby. The child watches his father die and realizes there is no justice in this world. Narration adds that in this world, those who kill and survive are seen as just, and the parent's death fills the child with corrupting rage. The grieving ghost child decides that if this is justice, he will kill everyone. Years later, terrified villagers recognize him as the killer ghost child and flee. Narration states the enraged ghost child wiped out over 80% of all living beings of that era. It explains that the Armor King Isaac and Insect King CF Ferox were banished to the underworld, while the murderous child became infamous as the killer ghost child. Heaven's authorities decide the child can no longer be left alone once he sets his sights even on the heavens. A bearded heavenly figure strokes his chin thoughtfully, preparing to respond to the crisis. The Jade Emperor labeled the killer ghost child as the root of all evil and turned him into God's first weapon. The narration introduces the erased history of the ghost child. Someone's boots stride forward, signaling their return to the surface. After being confined in the underworld for 1,000 hours, Jin Sung staggers on the wasteland clutching his knife. A furious man, blaming a child for destroying the city, rushes to attack. A crazed Jin Sung tells his opponent to be sure to kill him. A voice rejects this, trying to halt Jin Sung's rampage. The voice again orders him to stop as he slashes with blood-red power. Time in the underworld reaches 2,000 hours while he continues his slaughter. At 8,750 hours he mockingly asks his unseen opponent to stop him. At 13,500 hours others warn that Jin Sung has become too dangerous as he keeps cutting. At 29,600 hours the plea to stop is repeated while Jin Sung presses on, wanting to end everything. His murderous gaze and attacks continue unabated. After 32,000, then 40,000, and finally 43,799 hours, Jin Sung stands alone in the desolate underworld, begging for it to stop. He lies exhausted beside corpses and silhouettes, wondering how much longer this torment will last. Despairing, he asks how to escape this place, when a comforting voice calls him son. Shocked, Jin Sung looks up toward the source of the voice. His father's words echo that life is about time, and he should take his time, leaving Jin Sung puzzled. Jin Sung tearfully calls out to his dad and struggles to speak further. He confesses that controlling his own idea is too overwhelming. A man calls Jin Sung by name, drawing his attention. The man reminds him that a strong body sustains a strong mind. He asks Jin Sung if he remembers their earlier talk. Jin Sung recalls promising to surpass himself and choose his own path. Another memory surfaces of someone saying it only matters that he knows what he wants. That person then asks why he is so worried. The memory tells him simply to do whatever he wants to do. Jin Sung clutches his shirt, struggling to say what he truly wants. Tears hit the ground beside a black boot. A small paw taps the boot, breaking his trance. Jin Sung recognizes the little dog as Poppy. He sees Poppy sitting by his feet in the wasteland, watched by his other self. Narration reveals Jin Sung always feared that killing was the only thing he knew. He realizes he has been suppressing and denying himself. Narration adds he did this because he wanted to save one more life. It continues that he also just wanted to escape this hell. A hand reaches out toward the light. Jin Sung embraces his murderous self as narration says he has overlooked something. The narration clarifies he ignored the part of himself consumed by killing intent. Holding his other self, Jin Sung apologizes. He accepts that the killer ghost child is also part of him. His other self smiles and thanks him while hugging back. Narration resumes that, to avert chaos, action was taken against God's first weapon. It states that God's strongest and first weapon was erased from the world. That weapon, described as God's mace against evil, manifests behind Jin Sung in red energy. Narration calls him God's agent filled with divine murderous intent, identifying the Adea killer ghost child of unknown rank. To protect humanity beloved by God, this power now moves. The narration says he has descended to follow God's will and defeat evil. His cloak whips around him as that power stirs. A system window details that Killer Ghost Child, representative, grants cloaks to subordinates that equalize power with targets and share damage, marking Jin Sung as future representative. After 3,800 hours, Jin Sung escapes hell to a ruined city and wonders where to go next. Narration explains that after Codex Gigas removed humanity, Satan's hellish laws activated and the world became endless filth and fire. When the first human to clear hell returned, Earth was already overrun by filth-mutated creatures. Even though most humans came back within a year, only a third survived. Jin Sung, seeing the devastated city, asks what is happening and notes it feels like hell has followed them. He wonders where everyone went as he walks through the emptiness. Dressed like a waiter, he senses traces of scavengers nearby but no one close. A sinister laugh sounds behind him, making him turn. A shadowy creature connected by a tendril to his ear screeches from afar. A badly wounded man collapses nearby, and Jin Sung realizes it is a person. Jin Sung rushes over, asking if the man is okay. Observing the body full of coin-sized holes, he thinks the attacker aimed to torture rather than kill. The man, terrified, stammers about those things while Jin Sung presses for answers. He gasps out the word bank, confusing Jin Sung. With his last strength, the man begs his absent wife not to leave. The man dies in Jin Sung's arms, leaving Jin Sung cursing and demanding to know what happened while he was in hell. The scene shifts to a seemingly intact bank building. Inside, a ponytailed woman speeds forward shrouded in purple energy. Her empowered legs hammer the floor as she runs. A status window explains her idea. Legs that grow faster the more she runs, letting her outpace pursuers though the rest of her body remains vulnerable. She dashes past snarling beasts in an arena-like cage. Exhausted but victorious, she collapses while the watching monsters cheer for more. A tuxedoed rat announcer thanks the audience and promises to showcase human potential. The spectators howl for the next event to start immediately. The rat orders the human girl to get up as monsters jeer around her. He announces a special event for today, raising the crowd's excitement. A drooling brute is introduced as a human male specially enhanced by their master. The arena floor quakes as this opponent appears. The enormous muscular man roars, overflowing with power. The rat urges everyone to place bets on whether the girl can survive against this custom-made monster, while she sobs that she wants it all to end. Hearing her plead to stop, the rat reacts with contempt. He slaps her and orders her to stand. Crying, she insists she cannot fight. The rat blames her suffering on the husband who ran away. He says their master is angry, and she whimpers, thinking of her husband. A new pair of black shoes steps into the arena as the announcer declares the long-awaited moment. The rat dramatically proclaims that it is showtime. Jin Sung suddenly appears inside the cage and asks what this place is. The rat turns, startled by his unexpected entrance. Jin Sung notes the ghoulish spectators and realizes some are Adea users allied with Satan. He casually remarks that they are not yokai, prompting the rat to demand who he is and protest that the man inside is their chosen sacrifice. Jin Sung glances back at the berserk giant looming behind him. Red aura flaring, he angrily asks what they did to this man. The giant charges at Jin Sung with a tremendous punch. Jin Sung calmly calls on Omni for support as his killer ghost child power awakens. Red tendrils lash out as he meets the giant's attack head-on. His single hand, reinforced by the power, stops the massive fist. The rat, stunned, exclaims that Jin Sung blocked the blow with one hand. Spectators marvel at the unexpected event and scramble to change their bets while Jin Sung stands composed in the center. Jin Sung evaluates the situation with a thoughtful hum. He volunteers to fight as long as the announcer lets him look cool, clearly unconcerned. The rat nervously agrees to his condition. Playing to the crowd, the rat declares this surprise event only the beginning and invites everyone to redo their bets. Watching Jin Sung wave, the girl wonders in disbelief who this child is. The enraged giant tries to smash Jin Sung again. Jin Sung casually dodges, making the attack look slow. With red energy swirling, he apologizes to the controlled man. He then drives a tentacled punch into the giant's torso. The impact spins them in a vortex of red power. The giant coughs blood, his strength failing. Jin Sung finishes the strike, felling the opponent. Surrounded by ominous red energy, he looks unfazed. Other monsters rush toward him while he stands with his back turned. The girl watches him in awe and fear. Jin Sung tells her to run if she can, and she stammers in confusion. He reassures her that using her Adea is fine. Smiling warmly through the blood-red glow, he promises everything will be alright. She trembles, moved yet still crying. Steeling herself, she prepares to act. She apologizes to him as she activates her speed ability. She sprints at full speed around the cage, purple trails circling Jin Sung. The announcer declares their champion is giving his all and shouts that the suited boy's defeat is imminent. Racing past, she again says she is sorry to Jin Sung. He casually laughs and asks what she is apologizing for. The two blur side by side, shocking her with how easily he keeps up. Onlookers wonder who this human is as the fight turns into a high-speed chase. Jin Sung compliments her speed while the crowd gasps that he is matching their champion. She admits she is still faster, trying to outpace him. Jin Sung asks why she remained captive if she could move this fast. She explains that whenever she tries to escape, her body stops, which he deduces is the arena owner's binding ability. He asks how many people are imprisoned, and she estimates at least dozens in Isenbashi's private room, naming the yokai who runs the arena. Surprised there are yokai, Jin-sung listens as they race. She then realizes he must be an outsider who came from beyond the bank. In the stands, monsters shout that they have bet everything on the man in the suit and struggle to see the blur. Jin-sung decides their current speed is sufficient for his plan. He instructs the girl to, on the count of 10, crash through the windows at this speed. Noticing the rat using a walkie-talkie, he points it out while they run. He concludes that neither of them can simply leave yet and that they will have to fight. Elsewhere, a larger rat questions if Jin-sung is Isenbashi, while the smaller rat explains the new human is the one fighting. The girl recalls that because of Isenbashi she was forced to kill someone. Overcome with guilt, she confesses this while running. Jin-sung, grinning fiercely, asks if she is ready and begins counting down from 10. She thinks she does not want to kill again as she dashes. In tears, she repeats the word kill while his countdown continues. At his shout of now, red tendrils lash out as he triggers Omni's power. Omni enters a Kraken mode linked to Killer Ghost Child, and the spectators panic as the cage bars begin to give way. Empowered by his command, the girl launches a devastating kick at the enclosure. She looks astonished at the force she just unleashed. The monsters realize the cage has broken and scream that the humans are escaping, wondering if even this is part of Isenbashi's show. The girl's swift foot lands beyond the shattered confines, marking the start of their breakout. The masked beast appears, shrouded in ominous energy. The long-haired fighter taunts the creature, asking if it enjoyed itself. Dark tendrils strike violently against the ground. The impact of the attack tears through the area. The fighter stands, breathing heavily after the clash. Exhausted and bloody, the fighter struggles to stay upright. Smirking, the fighter notices another small animal-like figure nearby. Seeing the rat, the fighter angrily calls out to it. Consumed by rage, the fighter leaps at the rat, vowing to kill it. The rat screams as the fighter grabs its face. A robed rat shaman appears and orders the fight to stop. The shaman focuses on the fighter's hand reaching toward him. Suddenly the fighter is wounded and shocked. The fighter realizes his body is paralyzed yet still threatens to kill Isenbashi. Isenbashi watches him with cold, calculating eyes. Isenbashi turns to a suited man and demands to know who he is, and the man answers. When Isenbashi presses the question, the man hesitates, unsure how to respond. Isenbashi shyly claims to be God's secret inspector. The man doubts him, while Isenbashi insists he is telling the truth. Growing angry, Isenbashi vows to correct the man's attitude. Isenbashi snaps his fingers, unleashing crackling magic. Several muscular, fanged humans are transformed into blue-lit thralls. The wounded fighter stares in shock at this new development. Recognizing the transformed people, the fighter starts to cry in horror. He realizes his friends Jinseo and Sungbum have been turned into monsters. Seeing everyone changed, he staggers forward, devastated. The suited man, now cloaked in red aura, calls out to Isenbashi. He asks the enthralled people if he is the only one enraged and whether he may kill the rat. Surging with murderous power, he warns that Isenbashi may not survive his wrath. His eyes glow red as his cloak's power fully awakens. A system message explains that the Killer Ghost Child cloak grants its wearer the right to kill beings in this world, and the man thanks it for permission. Smiling, he prepares to put this new authority to use. A detailed description reveals Isenbashi as a 10,000-year-old shaman rat who uses mental bondage to control others, currently empowered by a broken realization artifact. Isenbashi processes this information and defensively snaps back at being called a rat. He nervously tries to reassert control, sending mental bondage toward the fighter again. Isenbashi shouts the name of his spell, doubling down on mental bondage. He commands the suited man to kill himself under the spell's influence. He follows with another order, threatening to use the man's body for experiments. The fighter, still crying, can barely watch what happens. Isenbashi proclaims himself God within this place, convinced his power is absolute. The rat is shaken when the man calmly says he has never even seen God's face. The suited man invokes the power Omni, his red aura intensifying. Red tendrils surge outward, overwhelming Isenbashi's magic. Bound by the red power, Isenbashi screams for his underling Isenbashi's creation to help. The enthralled humans are also wrapped in red energy as power equalizes. Isenbashi panics, demanding to know what is happening. Frustrated, he screams at the man for not dying despite repeated orders. Isenbashi keeps issuing harsher mental bondage commands, ordering the man to beat himself unconscious. Desperate, Isenbashi repeatedly casts mental bondage again and again. The fighter wonders why Isenbashi's ability is suddenly failing against the man. Another system note reveals the Killer Ghost Child's murderous intent nullifies weaker mental attacks, while the man says Isenbashi is wasting his strength. Isenbashi, alarmed, questions why none of his orders are working anymore. The man calmly advances, his cloak flaring with red energy. Terrified, Isenbashi begs the man not to come any closer. The man grips Isenbashi's staff and tells him to listen. While holding the staff, he asks Isenbashi if he remembers who he was before becoming this monster. Isenbashi angrily dismisses the question, demanding to know what the man is talking about. The man clarifies he means Isenbashi's former life and notes that none of the monsters here seem to recall their pasts. Another monster realizes he also cannot remember what he was doing before this. Confused, Isenbashi admits he does not remember his life from thousands of years ago, despite being enhanced by the Codex Gigas. The man concludes they are not true yokai but animals forcibly granted ideyas by Satan. Isenbashi rejects this theory, shouting for the man to stop toying with him. He furiously reasserts his identity as the 10,000-year-old rat yokai Isenbashi. The man coolly insists Isenbashi is just a filthy rat and that all of them are ordinary animals. The other beasts protest, claiming they are different and stronger than normal animals. The man reflects that the number of transmuted animals here implies more will appear on the road to Satan, making his journey difficult. A red tendril pats his head, and he realizes the cloak seems to be comforting him. Isenbashi, seeing this, suggests they first deal with the immediate threat and considers fleeing. Red bindings wrap around Isenbashi's waist, cutting off his escape. The man addresses Isenbashi again as the rat squeals in fear. He demands to know whether Isenbashi can return the drugged humans to normal. Isenbashi bitterly says humans are evil and questions why he should help them. The man silently weighs this answer, his eyes glowing ominously. The fighter, crying, realizes there truly is no way to restore the victims. Isenbashi arrogantly confirms that is the case and challenges the man. His defiance is cut short as he is choked and silenced mid-squeal. Hearing Isenbashi's refusal, the man's expression hardens. He rises wreathed in red power and decides he must personally avenge the fallen humans. Isenbashi's eye widens in dread as he senses what is coming. He screams for another power to emerge, fearing they will all die otherwise. The man looks on coldly, unshaken by Isenbashi's panic. Isenbashi trembles, unable to hide his terror. A new monster, the Mimic, is introduced as a gigantic child-eating cat-like being that grows with every victim. The Mimic looms over the man, curious about this new opponent. Seeing its jagged teeth, the man is reminded of earlier bite wounds. He realizes those teeth match the injuries on the man he saw while heading to the bank. Confronting the Mimic, he accuses it of having hurt that man. Isenbashi smugly declares that the man is finished now that the Mimic has appeared. Isenbashi boasts that the Mimic has never lost to any prey before. The Mimic lunges with its gaping jaws to swallow the man whole. The man meets the charge head-on, bracing himself. Enraged, he begins a counterattack, asking how the Mimic dares challenge him. He unleashes a devastating red kick, vowing to tear out the creature's bared fangs. A system note explains that the Killer Ghost Child ability equalizes his physical power with any target he faces. The equalized clash shakes the area as the man turns away from the Mimic's strike. He is injured despite the cloak's protection, grunting in pain. Another note clarifies the cloak has incoming damage, but doubles all harm once the representative state ends. The man acknowledges this cost, knowing his current parity with the Mimic is risky. He wonders just how dangerous this skill could ultimately become. Empowered by that thought, he launches himself downward for a finishing blow. He dives like a crimson spear straight at the Mimic. The impact elicits a furious growl as his attack lands. Looking at the massive foe, he notes it has devoured 199 people. Standing atop the fallen Mimic, he asks the stunned Isenbashi if the rat really fed it all those victims. He lifts his boot menacingly as Isenbashi stares in horror. With burning red eyes, he demands Isenbashi answer truthfully. He slams his foot down again, pressing the point. From atop the defeated Mimic, he orders it to cooperate and calls out its name. When it does not resist, he assumes that counts as agreement. Red tendrils coil around the Mimic as he prepares to punish it. The terrified Mimic lies pinned, realizing it is completely overpowered. The man stomps down and commands it to spit out every human it has eaten. He warns that if it cannot, he will ensure it never eats again and swings his power like a blade. His strikes carve into the Mimic, though the recoil begins to strain his own body. The Mimic's jaws and tongue are cut, spilling blackened blood. A torrent of blue-white energy bursts from the slain beast. All that remains is its bell, rolling to a stop at the man's feet. Isenbashi watches, speechless at the Mimic's swift defeat. The man steps forward again, saying it is now Isenbashi's turn. Cloaked in blood-red aura, he declares that the rat will now face judgment. Isenbashi screams insults and demands to be freed from the man's grip. Dragging the rat by its collar, the man coldly tells it to shut up. He turns toward the fighter, silently acknowledging him while still holding Isenbashi. The stunned fighter asks who this man is and how he managed to defeat Isenbashi. The man reminds her she mentioned coming with her husband, describing the husband's appearance as he recalls it. Overjoyed, she confirms the description and eagerly asks if the man met her husband. Meanwhile, the terrified monster crowd begs Isenbashi to protect them, fearing they will be killed next. The man's eye narrows, showing he has no intention of sparing them. His fist clenches as red energy flares again. One panicked beast struggles against the red bindings, claiming it only watched from afar. The man replies that merely standing by does not mean innocence, and sends the tendrils at them. Another creature begs for mercy as the bindings close in. A blinding red slash obliterates the surrounding monsters. After the massacre, only cracked, empty ground remains. Observing that the monsters' bodies have vanished, the man notes it while Isenbashi continues whining. Deciding to investigate that mystery later, he orders Isenbashi to release the seal on the woman. The fighter stiffens as Isenbashi protests and questions why he should comply. The man's eye glows fiercely as he asks if the rat truly wants to refuse. He reminds the woman she asked how he knew about her husband. He explains he met the husband near the department store, his body riddled with holes from the mimic's attacks. The woman realizes her husband had been cruelly toyed with by the mimic. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, she swears she will kill the creature responsible. The man offers his hand, inviting her to let him help carry out her revenge. He lifts her over his shoulder, taking charge of the situation. Dragging Isenbashi along, the rat demands to know what the man is doing. Isenbashi panics and asks where they are going. The man explains that Isenbashi's mental bondage only works inside the bank, revealing he intends to drag the rat outside its domain. A system note appears showing Isenbashi's own mental bondage text while the man smiles, having turned the rat's power against it. Under compulsion, Isenbashi is flung away, squealing helplessly. With the rat dispatched, the man and the fighter stand together, exhausted but united after the battle. The woman silently prepares herself, flexing her fingers as ominous energy gathers. Outside, she thanks the suited man while the old rat-like being watches, and he wishes her well going forward. The rat creature's hand trembles on the ground as if about to move. Panicked, the rat rushes after her, begging not to be left alone. The suited man coolly suggests another caster try their spells on the woman. A different rat-headed figure panics and begs for mercy as bullets slam into the wall near him. Cornered by the woman, the old rat freezes in terror as she blocks his escape. She slams her foot down, unleashing a surge of dark power. Consumed by purple rage and tears, she vows never to forgive Isenbashi. The suited man collapses to the ground, his strength drained. Gasping for breath, he remarks how exhausting the battle was. He reflects that he let rage control him and overstrained his body to match the mimic's power. He recalls that his skill halves incoming damage, but returns it on him at double after release. Worried, he hesitates to dismiss his weapon's spirit representative Omni, which hisses in response. He exhales nervously as ominous energy gathers behind him. Red murderous energy suddenly flares from his cloak. That energy courses violently through his arm and weapon. He cries out in pain as the backlash hits him. Writhing on the ground, he groans while Omni's tail flickers. Text explains Killer Ghost Child Omnivore, a blade that moves on its own using the user's killing intent and energy. Further text explains Omnivore's urgent care, letting the tool manage energy and move the user using murderous intent when the body is near its limit, as he notes the pain is tolerable. Realizing Omni stabilized him, he excitedly praises it. Omni chatters unintelligibly while he admits he cannot understand what it is saying. He senses something and turns toward a barely open door. The woman reappears, standing in front of him, while he sits on the floor. She calmly tells him the job is finished. He struggles upright, speechless for a moment. Then he awkwardly thanks her for what she did. She also hands him a glowing gem identified as Mouse Heart, explaining it holds Isenbashi's essence and stored spells that boost the consumer's energy but must be kept inside the body. Shocked, he asks what it is, and she says it appeared when Isenbashi died. He internally compares the drop to gain loot, wonders about vanished corpses, and questions what has happened to the world. She admits the gem frustrates her and seems useless to anyone else, so she gave it to him. He decides to personally safeguard the gem. The two bow to each other in mutual gratitude amid the rubble. As she walks away through the ruined city, she asks Jin Sung what he plans to do now. Passing a corpse, she pauses, seeing someone familiar lying dead. Cradling the body, she tearfully says she wants to find her acquaintances and believe they are still alive, while Jin Sung expresses hope she succeeds. Jin Sung starts walking, his boots splashing through water. Remembering her directions, he follows the sewers south toward the Lotus Hunters' territory where survivors supposedly gathered. Walking through the surprisingly clean tunnel, he muses that the sewers look better than the devastated surface, befitting an apocalypse. Checking the hand-drawn map, he notes they simply need to keep going straight. Still studying it, he finds it odd that all Adea ranks were censored and wonders why the ranking system changed. He also finds the angelic class titles on the map strangely biblical. He questions how a sewer can lack any stench. He concludes again that this underground area might truly be cleaner than outside. Inspecting a gushing side channel, he notes that even the water appears clear. Tasting and smelling it, he detects salt and starts to suspect its source. Realizing it is ocean water, he is startled by approaching sounds. His detection skill warns that something is nearby. Hearing urgent shouts to hurry, he runs toward what he now knows are people. Voices argue about their captain's location, while Jin Sung listens, surprised. He remembers his volleyball pals jokingly betting ice cream with their captain in happier times. He wonders if the approaching group might be from the zombie horde and whether his old friends survived. Steeling himself, he decides they must still be alive. Climbing a ladder toward the surface, he imagines they will tease him for being late and vows to see them soon. Emerging, he joyfully spots a group of survivors he thinks are his friends and runs toward them. His expression shifts to shock at what he fully sees. An info screen appears about Abaddon's locusts, an 8th Order Archangel-class swarm that grows dangerous through sheer numbers and reproduction. In a flashback, Jin Sung commands allies not to turn their backs and to stay together against the Locust army. Returning to the present, he's stunned to see the same monsters overwhelming the survivor squad. He climbs out of the manhole and calls for everyone to retreat back into the sewers. The shield mage refuses, frantic that using ocean water to hide their base will be exposed if they return below, fearing they will all die. Jin Sung casually steps forward and offers to help them. The survivors, baffled by the random man in a suit, wonder if their captain sent him but realize he climbed up from the sewer. One of them shouts that he came from underground, deepening their suspicion. Shocked by that revelation, the shield mage and spear user stare as he stands there unfazed. Nearby, a locust soldier grins menacingly. The survivors despair that if the sewers are compromised, they have no safe refuge left. Jin Sung awkwardly laughs to Omni, asking if he might have made a mistake revealing the ocean water. He draws his dagger as red energy swirls, saying he does not fully grasp the situation. Surrounded by a vortex of murderous power, he decides he might as well assist them. The locusts growl and advance in formation. Jin Sung's first explosive strike carves a red crater into the street. Smiling, he muses it has been a while and wonders if the others know these monsters reproduce, hinting at his prior experience. A wave of locusts dives toward him with spears ready. He plants his foot, preparing to counter. He notes their attacks are straightforward as he swings Omni, who shrieks in delight. He lunges through a blood-red arc directly at a locust. Landing lightly, he leaves mangled enemies behind him. One fallen locust bleeds purple at his feet as he readies his blade again. Seeing how easily they fall, he realizes the locusts are weaker than he expected. The remaining soldiers grow uneasy, their growls turning nervous. With glowing red eyes, Jin Sung senses them repositioning. Watching them attempt a flanking maneuver, he remarks that they actually know how to plan attacks. Grinning wickedly, he says it is too bad for them. He declares their tactics useless as he acrobatically slices through multiple foes in a blazing arc. Locust bodies are shredded around him as he continues his rampage. His expression turns almost crazed with excitement in the red haze. He unleashes another massive crimson swing. He dashes through the swarm, cutting them apart with relish. A nearby locust watches in horror as Jin Sung's blade obliterates one of its comrades. Jin Sung charges forward again, boots pounding the ground. He surges upward in a vertical slash, riding his momentum. From below, he sends a sweeping red shockwave that engulfs airborne enemies. The blast detonates, lighting the battlefield. Tauntingly asking if they ever thought they had a chance, he dives down with another overpowering strike. His blow rips through the enemy line in a streak of red light. One locust is knocked from the sky while another tries to flee. From their perspective, Jin Sung appears terrifyingly small yet unstoppable as he fells them. Surrounded by swirling corpses in the air, he faces the dwindling swarm. Surprised they are retreating, he calls out after them. With Omni's tail wrapped around his neck, he coldly mutters that no one is allowed to leave alive. Promising to kill them all, he steps toward the last strong opponent. A new info screen identifies Abaddon's Locust Centurion, the smarter, stronger leader whose presence empowers the whole 100-strong unit. Jin Sung notices the Centurion and reacts with intrigued surprise. The Centurion barks an order to its subordinate. Observers panic that the Locusts are calling for reinforcements and fear they are doomed. Just as someone doubts Jin Sung can handle the horde, a red beam tears through the Locust ranks. The survivors gape as they see how he annihilated the threat so quickly. Jin Sung points at the Centurion, demanding it stop hiding and face him directly. The Centurion grimaces silently, sizing him up. It suddenly dives in, initiating its own assault. The Centurion swoops down in a powerful kick aimed at Jin Sung. Jin Sung coolly activates another skill, instant acceleration on his legs, boosting his speed. The Centurion is shocked as Jin Sung's accelerated strike meets its attack. It growls in confusion at his incredible quickness. Looking up, it sees its fellow locusts being sliced apart in midair. Jin Sung's blade cuts into the Centurion's leg, spilling purple blood. Another locust stares in dread as the Centurion is overwhelmed by slashes. A status window describes Jin Sung's current form, combining Killer Ghost Child with the source of all murderous intent and instant acceleration, letting him absorb killing intent to further boost his speed. Sweating, the Centurion growls nervously as his power rises. Jin Sung races toward it in a red blur while the Centurion screams orders. His empowered steps crack the ground with every stride. He rockets upward, intercepting and striking at the Centurion to prevent escape. Laughing, he demands to know where it thinks it is going. He further accelerates his arms, unleashing an even faster barrage of blows. The watching soldiers are stunned that he is completely overpowering the Centurion. With a manic gleam, Jin Sung revels in the one-sided fight. Surrounded by arcing red slashes, he corners the last surviving Locust commander. Smiling darkly, he notes that the Centurion is the only one left. Dismembered locust parts and purple blood litter the ground after his massacre. The Lotus Hunter squad wonders in awe who this terrifyingly strong man really is. Later, Jin Sung approaches one of them and politely gets his attention. Instead of demanding payment or thanks, he simply asks if there is some place he can take a shower, prompting them to insist they have plenty of water. Desperate to appease him, the two leaders nervously give thumbs up and agree. They enthusiastically lead him toward their base while grumbling among themselves, and he follows, confused. The group travels back through the large sewer tunnels. Trailing behind, Jin Sung wonders why everyone is moving so hurriedly. He worries he might get lost without them since he does not know the path. Deciding to stay closer, he quickens his pace to keep up with the group. When he calls out again, they hurriedly assure him they are almost at their destination. He tries to clarify but is distracted as glowing purple lights appear behind him. Staring at the floating orbs, he wonders what these mysterious lights are. The lights spiral around him in beautiful arcs, filling the tunnel. The squad also looks up, awestruck, as the luminous spheres drift overhead. Recognizing them as a signal, they sprint ahead calling for their captain. Jin-sung, bathed in their glow, listens as the returning team checks if everyone at base is safe and he focuses on a familiar voice. He recognizes the newly revealed captain as Kang Ji-no in shock. One of the survivors notices Jin-sung and asks who the suited stranger is, then blurts out his name in disbelief. Overjoyed, Yuk Dango dashes toward him shouting his name, and Jin-sung recognizes his friend. A man joyfully hugs Park Jin-sung, saying he thought Jin-sung was dead. Jin-sung, being squeezed, gasps that he cannot breathe while the man happily asks why it took him so long to find them. Another stern man shouts to get their attention. The stern man questions how Kang Ji-no is here and realizes he was the enemy's leader, while someone orders Yuk Dango to release Jin-sung. The stern man thanks Jin-sung for saving his people and offers a handshake. Ji-sung downplays it, saying he was simply in the same place as the rescued people while they shake hands. The stern man suspiciously asks why Ji-sung was there, and Jin-sung replies that he came because many people were gathered. The stern man pointedly asks what Jin-sung had been doing before. Dango recalls how kind Jin-sung was in New York when he saved him and wonders why he is being eyed suspiciously. The stern man warns that 5 years have passed and they can no longer trust people easily, though Dango still defends Jin-sung. The stern man angrily reminds Dango that Jin-sung once served in the Marines. He asks what they would do if Jin-sung were still working for the hated Marine Battalion commander, leaving Dango uneasy. Dango, thinking of their old principal, says he is just glad that person is alive. Dango concludes that since Jin-sung knows nothing about recent events, he must not be aligned with their enemies. The stern man shouts that Dango has forgotten how much pain that commander caused them. A narration introduces the former commander of Houndy Special Training High School, now temporary commander of the Hound Liberation Regiment, who returned early and became leader of a powerful group of returners. The narration explains that this commander hoards scarce resources in the ruined world, forcing everyone outside his organization to suffer. The stern man admits he is grateful for Jin-sung's help but says he still needs to verify his story, clenching his fist. Jin-sung says he has only recently returned to Earth and implies they do not need to worry so much. The stern man laughs in disbelief, insisting no one survives a year in that place Jin-sung claims to have endured. Jin-sung asks why they refuse to believe him and notes that even a bank employee confirmed his story, surprising the stern man. Dango panics upon hearing Jin-sung went to the bank, warning that it is where Isenbashi and the mimic were and that everyone who goes there becomes a slave, dragging Jin-sung away. Jin-sung protests at being pushed around. Jin-sung shows them a glowing red jewel to prove something. The stern man initially thinks it is just a gem, but Jin-sung explains he obtained it after killing Isenbashi. Shocked, the stern man says he thought Isenbashi was immune to physical attacks, yet concedes Jin-sung would not lie about it. The stern man confirms Jin-sung is claiming his first deed after 5 years back was killing Isenbashi, and Jin-sung clarifies he slew the mimic while his fast female companion killed Isenbashi. The stern man realizes the woman Jin-sung mentions is the famed arena champion. He silently ponders this information, scrutinizing Jin-sung. Suddenly he grabs Jin-sung's wrist, startling him. The stern man declares he needs Jin-sung to come with him and drags him off, while Jin-sung nervously asks where they are going. As they hurry through the sewers, Jin-sung yells, asking why the stern man is in such a rush. The stern man explains they must seize control of the area before Jin-sung's principal notices and hands Jin-sung a large backpack, saying he will need it. Jin-sung, downing the pack, demands to know exactly what they are supposed to take control of. The stern man says other supply locations have already been raided, but with Isenbashi dead they now have a chance, confusing Jin-sung. He clarifies that what they desperately need to secure is medicine. A narration explains that with the mimic dead in the bank safe, the nearby department store is vital for resupplying, especially since they have struggled with supplies for 5 years. The stern man notes that many of their people are hurt or sick and urgently need those supplies. He asks Jin-sung if he is willing to help on this mission. Jin-sung agrees and seals the decision with a handshake. Elsewhere, a hand grips a red cushioned armrest, heralding another character. The former commander, now seated on a throne-like chair, orders his subordinates to set out immediately. His massed troops salute and acknowledge the order. The commander smirks and laughs ominously. He reflects that while he knew the locust monsters avoided seawater, he never expected someone would flood the sewers with ocean water to fight them. Holding an object, he calls the tactic impressive. He concludes that, as usual, he must seize that valuable location for himself. Water splashes under a boot as someone moves purposefully through the flooded area. The stern man and Jin-sung advance cautiously through the sewer tunnels with their heavy packs. Jin-sung comments that Kang Ji-no has changed a lot since their training days, when he was disorganized. Ji-no says nothing about himself has changed except that he now looks after his people. Ji-no smiles faintly in response. Jin-sung, thinking to himself, notes that despite what Jin-no says, he brought 4 packs, showing how much he cares for his group. Jin-sung further reflects that carrying so many supplies proves how devoted Jin-no is to his people. Jin-sung internally judges that bringing him along is a smart way for Jin-no to keep him away from the others while verifying his claims. Jin-sung jokingly asks if Jin-no is really Jin-no, since he has never seen him act this strategically before. Annoyed, Jin-no snaps that he has had 5 years to adapt to this harsh life. Climbing a ladder, Jin-no tells Jin-sung to hurry up, explaining that they will reach the main entrance once they go up. Struggling with his load, Jin-sung yells for Jin-no to wait and asks if he is angry while Jin-no curtly orders him to climb faster. Jin-no emerges from a manhole with a flashlight in his mouth, scouting the surface. The scene shows the large, quiet department store building they are heading for. Jin-no notes how silent it is and wonders if the enemy there is truly dead. Jin-sung points out that nothing is moving and asks if Jin-no now believes he killed that rat-like foe. Jin-no admits he trusted Jin-sung from the start, and Jin-sung teases him for being such a suspicious liar. The two reach the front entrance of the store loaded with backpacks. As they proceed inside, Jin-no glances toward a reflective surface. He suddenly notices something alarming in the reflection. Jin-no urgently calls Jin-sung an idiot and tells him to look at what he has seen. Jin-no swings an arm over Jin-sung's shoulders and insists he notice what is strange about their appearances. Jin-sung says he understands and tells Jin-no to stop mocking his height. Jin-no clarifies he is talking about Jin-sung's appearance being exactly the same as 5 years ago. Jin-sung, confused, asks what Jin-no is trying to imply. Jin-no explains that most returners only spent about a year away, so no one realized that time flows differently in hell, which is why Jin-sung looks unchanged. Jin-sung, baffled, demands to know what that means, while Jin-no points out their hair never grew at all during that period. Jin-no cuts off the discussion, saying there is no time to worry and they must move. Inside the pharmacy area, Jin-no happily observes that all the supplies are untouched. As Jin-no hastily stuffs items into his bag, Jin-sung asks whether he even knows what he is grabbing. Jin-no silently examines a can in his hand. He cheerfully admits he has no idea what anything is, so he intends to take everything, leaving Jin-sung speechless. They continue sweeping up canned goods from the shelves. Jin-no also grabs clothes and other necessities from display racks. Overjoyed, Jin-no declares the haul amazing while Jin-sung, struggling under the weight, agrees they might need another trip. Jin-no notices the shoe section and looks around thoughtfully. He narrows his eyes, considering something. Jin-no tells Jin-sung to wait where he is and dashes off. A time skip notes that 15 minutes pass. Jin-no returns satisfied, saying their preparations are sufficient as he hands Jin-sung an additional bundle. In chibi form, Jin-no nervously asks if Jin-sung can really carry so much, while Jin-sung insists he only picked necessities. Jin-no urges him onward, and the two leave the store with overloaded packs. Climbing back into the sewers, Jin-no says he is excited to see how happy everyone will be when they return with supplies. Jin-sung smiles warmly at Jin-no's genuine concern. The two race through the tunnels, burdened with their gear and loot. Back at base, Jin-no laughs that the haul is incredible and apologizes to Jin-sung for doubting him earlier. Jin-sung thinks about how much Jin-no has changed over 5 years and wonders how the rest of their old comrades have fared. Jin-sung then asks aloud if Jin-no knows what happened to the others. Jin-no replies that if Jin-sung means his old battalion, he has no information about them. Jin-sung quietly accepts this, looking troubled. He begins to say more, prompting Jin-no to listen. Jin-no suggests that a certain fool back at base might know more, giving Jin-sung hope. Jin-no adds that he has also heard rumors about Ansungo and the Horned Girl, which shocks Jin-sung, who confirms their names. Jin-no explains that at least those two are still alive, though rumors say they are being pursued. A scene shows the Horned Girl wandering a ruined city while someone repeats the word rumors. The girl wonders aloud what Jin-no meant by rumors. Jin-no says he heard she is searching everywhere for an artifact called the Creation Sword Rebecca, though her latest search seems to have failed. The girl resolves that she must head to Busan next. As she runs across a ruined bridge, Jin-no's narration explains that one must gather 5 different swords to obtain the Creation Sword. Jin-no speculates that perhaps gathering them grants a wish, but admits he does not know, only that Seyun is also searching for the swords. He adds that Seyun is hunting those swords while simultaneously looking for a particular person. Jin-sung is stunned to hear that Seyun is specifically searching for him. Jin-no teases him for jumping to conclusions, and Jin-sung flusters that Jin-no misunderstood his reaction. Jin-no says Jin-sung can ask Seyun herself about it when they meet. He then casually remarks that he expects a good meal as thanks in the future. As they walk, Jin-sung notices Jin-no suddenly stopping and wonders what is wrong. Jin-no sniffs the air, asking if something happened and commenting on a strange smell. Realizing this should be their stronghold, Jin-no mutters uneasily, while Jin-sung asks why he is talking to himself. Jin-no abruptly sprints ahead with the supply sack, shouting that he will go first, and Jin-sung yells after him, demanding to know where he is going. Jin-sung chases after Jin-no, shouting for him to wait. A burning flare on the floor ignites a blaze. People in the base shout that there is a fire and call for more water as flames spread rapidly. Amid the inferno, defenders realize they are under enemy attack and that the notorious commander from Houndy has arrived. Dango examines the direction of the thrown flare's trail and deduces that the attackers are already inside the base. Masked soldiers in gas masks announce that everyone will die from the smoke and declare the territory theirs. Base members struggle to breathe and decide they must steal the attackers' masks to survive. One woman begins to suffocate and lose consciousness, clutching her head. An enemy's boot steps near a fallen baton, signaling further danger. Dango pants, realizing the smoke is spreading far faster than it should. The smoke thickens around him, obscuring the area. He then notices smoke pouring from other sewer exits as well, realizing they are being surrounded. Someone shouts that they must evacuate, while another tries to calm everyone, insisting they first assess conditions outside before moving civilians. A gloved hand hauls open a manhole cover from below amid the smoke. An enemy soldier, looking down on gasping survivors, mocks them for crawling out of the sewers. A defender begins to cast an earth-based spear spell in desperation. The mocking soldier grins and says the defender has missed his chance. He strikes viciously, blasting the defender in the head before he can finish casting. Another enemy tells a wounded defender to die quietly as he kicks him down. A leader among the base forces shouts that enemies are positioned above them and urges everyone to use their abilities to dash through the smoke. As they try to climb out, men scream in agony, showing their escape is being cut off. Dango lies burned and in pain, speechless. He then sees comrades being struck down, their bodies falling amid the flames. Dango catches one collapsing ally in his arms to keep him from the fire. The burning structure around the ladder creaks and buckles under the heat. Gino hauls a dazed Dango out of a sewer opening to save him from the smoke. Dango, gasping on the surface, asks what has happened to everyone else still inside. As he stands shakily, laughter rings out and a figure approaches through the smoke. The Houndy commander appears, taunting that Dango has not changed and joking that his appearance makes him reconsider working out. Dango glares fiercely and tells the commander to shut his mouth. The commander, smirking, says he does not want a full fight here because locust monsters might show up if things get too noisy. Dango accuses him of trying to steal their base and vows not to allow it. The commander asks where Jin Sung is and remarks that although the attack is regrettable, its timing benefits them. Grinning maliciously, the commander suggests they move their confrontation to a different stage. Dango lunges forward, shouting that he will not let the enemy get away. The principal activates an ability called the Endless Tree-Lined Road with a smug smile. Dango finds himself running down a forest path toward the distant principal. Dango feels the ground itself shifting under his feet as he runs. The principal's power alters the terrain, causing Dango to misstep. Dango loses balance and crashes to the ground. He hits hard and groans in pain. Elsewhere, after announcing mission success, the principal's troops begin retreating. Military trucks mobilize to pull the raiders out. Dango, bloody but conscious, looks up in shock. He sees the principal standing triumphantly on a truck as it prepares to leave. The principal mocks Dango for failing him again and orders that Gino be brought next time. He adds that Dango's captured people will be used as slaves. The principal taunts that they will also take good care of Dango's home. Enraged, Dango charges after the convo, vowing to kill him. Gino's comrade looks back in alarm at Dango's reckless sprint. A scout warns that a swarm of locusts is approaching the area. The survivors panic while Gino orders everyone to regroup. Dango watches the enemy trucks drive away amid the chaos. He clenches his teeth, frustrated that he cannot pursue. Gino commands the group to calm down, evacuate inside, and prioritize the injured civilians. Another fighter urges everyone to hurry into the shelter. A hand reaches for a round metal hatch in the darkness. The manhole cover slams shut, sealing their underground refuge. Smoke rises from the burnt entry above as the locusts overrun the surface. Inside, battered survivors groan and curse their situation. Dango assesses that only a third of their group remains and most are hurt, worrying that if the locusts find them now they are finished. He imagines the locusts discovering their sewer exit and realizes it would mean total annihilation. A comrade grabs Dango's arm and desperately begs him to save the captured people. The man explains his sister was taken too and insists Dango is the only one who can help. Dango hesitates, fearing what will happen to the group if he leaves and they are attacked again, but his friend swears they will do anything to survive. Other fighters tell Dango not to worry about them and urge him to go. Dango silently steels himself. He agrees to rescue the captives and tells everyone to stay alive until he returns. In a flashback, flames rage and people cough amid an inferno. Gino appears in that fire, called out by name. One of their allies pants in terror at the devastation around them. Masked arsonists gleefully shout for more fire as they burn the place. Gino's fist trembles as he watches the attackers torch his home. Consumed by fury, he charges the arsonists, screaming insults. Gino unleashes a brutal flaming strike against them. The arsonists panic upon realizing the feared Kong Gino has returned. One attacker rallies allies, revealing they have more fighters and drawing a glowing green weapon. He leads a coordinated energy attack, ordering everyone to use this opportunity to kill Gino. Gino's unique power, Enshrined Rage, is explained as a system that converts his growing anger into controllable, stat-boosting energy. Despite their combined assault, their blows fail to affect Gino. Shocked, the lead attacker insists his strike should have hit, while Gino coldly asks where his friends are and who ordered the raid. Gino steps forward, his presence cracking the ground beneath his boot. His rage manifests as intense heat, raising his combat stats further, and he demands to see their leader. A terrified attacker screams that Jin-no is a monster. Jin-no stands wreathed in fire-like rage, terrifying the raiders. Their commander tries to steady them, insisting they hold their ground and not fear mere heat. One soldier finally breaks, begging Jin-no to stop and offering to reveal the leader's location. Later, Jin-no turns at something unexpected in the burning ruins. The remaining raiders realize Jin-no's advance has abruptly stopped. A status window shows Enshrined Rage reaching a calmer stage that boosts his defense, strength, and lower body. As Jin-no asks how he can trust these men, he starts walking again, boots heavy with green-tinged power. Deciding the prisoner's leader is close by, Jin-no vows to find him himself. He coldly declares that the raiders can all die. Back in the present, Dango gasps for air as he reaches the principal's hilltop fortress. He tells himself he has finally located the principal. Dango recalls being told this hilltop ledge lets the principal watch the locusts while only worrying about foes who climb up to him. He also remembers that an artificial stream of seawater around the cliff protects the fortress from corruption. Furious that someone with such a secure refuge still attacked their home, Dango vows not to forgive them. He stares up the long stone stairway leading to the fortress. Determination hardens his expression. Dango pumps himself up, declaring that such stairs are nothing to him. He sprints up, insisting he can reach the top. Near the summit he grips a post and notices a wad of gum stuck there. Spit lands at his feet, making him realize someone above is toying with him. Dango hears mocking laughter as the principal remarks that Dango chose to come to him. The principal, silhouetted at the entrance, invites Dango to finish climbing all the way up. Dango narrows his eyes, focusing on his enemy through the mist. He stomps up another step, refusing to stop. Hidden archers and guards shift in the shadows as he approaches. The principal greets him casually, asking where Jin-no is and why Dango came alone. An archer draws his bow, taking aim at Dango. Dango jokes that it seems they were expecting him. The principal claims he is only welcoming a guest, arms wide in false hospitality. Dango points out that with such a fortress the principal had no reason to attack their shelter and demands he release the kidnapped people, while the principal says he was only taking precautions because of their unique seawater sewers. The principal eyes him silently, weighing this demand. Smiling, he asks what if he refuses to release the captives. Dango answers that in that case he will show the principal exactly why he came. Amused, the principal encourages him to try and even suggests Dango might be allowed to join if he impresses him more than Jin-no. Dango calmly says the principal is misunderstanding something. As he stomps down, Dango explains he is disappointed the principal assumes Jin-no masterminded everything. A status window reveals Dango's own ground Angelo's ability that increases both his and his opponent's weight, and he declares himself the true locust hunter. The principal is visibly startled by this revelation. He retreats behind guards, lamenting that Dango's power would have been a useful asset. The guards whirl toward Dango in alarm. Dango mutters that the principal's behavior is unfair. The principal casually orders his men to deal with Dango. Armed soldiers rush Dango from all sides. Dango locks onto one attacker, reflected in his eye. A soldier lunges at him, hand outstretched. That attacker is suddenly flung away by a burst of green power. The principal wonders aloud if they managed to finish Dango off. Smirking, he assumes Dango was as easy to eliminate as expected. He instructs his men to toss Dango's supposed corpse over the cliff and let nature handle it. Instead, a massive impact erupts among the guards, sending them screaming as they are blasted away. The principal's eyes widen in shock at this unexpected counterattack. Green light reveals Dango healed and transformed by a new power. A detailed window explains that this hidden treasure ability burns away Dango's fat, boosts his regeneration and stats, and he remarks that he hit the jackpot. An enemy officer shouts for everyone to attack the transformed Dango. Soldiers charge, yelling for him to die. Their blades and projectiles strike Dango's green aura but fail to stop him. Weapons are shown embedded yet ineffective against his empowered body. Dango laughs that their attacks are pointless. The raiders stare in horror as his green energy forces their weapons out. Spikes and blood drop uselessly to the ground beside their nailed club. One soldier stammers that Dango's body shows no wounds at all. The man then screams as Dango's touch surges painful energy through him. Dango blitzes past, hurling enemies aside with overwhelming force. One soldier is smashed in the chest and crumples. Dango grins and announces he is doubling everyone's weight again. Some raiders panic that attacking is futile, while their leader yells at them to keep fighting. Dango gathers more power, shouting as his aura intensifies. His muscles swell and the green energy around him grows even more ferocious. The transformation focuses particularly on his legs for explosive strength. A new status description states he has increased his weight 20-fold and massively boosted his muscle mass and combat power. Dango plants his glowing foot, ready to launch. He rockets across the ground, tearing up stone as he moves. His kick sends one soldier flying as rocks explode around them. Dango continues blitzing through the raiders, striking another at high speed. He drives a glowing punch straight through an enemy's guard. Another soldier screams that Dango is a monster. Green-tinged blood sprays as Dango's blow cuts down more foes. Dango tells the survivors to remember what they have just witnessed. Stepping forward, he declares himself the mastermind who cleared the streets of locusts. He charges another terrified soldier, hand outstretched. Dango hurls that man down while declaring it was him, Yuk Dango, who did it all. The raider slams into the ground under Dango's crushing grip. Dango stands over a defeated enemy, reflecting that when he first heard the Locust Hunter was some muscular man, he assumed it was Jin-no. He admits he had always believed Jin-no was the one handling everything. Dango's boot shifts as he prepares to confront the principal directly. The principal, now wary, says Dango truly is an asset he must capture. Dango replies that the principal himself is also a target he intends to seize. The principal, calling himself commander of the Maritime Liberation Regiment, again tries to recruit Dango, asking if he really will not work for him. He offers to release all the captives if Dango agrees to join him. Dango rejects the offer, vowing to rescue the prisoners on his own. He focuses intensely, green energy flaring as he prepares to attack. The principal warns that overusing such an ability could be fatal for Dango. Masking his fear, the principal believes that if he can just get close enough to Dango, he can still win. Dango's green glowing fist rockets toward the calm, waiting principal. The principal explains that if Dango keeps pushing himself, he will soon reach his limit, and Dango realizes with frustration that the man remains just out of reach. The principal activates the endless tree-lined road again, smiling. A system window explains that this ability endlessly stretches the distance to a target so they can never reach the user, and Dango recognizes the same trick trapping him. Dango curses the principal's infuriating ability. He nonetheless hammers the ground and sprints harder, shaking the road. Convinced that even this endless road cannot stop him anymore, Dango unleashes all his power to close the gap. The principal smugly tells his opponent that all their struggling is pointless. He boasts that the gap in power between them will only grow larger. Laughing, he orders his foe to give up because they will never catch up to him. Despite being bound in glowing chains, Dango vows not to give up. The chains tighten around his body, shocking him. Dango looks back in alarm as the situation worsens. Outside, soldiers yank on the chains at their leader's command. Dango braces himself as he is violently dragged, screaming in pain. Enraged while wrapped in chains, he addresses everyone holding him. He unleashes a massive burst of power, screaming for everyone to get away. Panting and bleeding, Dango staggers forward. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he struggles to stay on his feet. The principal admits Dango lasted longer than expected. He notes that Dango's badly injured arm shows he has reached his limit. Pointing to his own men, he says he still has plenty of troops to throw at Dango. Dango reflects bitterly that all his efforts still were not enough. He comments that the principal's elaborate scheme must have taken great effort. The principal mockingly bids Dango farewell by name. A colossal red aura erupts as Jin-sung appears, demanding to know where the principal is going. The principal's troops stare uneasily at the ominous red tendrils rising behind them. Soldiers panic as one of their comrades is suddenly snatched away by a red force. They scream to run while Jin-sung watches the chaos around him. Jin-sung recognizes the terrifying power of the new red ability manifesting. He winces as the murderous power surges through him. Dango collapses to his knees while his allies rush toward him calling his name. One comrade reaches him, worried, and tries to speak. Dango apologizes to Jin-no as his friend supports his failing body. Jin-sung, surrounded by red energy, mutters that he can never forgive their enemies. His killing intent explodes skyward in a gigantic red surge. With his back turned, Jin-sung asks if the others do not feel the same rage. Jin-no shudders, wondering if such overwhelming murderous intent can really come from a human. Jin-sung lets out an eerie laugh as the blood-red aura thickens around him. He determines he must first rescue the captives and is warned that physical attacks will not work on the principal. Smiling cruelly, Jin-sung says it is fine and even compliments Dango on his slimmer look. Dango is stunned and intimidated by Jin-sung's demeanor. Jin-no suggests they leave the fight here to Jin-sung. Jin-sung tells them to leave the principal to him because he has some complaints to deliver. Facing the principal, Jin-sung snarks that the man is as nasty as ever. The principal, shocked, confirms this terrifying figure is really the formerly F-rank Park Jin-sung and asks about the kidnapped people inside. He admits he never thought an F-rank like Jin-sung would return alive from hell. The principal's eye widens as a red beam of killing intent locks onto him. Jin-sung steps in, his blade of energy slashing dangerously close to the principal. The principal tries to steel himself and shout in defiance. Jin-sung casually remarks on the principal's tree-lined road ability as a leaf floats by. A red arc of power slams down, cutting through the space near the principal. Breathing hard, the principal realizes how dangerous his opponent is. Nervously laughing, he tries to regain his composure. He insists that no matter what Jin-sung does, he can never close the distance between them. Jin-sung replies that the principal cannot be sure of that. The principal admits he did not expect Jin-sung to escape hell and internally frets over not understanding Jin-sung's mysterious power. Jin-sung, backed by a massive red symbol, says the principal will never figure out the secret of his ability. Grinning, he adds that the principal also has no chance of escaping him. The principal arrogantly claims the distance between them is already infinite, and that nothing in the world can bridge it. Jin-sung points out that such sweeping statements are risky for someone who has already been to hell. He reveals his weapon as the devouring blade killer ghost child, Omnivore, which manifests murderous intent into physical form. The principal mocks him, saying switching from a dagger to a blade will not help close their power gap. Jin Sung readies his sword and answers that they will soon see. He smiles confidently, settling into a stance with his blood-red blade. The principal activates his ability, beginning to slide away with distorted space at his feet. A bright red slash races toward him as he moves. Jin Sung's sword passes right in front of the principal's face, nearly cutting him. Jin Sung stands right before him with the blade at his throat despite the warped space. The principal laughs, believing Jin Sung's efforts are futile. Mid-boast, he is abruptly smashed in the face by Jin Sung's shield. On the ground clutching his face, the principal panics, unable to grasp what just happened. Looming over him, Jin Sung warns him not to do anything reckless. The principal desperately slams his hand down and begins, channeling green power again. Screaming the name of his technique, Tree-Lined Road, he reactivates his spatial ability. Jin Sung braces himself in a guard as the warped space surges. From afar, Jin Sung calls out to the principal again as the distorted road stretches between them. The principal shouts that Jin Sung's attempts are pointless as the warped distance seems to extend infinitely. Jin Sung responds by unleashing another massive wave of red sword energy. Seeing the red slash cut through the warped space, the principal is horrified. He realizes in disbelief that his Idea is being forcibly deactivated. Jin Sung smiles coldly, fully controlling the situation. The principal trembles, realizing the tables have turned. Terrified, he begs Jin Sung to stop and not come any closer. Jin Sung answers with a brutal, red-charged kick to the principal's gut. The principal is launched away, coughing up blood. Jin Sung pins him with his blade, mocking his weight and how much blood he must have shed to get so fat. As Jin Sung presses the sword deeper, the principal desperately offers him rank and position in exchange for mercy, but Jin Sung refuses. Jin Sung's attention is briefly drawn elsewhere. He turns to see his comrades and survivors approaching from the gates. Jin Sung confirms with them that all the kidnapped people have been rescued. Jin Noh suddenly shouts a warning for Jin Sung to watch out. The principal lands a surprise-empowered punch on Jin Sung's head. Knocking Jin Sung away, the principal bolts to escape. Grabbing his throat, he tells his remaining men to move on to Plan C. His soldiers relay the order to evacuate. The troops prepare incendiaries under Plan C and are told to burn everything. Torches are hurled, starting a huge blaze around the compound. The building complex is soon engulfed in roaring flames and smoke. Leaders shout for everyone to head down the mountain and carry the injured as the fire spreads. Evacuees scramble through the burning forest, urged to hurry before the fire reaches them. Amidst the chaos, a commander insists on staying until he sees Jin Sung's group dead despite subordinates urging him to flee. Jin Noh confirms to Jin Sung that all civilians have been evacuated as the fire rages behind them. Some comrades grumble that leaving the situation to Jin Sung could have gotten them all killed, while he feigns innocence. Someone points out that a vast swarm of locusts is going wild and converging on the flames. Watching the spectacle, Jin Sung casually remarks that it looks amazing. His comrades shout that this is no time to admire it, and insist they must run as well. Jin Sung shrugs off their urgency, saying that taking down a few locusts will disperse the swarm. He activates his Blood Demon Form ability family business, ICU, sharpening his vision. Using that sight, he identifies Abaddon's locust units and reads their combat power. He pinpoints a specific commander leading 1,000 locusts with formidable strength. From above, that commander scoffs that facing only 3 opponents will be boring, seeing their combat powers displayed. Jin Sung grins and asks the arrogant enemy if they would like to see something entertaining. He crouches, gathering violent red energy around him with his sword. He launches himself forward in a devastating burst from the ground. Jin Sung rockets into the air toward the airborne locust commanders as the swarm rains down. Within a red-tinted vision, he locks onto the commander and their escorts. Surrounded by streaming red arcs, Jin Sung prepares a lethal strike. He hurtles forward on a trail of murderous energy straight at the enemy group. Jin Sung appears above the stunned commander, smiles, and coldly tells him goodbye. A massive red explosion engulfs the locust commander and his forces. Jin Sung lands amid flames, sword in hand, his aura still flaring. Surveying the aftermath, he notes that this side of the battle seems resolved and wonders how things are going elsewhere. Elsewhere, Jin Noh and another comrade find the fleeing principal and mock him for hiding. The terrified principal suggests they calmly talk things over instead of fighting. One of them silences him with a heavy punch. Realizing he is cornered, the principal curses and tries to call upon the Wrath Army. He is flung screaming off a cliff by his assailant, who bids him goodbye. Someone watches the silhouette fall and gulps nervously. A monstrous mouth opens hungrily, ready to devour what falls. The scene shifts to a quiet, snowy forest as the chaos subsides. Jin Noh reports to Jin Sung that the fire is out and all kidnapped people are safe, while Jin Sung smugly says he told them it would work out. In a chibi exchange, Jin Sung dodges credit, complains of hunger, and asks for food. Seeing how exhausted Dango is, Jin Noh urges him to rest. They suggest heading back to enjoy what they gathered earlier, with Jin Sung offering Dango his shoulder for support. Jin Sung jokes about being called Big Brother while walking with Dango. Later, Dango confirms that Byun Jiang and the school nurse are together at a safe location. Jin Sung asks why these northern fighters are even here if Busan in the south is supposedly safer. Jin Noh explains Busan is one of the few places not overrun by filth, but their cavalry is stationed here and moving with civilians would be too dangerous. He then teases that there is big news Jin Sung has not heard yet. Jin Sung learns that Kim Seon is searching for a legendary creation sword. They explain that 5 notable swords have appeared in Busan, suggesting one is a fusion sword that will draw Kim Seon there. Jin Sung realizes Third will not ignore such news, implying more conflict ahead. Suddenly he declares that he has to go immediately. Jin No warns that Busan is currently a battlefield where people fight like this every day. Jin Sung insists he must go because Bundam and the school nurse are waiting there. Dango glances down, hesitating but listening as Jin Sung speaks. Dango finally agrees and asks Jin Sung to be careful. Time passes and we see the quiet exterior of an NR building in the city. Inside, Jin Sung notes the cooldown of his family business ability prevents him from generating killing intent for 10 hours and that his leg wound is starting to hurt again. Limping through the hallway, he wonders if Champion Nuna has already left. She suddenly appears, asking if he meant her, and Jin Sung starts to greet her. Smiling, she says it is too early to call this a reunion. Jin Sung happily exclaims that she is still here and says he saw how impressively she handled the locusts. She grabs him in concern, asking if he is alright after witnessing his condition. Jin Sung assures her he is fine, then asks a favor, thinking that with her help he could gather his scattered comrades. Back with Jin No and his team, they apologize that they cannot accompany Jin Sung because they must stay behind to protect the people here. The masked man assures someone he will send a signal into the sky for them to come to him. The scene shifts to Busan's Houndy, where a cavalry camp facing a ruined fortress is compared to a chess game. A fighter struggling against a giant beast complains about how long this crazy battle must continue. The fighter pauses, exhausted, as if standing among chess pieces. A multi-headed leopard declares that war itself is the essence of ruling. The fighter angrily rejects that idea, saying he is only following higher UPS orders and would have crushed the enemies otherwise. The leopard taunts him, saying he has been enjoying this war of domination. Irritated, the fighter says he is tired of the leopard's chatter, while the leopard insists this is the most entertaining phase. The fighter is given a 3-day deadline. His superior warns that if the fortress is not destroyed within 3 days, he will personally break through the gates. Heavy impacts begin striking the battlefield. Fiery projectiles streak across the sky toward the fortress. A system message introduces a powerful 8th rank ground messenger known as part of the 200 million cavalry, with huge combat power. Blazing attacks clash violently with defenders. A defender curses and orders the attacking cavalry to get lost. The flaming cavalry continues its relentless charge. Jiang, a bespectacled defender, groans in pain amid the chaos. From the wreckage fortress, he sees an immense mass of cavalry overhead and curses the situation. The ghostly riders surge forward with ominous sounds. Jiang notes that the cavalry is unusually aggressive today as he pants from strain. He thinks he cannot hold out much longer because overusing his ability Adea has blurred his vision. He squints, clearly straining his eyes. He blames his weakness on an inverted cross in the sky that has drastically reduced his strength. Allies arrive and call Jiang to regroup with the others. Another status window shows the 200 million cavalry of the Holy City, with even higher total combat power. Jiang snaps at his late allies, asking how he is supposed to escape now as he dodges attacks. He activates the skill Makeshift Esper, causing embedded debris to glow and rise. A description explains that Makeshift Esper lets him telekinetically rip out and swing embedded objects within a short radius at great mental cost, with tremendous combat power. Straining, he channels the power as energy flares around him. Roaring, Jiang hurls the debris in a massive telekinetic strike meant to kill the charging cavalry. The telekinetic barrage slams into the riders and their flaming horses, halting them. The overexertion makes Jiang clutch his head in agony. His comrades grab and support him, urging him not to collapse. The leopard commander watches the battle and contemplates the situation. Deciding Kim Il-jung is waiting, the leopard resolves to accelerate its domination of the area. A new status describes Third, a high-ranked monster whose roar forces absolute obedience on those who hear it, depending on their mental resistance. Nearby defenders sense Third's power and react tensely. Jiang and another ally realize their bodies are freezing up and suspect the leopard's domination ability. Third mocks them, saying killing them outright would be dull and it will gradually increase the strength of its control. On the mental chessboard, Third challenges the White Knight to try to stop what is coming. Third issues a mental command to the cavalry's horses to abandon reason and fight solely to kill. The already fiery horses become even more frenzied under that order. A new status shows the cavalry combined with Force Dominion, raising their combat power drastically. A frightened ally asks Jiang what they should do now. Jiang orders everyone else to fall back while he prepares another telekinetic defense. The next clash sends Jiang crashing amid the rampaging cavalry. Bodies and debris form a ramp that the enemies begin to use to climb the walls. A defender shouts that the cavalry is literally climbing over the corpses to reach them. Another telekinetically lifted beam flies toward the attackers. The glowing beam smashes into an oncoming horse, saving a defender. Jiang curses that his vision is nearly gone. The masked man from earlier calls to Byun Jiang, warning that cavalry are also attacking from his side, while Jiang admits he still cannot move properly. Jiang begs his allies to hold the line, knowing that if they retreat now everything is lost. He unleashes another furious telekinetic blast, again screaming for the enemies to get lost. Amid the chaos, a pair of black boots steps onto the battlefield. The masked newcomer looks around in confusion, wondering what is happening. He evaluates that his ability Predator's Contempt could deal with the cavalry, but recognizes Third as a high-grade monster. He notes Predator's Contempt only affects beings below Third's rank and assumes Kim Il-jung is somewhere nearby. He concludes that with only minimal synchronization he must hide his identity, avoid revealing his return, and not use Bai Hyung-rang's bone. He also decides to limit his other powers, including Omnivore and Predator's Contempt, and fight mainly through physical enhancement. Even so, he tells himself he did not come all this way just to watch and reaches into his bag. Third suddenly senses something and looks over. The leopard turns, noticing the newcomer's rapid approach. The masked man dashes toward Third with great speed. He activates instant acceleration, focusing it on his legs. The empowered legs launch him forward in a blur. He tears through the ranks of riders with a devastating surprise attack. His feet drum across the ground as he keeps building momentum. Cloaked in his coat, he closes in, eyes determined behind the mask. Confronting the riders, he tells everyone to move, warning he will not repeat himself. He dives into the cavalry's midst to engage them directly. He weaves between the charging mounts, using pure speed and agility. He smashes into enemies with bare fists, enjoying the hand-to-hand combat. His rapid strikes send riders flying from their saddles. He laughs to himself that fighting barehanded is actually pretty fun. Third observes the commotion caused by Luke's arrival on the battlefield. Third grumbles that Luke's sudden participation has given the fortress ruler unexpected luck. The masked man continues pummeling enemies with powerful kicks and punches. He notes that his body is overloading faster than expected from using this much power. Jaeong's allies cheer that an incredibly strong lone ally has appeared and think they are saved, though Jaeong warns them not to drop their guard around this unknown fighter. The masked man, feeling the strain, decides it is too dangerous to remain in open combat much longer. He kicks off the wall, leaping up toward Jaeong's position. The leap carries him right up to Jaeong on the rampart. Jaeong stares in surprise, recognizing the masked stranger. The masked man greets him politely as they face each other midair. As he begins to introduce himself, a net trap suddenly snaps around him. He crashes to the ground entangled and yells in shock. Jaeong, drained but wary, reacts with a tired exclamation. Trapped, the masked man pleads for a moment. Jaeong grabs him through the net, pinning him by the collar. He screams while held up in the net as Jaeong manhandles him. The masked man protests that he was only trying to help. Jaeong trembles with mixed anger and suspicion. He accuses the stranger of acting like his comrade and savior while simultaneously causing trouble. Jaeong glares fiercely, clearly unconvinced. The masked man tears open the net to free himself. He emerges from the net and faces Jaeong, fists clenched. He swallows his irritation, trying to stay composed. He angrily asks how anyone could treat him like that after he helped, while Jaeong stays silent. As others note that the cavalry is retreating and that Jaeong looks exhausted, he brushes it off and tells them to head inside. The masked man yells after him, saying Jaeong has always been like this, a mess even back in school. He starts to object that the cavalry is still out there when he realizes they are already withdrawing. Watching the cavalry pull back, he wonders if Third ordered the retreat. Once the danger passes, Jaeong sits down and suggests they rest for a while. While the masked man fusses with his fingers, Jaeong demands to know what his problem is. The masked man questions whether it is wise to withdraw defenders when the enemy could attack again at any time. Jaeong replies that the enemy currently holds the initiative, and simply waiting will not help. He bluntly says they are all living on borrowed time anyway, calling the masked man naive. The masked man is quietly shaken by this fatalistic outlook. Jaeong slumps, saying they are just game pieces for the leopard monster's amusement. He dismisses grand ideals like national pride and admits he only wants to survive. An exterior shot shows the secluded coastal fortress where this desperate defense is taking place. The masked man reflects that their situation truly is hopeless, and that he too would have collapsed if he had been in Jaeong's place all along. The two of them sit in silence atop the wall, lost in their own thoughts. Jaeong eyes the masked man thoughtfully, reassessing him. He thanks the masked man for the help and asks where he came from, finding his sudden appearance suspicious. The masked man hesitates, beginning a halting explanation. Internally he thinks the real reason he came was something else entirely. He recalls coming to repay the loyalty of someone who once risked their life to save him in the Tower of Reptiles. Out loud, he claims he came specifically to help Jaeong. Jaeong dryly replies that he asked where the man came from, not why he came. He warns that if the stranger cannot explain his origin, he is no different from an intruder. Panicking, the masked man insists he is not an intruder. Jaeong smirks slightly at his flustered reaction. Jaeong sighs, calming down a bit. He apologizes for snapping and says he is not heartless enough to chase away someone who saved him. The masked man modestly replies that his help was nothing, while inwardly admiring Jaeong's sense of responsibility as a squad leader. Jaeong says they have rested enough and tells him to come inside, then casually asks for his name. Caught off guard, the masked man stammers. He fumbles for an answer, clearly reluctant to reveal his true name. He blurts out that remaining a nameless savior sounds cooler, like a wandering hero, while Jaeong stares wordlessly. When Jaeyoung says it is fine if he does not want to say, the masked man hastily shouts that his name is Zombie Mask. Jaeyoung responds with a weary sigh at that ridiculous alias. The masked man mentally berates himself for coming up with such a bad name, while Jaeyoung asks if he is messing with him. Annoyed, Jaeyoung says if he will not share his real name he does not care anymore and walks off, while the masked man protests weakly. The masked man limps after him, asking to wait up. Jaeyoung notices the limp and wonders why the newcomer is walking oddly. He glances back more carefully, curiosity piqued. Aloud he asks whether the masked man's body is in bad shape. Jaeyoung offers to take him to their healing specialists within the fortress. Relieved, the masked man gratefully accepts, thinking to himself how thankful he is. The scene cuts to the ruined interior structures of the fortress as they head inward. Jaeyoung leads the way through the battered ruins with the masked man following. He tells the newcomer not to worry about the building's condition, explaining that he has hidden a kind of weapon here and that this area is the fortress's most important part. The masked man agrees and notes he saw Jaeyoung using psychic powers earlier. Jaeyoung suddenly reacts in surprise to that observation. The masked man, noticing his reaction, hesitantly asks what is wrong. Jaeyoung brushes it off as nothing and turns away, continuing to lead him. The masked man watches him walk off, puzzled by his change in attitude. The final view shows a damaged tower within the fortress, hinting that something significant lies inside. Jaeyoung brings the masked protagonist to a prison-like fortress, saying they have arrived. A door inside the fortress creaks open, revealing an interior room. The masked man stares intently, tense and watchful. A red-haired woman in a lab coat appears and asks Jaeyoung who the masked guest is. Jaeyoung introduces the woman as the sole hope of Wreck Fortress. The protagonist, called Zombie Mask, reacts uneasily to the introduction. The woman warmly notes it has been a long time since a newcomer arrived, while Zombie Mask internally observes how worn out his once sparkling teacher has become. She suddenly notices Zombie Mask's serious injuries and expresses concern. Explaining she used to be a school nurse, she offers to treat him if he removes his robe, causing him to panic and refuse. Zombie Mask shouts for her not to come closer. He internally worries that Nurse Ah-hyung, who has treated him many times before, might recognize his body, while she and Jaeyoung wonder what is wrong with him. Ah-hyung reassures him she will not touch his mask, while he awkwardly claims he is just very sensitive. Ah-hyung falls silent, sweat dropping at his strange behavior. She asks Jaeyoung for the masked man's name, and Jaeyoung casually answers Zombie Mask. Jaeyoung insists Zombie Mask is the name the man gave himself. Ah-hyung repeats the odd name in confusion. Embarrassed, Zombie Mask begs them to call him something generic instead. Ah-hyung agrees to keep her distance, and says she will heal him from afar as Zombie Mask wished. She asks if he is ready, and he steels himself, loosening his robe. Zombie Mask exhales and begins activating a power, red aura rising. He enters flesh ghost form, Proxy, where his robe takes half the damage and later returns a double. As the process starts, he screams in agony. Racked with pain, he struggles to endure and stay conscious. Ah-hyung casts her regrow healing spell, a high-ranked minion that regenerates a body from its damaged point. Her magic wraps around his damaged body as he groans. His hand visibly regenerates, and he reacts in surprise. Feeling the restoration spreading, he lets out a relieved breath. Bowing gratefully, he thanks the nurse for healing him. Jaeyoung corrects him, reminding him to address her as the hope of Wreck Fortress, which embarrasses her. She cheerfully tells him to call her Miss Ah-hyung, and he agrees respectfully. Examining his recovered hand, he realizes he will be fully healed after only a day of rest. Ah-hyung praises Zombie Mask's incredible mental toughness, which he shyly enjoys. She explains that currently mental recovery is difficult, and she expected him to faint, but notes he held up well. He downplays it, saying he is simply used to pain, which makes her look at him with concern. Ah-hyung asks what he intends to do next, and he ponders his plans. He explains that the friend who told him about Ah-hyung also mentioned a Union blade stored here. Narration tags him as a makeshift Esper as he admits he wants to see that weapon. When debris begins floating by Jaeyoung's power, Ah-hyung nervously asks what he is doing. Jaeyoung admits Zombie Mask was crucial in their last battle but says that is why he cannot yet reveal the weapon called Guillotine. Zombie Mask protests that he only wants to look at Guillotine, not take it. Jaeyoung refuses, saying he cannot entrust a deadly weapon to a masked stranger he just met. Frustrated, Zombie Mask gives up on seeing Guillotine and pleads at least for a different nickname. Ah-hyung suggests it might be fine to show the weapon since no one has claimed it, and it only attracts trouble. She vouches for Zombie Mask, saying he does not seem like a bad person, while he awkwardly listens. Zombie Mask grumbles that her comment implies he does not look good either, and Ah-hyung teases him for saying that while masked. Jaeyoung jokes about why they call it a zombie mask when it resembles a goblin, prompting Zombie Mask to beg them to stop obsessing over it. Deciding, Jaeyoung clears debris with his power and tells them to follow him. A massive embedded blade structure appears in the ground. Ah-hyung presents it as the Union Blade Guillotine and briefly explains its powerful nature. Seeing it up close, Zombie Mask remarks that its intimidating design explains their secrecy. He is impressed by its 50,000A+ power and thinks he might fight without Proxy using it. As he reaches to touch it, Jaeyoung sharply tells him to stop. Jaeyoung warns him not to touch Guillotine. Then Jiang mischievously suggests they test Zombie Mask's calculation skills with the weapon. Zombie Mask, confused, repeats the words calculation skills. Suddenly the summoned guillotine frame appears around him, startling him. He realizes in horror that an actual guillotine has materialized. The falling blade misses as he pulls back his hand at the last moment. He screams in terror, as the blade narrowly avoids severing him. Panting, he notes in disbelief that the blade returned to its resting state. Jiang laughs, revealing that guillotine itself judged Zombie Mask unworthy as a master. Shocked, Zombie Mask wonders if the insulting voice he heard was guillotine speaking, while Ah Hyung eagerly asks what the weapon said. He relays that it called him dumb, stunning both listeners. Jiang bursts into uncontrollable laughter at the insult. Zombie Mask yells at him not to laugh, while Jiang notes guillotine prefers smart people. Jiang says almost everyone here has tested with guillotine, but Zombie Mask is the first it ever outright called dumb. He mockingly congratulates Zombie Mask on this unique achievement. Furious, Zombie Mask vows revenge on the arrogant sword while Jiang restrains him. Text further explains guillotine's ability to summon execution devices at any visible coordinate, and that it chooses its own master. Collapsing, Zombie Mask laments that he never thought math would be crucial for using a weapon, while Ah Hyung comforts him by saying guillotine rejected her too. She recalls that when she tested with guillotine it merely expressed mild regret and did not drop the blade. Outraged, Zombie Mask complains the sword is now discriminating between people. Ignoring warnings, he storms back to challenge guillotine again. Jiang urgently reminds Ah Hyung that the weapon only shows mercy once, and will be lethal next time. Ah Hyung calmly states Zombie Mask can handle it, and hints she can reattach his head if needed. Smiling serenely, she repeats that even decapitation can be fixed if she works fast enough. The guillotine appears again above Zombie Mask as he processes her frightening reassurance. He defiantly places his hand back on the blade's handle. He angrily scolds the weapon for calling a person dumb and declares he will correct its attitude. Guillotine's voice again calls him dumb as the wooden stalks close around his neck. He finds himself locked fully into the guillotine frame. With intense eyes, he thinks about whether they intend to leave this dangerous device lying around. Guillotine coldly declares that dumb people deserve the death penalty. It taunts that he was warned and prepares another execution. The voice pronounces that fools must face execution as the blade hangs above his exposed neck. Jiang and Ah Hyung realize something is wrong and rush toward him. Jiang shouts Zombie Mask's name while unleashing his power. At the last moment, Proxy activates around Zombie Mask's body, cloaking the device in red aura as a defensive reaction. He asserts that his response is self-defense, and that the sword attacked first. Jiang looks on in shock as the guillotine shudders within the crimson energy. Narration notes the entire guillotine itself is trembling. From inside the stalks, Zombie Mask menacingly repeats that he told it this mess needed to be cleaned up. He bangs against the frame, asking if the sword still refuses to release him. Guillotine finally vanishes, leaving him standing free but startled. The weapon's voice mutters that the dumb one fears it, surprising Zombie Mask as he faces the embedded blade. He grips Guillotine's handle decisively. Lifting it with effort, he demands to know if he still looks dumb now. Jiang, astonished, asks if he has truly been recognized by Guillotine, and Zombie Mask admits it is more like forced submission. Smiling slyly, Zombie Mask summarizes the situation with the word submission. He mentally warns Guillotine to stop summoning execution frames on its own or he will break it. The sword retorts that he is too dumb to use it anyway, which makes him angrily talk back while Ah Hyung watches. Ah Hyung notices that touching the blade no longer triggers the guillotine and wonders what he did. She excitedly asks him to demonstrate the Union Blade's ability, since no one here has seen it properly. Jiang agrees, saying they suffered so much from the weapon that they now want to see what it can actually do in capable hands. Zombie Mask hesitates, trying to explain awkwardly while Guillotine keeps calling him dumb in his head. His companions urge him to show something, crowding around expectantly. Under pressure and sweating, Zombie Mask steels himself. Deciding, he picks a boulder as a test target. He swings Guillotine and commands it to summon its guillotine form at the rock. Expecting results, he declares it execution time. The summoned guillotine overshoots, and a status box reveals its effective power has dropped drastically while still mocking his poor coordinate calculations. Startled by the outcome, Zombie Mask struggles to control the wild guillotine. The oversized blade causes chaos before returning, leaving the landscape scarred. Guillotine's sword form ends up stuck upright in the distant ground. Zombie Mask drags it back, and Jiang notes at least they can now transport Guillotine more safely, though Zombie Mask complains that is hardly reassuring. Curious, Zombie Mask asks how such a dangerous weapon even arrived at Wreck Fortress. Ah Hyung explains it drifted in from the sea and that aerial attacks worsened after its arrival. A flashback shows the ship and storm-like fog that heralded Guillotine's appearance, implying Third must have noticed. Ah Hyung asks whether Zombie Mask saw the coastline on his way in. He recalls spotting a ship-like structure, which she confirms is indeed their ship. He looks at it, realizing its significance. Jiang explains the unfinished ship is their only hope to escape once completed. Zombie Mask reasons that building the ship requires dismantling fortress-supporting debris and that they must hold out in battle until construction finishes despite dwindling resources. Ah Hyung asks what they plan to do about the powerful leopard-like Third, who currently stays away. She answers her own question, saying they have to ignore third for now and focus on escape, believing the sea will be safer from cavalry assaults. Zombie Mask starts to protest, realizing that assumption is dangerously flawed. He imagines that once the cavalry is immobilized, the leopard entity and its followers will surely move against them rather than remain idle. Jaeong reflects that the fortress leaders must know this but are too exhausted and desperate to face it. Someone off-screen calls out excitedly, drawing Zombie Mask's attention. A group of residents rush up, calling him the hero who stopped the fortress from falling and asking how he passed the enemy lines. Jaeong remarks that tales of their hero are finally spreading and hints that Zombie Mask came here to help them. The grateful residents thank him as hero, while Jaeong watches thoughtfully. More townspeople say that an amazing savior has arrived and invite him to talk over a meal. They enthusiastically insist on treating their hero Zombie Mask to dinner. Jaeong loudly announces a feast in his honor, while Zombie Mask panics at the attention. A simple bowl of porridge is set before him as the centerpiece of the feast. He realizes the feast is merely a generous helping of porridge and notes that everyone else has even less to eat. Jaeong publicly declares that Zombie Mask protected the fortress and deserves their gratitude. He rallies everyone to thank Zombie Mask for coming from outside to protect them and to enjoy the meal together. One villager bows and thanks Zombie Mask directly for coming. Another apologizes that this modest food is all they can offer someone who risked himself to help them. As he eats, the villager says they now have hope thanks to him and invites him to survive alongside them. Overwhelmed by their sincerity, Zombie Mask silently clenches up. He then energetically declares he will eat well, joining their modest celebration. Later, outside, he sighs as his breath turns white in the cold air. Sitting against rubble, he admits he feels a bit more alive after the meal. Jaeong approaches, teasingly asking how it feels to be a hero. Zombie Mask says the title is burdensome and protests that, regardless of praise, he still cannot truly use guillotine. Jaeong drops the subject of the sword and asks Zombie Mask instead to explain where he came from. Looking away, Zombie Mask answers that he came because a friend asked him to. Sitting amid ruins, Jaeong identifies his surviving friend as Yuk Dango, shocking the blonde man who thought Dango was dead. Narration recalls that Yuk Dango explained the situation here and notes it is fortunate he did not come. Chibi Jaeong adds that Dango wanted to come, and the blonde man remarks he will remember that. Jaeong asks if the ominous inverted cross will still appear in the night sky. The blonde man clicks his tongue irritably while Jaeong looks at him. The blonde man complains that ever since the being called third arrived, the inverted cross has weakened him and steadily reduced his combat power. Jaeong, curious, asks why the blonde man keeps clicking his tongue. The blonde man looks confused, not realizing his own habit. After a beat, the blonde man bursts into laughter, while Jaeong demands to know why he is laughing. The blonde man insists to Jaeong that he does have at least one friend. He remembers that this precious friend has already died. Narration shifts to his youth, when his self-esteem was extremely low and adults pitted him at a fancy party. As a child of famous A-rank combat officers with weak powers, he was mocked for not even reaching B rank and overheard adults expressing disbelief. The boy once looked at a status window showing his low C-rank combat power and despaired. Constant comparison to his powerful parents made him cry and his childhood very painful. Back in the present, he falls silent, thinking about this. He admits he tried to compensate for his inferiority by bullying, hitting, and threatening weaker students so he could feel superior. Jaeong realizes that back then the blonde man had been a huge jerk. When Jaeong reacts aloud, the blonde man snaps what, and Jaeong quickly drops it and prompts him to continue. The blonde man explains that during those days he met one particular boy. Even though that boy was labeled F rank, he ignored people's judgment and carried himself lightly, which stunned the bully. Seeing this carefree strength felt like a spear through the blonde man's heart. In response, he intensified the bullying of that boy. He harassed the F-rank student, telling him they were the same. He remembers saying the boy had no right to act superior and that he wanted to tear off that cheerful facade. Later he learned that the boy he tormented was actually a monstrous talent. That boy kept growing absurdly strong despite his F-rank Idea, defeating much stronger enemies. Witnessing an F-rank overpower a rank shook the blonde man's faith in the supposedly absolute ranking system. He trails off before continuing his story. Jaeong listens as the blonde man exhales and gathers his thoughts. The blonde man finally names his late friend as Lee Seung-hwa, the friend he said had died earlier. He explains that Lee Seung-hwa constantly bragged about that F-rank genius. Seung-hwa admired how the F-rank struggled and improved, vowed to fight alongside him someday, and urged the blonde man to change as well. Then, without the blonde man even knowing where or how, Seung-hwa died. The last time they met, Seung-hwa was enthusiastically praising Park Jin-sung to him. Thinking of Seung-hwa's unnoticed death makes the blonde man feel as if his friend's passion, and his own motivation inspired by it, were rejected. The two sit in thoughtful silence after the confession. The blonde man awkwardly concludes that, in short, he once had a friend who made him want to change. Jaeong answers that Seung-hwa was a good friend and urges Jaeong to inherit Seung-hwa's will and stand alongside Park Jin-sung. The blonde man agrees that would not be so bad, if he ever gets to meet Seung-hwa again. Jaeong notices the blonde man repeatedly touching his eye and asks with concern if he is all right. Lying back, the blonde man explains his eye hurts more the heavier the debris he lifts, and even doctors do not know why, so he jokes it must be stress. A raindrop splashes on the ground, signaling the start of rain. Jaeyoung looks up at the downpour, grumbling about the rain. As it pours harder, the blonde man says they should head inside, while Jaeyoung grabs his sleeve, saying he still has more questions. Jaeyoung asks how the blonde man ended up building this fortress out of wreckage. The blonde man answers that their group tried to contact an organization called the Illuminati, which Jaeyoung has never heard of. He adds that the Illuminati are an underworld group rumored to include reptilian beings, leaving Jaeyoung baffled about what reptilians are. The blonde man chides Jaeyoung for his ignorance and describes reptilians as half-human, half-beast, or more. He further clarifies that reptilians are actually reptiles disguised as humans who secretly run a powerful but hidden global organization. Jaeyoung thinks this underground reptile society sounds insane, then concedes weird things like talking rats already exist. The blonde man continues, saying the Illuminati arranged a meeting at Houndy, so his group went. When they arrived, the Illuminati were gone, likely having fled south after hearing Third was moving, and he says Jaeyoung's group should have run too. He admits they realized too late that evacuation was necessary, and had too many people to move quickly. Jaeyoung asks if this fortress is truly humanity's last line of defense. The blonde man replies that, to his knowledge, their settlement is the last major group, though scattered survivors may exist. Jaeyoung wonders if any others like the powerful aide survived returning from hell. The blonde man realizes Jaeyoung is asking about Lee Shin-am and begins to say where that person currently is. Suddenly both men are shaken by something, interrupting the conversation. A shout orders the cavalry and everyone else to battle positions as signal flares burst in the sky. The blonde man curses that the alarms have already reached Stage 3, and Jaeyoung frantically asks what Stage 3 means. He quickly explains the flare system, with Stage 1 meaning deployment, Stage 2 marking the wall as the front, and Stage 3 meaning the fortress wall has been breached. Jaeyoung is stunned, realizing the fortress has never fallen before now. He widens his eyes as the seriousness of the situation hits him. Outside, the massive winged leopard monster Third announces that the time for domination has come and prepares to bring out its queen. At the breached wall, heavy stone pillars and debris are shown embedded and collapsing. A huge cylindrical pillar starts to move, dislodging from the wall. The enormous pillar hurtles through the air, smashing through the fortifications and attackers. A cloaked enemy knight near the wall is struck amid the chaos. The shot widens to show knights falling from the shattered wall as the breach opens. Third smugly remarks how easy breaching the fortifications was while gripping one of the pillars. Rubble rains down around the gap in the wall. At the gap, the blonde man calls out to Zombie Mask, addressing Jaeyoung. He orders Jaeyoung to climb the wall and stop enemies scaling it while he handles those pouring through the opening, but Jaeyoung refuses. Jaeyoung explains that the area is littered with buried trash. He begins lifting and controlling the massive junk and broken pillars from the ground. He declares himself the one who rips out embedded debris and swings it as a weapon, targeting the invaders inside the breach. A status window names his technique Trashery Staff and notes its immense power in narrow group battles that nullify numerical disadvantage. The whirling debris batters the enemy as the attack erupts. Purple force sweeps across the breach, crushing the cavalry attempting to enter. Jaeyoung sees that the strain is damaging Jaeyoung's eye and calls out in alarm. Ignoring concern, Jaeyoung snaps that if Jaeyoung is worried he should instead destroy the pillars that the enemy cavalry are driving into the wall, asking if Jaeyoung can manage that. Determined, Jaeyoung agrees to go handle the pillars. He races off along the battlefield, leaving a dark trail. Jaeyoung calls after him not to die as he watches him leave. The camera shows the towering outer wall as thunderous impacts shake it. On top of the wall in the rain, Jaeyoung looks around, searching for the enemy leader Third. Third notices him and reacts warily. Jaeyoung taunts the giant beast from the ground, telling it to focus only on him. He says that with the school nurse present to heal him he can fight all out from the start, and swallows a pill. He drops the empty medicine bottle at his feet as he prepares to move. Concentrating, he counts enemy knights supporting the pillars on each side. Cloaked in speed, he dashes toward them in the rain. One knight spots the blur approaching in shock. Jaeyoung slashes through that knight before he can react. The attack continues in a sweeping arc, cutting through the cavalry line. He lands among their corpses and calmly notes that one target is down. He speeds off again toward the next group of knights. Another knight sees him coming, startled. Jaeyoung unleashes another wide slash that carves through the enemies. He again remarks that another unit has been eliminated. Reaching a pillar, he muses that instead of destroying it he might carry it away as a prize for Bundam. He hefts the gigantic pillar with a shout, lifting it from the ground. Smirking, he decides that since he is going to Bundam anyway, he should receive treatment as well. Down below, defenders and the nurse look up as they notice the flying pillar and recognize Zombie Mask. Jaeyoung slams the pillar down near them, clearing space and drawing attention. The nurse casts a green healing spell on him while he thanks her. Rejuvenated, he declares he will go fetch the remaining pillars, as she protests that his treatment is incomplete. He yanks the second pillar free. He rips out a third pillar. He uproots a fourth pillar while shouting his count. The defenders cheer, realizing these improvised barriers can hold the enemies back. The exhausted nurse begs Zombie Mask to move a bit slower as she continues healing. Jaeyoung apologizes with a grin and says there is still one more job left. He launches away again, promising to return, while his strike carves a deadly arc through approaching foes. After destroying 5 such pillars or groups, he notes his current tally. Knowing the forward unit has been wiped out, he expects the true enemy commander to appear soon. He then sees Third advancing with a full army behind. The beast's massive paw stomps forward menacingly. Third looms over him, remarking that such strength from a small human body is impressive. Third says that since Jaeong can match its strength, it will now regard him as the queen it seeks. Jaeong notices the large cavalry force standing behind Third and decides he must trust Bundam to handle them. He mocks Third, wondering if a cat just barked, then dismisses the thought as irrelevant. Jaeong calls out and challenges the gigantic kitty directly. Third chuckles that Jaeong is trying to draw it away from the wall alone. Third eagerly charges after him using an ability it calls Dominion, while Jaeong retorts that it is actually Judgment. Jaeong is relieved he has lured Third far enough from the wall that their clash will not damage it. He resolves that Bundam and the others will handle the cavalry while he personally takes care of Third. He notes the problem is that Third has dangerous abilities beyond its roar. Focusing, Jaeong recalls Third's other powers and prepares for them. The monstrous Third is shown in full, all 4 heads glaring at him. A system message explains Third's true nature, warning that all heads must be destroyed simultaneously or each will divide into 666 separate bodies. Jaeong mentally calculates that 4 heads would create 2,664 enemies, and realizes they would be impossible to defeat if that happens. He decides he must intimidate Third into focusing solely on him despite his restricted powers and wonders if he should have shared more with Bundam earlier. Third towers above him, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. One of Third's heads announces that the time for Dominion has finally arrived. Before it can continue roaring, Jaeong slashes its face and shouts for it to be quiet. He knows that if Third orders the cavalry or uses its roar against Bundam's side, the battle will be lost, so he keeps attacking to prevent that. Determined, he tells himself he absolutely must stop Third from acting. Activating instant acceleration, he rockets toward the monster in a blur of speed. The strain tears open his arm, showing the cost of that power. His strike smashes into one of Third's muzzles, causing the beast to recoil in pain. Jaeong observes that a single hit has ruined his own right hand. Yet he notes that the blow also badly injured Third, so they are equally wounded. He reasons that if both of them are hurt, he actually has the advantage and charges again. A system note about his blood ghost form explains that any wounds he sees on a target will not heal and that his movements adapt the longer the fight continues. Third laughs that Jaeong's performance is splendid and asks where such heroic words came from. Jaeong retorts that he has no intention of playing chess with someone obsessed with queens and dives in for another crushing blow. His assault slams into one of Third's heads, causing explosive damage and spraying blood. As Third tries to unleash another roar, Jaeong furiously hacks at all of its heads at once, vowing not to let it utter a single scream. The masked protagonist notices something unexpected during the battle. He focuses on one particular leopard head at the back. He observes that this head is not preparing to roar. Realizing this means something, he starts forming a plan. He concludes that head is the key target. Leaping toward that leopard head, he calls out to the 4th head as the only one restraining itself. Rushing in with accelerated speed, he assumes this cautious head is the main one. The leopard quietly evaluates his dominion power. While the protagonist charges, the leopard admits the dominion is decent but incomplete. Another fighter slashes inside the beast's mouth, blasting it with purple energy as the protagonist attacks. The winged leopard monster hurtles across the battlefield under the assault. The protagonist, thrown aside, curses and wonders where his ally was hiding. Seeing that ally emerge, he realizes where he had been. The ally says he had simply been sleeping inside the monster's mouth, wielding a massive weapon. Grinning, he asks about all the noise, while the protagonist recognizes him as Kim Il-jung. Il-jung steps out of the beast's mouth and chides the 3rd head for not moving, noting it was hard to fight while holding him. Il-jung reminds Third of their mission and not to forget their objective. Third acknowledges and adjusts his dominion properly. Il-jung tells him to get going while he himself runs off. Il-jung declares he will personally deal with the masked girl. Third agrees and begins activating a splitting ability. A system message reveals Third as the monster of the Book of Daniel, splitting into 2,664 entities with many winged leopards swarming out. The newly split leopards crash into the defenders, overwhelming them. The protagonist shouts for the monsters to stop. He tries to halt Il-jung, calling out to the supposed girl. Il-jung mocks the masked protagonist, saying she reminds him of someone and insisting on seeing her face. The protagonist internally curses Il-jung, worrying that Houndy Fortress will fall at this rate. The swarm of leopards tears into the defensive lines with blinding speed. Defenders watching from the walls cry out in shock at the incoming creatures. Their leader orders everyone to prepare to intercept the flying leopards. He realizes the small leopards are all parts of Third and is stunned by the hidden splitting ability. He notes Third could have overrun them at any time with this power. He concludes that Third has only been toying with them so far. Snapping out of his shock, he orders the defenders to attack. He unleashes magical slashes, screaming for the monsters to die. A leopard charges him as he braces himself. He counters fiercely, shouting at the beast to get lost. Third, possessing a smaller body, comments that it is a shame he cannot test dominion longer with the White Knight. The White Knight yells at him to stop talking and let go of his sword. He launches another deadly blast, determined to kill the monsters. Amid the chaos, he wonders what is happening inside the fortress. He then notices a large leopard crashing into the building near him. Realizing the guillotine wielder is being targeted, he reacts in alarm. He observes that all the scattered mini leopards are converging on the one that bit Guillotine. Horrified, he understands what that convergence implies. He orders everyone to retreat inside despite concerns about abandoning their defense. He insists that defense is not the priority anymore. Third reforms as a massive multi-headed leopard before him. The White Knight curses as he faces the reconstituted monster. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area. The protagonist lies injured on the ground, groaning. Nearby, the White Knight also struggles up, furious with the enemies. A healing light envelopes him as he hears a plea for help. He recognizes the medic's healing magic swirling around them. The medic is relieved he is alive and asks what happened. He explains that Third reached Guillotine but says that is not the most pressing issue. He instructs the medic to ignore other wounded and conserve her energy for Guillotine alone, and she reluctantly agrees. When she asks his plan, he answers that he must buy time. He begins channeling power, straining himself. He says he will use what Guillotine brought as glowing wooden stakes rise around them. Third, still unhurt, laments that the White Knight did not last longer. The magical stakes slam toward Third. They release intense light, bathing the battlefield in golden energy. The White Knight stands at the center of a vast glowing barrier and marvels at its power. Third realizes the White Knight is creating this overwhelming dominion. Third is struck by the defensive field but remains unimpressed. He admits the dominion is impressive yet claims the White Knight still cannot reach his level. Enraged, the White Knight vows to silence Third's mocking mouth forever, calling him worse than trash. He sends countless beams of golden force up into the sky. The beams smash down on the reformed Third and his smaller bodies. A focused cluster of energy is hurled toward one of Third's heads. The blinding blast engulfs Third. The White Knight exults, taunting the leopard about the attack. He thinks he only needs to hold out a bit longer. Mid-sentence, he weakly adds that the one who must last is himself. The gigantic multi-headed Third looms again, unbroken, before the exhausted White Knight. The White Knight grits his teeth, calling them stubborn and persistent. Third addresses him by title again. Third admits he would like to keep testing dominion but says he has no more time to waste. Third unleashes a roar imbued with deadly command telling enemies to kill themselves. The White Knight starts choking himself under that compulsion. A close-up shows his teeth clenched and hand at his throat, showing he is affected. Away from them, Iljung spins with Guillotine, attacking the masked protagonist. Iljung mocks the protagonist for dodging like a rat. A system window reveals Iljung's true identity as the Red Dragon of the Apocalypse, first beast, with a combat power of 1 million. The protagonist realizes Iljung's power far exceeds his expectations and wonders how he can win. Hearing Third's command to kill oneself, he confirms in shock that the roar contained those exact words. Iljung yells at him for looking away and swings Guillotine while the protagonist fears for Nurse Bundam. The protagonist invokes instant acceleration to race toward the danger. Iljung is stunned by the protagonist's sudden, incredible speed. The protagonist, in midair before a roaring leopard, had intended to roar himself. Instead, he angrily slashes at the beast, shouting that he told it not to roar. Third's body is blown apart again into many pieces. The masked protagonist crashes down, feeling his leg bone shatter. Despite the pain, he orders his summoned omnivore spirit to grab hold of his leg. He rushes to the fallen Jaeong and calls out to him. After checking, he sighs in relief that Jaeong only fainted. Activating the assist skill, he is wrapped in green support energy. He calls out to Ms. Ah-hyung, locating her on the battlefield. A healing blast streaks across the ground to reach someone. Supporting the medic, he hears her say that was her last heal. She apologizes and asks something of him. He tells her to leave the situation to him. He lays Ah-hyung and Jaeong down safely, preparing to fight alone. He thinks that Guillotine has been taken. His allies are unable to fight. He cannot reveal killing intent under inverted cross surveillance, and the enemy remains strong. Iljung complains that the masked girl is ignoring him. Third acknowledges that the protagonist's dominion surpassed expectations. Even with the odds stacked against him, the protagonist wonders why he feels this surge of emotion. A system notice states that Blood Ghost Form's first trait has activated. It explains that Blood Ghost Form has never lost to anything labeled strong, describing the trait Contempt for the Strong as he stands transformed in a red aura. Narration notes all allies are incapacitated and the enemy still stands. Yet the protagonist feels excitement instead of despair and realizes the strangeness lies in himself, not his power. Another detailed notice clarifies that the first trait, Contempt for the Strong, has awakened and his synchronization with Blood Ghost Form has risen to 11%. He concludes that because he is strange, his Idea must also be strange, smiling as red energy coils around him. He suddenly feels a second heartbeat different from his own and remembers what he brought from the vault. He reaches inside his coat toward that object. He pulls out and activates a gem called Mouse Heart, realizing it responded to his heartbeat. A description explains Mouse Heart is a low-rank messenger gem containing 10,000-year memories that amplify its user's energy and constantly seeks a host's body. He repeats the requirement of a body, considering how to use it. He summons Baihyung Rang's bones to provide that body. He instructs his omnivore to bring many small bones instead of one big one to avoid detection. Bones rise and float around him, ready for use. He declares these bones will become Mouse Heart's new body. The bones shoot toward the hovering heart as red energy connects them. Iljung stares up in confusion, demanding to know what those bones are. The bones assemble into a skeletal creature as the ritual completes. A skeletal dragon-like beast with glowing green eyes appears and asks if the protagonist is its master. The newly formed bone dragon explains it was reborn from darkness, coming from the shattered spirit realm, and feels its heart beating in the protagonist. Another description clarifies Bone Dragon's rank, origin, connection to Blood Ghost Form's trait, and its ability to command countless bones. Bone Dragon asks the protagonist to bestow a name to finalize their contract, and the protagonist wonders about its oddly formal speech. He casually decides to name it Bonehead, startling the dragon. Bone Dragon nervously protests that name, but the protagonist insists Bonehead sounds friendly while Iljung watches. Iljung analyzes that Bonehead has great physical strength yet lacks the dirty aura of normal necromancy, making him doubt the masked girl's identity. Iljung calls to Third again, urging him to hurry. He orders Third to spit out guillotine and attack so they do not lose the weapon pointlessly. Third obeys, opening his jaws to reveal guillotine inside. Iljung retrieves guillotine from Third's mouth. Examining it, he remarks on how grim the weapon is, saying the victim's neck would have flown if not for his earlier insult. He tells Third to advance once more. Third roars and charges the newly summoned Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon angrily demands how Third dares to interfere. Bonehead declares that receiving his destined name marked a fateful moment, and lunges in. Third is smashed into a wall, crying out in pain. Iljung yells at Third for failing and tells him to fight properly. Bonehead slams his fist down toward Third. The skeletal tail constricts Third as both roar and struggle. Bonehead loudly declares that interrupting his contract moment is a crime and begins delivering brutal punishment. The protagonist orders Bonehead to push Third entirely out of the fortress. Bonehead cheerfully agrees, vowing to display the full might of his body. In a blinding clash of green energy, Bonehead rams into the astonished Third as Iljung shouts in disbelief. The leopard beast roars as a massive beam of energy gathers in its mouth. The beast unleashes a devastating vertical energy beam that sweeps across the battlefield. A skeletal dragon head appears, emerging from the dust after the blast. The Bone Dragon boasts to its contractor about its newfound physical power, astonishing the masked man below. The leopard groans, admitting an unforeseen variable ruined its near victory and resolves to act despite its damaged dominion. Determined, the leopard commands its cavalry to appear, summoning a dark army on the horizon. Hooded cavalry soldiers rush forward through the rain, advancing on the battlefield. The masked man scoffs at the cavalry and casually orders the Bone Dragon to fire its beam again. The Bone Dragon sheepishly explains it is exhausted after using its Grand Breath attack once, leading to a comedic exchange over the move's name and limits. Realizing they cannot stop the cavalry if it attacks the fallen, the masked man panics, but the dragon tells him not to worry. The dragon instead invokes a new skill, calling forth undying deaths with eerie green energy. Skeletal warriors claw their way out of the ground, rising in response to the summoning. The dragon announces the descent of its endless shattered skeleton army as the undead assemble. A system notice explains that when the Bone Dragon is summoned, a skeleton army appears as its subordinates, scaling with the owner's strength and each having notable combat power. The skeletons surge forward and crash into the enemy forces in a chaotic melee. Shocked, the leopard realizes the enemy has summoned soldiers as well and laments the piling variables. Desperate to regain control, the leopard commands all present to bow before its overpowering roar. The skeletons seem momentarily affected as the sound wave washes over them. The Bone Dragon calmly exhales, its glowing eyes unfazed, showing the roar has no effect. The skeleton army hacks into the black-clad cavalry while the dragon laughs that the roar does not work on them. The leopard stares in disbelief that its dominion's authority is being broken. Elsewhere, a man in a white jacket wakes up amid rubble, complaining about the chaotic situation. He notes that Third's roar failed and wonders where the skeletal dragon came from. Accepting the unexpected interference, he begins to invoke a powerful red tinge technique. With curses swirling around his hand, he activates an ability that calls upon every curse in existence. A system description details that this first beast skill makes the target hear all curses ever created, manifesting personalized maledictions upon them. The red curse power floods over the skeletons, bombarding them with profane, incomprehensible insults. More torrents of censored curses lash out, saturating the battlefield in hostile language. The Bone Dragon cries out as the red curses wrap around its body. The dragon collapses to the ground beside its contractor, overwhelmed by the mental attack. The swordsman in white approaches the masked man, addressing him as a necromancer comrade. Smirking, he taunts that the necromancer's proud bones are now asleep and asks what he will do. The masked man dryly notes how he is suddenly being called necromancer comrade. Grasping the lingering red curses, he questions what the swordsman meant by asking what happens now. A system window reveals his blood ghost form grants immunity to mental attacks. His body is wreathed in red energy as he fully activates this form. He decides to simply keep fighting and has the Bone Dragon rise again under his will. The swordsman is stunned to see the supposedly incapacitated dragon move once more. He leaps into attack, shouting in frustration. Furious that his idea was ignored, he demands to know what kind of being the masked man is. The dragon and contractor smugly declare their edgy origins while the masked man introduces them as Bonehead and Zombie Mask. The swordsman, enraged that they mock the first beast of the week, asks if his comrade has gone mad. He admits he held back out of curiosity about the masked man but now resolves not to restrain himself any longer. Raising his hand, he vows to annihilate everything with his next move. A system notice explains his first beast, Armageddon, rains fire to scorch the land and temporarily give it holy city properties. The masked man realizes in horror that the swordsman intends to use Armageddon. Energy surges upward as the ultimate spell begins to trigger. The masked man dashes in, yelling for him to stop the attack. The swordsman sneers that it is too late and that the flames of the end are already on their way. He warns that the fireballs will fall regardless of whether he is stopped now. The masked man reacts with alarm as he processes the inevitability of the falling flames. Cursing, he orders Bonehead to protect the civilians instead of focusing on the duel. The dragon acknowledges the order but is immediately slammed by the leopard mid-flight. Grappling with the dragon, the leopard refuses to retreat even if its body breaks. The masked man looks up and realizes the fiery Armageddon is already beginning. The sky fills with ominous sparks as the spell fully activates. Massive fireballs start descending from the heavens toward the battlefield. The leopard remarks that it is regrettable he could not finish things with the minion but claims this time truly is checkmate. Grinning, the swordsman addresses the necromancer comrade and prompts him to reveal any hidden trump card now. Internally, the masked man agonizes that he could stop everything by summoning Omnivore, but that would expose his identity and attract Satan or Third. He thinks about his unconscious allies, fearing what will happen to everyone if the situation continues. He recalls everyone collapsed inside the Dominion and feels responsible for their fates. A memory surfaces of a blonde swordsman supporting him in the past. Resolving himself, he accepts that he has no choice but to escalate. He decides to treat this as the final battlefield and begins calling out Omnivore's name. Suddenly sensing something unexpected, he pauses in confusion. A powerful sandstorm spins up across the desert, prompting him to question what is happening. The storm intensifies, sweeping over the battlefield. The swordsman struggles against the sudden gale, bewildered by the new wind. Realizing what it is, he recognizes the phenomenon as a fragment from another fusion sword. The descending flames of Armageddon are abruptly sliced apart and dispersed by a massive sword aura. The swordsman notes with shock how easily the flames of the end were extinguished and resolves to finish the battle quickly. He observes that the cavalry has been blown away by the sandstorm and is now useless. He also recognizes that the sandstorm swept away the necromancer's skeleton army as well. Impatient, he orders Third to stop dawdling and finish off their enemies. The exhausted leopard protests that it is already fighting at full power while being pushed back. The swordsman berates Third for being driven back by mere bones and urges it to stop whining and fight. In response to a command to smash, towering horned giants descend from the sky toward the battlefield. One giant specifically targets the leopard, calling out to it as he falls. The leopard shouts back to focus on the enemy's head, bracing for impact. The giant declares he will smash everything as he brings his massive club down on the leopard. Bonehead exults that beings of fate are lending their strength to his dark self. He contemptuously shoves the leopard aside, calling it a lowly beast. The leopard crashes down, dazed, with the towering skeletal dragon looming ominously behind it. Watching the newcomers, the masked man wonders what kind of monsters they are. His eyes glow red as he analyzes the situation more intensely. Noting that the giants attack Third, he reasons they should not be enemies. A system window explains that these ground messengers are brutal head-crushing ghosts, now forcibly enhanced to very high combat power. The giants acknowledge that the boss told them to smash and repeat the order to crush the leopard's head. Confused and offended, the swordsman demands to know who these ragged intruders are. A familiar voice tells him to watch his language. A silver-haired woman wrapped in red aura approaches, commenting that he is as foul-mouthed as ever. She slashes toward him with overwhelming red sword energy. The swordsman clicks his tongue as her attack bears down on him. The red sword strike crashes into his barrier in a brilliant explosion. He coughs blood as the blow lands, clearly wounded. The impact leaves him sitting amid swirling smoke and dust, battered. The masked man looks on, surprised by this sudden ally's strength. He senses the familiar sword energy and begins to recognize who it belongs to. A pair of legs approaches as a voice notes that 5 years is far too long. Hearing the voice, the masked man realizes it truly is the person he thinks it is. Overjoyed, he calls out Xiao's name. Xiao dives toward him, and they tumble together as she arrives. His hand tightens on Xiao's back as he steadies her in his arms. Clinging to him, Xiao tearfully begs him to repeat her name again and again. He looks stunned, processing her unexpected closeness. Smiling warmly at last, he greets her, saying it has been a long time. Standing face to face, Xiao starts to say that all this time she has been searching for him. With tears in her eyes, Xiao scolds him, confessing she had been looking for him everywhere and calling him an idiot. They casually converse. He remarks she is the same height while she explains only a few days have passed for her since returning from hell, meaning she is still effectively a second-year student. Excited, Xiao insists he call her Big Sis, pressing him to say it quickly. He reminds her the battle is not over yet as another surge of energy erupts nearby. The battered swordsman charges again, cursing the bugs who keep interfering. Bonehead is struck hard by the leopard and roars in pain as the fight between beasts continues. Xion tackles the masked man away from debris, screaming Bonehead's name in worry. She tells him this is not the time to worry about the dragon, focusing instead on the main threat. Kim Il-jong, sword blazing with red aura, addresses Xion, calling her a crazy goblin and noting how long it has been. He snarls that seeing her makes him so irritated he could explode, his aura flaring violently. Xion retorts that his face annoys her too as she draws her sword. Empowered by twin red and blue auras, Xion declares that she feels the same irritation and stands ready to fight. A blue spectral beast manifests from one of her powers. A red spectral beast manifests from the other power, completing her dual manifestation. Surrounded by both spirits, Xion tells Kim Il-jong either to take his composite sword and leave or finish the battle with her today. She pointedly asks him what his choice will be, eyes sharp and determined. A system description labels her white jade goblin form as a powerful sword master manifestation with immense offensive and defensive stats. The masked man notes that her new power boosts attack and defense simultaneously and marvels at how much she has grown. Kim Il-jong, seething, admits he has grown as well and prepares to answer that growth with his own strength. He unleashes another massive sword slash that tears through the battlefield. Breathing hard, he surveys the dust cloud left by his attack. A close-up of his mouth suggests he is about to change tactics. The leopard calmly tells him their objective is complete and suggests they retreat. Kim Il-jong agrees to withdraw for now, shouldering his giant sword. He promises ominously that he will return soon with good news for himself. Xion coldly tells him to stop bluffing and disappear. The leopard's glowing images tower behind Kim Il-jong as he turns away, their presence lingering like a warning. Light bursts in the distance as the enemy completely exits the battlefield. Back at the ruins, the red-haired medic begins to stir awake. Another ally leans over her, relieved, and asks if she is finally awake. Recognizing Xion, the medic happily confirms her identity and expresses joy that she is safe. The masked man starts to apologize but warns that their comrade Jiang's condition is troubling. He uses his necromantic power to command Jiang's body to arise with green energy. Jiang's eyes snap open as the spell takes hold and restores him. Jolting upright, he urgently demands to know the current situation. The masked man reassures him that, for now, they are safe, while Jiang anxiously asks if they defeated the enemy and what became of the guillotine sword. Xion explains they lacked the resources to retrieve the composite sword, prompting Jiang to realize the goblin was the one who intervened. Smiling, Xion greets him formally, saying it has been a long time, squad leader. Jiang laments that the enemy escaped but concludes continuing the fight would have caused even worse damage. A sudden rumble from the ruins draws their attention as something shifts among the debris. Jiang remarks that the injured person they saved was lucky to have a bit of life left, implying he barely resurrected them. Bowing slightly, Jiang thanks the goblin for coming, acknowledging that they all survived thanks to the masked man's intervention. Xion teases the masked man for acting mature and thankful, and he snaps back irritably. The group debriefs, saying they only managed to drive off Third and Kim Il-jong. Realizing the enemies might return, they decide it is time to leave the area. Asked where he will go, the masked man says he will hide on a nearby island. Xion advises the squad leader to head farther west where many small coastal islands make good hiding spots. The squad leader says he would like to hide too but cannot travel far while escorting many people. Xion asks the doctor for a bag, and she agrees to fetch one. While drawing her sword, Xion notes that without the composite sword they should be harder to track. She cuts off a chunk of her hair, explaining this will keep monsters like Third from tracking them. Giant red demons suddenly appear as Xion walks up calmly, startling everyone. The demons excitedly beg Xion, their boss, for food as she introduces them as Dueoxini. She explains the Dueoxini suffer headaches but eating ore-infused pieces of her body relieves their pain, so they eagerly grab the hair. After eating, the Dueoxini exclaim that her hair is delicious. Xion tells the squad leader to take the Dueoxini along, work them, and feed them small amounts of her hair as reward. When a demon panics that she is abandoning them, she says they only need to help the refugees until they are settled. She promises that when she returns she will have grown hair and nails again for them to eat, and they vow to help with all their strength. Xion tells the others they must depart quickly before Third and Kim Il-jong return. The medic agrees and suggests they say their farewells to Zombie Mask first. The masked man looks confused when he hears them mention saying goodbye to Zombie Mask. He realizes that once he releases his robe ability, all accumulated damage will hit him at once. He thinks through how removing the robe will unleash all suppressed shocks. He concludes those shocks will knock him out for days. He decides that while he is unconscious, the squad leader and medic will need to escape. The medic and squad leader tease him about being scared of the pain and tell him to rely on the doctor and get it over with. The masked man bids the doctor and squad leader farewell, saying he will see them again. They promise they will definitely meet again. Embarrassed by the farewells, the squad leader mutters while the medic enthusiastically repeats the promise. He braces himself and asks the doctor to take care of him as Xion prepares to release the robe. He begins the release, nervously hoping the shock will not kill him. The squad leader calls out to Zombie Mask, who nervously answers. The squad leader sincerely thanks him. As the robe dissolves, Xian mockingly tells him she will see him again, calling him trash. Blood begins to trickle from his mouth, showing the backlash starting. As the robe fully explodes away, he thinks in agreement with the squad leader and vows absolutely to meet again. Scene shifts to Pyongyang Presidium, introducing a new location. In an underground cavern of stone statues, strange beasts are resting. A lion-like statue beast stirs, sensing something. It announces that Third is returning earlier than planned. The lion beast's eye gleams sharply in response. A massive multi-headed leopard creature appears, and someone remarks that Third's appearance makes sympathy difficult. The lion beast offers to sympathize with Third's failure. Third, a scarred man, retorts angrily and threatens to tear the lion's mouth if pressed to report. The lion grumbles that sympathy is indeed hard and instead asks where their lord is. Their lord, a white-haired red-skinned figure, appears floating with a book, announcing his presence. The lord notes Third has suffered and implies the mission should have been an easy victory. He deduces that some major unforeseen factor interfered with what should have been an easy win. He orders his first beast to report the situation. Kim Il-jung, the first beast, reports that he recovered the guillotine, a fragment of the composite sword, in South Korea. He states that he has already presented this guillotine fragment to the lord. The lord examines guillotine, saying the fragment suits him but complaining about its unwieldy form. Kim Il-jung watches in shock, questioning what his lord truly is. The lord reshapes guillotine with power, thinking that the weapon is too clever, and then approvingly. Smiling, he answers that natural question about his identity by declaring himself Satan. After reshaping, he says the weapon now fits him perfectly. Kim Il-jung interrupts with an urgent report. He explains that while seizing guillotine, a powerful hindrance with formidable idea appeared. At first he thought it was Park Jin-seong but realized the energy was different. He describes that this stranger summoned bones, controlling a giant bone dragon and bone soldiers like a necromancer. Satan notes that Park Jin-seong also controls bones and asks what Kim Il-jung means. The lion beast recalls that Park Jin-seong once summoned huge bones in their fight. He says back then Park Jin-seong only used summoned bones as weapons. Now, based on reports that Park Jin-seong gave a weapon a soul, they reason his idea has advanced enough to grant souls to summons. Kim Il-jung realizes with horror that the necromancer they faced must indeed be Park Jin-seong. Satan concludes that Park Jin-seong's idea strengthened after returning from hell, and Kim Il-jung admits he failed to sense the ominous aura. Satan repeats, short-sighted, in an ominous tone. Kim Il-jung tenses in fear at his lord's reaction. Satan casually tests guillotine's activation, conjuring a full guillotine structure beside a kneeling Kim Il-jung. Kim Il-jung, under the blade, anxiously asks if he is already being discarded and if it is not wasteful. Satan laughs, saying it was only a functionality test and that he would not foolishly dispose of his first beast himself. He adds with a sinister smile that there is still much he wants Kim Il-jung to do. Kim Il-jung is told he must handle things properly next time. Satan orders him, as first, to accompany Kim Il-jung himself in place of Third on the next mission. Facing the lion beast, Satan says he will sympathize if he must. The scene shifts to West Coast Road where someone runs along a seaside route. Jin-seong groggily awakens after the ordeal. Xian greets him warmly, surprised he is already awake. Jin-seong realizes he is being carried princess-style by Xian and reacts in flustered shock. In chibi form he screams, leaping away while Xian looks puzzled. Xian asks why he reacted that way, while he protests that a piggyback would be normal, not a princess carry. Xian slyly says there is a reason she carried him that way. She internally revels that by carrying him like this she can freely gaze at Jin-seong's face after 5 years apart. Jin-seong, mortified and blushing, frantically asks where his mask is. Xian produces his mask wrapped in sand, saying she kept it for now. Jin-seong notices the sand swirling around it and asks if he still needs the mask. He thinks the mask was only a temporary disguise to hide his identity, but now both Park Jin-seong and Zombie Mask are likely on the enemy's radar. He worries they might already have deduced his true identity. When he asks about the sand, Xian explains it is an ability of her sword. She activates the sand fairy ability, sending a stream of sand spiraling from the hilt. The sand forms a massive blade as she reveals it is one of the composite sword fragments. An info panel explains Sand Fairy, an earth-defending messenger whose sand can be shaped freely, form an absolute shield, and grants great combat power. Xian proudly shows off her second sword, asking if it looks cool. Jin-seong agrees, though he privately thinks it resembles a club. Jin-seong realizes the Sand Fairy shield is what blocked Kim Il-jung's Armageddon attack earlier. He then asks Xian where she is heading. Xian answers that they are going to China. Jin-seong repeats, China, in surprise. Xian explains they are following intel from the medic about an insect tower, and a deep sea that formed there. Underwater, a mermaid-like figure is shown within a drowned cityscape. The mermaid speaks cryptically that time must walk again. She flicks her tail as if preparing to act. She swims swiftly through the submerged city. Deep underwater, a lone man sits by a campfire within an air pocket. A hesitant voice greets him by name, Ishin. Ishin smiles and asks if the visitor came to place another binding spell today. The mermaid Dora asks if he still refuses to return what he took. He replies that returning it would doom their future. Ishin presses that point, asking if she agrees. She is identified as Deep Sea King Dora. She says he will again have to look her in the eye, readying another spiriting suppression jumj while he is warned not to resist. Ishin sits calmly inside the glowing suppression field. Sighing, he asks how long she intends to keep this up. Dora, hovering above, answers that she will continue until he returns her friend. Ishin tells Dora that if she and her friend attack together they would overwhelm him. He recalls that he can no longer kill her friend with his Goisian technique. Dora admits she wants to kill Ishin. Ishin reminds her that if he dies, her imprisoned friend disappears too. She answers that she knows, which is why she restrains herself. Another apex, Chepesh, arrives and teases Ishin about his ongoing mental duel with the squid. Chepesh confirms Ishin is awake. Chepesh says the tension outside the deep sea is why Ishin's duel drags on. Chepesh adds that Dora also has no desire to fight them right now. Dora, bristling, calls Chepesh an annoying bat. Ishin tells Chepesh not to provoke Dora because they also cannot fight freely due to the enemies outside. Chepesh complains about how long this stalemate will last, but Ishin says the right opportunity will come. A narration box introduces Dora as an abyss apex who left her tower of her own will. It explains that, based on Dora's stories, she placed a self-restriction jumj on herself. Using that law-twisting restriction, she escaped the Tower of Species. An info panel details Dora's jumj proposal. Once a day she can place an undisallowable restriction via eye contact, stronger when her true form is seen, lasting up to 24 hours. The narration continues that another apex and her friend came to rescue Dora from the tower. However, the insect king Ryok was absent, so while tracking him Dora encountered Ishin. The rescuers met Ishin just after he returned from being mentally sealed. In the ensuing battle, Ishin blasted away half of Dora's body with Goisian but was eventually trapped inside the abyssal orb. Since then Dora has daily cast jumj on him to stop him using Goisian. He notes, she can only forbid future actions, not undo what is already done. Ishin asks Dora for an update on the outside situation. Dora answers that it remains exactly as she reported before. Chepesh suspects Dora might be lying to avoid fighting, because they cannot see the outside themselves. Irritated, Dora orders Chepesh not to talk to her. Chepesh mutters that she is petty while Ishin laughs awkwardly. Narration clarifies Chepesh actually knows enemies remain outside and is simply frustrated. Another narration explains that Kim Il-jong and the giant monsters also hesitate to attack the freed apexes, fearing the apexes may unite if provoked. It concludes that only once the external balance breaks will the standoff inside collapse, and someone outside can shatter that balance. Back on the sea, Jinseong notes their sea crossing is taking longer than expected but is glad he did not have to swim. He and Xian ride across the water on Boniera, the bone dragon, trading barbs about using its body as a ferry. Boniera indignantly boasts about its swimming prowess while Jinseong mocks its inability to fly. Jinseong asks if Xian has been traveling alone all this time. In chibi mode, she excitedly offers to tell the story of her epic quest to find her foolish husband. He nervously postpones hearing it. Jinseong instead asks if she has met Senior on Xiango or any zombie squad members. Xian sadly says she has not seen them in 3 years, though she heard on Xiango went to Kangwon with his squad and the zombie team. Jinseong questions why they would head north to Kangwon. Xian explains they were gathering fighters from across South Korea down to Haeundae to build a resistance army. She then says she heard that force was crushed by a surprise attack from Kim Il-jong, and only on Xiango's safety was rumored. Shocked and angry at this news, Jinseong curses under his breath. Jinseong, frantic about his comrades, shouts that they should go find them immediately. Someone calls Jinseong's name, snapping him out of his panic. Xian calms Jinseong, saying they cannot search blindly for Xiango and the zombie unit, and must first meet Secretary Li Xin, who knows their location. Xian asks Jinseong to endure a bit longer until they can meet the secretary. Jinseong reluctantly agrees, thinking Xian is right that reuniting with the secretary must come first. Xian reassures him that once they meet Li Xin, tracking in Xiango's group will be easier, especially since Xian has grown stronger. Jinseong acknowledges how much stronger Xian has become and reflects on the large gap created while he was sealed. He notes that Xian now has 400,000 power plus the Sand Fairy. Jinseong also recalls that his summoned Bayadora has 450,000 power and commands skeleton soldiers. Images of his powerful summon and magic flash through his mind. He remembers the skeletal army that Bayadora can field. Jinseong concludes that his own personal combat power remains the main problem. He reviews his World Soul Salguidi, which manipulates killing intent, is only 11% synchronized, and currently gives him 15,000 combat power. Jinseong muses that if Salguidi reached full synchronization it could seal apex beings, but his recent awakening only raised it to 11%. He thinks that even with a scroll that can match an enemy's power, his body cannot withstand reckless use, and some of his own planned abilities are still unclear even to him. He rereads the list of Salguidi-based abilities like Bone Dragon and Jade Emperor, Type Assistance, and focuses on the mysterious proxy and murder assistance skills. Jinseong puzzles over the conditions of murder assistance needing world permission and divine recognition, wondering what that really means. He also frets about the unexplained future representation tied to proxy and recalls that monsters like Force and Satan have combat power around 1 million. Deciding overthinking is pointless, Jinseong resolves to focus on reuniting with Secretary Li Xin for now. As they ride by Eudora over the sea, the Skeleton Mount announces that the coastline is finally in sight. Jinseong sees the tower and water sphere by the city, just as Xian had described. He spots the tall building where Secretary Li Xin is waiting and heads toward it. Elsewhere, in a dark underground hall, a hooded figure tells a scarred man that he has arrived while muffled cries beg for the torment to stop. The scarred man asks about prisoners he captured a year ago, is told they were transferred as ordered, and demands to be taken to them. Passing deranged captives, the scarred man dismisses them as weak southerners ruined by a bit of filth. He smirks that only a few gulps of that corrupting substance were enough to break those people. Led onward, he is brought to the place he wanted to see. He steps into a cell where two men, including zombie squad members, hang chained from the wall. Staring at one of them, he laughs that Park Jinseong once humiliated him, and now he can repay that insult. One of the captives stirs groggily and groans in confusion. Recognizing Jinseong's name, the beaten man weakly calls out to his captain. The scarred man grins darkly, pleased with their fear. Ecstatic, he vows to repay Jinseong's past humiliation many times over and orders him to wait for what is coming. Above ground, a massive winged lion called First stands surrounded by robed knights. Jinseong and Xian arrive near the non-teleportable zone and realize the enemy anticipated they would come here. Xian suggests withdrawing for now and returning later when the place is less guarded. Jinseong hesitates, wondering if the two of them could defeat just a single beast they see. The lion First is shown in close-up, radiating calm menace. An information screen reveals First's abilities: empathy-based prediction, immense defense against lower-ranked souls, soul-damaging resonance, and total combat ability of 300,000. Xian refuses Jinseong's idea, arguing that they do not know what awaits inside the water sphere and cannot expend their strength outside. Xian warns that if they fight now they may exhaust themselves inside and then emerge to face even more enemies, and Jinseong admits Xian's analysis is sound. Xian proposes they wait a few days for the enemy forces to withdraw, then slip in afterward when the defense is lighter. Jinseong starts to agree to this cautious plan. But Kim Il-jung appears near first, electricity crackling, revealing this confrontation is already underway. Jinseong recognizes Kim Il-jung, his old foe. First greets Kim Il-jung and comments that preparing this situation took time, asking if Jinseong's group has arrived. First laughs that Kim Il-jung has prepared an entertaining scenario. Kim Il-jung, delighted that First also finds it fun, orders his cavalry to line up their prisoners as a special gift for Jinseong. Back with Jinseong and Xian, Xian urges that they wait for the right chance, but notices Jinseong suddenly change. Overcome with rage and killing intent, Jinseong's aura flares red. Xian asks what is wrong as Jinseong's body trembles and power surges. In the city square, Kim Il-jung reveals his surprise. The zombie squad members are crucified on crosses before him. Xian realizes too late that Kim Il-jung predicted Jinseong would come here and knew he could not ignore the sight of his zombie squad. Jinseong launches himself skyward in fury toward the execution scene. Kim Il-jung senses the incoming attack and remarks that Jinseong could not hold back after all. Jinseong lands on the battlefield, ready to fight. He glares at Kim Il-jung and snarls his name. First observes that Jinseong had already been lurking nearby, squirming in the shadows for half an hour. Realizing he has been spotted anyway, Jinseong decides there is no need to restrain his power any longer. He releases a torrent of killing intent, his body engulfed in red aura. Kim Il-jung and First comment on the dreadful aura Jinseong is releasing, calling it miserable yet familiar. Jinseong resolves to finish this quickly before Force, another million-power monster, can arrive. He calls for his summoned by Eudora, nicknamed Bonehead, to emerge. Bone spikes erupt from the ground as his skeletal summon forms. Bayadora appears, laughing loudly as its green ghostly fire ignites. An info panel explains that Bone Dragon Bayadora is a high-tier wind ophonym with 450,000 combat ability and commands countless subordinate bones. Bone Dragon sizes up the situation, noting a lion rather than a leopard this time, and Jinseong orders it to summon the skeleton army. Bone Dragon calls forth the army of the Dark Abyss. Giant green-flamed skeleton soldiers materialize around Jinseong. Jinseong orders Glutton into Kraken mode, preparing another contracted power. His body distorts with dark tentacle-like wings as he activates Glutton's combat form. Xian runs after him, insisting Jinseong is in no condition to fight. Jinseong calmly tells Xian to settle down despite his unstable aura. Ignoring Xian's protests, Jinseong apologizes and charges forward toward Kim Il-jung. Jinseong, Glutton, and Bonehead rush the enemy together with the skeleton army. First and Bone Dragon clash violently, trading massive blows. Jinseong flies and screaming Kim Il-jung's name, aiming directly for him. Kim Il-jung, amused, says he tried to create a touching reunion scene but Jinseong is responding with pure hatred. Their powers collide in a huge shockwave of red and purple energy. Kim Il-jung mockingly says he is disappointed and will instead go torment the goblin girl. As Kim Il-jung withdraws, Jinseong wonders what he is planning but decides he must prioritize rescuing the zombie squad even if that means letting Kim Il-jung go for now. Jinseong reaches the crosses and urgently calls out to his zombie comrades to check if they are alive. The groggy men recognize him and stammer. "Captain?" Jinseong cuts their restraints and apologizes for being late. The rescued zombies weakly greet him, call him late, and Jinseong says they can talk later after escaping. Supporting them, Jinseong urges that they move to somewhere safe. Suddenly Jinseong reels in confusion as something strange takes hold of him. The two zombies, eyes glowing madly, grin and say that seeing their captain again made them want to stab him. Glutton reacts with a scream-like cry as madness flares around them. Jinseong desperately orders Glutton not to hurt his comrades despite their sudden hostility. He coughs blood as restraining Glutton's instincts, and enduring the betrayal strains his body. The zombified comrades taunt that turning his back on them makes them want to stab him even more as they attack again. Xiaon screams Jinseong's name in horror. Kim Il-jung lands in front of Xiaon, calling her Goblin Girl. He smirks and suggests she should be playing with him instead. Xiaon transforms into her battle form, shouting at Kim Il-jung to get lost as red and blue energies surge. Kim Il-jung notes he once spared her in Houndy but now plans to teach her proper manners. He roars that this time she needs a lesson and powers up. A data screen explains First Beast's ability Every Curse, which dumps every curse in existence onto the target as a red storm. Xiaon is suddenly racked with agonizing curses from First's power. Collapsing, she gasps that Jinseong is in danger, while Kim Il-jung tells her not to worry because it will all end soon. Kim Il-jung ominously spreads his arms, promising everything will be over shortly. A massive column of curse energy slams down toward the ground. Watching from afar, Jinseong sees the distant explosion of power and realizes that the being he dreaded has finally arrived. Force, Daniel Seo's most violent monster, descends onto the battlefield. The armored giant states that this is where Park Jin-sung is. Force stands towering over Jinseong and the zombies, saying it has been a long time since they met. Jinseong, bloody and shaken, recognizes Force and notes that it has finally appeared. An info panel identifies Force as a top-tier cherubim-class monster with a combat ability of 1 million and describes its love of large-scale violence. Seeing Jinseong endangered, Bone Dragon cries that its contractor is in trouble. Bone Dragon shoves First aside, ordering the lion to move. First laughs that such a move is relatable, showing he understands Bone Dragon's instinct to protect its master. Bone Dragon asks Force if this foolish lion is Jinseong's new power, while First protests that his bones are filled with darkness and power. Force brusquely tells them both to shut up and swings with overwhelming strength. Bone Dragon charges in again in a blur. First retaliates with a massive green energy breath, promising to make Bonehead pay. The breath slams into Force's blocking hand, blasting energy everywhere. Force stands unfazed in the beam, towering over the attack. The colossal blast carves through the city, with Force and Bone Dragon locked in its path. Jinseong shields the zombies and scolds Bonehead for acting independently. He looks up in shock at the monstrous clash. Force mocks the attack, asking if that is all the violence Bonehead can muster. Jinseong realizes with horror that Force has blocked the same breath that once blew off half of another monster's body using only one hand. Force countercharges straight through the breath toward Bone Dragon. The two titanic energies collide as Force continues pressing the attack. Force drives a devastating punch into Bone Dragon amid vertical streaks of energy. The impact smashes Bone Dragon aside in a blinding flash. After the explosion, shockwaves and debris streak the sky. Bone Dragon's body shatters and begins to dissipate as it weakly calls out to its contractor. Force coldly tells the ruined summon to try again in another life with a proper body. Jinseong, watching, realizes in dismay that Force destroyed Bonehead in a single blow, and has grown even stronger over the past 5 years. While Jinseong is distracted, his maddened zombie comrades rush him again from behind. Jinseong dodges barely, grunting in pain as they slash at where he was. They taunt him from a trench-like pit, asking where he is going and complaining it is mean to run as he pants from exhaustion. Kim Il-jung casually reappears, saying this is not even fun anymore. Jinseong, furious, demands to know what Kim Il-jung has done. Kim Il-jung grins and says he has not done much at all. He explains that he merely used a sword called Man-Man to stir up insanity, and feed some trash to his hungry allies. An info panel describes Man-Man as a cursed ego sword that amplifies negative emotions, drives people insane, and grows stronger the more minds it breaks. Kim Il-jung laughs that while Man-Man is not the best for battle, it is entertaining in other ways. Overwhelmed by rage and grief, Jinseong erupts in killing intent and screams Kim Il-jung's name. Kim Il-jung and the crazed zombies laugh that this furious reaction is exactly what he was waiting for. Jinseong glares at his former comrades, devastated by what they have become. The two zombies cheerfully show off their daggers, saying they wanted to be like their captain and now finally are. Jinseong clutches his chest, thinking their idea and dreams were never meant to be twisted into this. Force addresses Park Jin-sung directly, mocking him for returning to violence after 5 quiet years and calling his current state pathetic. First comments that the scene is so pitiful it is hard even for him to sympathize. Jinseong realizes that with Force present Kim Il-jung can keep using the zombie squad as shields whenever he attacks, trapping him tactically. He notes, bitterly, that Bonehead has been completely shattered. He understands that Xiaon is immobilized by Kim Il-jung's idea as well and that, strategically, escaping is the only sensible option now. The protagonist wonders where he could even run as he looks at the huge blue sphere that was their original destination. He considers that inside the sphere is someone like Isaac, a top ranker, and wonders if copying Force's physical power with the scroll would let him escape. Remembering that copying Third's power already shattered his bones, he realizes copying Force in his current state would likely kill him without the school nurse. Blaming himself for acting rashly, he struggles to stay standing despite his injuries. Determined that this is the only way to at least save Xian, he notices strange sand appearing. Someone approaches, panting as their boots step through the sand. Xian appears, chiding her husband for being such a handful as sand swirls around her. Kim Il-jung notes that the goblin girl is still moving. He admits she has shown real grit ever since the beginning. Il-jung mockingly tells Xian and Jin-sung to take their time saying goodbye. Jin-sung apologizes to Xian, thinking he will be satisfied if he can at least save her. Xian softly calls Jin-sung's name. She wonders aloud if this is how Cinderella felt, leaving Jin-sung confused. Crying, Xian says she spent 4 years desperately searching for him and feels her time is almost up. Jin-sung, alarmed, asks what she suddenly means. Xian pulls him into a kiss, golden sand wrapping around them. Their kiss lingers as they part slightly, faces close. Jin-sung, flustered, calls Xian's name as she leans against his chest. She suddenly stabs him in the torso with a short blade-like object. Jin-sung stares in shock at the weapon embedded in his chest while sand whirls around them. Reeling, he thinks in disbelief that this cannot be happening. As sand engulfs him, he screams Xian's name and reaches out. Xian smiles faintly, lips moving. She confesses tearfully that she likes Jin-sung. Jin-sung is swallowed by the sand, eyes wide and tearing up. Outside, Xian watches the massive sand sphere she created rise within the blue dome. Il-jung realizes the goblin girl is doing something and urgently orders his side to stop her. A massive attack collides with the sand sphere as the beastly ally strikes. Water erupts violently around the sand construct from the impact. Xian, standing below the swirling water ring, repeats internally how much she likes Jin-sung. Il-jung taunts the distant Xian, asking if she understands the situation at all. He warns that if she is left alone she will not survive. Xian calmly answers that she acted this way because she never intended to escape unscathed and has no regrets. Il-jung questions first, who says he only empathizes with malicious actions and cannot read Xian's current intent. Force prepares another crushing blow, vowing to completely destroy the peak this time. He declares that overwhelming violence is the only answer as his red aura surges against the sphere. Il-jung angrily shouts at Force to heed his hints instead of acting recklessly. Force growls that Kim Il-jung must want to die if he keeps trying to control him. Later, Il-jung confronts the restrained Xian, noting she clearly wants to keep the bubble from bursting. He asks if she is implying they cannot handle one peak, saying otherwise they would already have subdued it. Xian points out that even though a powerful advisor is inside, the sphere still stands, which obviously means something. Il-jung darkly tells her to keep babbling. Xian deduces he hesitates because if he fails, Advisor Ishin and the peak might ally against him. Il-jung praises her detective work while gripping his sword, recalling a lesson he learned at the bank. He sneers that instead of adapting to an enemy, he prefers making the enemy adapt to him. He declares it easier to force foes to adjust to him as he channels power into the weapon. Surrounded by eerie purple script, Xian stands shocked, clutching the dagger. A sinister eye-like presence urges someone to kill and use it. Xian's eye turns into a glowing purple spiral, showing she is possessed. The blue barrier over the city shudders ominously. Jin-sung, drifting unconscious in darkness, screams for it all to stop and laments his arrogance. He recalls how his constant victories after returning from hell made him overconfident. He admits he was wrong to think his savage form could handle anything and internally vows to repent. Begging not to let things end like this with Xian, he cries in the void. He suddenly jerks awake, body still tumbling in the dark waters. Realizing something has changed, he notes the motion has stopped. He discovers the surrounding substance is actually sand rather than water. In total darkness, he complains he cannot see anything. Feeling around, he senses an invisible wall made by some Adea ability. Jin-sung tells himself he cannot sit still and decides that if he breaks upward through the sphere, he should escape. He summons his glutton power, red energy flaring around him. A mermaid-like being appears behind him. Jin-sung recognizes the familiar aura. Hearing an unseen voice, he spins around, demanding to know who is there as the being realizes he cannot see her. Light suddenly fills the space and Jin-sung shields his eyes as the aquatic entity floats before him. He stares wide-eyed up at her. A status window reveals this being as Abyss King Dora, a powerful aquatic peak summoned to Earth with immense combat ability. Jin-sung asks if she blocked him inside the sphere, and she nervously admits she cannot let him meet Ishin. He concludes that Advisor Ishin truly is inside the sphere but focuses on the present situation. Reasoning that Dora simply wants to keep him from Ishin, he asks if she can instead send him back outside where he can still act in time. Dora replies that with his current strength he cannot save anyone even if he leaves. She says she has watched and found him pathetically weak, referencing his incomplete savage form. She scoffs that the half-formed savage power barely manifests as human, questioning how he planned to capture her with so little. Jin-sung clarifies that while his Adea is savage form, he himself is part Jin-sung, separate from that persona. Dora repeats his name in surprise, realizing he is not just the savage form. Jin-sung asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Dora. Jin Sung suggests that Dora dislikes the satanic group outside as much as he does, prompting her to agree they are enemies. He proposes that if she lets him meet Advisor Ishin, he will convince Ishin and together with Dora they can defeat the enemies outside. Dora immediately refuses. She explains that Ishin is imprisoning her friend, which is why she trapped him in return. She elaborates that Ishin refused to release her friend, so she retaliated by sealing him. Jin Sung realizes her friend must also be a peak, explaining why Ishin and Dora have been locked in a stalemate. Dora worries that if Jin Sung's savage power grows and he joins with Ishin, she could lose. Jin Sung insists that he will not let that happen, but Dora asks why she should believe a stranger. Jin Sung inwardly notes they just met and struggles for a way to gain her trust. His stomach growls loudly in the awkward silence. Tossing caution aside, he suddenly blurts out a plea for Dora to become his friend. Dora repeats the word friend, clearly unfamiliar with the idea. Jin Sung hurriedly explains despite knowing his Adea is her enemy. She excitedly shouts, friend, again, leaving Jin Sung bewildered by her reaction. Overjoyed, Dora asks if he will really be her friend, and he stammers his agreement. Jin Sung, dazed, thinks Dora looks far too happy about this. Dora proclaims that while she dislikes savage form, Park Jin Sung is now her friend and thus trustworthy. She cheerfully agrees to trust him, which Jin Sung notes went better than expected. He tells her to lead him to Advisor Ishin, thinking he might need to hurry outside first. His old injuries suddenly rupture, causing him to cough blood. Dora anxiously asks if her friend is okay while Jin Sung realizes going out like this would worsen his wounds. Sand gathers around his hand, and he recognizes it as the Sand Fairy's power. The sand forms armor over his body, creating a new protective form. A vision of Xiaon in similar attire appears, indicating the armor is modeled after her aura plate. A status screen explains that this Sand Fairy armor is Jin Sung's absolute shield, giving him immense physical defense and deep-sea compatibility. Jin Sung steels himself, asking Xiaon to wait because he will return soon. Accompanied by Dora, he strides forward through the underwater city in his new armor. Dora says that if her imprisoned friend, she, and Ishin all fight together, they can defeat the enemies outside. Another description explains Dora's power Forbidden Edict, which lets her place unbreakable curses on those she makes eye contact with. Jin Sung reflects that Dora's edict is powerful and that teaming with her and Ishin would greatly increase their odds. He agrees to the plan but feels angry about needing other strength. He clenches his fist, frustrated that his own power alone is insufficient. Dora suddenly senses something and reacts. Alarmed, she calls to her friend as Jin Sung asks what is wrong. Dora realizes something non-living has entered her abyss and wonders if it is Kim Il-jung or Force. She and Jin Sung rush toward the disturbance. A glowing slash races toward Jin Sung, making him flinch. A sinister voice says it followed his sweet scent to this place. Jin Sung identifies the intruding object as the fragment of Kim Il-jung's fusion sword. The sword piece, animated by madness, declares itself the madness of the surface world, and says it has craved Jin Sung. It laments losing the girl but vows not to let Jin Sung escape. Jin Sung, caught in a purple maelstrom, reacts in shock. He strikes and captures the blade within the storm. Holding the fragment, he asserts that he has it under control. The sword floods the space with purple energy. Jin Sung's eyes take on the same purple hue as he is engulfed. The entity sneers that Jin Sung is actually the one caught and promises to kill him. It declares it will kill him and force him to accept it. Jin Sung floats before the giant eye of madness, staring back unflinchingly. He coolly asks if the girl it mentioned was Xiaon. The crazed sword trembles, confused that he seems unaffected by the madness. Jin Sung says he does not care about its pathetic ravings and repeats his question about Xiaon. Surrounded by blood-red power, he demands that it answer him. The narrative jumps back 10 minutes to show Xiaon being surrounded by purple madness while thugs restrain her. Under the influence of the curse, she hears a voice ordering her to kill and accept it. Il-jung tells her resistance is useless, that even if she wants to let go she cannot. He explains with a grin that this is the temptation of madness spread by an entity called Man. His cultists urge Xiaon to go insane with them, saying everything is easier if she does. Xiaon's twisted smile appears as she asks if things really become easier if she goes mad. The henchmen cackle as the purple madness thickens around her. Xiaon suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter, appearing completely consumed. Il-jung and the others celebrate, assuming the goblin girl has succumbed as well. Il-jung smugly asks first if the spectacle is entertaining, and the lion-like first praises Il-jung's skill at satisfying empathy. Force dismisses the manipulation as pathetic, saying he would have just used brute violence. First muses that if Force could empathize they could have made the situation more interesting. Realizing something is off with the empathy, he sensed, First's eyes narrow. Xiaon continues cackling, cloaked in darkness and madness. In reality, she remains clear-headed and determined, clenching her fist. First warns Kim Il-jung that he has been fooled and that Xiaon has not actually gone mad. Xiaon reveals her ruse, shouting that it is too late for them. She rockets forward in a blazing straight line toward the sphere. Her attack pierces the barrier, triggering a massive blue explosion. Inside, Jin Sung later recalls that sight as the last thing he saw before blacking out and calling Xiaon's name. As red aura seeps from Jin Sung, Dora urges her friend to calm down. Feeling the oppressive red energy, Dora grimaces in pain and alarm. Jin Sung seethes with murderous intent toward Kim Il-jung, vowing to kill him. He admits he currently lacks the strength to carry out that desire. Another fighter senses Jin Sung's aura and realizes it resembles the terrifying savage form he once saw. Jin Sung recalls that the savage form did not gain strength from killing intent, but was pure killing intent itself. He understands that the form simply weaponized its overwhelming killing will, and that he has been suppressing his own power to keep that intent under control. Deciding there is no reason to hold back against someone he can kill, Jin Sung releases his full murderous power. Dora warns a companion that the savage form's aura around Jin Sung is intensifying. The savage form's monstrous visage appears as its power surges. A system message explains Jin Sung has awakened savage form's second trait, True Devouring, revealing its nature as pure malice sealed as killing intent, now synchronized to 50%. Another status window names his savage form as a ground herald of 4th class Dominion with combat power of 450,000A. An enemy holding the ego sword Madman laments that he, once a symbol of surface world madness, is being overwhelmed. Jin Sung, hating noisy nobodies, tells the enemy to stay still and die while the foe begs for mercy. Madman's description states it's a top tier 3 RD class Ophinum ego sword that amplifies negative emotions, boosts combat sense relative to remaining sanity, and grows stronger the more people it drives mad. Jin Sung tells Dora to release Ishin as promised, and says he will head out first. Dora reaches out, trying to stop her friend as he leaves. Jin Sung rockets upward through the water, exiting the sphere of battle. Outside, a griffin-like beast guardian notices the sphere shaking and wonders if a peak is moving. A powerful energy blast tears outward from the water barrier. The blast pierces into the sky, shocking the onlookers. The beast recognizes the attack and reacts with alarm. Seeing Jin Sung emerge clad in demonic armor and red aura, the beast shouts his name in disbelief. Jin Sung lands on the ground, red energy churning around his feet. The beast grits his teeth, noting that Jin Sung has changed dramatically since entering the sphere. He says he can no longer empathize with Jin Sung and is disturbed by the unfamiliar aura. Desperate, the empathic beast tries to grasp that aura, begging to understand and empathize with it. He roars Jin Sung's name as Jin Sung stands calmly beneath his looming claws. Jin Sung curtly tells the beast to be quiet. He then launches a blisteringly fast assault, carving into the giant beast. Bleeding and stunned, the beast cries that such power seems impossible. Jin Sung's frenzied slashes tear the beast apart, overwhelming him. Simultaneously, Dora bursts out of the ocean sphere above the city with Ishin in tow. Ishin, seeing Dora appear early, is surprised she has returned ahead of schedule. Realizing it is Ishin, Dora rushes to him in relief. Ishin notes Dora's urgency and asks if the enemy forces have finally launched their attack. Dora confirms the enemy came, but warns that what happened may be even more dangerous than a straightforward assault. Alarmed, Ishin demands to know what occurred. Back at the battlefield, the beast's body lies mangled and bloodied. The beast groans on the ground, gravely injured. He mutters that he still cannot empathize with Jin Sung's current state. Jin Sung dives down in a finishing strike toward the beast's face. As Jin Sung lands near him, the beast asks why Jin Sung is alone. Jin Sung looms over the fallen beast, ready to interrogate him. He demands to know where Xiaon is. The beast mockingly calls it a pity. He reflects that he cannot relate to Jin Sung's emotions even as he stares him in the eye. Enraged, Jin Sung screams again for Xiaon's whereabouts while the beast roars in pain. The beast laughs that Xiaon was taken away by force and Kim Il-jung. He says the tragedy was narrowly completed as they managed to snatch her at the last moment. Jin Sung numbly repeats that they barely managed to take her. Realizing he was too late, Jin Sung's eyes spiral with shock and despair. His killing aura explodes, coiling violently around the beast. Jin Sung raises his blade and orders the beast to bring Xiaon back. He repeatedly slashes the beast while screaming at him to return her. Completely consumed by rage, Jin Sung howls for Xiaon to be given back. He continues a relentless aerial assault, carving into the beast. As the beast's sight fades, he remarks bitterly on how tragic the situation is. Jin Sung strides away through blood-filled water toward the city's ruins. Still facing away, he repeats his demand that Xiaon be brought back. Memories surface of Xiaon hugging him tearfully. Another memory shows her smiling through tears at him. Jin Sung clutches his chest, feeling his heart about to burst. He staggers through the devastated streets, begging for his deafening heartbeat to stop. His armor glows at the chest as his panic and power spike. He snaps, screaming again for the voices in his head to shut up. At the same time, Dora rides a massive wave into the battlefield. She panics when she realizes Jin Sung and Ishin have already vanished from the sphere. Dora then spots Jin Sung from behind amid the bloody water. She senses a dreadful aura emanating from him. Recognizing it as savage form, Dora stares in horror at Jin Sung's transformed figure. Jin Sung grips his ego sword Madman, intensifying his killing intent. He charges straight at Dora, eyes glowing red. Dora erects a barrier of water as Jin Sung's attacks clash against her. Struggling under his assault, Dora begs her friend to regain his senses. She retreats inside a water sphere while Jin Sung advances with his dagger. Jin Sung complains that everything is unbearably noisy. Dora realizes savage form's aura is consuming Jin Sung's mind. Feeling overwhelmed, Dora admits she cannot hold out in her current state. Resolute, she unveils her grotesque true form, which she despises. Her body morphs into a colossal kraken-like entity with a single giant eye. A status window identifies Abyss King Dora's true Kraken mode as a low Tier 1 ST-class Seraphim with 850,000 combat power. Dora charges forward in that form, telling her friend she will help him. She braces against the pain and hurtles toward the rampaging Jin-sung. One of her tentacles slams down, unleashing a shockwave. Jin-sung dodges between the torrent of water and tentacles. Dora urges Ishin to hurry, noting there is no time to cast her powerful edict. Her tentacles lash around Jin-sung, trying to pin him. Unfazed, Jin-sung asks if she intends to keep making such a racket. He rockets toward her with murderous speed. He slams bodily into Dora's kraken eye, causing her to cry out. A voice orders Dora to duck for cover. Ishin appears from above, twin swords drawn, descending toward the battle. He activates a technique he has not used in some time, preparing to strike. Ishin's blades crash against Jin-sung in a powerful clash of energy. Ishin remarks sadly that it pains him to see Jin-sung like this as he knocks him away. He follows up with a blazing cross attack while Jin-sung growls in defiance. The impact drives Jin-sung into the water with a massive splash. Jin-sung slowly sits up, still shrouded in dark armor and red aura. Laughing shakily, he comments on how unbearably loud everything is. Ishin realizes this madness is what Jin-sung once meant by losing his sanity. Ishin tells him to snap out of it quickly, reminding him they still have other enemies to face. Elsewhere in Pyongyang's Great Hollow, Ju-yi orders Kim Il-jung to explain the situation. Kim Il-jung reports that they succeeded in cornering Park Jin-sung. He adds that Kim Seon went berserk and escaped into the sphere where a peak resides. Ju-yi notes grimly that even with First and Force assisting, they still failed to contain them. He then asks Force whether Park Jin-sung might jeopardize their broader plans. First, a monstrous ally scoffs that Jin-sung's current level of violence is no longer enough to threaten them as it might have 5 years ago. Kim Il-jung argues that while Jin-sung alone may not be a threat, Ishin and the peak's reactions remain unpredictable. He insists that if Jin-sung emerges from the sphere they must kill him for sure this time. Suddenly light erupts from a platform, startling Kim Il-jung. First appears and angrily asks why Kim Il-jung abandoned his post and returned without orders. Ju realizes that the light signifies something other than a normal return. First materializes, shocking them with his sudden, battered appearance. Kim Il-jung demands to know what happened to First's body during his brief absence. Swearing, he curses how drastically the situation has changed in such a short span. Ju cuts him off, saying the cause matters less than the implications. Ju explains that monsters summoned by his Idea should revive when they return, but First is not recovering. He states that First is now unconscious and useless, as though Ju's summoning power had been erased. Kim Il-jung wonders if something is interfering with Ju's soul command, but Ju insists they have guarded against that possibility for 5 years. Ju concludes they have finally located the true culprit behind this interference. He prepares to activate a technique called Record Release to deal with the troublesome fusion sword fragment affecting events. Meanwhile, Teeps leads his suited subordinates through an underwater passage, assuring them it is not a trap laid by the peak. A subordinate asks if advisoration is safe. Teeps reasons that Dora, usually aloof, rushing out with Ishin proves the situation outside is abnormal, and he grumbles that Dora left without explaining. Another agent reports that the exit is visible ahead and that a battle appears already underway outside. Teeps orders all units to stay sharp despite not knowing the number or nature of their enemies. They enter turbulent waters shaped by the ongoing clash, with Teeps shielding his men. Feeling the lingering shockwaves, Teeps curses that mere aftermath could be this violent, and wonders what kind of foe they face. He then sees something that leaves him wide-eyed in surprise. Teeps emerges and beholds Dora's massive true form battling furiously alongside an unknown fighter. He recognizes that Ishin is also on the field, fighting that same enemy together with Dora. Teeps is stunned that someone is holding off both Ishin and a peak class being simultaneously. The red-cloaked Jin-sung bursts from the water amid the chaos. He again complains about the noise, eyes glowing with madness. Teeps finally recognizes him and demands to know why Park Jin-sung is here. Ishin asks Dora if she can invoke her forbidden edict, but she answers that Jin-sung is moving too fast for her to establish eye contact. Ishin admits Jin-sung's unexpected strength has become a serious problem. Jin-sung, half laughing, repeats that his heartbeat is unbearably loud as he clenches his dagger. He again screams for the intrusive noise to shut up while launching another high-speed strike. Ishin steels himself for a second round of battle. The two exchange rapid, violent blows, water and sparks flying. Ishin parries one attack but is driven back as Jin-sung recovers immediately. Jin-sung, now fully merged with his savage form, advances with twin blades amid a crimson storm. Ishin reflects that even in his oceanic domain he cannot fully suppress Jin-sung's rampaging power. He acknowledges that Jin-sung has become terrifyingly strong as Jin-sung dives down at him again. Their clash produces another enormous shockwave, forcing Ishin to brace himself. Ishin realizes that if he does not fight with everything he has, he will be defeated instantly. Jin-sung closes in, intent on finishing him. Dora desperately swings a tentacle between them, shouting for her friend to stop. The tentacle slams into the water, disrupting the clash. Dora pleads with Jin-sung, reminding him he claimed to be Park Jin-sung, not the savage form, and asking if his promise to be her friend was a lie. Jin Sung, half consumed by killing intent, admits his feelings were genuine and thinks he should stop. Overwhelmed by excitement, he notes his racing heartbeat despite trying to calm down. Observers shout that Seon, Kim Il-jung, and Force vanished together in the light. Ishin wonders if Kim Il-jung and the fourth monster really appeared and even came to rescue him. Feeling guilty, Ishin grips his sword, thinking that he should have been the one protecting his allies. He slashes into the giant serpent-like enemy amid the chaos. Ashamed of his weakness, Ishin attacks again while calling out to Jin Sung. Possessed Jin Sung, eyes glowing red, appears and jokingly responds to Ishin's call. Jin Sung tells Ishin he is embarrassed that everyone risked their lives for him. Jin Sung then drives his blade straight into Ishin's chest. Ishin reels from the stab, blood spilling from his mouth. Standing on Dora's body, Ishin weakly calls Jin Sung's name. Placing a hand on Jin Sung's head, Ishin says Jin Sung has endured great hardship. Ishin gently tells him not to blame himself too much. Ishin promises that from now on they will help him, so he should not bear everything alone. Jin Sung is startled as something within him reacts to Ishin's words. Ishin orders Jin Sung to rest for a moment, and hurls him away wrapped in red energy. Ishin shouts to Dora that now is the time to act, and Dora responds in surprise. Dora surges away with Jin Sung, leaving a trail of red energy. Jin Sung, now calmer, calls out to Dora in confusion. Hearing Dora call him friend, Jin Sung is shocked and moved. Dora uses his forbidden edict to ban Jin Sung from using killing intent as an energy source. The narration explains Dora's forbidden edict, a daily unbreakable ban placed via eye contact that cannot directly kill but grows stronger when his true form is seen. Force is momentarily stunned as Dora's edict takes effect. Jin Sung writhes in agony as a bright light bursts from his chest. He screams while red energy is violently expelled from his armor. Dora urges his friend to snap out of it as the killing intent erupts. Jin Sung realizes that the frantic heartbeat is finally quieting, cursing the gluttonous presence in his chest. The parasitic entity inside Jin Sung screeches in pain as he clutches his armor. Jin Sung swings his sword, slashing away the remaining killing intent. A blinding flash signals the end of the internal struggle. The demonic armor dissipates from Jin Sung's hand as the corruption fades. Dora anxiously asks if his friend is alright. Exhausted and half-naked from the armor's destruction, Jin Sung confirms he is okay. Jin Sung thanks Dora for stopping him before he lost himself completely. Ishin, kneeling on Dora, remarks with relief that Dora's edict worked. Teeps appears beside Ishin, calling his name, and he greets her. Teeps angrily scolds Ishin for taking that attack without defending himself. She examines his wound and thinks it should have been fatal. Ishin reassures Teeps, while she protests that he will die if things continue like this. Smiling, Ishin says the situation is troublesome but tells her not to declare him dead so easily. As his chest glows with blue light, Teeps is shocked by what she sees. Teeps realizes in disbelief that Ishin's grievous wound is rapidly healing. The narration explains Ishin's Idea based on Admiral Yi Sun-sin, allowing him to rewind failures in battle up to 26 times within 24 hours. Teeps comments that Ishin's Idea is absurdly powerful, even letting him overcome death, and admits her worries were unnecessary. Ishin laughs and, conceding Teeps' strength in naval warfare, gives her some credit. Ishin asks Dora how Jin Sung is doing. Dora reports that his friend now seems stable. Jin Sung apologizes to Ishin, blaming himself for what happened. Ishin insists they should be the ones apologizing, acknowledging how much Jin Sung went through to save them. Jin Sung informs Ishin that Seon has been taken away by Kim Il-jung. Ishin confirms he means Seon the White Jade Goblin and realizes that is why Jin Sung lost control. Ishin promises they will do everything they can to rescue Seon, but warns it will not be resolved immediately. Jin Sung accepts this. Ishin then asks Dora about the enemies that were outside earlier. Dora explains that just before he emerged, his friend had already defeated the Reaper. Ishin recalls that the Reaper is the monster called First that once devastated Korea, then asks what became of the others. Dora says the remaining enemies can freely move as long as the inverted cross remains active. Ishin reflects that after 5 years away he is out of touch, but is relieved to hear the outside enemy has now retreated. He asks Dora whether they will be imprisoned in the deep sea again. Dora replies that he will not trap them this time. Dora states that he made a promise with Park Jin Sung. He clarifies that the promise was to join forces with Jin Sung. Teeps dryly notes Dora calling Jin Sung friend, joking that despite knowing Dora for 4 years she is not granted that status. Ishin thinks the conflict could be resolved this easily, then decides Jin Sung's desperation must have moved Dora. Watching Jin Sung support Dora's weight, Ishin silently praises Jin Sung for what he has accomplished. Ishin says he will believe Dora about the promise, and asks if Dora will now release his imprisoned friend. Dora agrees but suggests they first move away from the area around the inverted cross. Someone urgently shouts for Dora to look up. The massive fourth monster Apex descends from above, attacking Dora. Chepesh and the others curse as projectiles streak toward Dora's tentacles. Dora, Teeps, Ishin, and Jin Sung dodge as Apex's assault sends waves crashing. Jin Sung yells Dora's name in alarm. Dora is struck hard by Apex's blow, crashing into the water. Force, another monstrous ally of Apex, mocks him for stopping his rampage so soon. A narration window explains Daniel Seo's monster force, whose presence suppresses weaker souls and has the abilities of those who see his face. Dora is overwhelmed by the new pressure, exclaiming in shock. Force calls Dora pathetic while charging in. Apex continues to hammer Dora with powerful attacks, drawing pained cries. Ishin and Teach shout Dora's name as he struggles against Apex. Jin Sung, weakened by the Hayas, wonders if he should again use a scroll without murderous intent like when he fought third. Ishin reminds Jin Sung not to overdo it, reiterating that they promised to help. Ishin orders Chaepesh to take Jin Sung somewhere safe, and Chaepesh agrees. Chaepesh opens a portal and commands everyone to evacuate, setting the eastern coast as the final rally point. The suited agents answer the order and begin retreating. Force taunts that Jin Sung will not be allowed to escape even if this looks like a retreat. Force tells Apex to stand aside, claiming Apex cannot withstand his level of brutality. Dora defiantly warns Force not to lay a hand on his friend. Ishin reassures Dora that he is not alone in this fight. Ishin summons his legendary turtle ship to the battlefield. The massive armored warship manifests around him in a rain of light. A narration window describes the turtle ship as a top-rank Seraphim-class warship that commands 12 indestructible flame-breathing vessels. Force marvels at the overwhelming power as the turtle ships appear around him. Standing beneath one of the ships, Ishin politely addresses Force and introduces himself. Ishin declares his identity as Aishin, South Korea's naval commander-in-chief. He tells Force that to reach Jin Sung, Force must first get past him. Dora is surprised that Ishin has freed himself from the earlier prohibition. Ishin explains he did so using his ability. Ishin says he broke Dora's edict by activating his power, which astonishes Dora. Ishin adds that his ability has its own conditions, implying limits to its use. Ishin then refocuses Dora, saying they must deal with the enemy in front of them. Force demands the human get out of the way, threatening to subject him to true violence. Ishin laughs off the threat, asking whether Force wants to be annihilated the moment he is seen. Ishin praises Force's fierce momentum but prepares to counter it. Force acknowledges Ishin as strong enough to trouble Kim Il-jung, yet claims the only question is the order in which they will die. He declares there is no future for any of them and prepares to personally judge their level of violence. Ishin raises his sword and tells Force not to regret those boastful words. The turtle ships move into formation, readying their cannons under Ishin's command. A narration explains the crane wing formation, where turtle ships surround and annihilate the enemy with purgatory flames amplified tenfold. Ishin orders a full volley, unleashing a massive barrage of fiery cannon fire on Force. Force is engulfed in flames, grunting in pain under the bombardment. Emerging from the inferno, Force concedes the violence is impressive but insufficient. He charges forward again, declaring that the attack cannot stop him. Ishin notes that surviving such a concentrated barrage proves Force's terrifying durability. Ishin adds that Force does not seem very bright despite his power. Caught off guard, Force snaps in confusion. Suddenly he is smashed aside by a high-speed impact. Force recovers, roaring as he dashes through the waves. He curses Apex for interfering just as he thought he had won. Ishin, beside Dora, calmly says he was actually the one who blocked the attack first, calling Force a stupid lizard and finding Dora's presence reassuring. Force laughs, pleased, and vows to measure the limits of their combined violence. The battlefield erupts again as Force clashes with Dora, Apex, and the turtle ships. Ishin realizes firsthand that this overwhelming pressure is the ability known as Force. He recalls Jin Sung's earlier explanation while watching the ships and terrain being distorted. Force uses his power folding the ground, warping the terrain around them once more. The folded earth crashes down, slamming Dora and the turtle ships. Ishin responds by ordering another full volley from all turtle ship cannons. Explosions blanket the area as purgatory fire detonates everywhere. Streams of blazing fire lance toward Force in unison. Ishin briefly relaxes, thinking they successfully blocked the latest attack. His eyes widen as he senses something is still wrong. The warped ground looms overhead again, showing that Force's spatial attack continues. Force chants folding the ground again, stacking another catastrophic wave of terrain distortion. Ishin realizes that even if they block this strike, they cannot withstand the next one and thinks desperately of a solution. He calls out to Dora, drawing on their partnership. Ishin shouts that he is staking his life on Dora's ability. Dora reacts in shock at the trust being placed on him. Ishin commands all turtle ships to concentrate their firepower on Force's position. Cannon blasts and purgatory fire erupt toward the warped ground. Water and debris explode upward as the barrage collides with Force's attack. Force gloats that in the end Ishin and Dora were crushed by his violence. He laments how boring the fight was, noting that Jin Sung at least lasted longer. Force is suddenly ambushed from all sides by renewed tentacle strikes. Dora, still alive, grapples Force while exclaiming in surprise at Apex's survival. Dora invokes another forbidden edict, decreeing that Force will not fold anything today. Force is visibly affected as the prohibition takes hold. Enraged, Force pummels Dora, saying the octopus has finally become annoying. He pins Dora down, saying that if Dora had stayed quiet he might have survived. Ishin confronts Force, quoting the saying that one must die to truly live. Force sneers that Ishin is still alive but claims all his ships are sunk, ordering him to submit. Mid-taunt, Force suddenly realizes another presence and demands to know why it is here. Ishin appears standing atop a giant bear-like monster called Second and asks if this creature is one of Force's brothers. Second, the cursed celestial monster who must constantly eat meat, is introduced, currently restrained by the war diary and possessing immense combat power. The red dragon scolds the little bear monster for having been captured by a human and calls him useless. The dragon tells the human he cannot understand how Second was subdued and doubts the human can oppose him with that creature. Standing on the bear's head, Li Xin replies that would be impossible, and the bear complains that its summoner is being mean. Li Xin reassures the bear he was not summoned to fight. Li Xin orders the bear to spit out the item it swallowed earlier in the tower. The watching sea monster realizes in shock that the item from the tower is involved. The bear grumbles that Li Xin made him eat something he did not want to. At Li Xin's command, the bear opens his mouth and forcefully spits the item out. As the dragon moves in disdain, the expelled object shoots toward him. The object explodes against the dragon's face, making him cry out in pain. The item returns to and is absorbed by the giant eye of the sea monster. The sea monster tearfully greets the emerging insect-like friend, saying it has been a long time. The insect king reappears in humanoid form, calling out happily. The sea monster, overjoyed, shouts friend and cries with emotion. The insect king explains to his friend that they can now live on the surface and that neither monsters nor humans are their enemies anymore. Looking toward Li Xin and the bear, the insect king adds that even God is no longer their enemy. The sea monster begins to declare that their new enemy is someone else. It points out the red dragon Force as their current enemy. Force growls, recognizing the insect king as another apex being. Li Xin taunts Force and asks what the monster of violence plans to do now. Li Xin, saying his earth-folding ability is sealed, challenges Force on whether he can handle both apex monsters and him, while the bear asks what about him. Force growls again, considering his next move. Force unleashes a powerful roar or shockwave toward the two apexes and Li Xin. Li Xin and the bear brace themselves as lightning-like energy crackles through the sky. The sea monster and insect king also endure the shock as the energy spreads over the water. Force agrees to the challenge and vows to show the human the full extent of his violence. An explanation reveals Daniel Seo's monster Force has a nemesis ability that halves the physical capabilities of anyone who sees his face. Li Xin feels the suppression and realizes Force's ability unexpectedly weakens them. The sea monster tells Li Xin not to worry. The insect king prepares to act, emitting a sound. His expression turns fierce as he answers the call with killing intent. The sea monster confirms to its friend that Force is their enemy. The insect king, eyes blazing, declares that Force is indeed an enemy. He erupts in rage and power, his body shrouded in dark energy. A profile explains Insect King Lyak, an apex seraphim of insect types who can devour any prey he recognizes and left the tower due to disliking tasteless things, with unknown poison and vitality and enormous combat power. Lyak charges screaming straight at Force across the water. Force, fist burning red, admits he was careless before and prepares seriously. He launches a massive punch, insisting he will not be hit twice. Lyak focuses intensely as the punch approaches. He narrowly intercepts the colossal fist with his own strike. The clash explodes in a blinding burst of energy. Force roars as he and Lyak continue their high-speed aerial clash over the sea. Force notes that his nemesis-like violence should have halved Lyak's strength. Lyak advances ominously through a blood-red aura, undeterred. Another profile explains Lyak's proportional multiplier strength, making him the world's physically strongest being relative to size, so no greater strength can exist. Force, intrigued, calls Lyak an interesting small apex. He rushes in, saying he wants to enjoy the fight more as Lyak drives a blow into his abdomen. The scene cuts back to the ruined city as something falls from above. Two allies land safely. One says this drop height is acceptable. The exhausted Park Jinseong groans while Lord Teach supports him and tells him to rest until everyone gathers. Jinseong protests that simply waiting worries him. Teeps acknowledges Jinseong's feelings but says his body is in no condition even without the restriction. Teeps points out that even standing is hard for Jinseong. A narration recalls Teeps's earlier explanation that Jinseong's stab wound is serious. It elaborates that reckless fighting and a restriction on killing intent have prevented Jinseong's recovery. Teeps adds that his own idea would only be a burden in the current battle. A narration explains Teeps's vampire idea is overwhelming against humans but ineffective against non-human foes like Force. Jinseong reflects that Teeps, who spent 4 years trapped in the deep sea with the aid, must be just as worried. Teeps resolves to lead their members here and tells Jinseong to rest for a while. Jinseong agrees respectfully to Lord Seps. Jinseong blames his impatience for endangering Xian. He regrets that despite persuading Dora to ally with Li Xin, he cannot help them because he cannot control his powers. He thinks that if Dora's seal were broken, then he could recover and assist. He laments that the seal exists. Suddenly he senses something strange. He realizes his killing intent has returned to him. Wondering how the seal was broken when Dora is so powerful, he suspects something else is at work. Jinseong concludes an unknown ability of Salguidi must have unconsciously undone the seal and recalls that his idea manifests Salguidi's abilities, not just killing intent. He compares this to Seps embodying Dracula and Li Xin embodying Admiral Yi Sun Sin. He declares that his own idea likewise manifests Salguiti's powers. He notes that awakening his second trait, innate predation, suddenly raised his synchronization with Soul Slayer Fetus from 11 to 50%. Even so, he judges it insufficient against force. He reasons that if he can grasp the newly awakened, unknown trait, he might further increase synchronization. Jinseong decides to analyze his own idea, as he has always analyzed others, to uncover this hidden power. He recalls the ability called Madman he used earlier. He thinks about how that sensory expansion once overwhelmed him, but now he plans to turn it inward to examine himself. Surrounded by red energy, he prepares himself with the dagger. He pushes his killing intent deeper inside, expanding his senses without losing control to the idea. In his inner world he asserts he controls and surpasses himself. His inner journey shifts to a peaceful grassy field underfoot. Jinseong looks around in surprise. He realizes he stands alone in a tranquil grassy expanse. He wonders where this strange inner place is. He questions aloud where he has come. He deduces this inner space is a result of trying to probe his own nature to learn Soul Slayer Squad traits, and that it holds relevant memories. Yet he sees nothing and finds the emptiness as frustrating as when he was sealing inner world hell. He wonders if he entered the wrong place and how to exit if so. Suddenly the scene shifts ominously as something approaches. An inverted figure senses instinctively what will happen. Jinseong realizes that with each step he takes here, 10 years pass. He grasps that an absurd amount of time is flowing in an instant. Looking up, he senses what feels like 100 years. He sees a horned whale-like creature above him. Then he hears a hissing sound. A serpentine creature appears at his side, and he notes that neither it nor the whale seems ordinary. He suspects he is being asked to choose between the whale and the snake. He casually decides the whale is probably the better choice. The snake angrily lunges at him, startling him. As it coils around him, he protests that he did not choose it and tries to push it away. He stumbles and falls to the grass. Lying down, he finds the snake wrapped snugly around him. The whale hovers above looking at him, and Jinseong feels oddly pitted by its gaze. Annoyed, he struggles and tells the snake to get off. The snake hisses loudly in response. It tightens around him, making him scream and question what is happening. A system window appears showing his Soul Slayer Fetus synchronization at 20% as he reacts in shock. He wonders why the synchronization is suddenly changing. The display updates to 51%, surprising him further. His expression hardens as more changes follow. The synchronization leaps through 57, 64, 75 and 83%, making him realize it is skyrocketing. Racked with energy, he understands in his mind that the snake symbolizes evil. He concludes the scene is replaying how the Soul Slayer squad grew stronger through evil acts. Realizing this, he infers the whale must represent the counterpart to that evil. The whale's eyes blaze with light. It opens a radiant rift of golden light before him. Jinseong identifies this as the space rift type support of assassination, though it feels different from normal. The light tears the sky further open. A description explains the Soul Slayer Fetus assassination support ability of the Jade Emperor only activates when the world and gods recognize a crisis severe enough. Jinseong sees his synchronization at 97% and suspects this very rise to 100% counts as such a crisis. He exclaims at the sight of a sword emerging from the rift. The display shows synchronization at 98%. The glowing sword plummets toward where Jinseong lies amid red lines of energy. He realizes in horror that the descending object is a sword. The synchronization value climbs to 99%. The sword drives into his chest as he screams. A cut-in shows the synchronization indicator continuing from that moment. Jinseong is shocked to find the sword lodged in him but still alive. Instead of pain, he feels satisfaction radiating from where the sword pierces him. He notes that the synchronization rate has stopped at 99%. The snake withdraws from his body as Jinseong sits up. He finally understands that the snake represented the period when the Soul Slayer Fetus committed evil. Therefore the whale represents good and that the Soul Slayer Fetus was later purified by a god. He realizes this space is showing him the forgotten process between that purification and his own awakening. He deduces that the black sword now in his body is the key to that process. He grips the sheathed sword tightly. A red system window appears as he draws it. Jinseong understands now how he could release Dora's forbidden spells and other records. He realizes his ability lets him see others' ideas and that it erased the Soul Slayer Fetus's record from the world. He identifies the weapon as a Jo Hangjin sword with the power to read and erase others' records, named Record Erase. A profile explains Record Erase Downgrade, a hidden seraphim fragment capable of erasing ranks, and that it once erased Behemoth, Leviathan and the Soul Slayer Fetus itself, though now degraded and dependent on the wielder's mind. Jinseong states that he himself was the combination sword, or more precisely that Record Erase had merged with his body. He explains this fusion is why no one could find that sword, as unlike other combination swords that appeared after Satan's invasion, it had long existed hidden inside a human. He senses intuitively how to wield this ability. Raising the sword high, he invokes Record Erase with a command. Black smoke begins to seep from his clothes. He feels all damage to his body being erased, fully healing him. A note clarifies Record Erase backup trait, which stores the first erased record after awakening and can reuse it once a day, currently saving the healing of bodily damage. With the whale and snake beside him, Jin Seong concludes that the 3 traits of the Soul Slayer fetus are now fully awakened. A final narration defines one key trait as the Soul Slayer fetus's pride in never having lost to a powerful opponent, a contempt for the strong. The narrator explains that the Soul Slayer fetus's true nature is murderous and devours things, showing its ominous form. It is revealed that a god purified the Soul Slayer fetus into a weapon called Record Erase. Jin Seong, holding the weapon, judges that with this power he can fight his enemies. He corrects himself, thinking only Record Erase itself can oppose them. The text explains that because summoned ideals regenerate endlessly, Satan, who commands many such beings, possesses nearly limitless power. Jin Seong realizes Record Erase is specifically a counter that can stop those summoned beings from resurrecting. Gripping the blade, he coldly declares that anyone already killed should stay dead. He further resolves that killers must themselves die. Watching Record Erase behavior, he muses about its property of returning to him when released. He recalls that one fusion sword is already merged with him and that he holds 2 others, beginning with Sand Fairy. The second fusion sword is identified as Man. The third is named Record Release, and he remembers vowing Satan will never obtain the creation sword Rebecca. Back in reality, Jin Seong notices the illusory field cracking around him. As the sky shatters, he says it is time to leave and urges himself onward. Returning from the vision, he exhales, regaining composure. A wave of red power erupts around him as he fully awakens. Nearby allies panic, thinking Park Jin Seong is going berserk again, but he calmly asks Lord Seps to stand back. Channeling Record Release, he explains he erased the damaged records, so the erased beings should also have vanished. He then calls forth his summon named Bone. A massive skeletal hand bursts out in response. The regenerated skeletal dragon announces that the ruler of the shattered world has returned from darkness. The towering bone dragon manifests completely before Jin Seong. Jin Seong also summons Glutton, the snake-like idea, to combine with Bone. The bone dragon is confused as something begins to change its body. Delighted, the spirit comments that wings are sprouting from the body. A glowing core fuses into the creature as the fusion proceeds. The result is a new, armored dragon form, and Jin Seong recognizes this as fusion. A status window names the result Bone Dragon Ver. Kraken mode featuring Glutton, with a combat ability of 800,000A. Seps and Jin Seong watch the transformed dragon, and Seps remarks it now truly looks like a dragon. Jin Seong tells Lord Seps he intends to fly straight to Pyongyang in this form. Seps warns that even if his power has grown, rushing straight into the enemy's main base is reckless. Jin Seong argues that while Lord Ishin is tying down the other giants, this may be the only chance to rescue Xiao. Internally he feels an inexplicable certainty that he must head to Pyongyang right now. Seps relents with a sigh and offers to accompany him, but Jin Seong asks him instead to remain and assist Ishin. Seps admits he would be useless in a monster-filled battlefield but says he can help more in specific missions. He explains that his idea excels in rescue operations and mass battles, something Jin Seong already knows. Acknowledging this, Jin Seong agrees they should go together. Seps boasts about showing off his newfound flying skills while announcing over comms that he and Park Jin Seong will head to Pyongyang. Addressing his subordinates, Seps orders them to relay a message to Ishin and survive to regroup. They answer affirmatively. The fused dragon roars and launches into the sky toward Pyongyang. Jin Seong and Seps ride the dragon's head as it races over the sea. Jin Seong steels himself, vowing not to repeat past mistakes. As they speed toward land, he silently tells Xiao to wait for him. Elsewhere, locust-like monsters hover above a rainy city. In an alley, Bratislav Effect catches his breath while the locusts fly by. Effect reflects that he is trapped between enemies, and his name is revealed. Gripping his sword, he is at least relieved that civilians seem to have evacuated. A status window introduces his sword Calibulg, a Dominion-class weapon that copies the movements of anyone who has fought its wielder, limited only by the wielder's body, with a combat ability of 200,000A and a talent of nullification. Effect quietly admits he had hoped to see Miss Xiao one last time before dying. He unleashes a powerful slashing beam down the street. The locust soldiers react with enraged cries. Effect charges fearlessly toward them. While cutting through enemies, he narrates that unlike others who gain new ideas after escaping the mental hell seal, his own idea never changed. He recalls how overcoming trauma usually strengthens an idea, but he never had such a defining trauma. Confident in his natural talent and self-esteem, he wonders if that is why he lacked a specific trauma. He remembers that he escaped the mental hell seal faster than anyone else. Consequently, in this equalized, hellish world, he had to survive longer than most. He explains that in Satan's aura-filled world where abilities are leveled, endurance became his only edge. To live the longest, he fought harder than anyone. He continues his desperate struggle, carving through locusts on the drenched street. Panting, he thinks back to a figure he saw long ago and compares his current resolve to that moment. Suddenly he widens his eyes in alarm. A locust charges him with a devastating attack that distorts space. The blows sends Effect crashing away, weapon flying. He lies on the ground exhausted, breathing heavily. Accepting his limits, Effect mutters that his efforts seem to end today. Surrounded by countless locusts, he bitterly thinks of Jin Seong at what might be his final moment. As he resigns himself, strange glowing water begins swirling around his body. Fecht notices the raindrops converging toward him. A blue sword forms from gathered rain, making him wonder if this is something more. With enemies diving toward him again, he finds it ironic that this miracle occurs just after thinking of Jin Sung. He seizes the new weapon and declares that it is not yet his time to die. A powerful wave spreads outward from Fecht's stance. The locusts are violently swept away by the unleashed water power. As water blades slice through the swarm, the monsters cry out in pain. A status window identifies the new weapon as Rainbringer, a top-tier Ophinum-class sword that trades something from the wielder for a devastating, targetable storm, currently empowered by Fecht's sacrifice talent for easy mimicry, with a combat ability of 890,008 proportional to the cost. Standing amid water walls, Fecht exhales in relief. Collapsing again, he remarks that the danger has passed and half-jokes that perhaps a god truly exists. Someone approaches and says evacuees reported a lone defender here, but it appears Fecht has already finished the job. Recognizing the newcomer, Fecht begins to say who he is. The man is revealed as An Sungo, who greets Fecht warmly after a long time. The scene shifts to a safe house in the same rainy city where the group is sheltering. A younger comrade excitedly welcomes brother Fecht back, beaming as he serves food. Fecht returns the greeting, still teasingly calling him Sparrow Eyes. The younger man protests that Fecht forgot the real name he shared years ago, while Fecht notes no one ever used that name anyway. Their leader tells Sparrow Eyes to just serve soup quietly, which he obeys. Sungo infers that Fecht's return from abroad and arrival here means he is also heading to Pyongyang, which Fecht confirms. Sungo is shocked to learn Fecht intended to travel there alone. Fecht clarifies that he had companions when he left, but circumstances left him the only survivor. Sungo acknowledges the hardship Fecht endured to reach them. Sungo adds that their side has also lost many comrades. He recounts how they journeyed across Korea gathering willing fighters to Gangwon-do. However, Kim Il-jung and the third monster attacked their base. They ultimately could not hold and fear shattered the force, leaving only about 30 survivors. Another comrade explains that during the retreat the zombie unit brothers covering their rear were captured. Sungo admits they might have endured Kim Il-jung alone, but together with the third monster they had no chance. Fecht asks if Sungo truly believes he can fight Kim Il-jung, and Sungo calmly says he does. Fecht warns that Kim Il-jung's power was immense, doubting even Sungo could match it. Sungo says he would agree if the enemy were giants like First, Third, or Fourth, but Kim Il-jung is one he specifically can face. He asserts with confidence that Kim Il-jung is within his reach. Fecht admits that from anyone else this would sound like boasting, but from Sungo it feels believable, then asks about his next move. Sungo states they plan to raid Pyongyang and rescue their captured comrades, which Fecht calls reckless. Sungo answers that despite the risk it is something they must attempt. Fecht then asks whether Xian or Jinseong are with Sungo's group. Another man recounts seeing Kim Xian months ago while she was searching for Park Jinseong. Fecht realizes that means Jin Sung still has not escaped the mental hell. He concludes aloud that Jinseong is still trapped in that torment. Sparrow Eyes enthusiastically reassures Fecht, insisting their captain Jin Sung will definitely return. The others agree, expressing firm belief that Jin Sung will come back eventually because that is who he is. Fecht is moved by their unshakable faith, and notes how strongly they believe Jinseong will return. He smiles and says he also believes Jin Sung will come back. Suddenly scouts rush in calling for the chief captain, interrupting the conversation. A messenger reports that scouts near Pyongyang say none of the three major monsters are present, and even the Black Cavalry seems to be away on campaign. Sungo confirms that only the locust swarm now guards Pyongyang. He wonders aloud whether this absence is a chance or an enemy trap. Sungo then announces they will move toward Pyongyang's presidential palace and asks whether Fecht will join them. Fecht agrees to accompany Sungo as well. After brief thanks, Sungo rallies everyone and orders them to move out. The next scene shows their assembled force in the forested mountains near Pyongyang's presidential palace, reconfirming that enemy activity matches the earlier report. Sungo tasks Juri with collecting all intelligence on possible holding sites for their captured comrades. As they walk, Fecht privately asks Sungo a hard question about what he will do if the prisoners are already dead or mentally corrupted. Sungo answers gravely that in that case he will have to end their suffering. Fecht apologizes for forcing him to voice such a harsh resolve. Sungo says there is no need to apologize, as the question helped him reaffirm his determination. A shout comes that the location of their imprisoned comrades has been found. Jui asks if everyone is ready to move. The group, including Fecht, quietly steels themselves. Sungo outlines the plan. He will infiltrate the palace with the zombie unit to free the captives while Fecht and Jui handle the locust swarm. Addressing all troops, Sungo reminds them that rescuing the captured members is the top priority, and urges them to avoid unnecessary danger. He then gives the order for the operation to begin. The team launches forward at high speed toward the palace. As they run, Jui says they must buy time until Sungo's infiltration succeeds and asks about the coverage of Fecht's fusion sword. Fecht tells her not to worry and prepares Rainbringer. He then propels himself high into the sky above the surrounding mountains. The locust soldiers near the palace react in alarm to the disturbance. Fecht raises Rainbringer overhead and invokes its power to pour down rain. Torrential water blades descend across the forest and palace grounds. He remarks that at minimum he can blanket the entire palace area. Watching the deluge, Sungo's group marvels at the spectacle as they approach. They praise Rainbringer as dependable support, and declare they will storm the palace under its cover. Vec notes that the fusion sword is even more powerful than rumored, but only because he sacrificed his talent to empower Rainbringer. He warns Ju that Rainbringer has a drawback. He explains that while its mass suppression is excellent, enemies tough enough to endure the downpour will be far less affected. He points out such an exception that is appearing above them. They see a superior Locust commander flying freely despite Rainbringer's storm. Ju concludes this must be the leader of the Locusts, and they ready themselves to fight. The Golden Locust leader, recognizing Rainbringer as a fusion sword, descends and speaks. A status window identifies this being as Abaddon, a high-ranking fallen angel who commands Locust armies and boasts a combat ability around 300,000. Abaddon exults that a fusion sword has come to him on its own and that his lord will be delighted. Meanwhile, in the underground prison beneath Pyongyang's presidential palace, Kim Il-jung returns from reporting to his lord and comments grimly on what he finds. A cloaked man surveys fallen cultists and taunts the Goblin Girl for causing a mess. The Goblin Girl stands ready with her sword, protecting unconscious allies on the ground. She retorts that things have barely begun, refusing to be intimidated. The man approaches, complaining about her constant arrogance. He explodes in anger, shouting how irritating she is. The Goblin Girl deflects his ensuing attack with a powerful sword swing while carrying an ally. Surrounded by radiant energy, she declares that his corrupting words no longer affect her. He blames her resistance on that troublesome sword, recalling how it disrupted his plans since the bank incident. She says he has only himself to blame for not destroying the sword earlier. Her recently purified allies regain consciousness and weakly call out to her. He realizes even those he had driven mad have recovered their sanity. Admitting his carelessness, he asks if she intends to drag this standoff out for days. She answers she would rather die fighting than become his toy and at least can stall him here. He scoffs at the idea that holding him, Kim Il-jung, in place could benefit anyone, while she insists it does. Surprised, he waits for her explanation. She points out he cannot bind or torture them now, so she demands to know why he has not simply killed them. She reasons he keeps her alive as a valuable hostage and also to conserve his strength. Putting this together, she concludes that Jinseong must have safely entered the sphere and met the advisor. Kim Il-jung clicks his tongue, calling her a clever yet annoying Goblin Girl for deducing so much. He then notes that she is also in trouble, questioning why she did not use the sword's purification earlier. He recalls how she never used the sword to remove his curses in China, probing its limitations. He infers the sword cannot purify while performing any other action. He points out that instead of escaping, she stayed behind to purify her two comrades. The two men realize her risk was for their sakes and apologize guiltily. She urges her husband's friends to trust only her as they steel themselves. Amused by their resolve, Kim Il-jung offers to reveal one more fact. He informs her that the monstrous fourth force has been sent back to attack Park Jin-sung. Smiling cruelly, he says she clearly understands how terrifying force is and wonders how long her allies can last. He frames the situation as a race between Jin-sung's arrival and the Goblin Girl's eventual collapse. Calling it exciting, he prepares a large hammer-like weapon as one of his beasts rushes in. Startled by a report, he demands to know what is happening from his subordinate. Seeing the panicked messenger, the Goblin Girl guesses that their captain might have arrived. She reasons it is still too early for Jin-sung or the advisor to be there, but senses an opening in Kim Il-jung's agitation. She mocks that he must depart immediately to deal with the intruder and asks what he plans to do. She threatens that if he leaves, she will kill the two young men beside her. Grinding his teeth, he calls her bold but is clearly frustrated. He decides he cannot ignore intruders inside the palace, and she realizes someone dangerous other than Jin-sung has come. Regretful he will not witness her death himself, he starts activating the hammer. Kim Il-jung unleashes a barrage of devastating energy from the weapon despite her threat. He evokes the past bank incident again as he grins menacingly at her. As the ceiling cracks and collapses from his attack, she curses Kim Il-jung. His voice echoes that if she survives being buried, they will meet again. As debris rains down, he coldly calls out to the Goblin Girl one last time. She responds by summoning her armored idea to shield herself and the men from the falling rubble. Exhaling, she wonders if she pushed him too far. They see the entrance completely sealed by collapsed stone. She laments that a sand ferry would have been perfect to dig them out. Resolving not to dwell on regrets, she says they must escape quickly to assist whoever is fighting outside. The two men volunteer to handle the digging themselves, surprising her. They insist this kind of labor suits the zombie unit and tell her to rest while their hands glow with power. As they manifest unstable daggers, they react in confusion to the changed weapons. She notes their corruption is gone but their ideas are unstable from lingering mental damage and moves to take over. Instead, the two men charge the rockfall, roaring as they attack with their daggers. Watching their futile blows, she says those unstable daggers will never break through. She tells them she understands their feelings but asks them to let her handle the task. One man recalls when he and his partner were deceived into attacking her on a rooftop. She remembers easily defeating them back then. They remind her of her old advice to stop whining about low idea rank and learn from new recruits like Jin-sung, whom they idolize. They declare they never wanted Jinsung's idea, only his indomitable spirit. Yelling that they will not give up, they pour that spirit into their swings. They shout that it does not matter what their ideas look like as they keep attacking. As they proclaim they stand above their ideas, their power finally surges. Their combined strike blasts open the blocked entrance in a flash of blue light. Astonished, they see their daggers transform into more defined, powerful shapes. Realizing the new forms match their original ideas, they marvel that the weapons are now stronger. She explains that their mental growth has restored and even enhanced their ideas. Overwhelmed, they tremble before breaking into delighted laughter. Fired up, they shout that they can now dig much better and dash back to the rubble. She agrees to leave the digging to them while she recuperates, and they enthusiastically accept. Watching them work, she thinks Jinseong should see how far his comrades have come. She vows that she will make sure Jinseong witnesses their growth someday. Elsewhere in the rain, the locust-like advisor eyes Jinseong's fusion sword and wonders what to do with it. The Locust King Abaddon asks smugly if he should just take the sword. Jinseong coolly replies that Abaddon is welcome to try if he can. Abaddon analyzes that the fusion sword seems suited for wide-area attacks and poor against his locust swarm. He wonders aloud what will happen if he alters the situation and activates a new ability with his hand. A strange energy envelopes his locusts as some start to change. Abaddon rises into the air, absorbing streams of his own locusts. A system description explains Abaddon's protein consumption, which lets him eat locusts to increase his power up to a faction-wide limit. Abaddon cackles as crimson energy wraps around him, exclaiming that his strength is surging. The system shows his total combat power rapidly climbing with each consumed locust. Ju Young and the others realize in alarm that he is feeding on the swarm to power himself up. Jinseong tells Ji he needs her protection, while he prepares a counter. He states they must strike before Abaddon grows any stronger, and begins channeling Rainbringer's power. The team rallies behind Ji Young's defensive formation as blue arcs of rain-infused energy gather. Abaddon looks up suspiciously, asking what trick they are attempting. A water-formed avatar of Rainbringer appears above him, catching his attention. A focus torrent slams down, causing Abaddon to cry out in pain. Pounded by numerous water beams, he demands to know what is happening. He realizes with shock that the torrential rain is targeting only him. Furious, he calls Jinseong's tactics cheap tricks for the weak. He decides to simply move out of the affected zone and darts away. But a rain strike unexpectedly follows his new position, startling him. Another blast knocks him from the air as he screeches. Damp and wounded, he insists Jinseong only guess right once about his landing spot. Yet repeated precision strikes slam him wherever he flies, making him curse in disbelief. One more blow pins him to the soaked ground. Bewildered, he wonders how Jinseong keeps predicting his movement path so accurately. Jinseong answers that while he may have lost raw talent, his vast experience and achievements remain. Abaddon staggers under the continuing localized rain, calling Jinseong annoyingly persistent. He orders his remaining locusts to swarm and stop Jinseong. Seeing the swarm descend, Jui understands this is why Jinseong requested protection and prepares to hold the line. With glowing hands, she confidently tells him not to worry. She erects a hexagonal barrier around their group, saying they can handle half-destroyed locusts. Abaddon hurls himself against the shield, trying to break through. Jui commands her allies to intercept the locusts breaching the barrier. The others rush forward and slice into the enemies with coordinated strikes. Abaddon roars that these humans are nothing but pests as they harry him. Jinseong taunts him, asking what the so-called king of locusts will do now. Abaddon, eyes glowing, invokes his ultimate ability with the command to be gone. He bellows the command again, unleashing the full power of his idea, shouting a final "Be gone!" He triggers a blinding explosion beneath Ji Young's group. A system window explains Abaddon's bottomless pit ability, which erases a section of land so sentient beings fall endlessly while terrain remains. Ji Young's team plunges into the sudden chasm, screaming in shock. Falling into darkness, Jinseong realizes he cannot see the bottom. Abaddon, standing at the rim, repeats Jinseong's earlier taunt and prepares to question him in return. Surrounded by his locusts, he mockingly asks the talent freak what he will do now. Meanwhile, another squad reaches the basement prison of the presidential palace, amazed such a place exists below. They note that while upstairs looked modern, this level feels like an ancient dungeon. Their leader orders heightened vigilance due to the darkness, and the team acknowledges. A black-haired member confidently says his ability will handle threats they cannot see. A system window describes his eye that tracks trajectories, which reads kinetic energy and predicts short-term movement within his limits. Right after boasting, he reacts to a sudden reading with alarm. He announces multiple hostile movements ahead as he and the others spot silhouettes. The figures are revealed as grotesquely warped prisoners corrupted by filth. The squad captain orders everyone to manifest their ideas and begin the battle. The corrupted men lurch forward, confused but aggressive. The zombie unit unleashes powerful idea attacks, blasting the tainted bodies. Impressed by their leader's strike, the younger member rallies his seniors to charge as well. One of them cleaves a corrupted man's skull with a shovel-like idea weapon. Hearing the creature laughing that it hurts, the young man hesitates mid-swing. He stares in horror, shaken by the pitiful reaction. Another teammate brutally stomps a creature's head, forcing himself to finish the job. The shaken soldier calls out to the chief captain, who grimly says they cannot save these victims. The captain orders them to end the corrupted prisoner's suffering. The soldier repeats the phrase, steeling himself as his comrades stand by. With a battle cry, they fiercely hack down the tainted men. The black-haired member cheers on the zombie unit seniors and calls for crushing Kim Il-jung and Satan together. Suddenly Kim Il-jung's hateful presence looms behind him, calling them filthy brats. Kim Il-jung lifts his massive hammer over the young man, muttering how irritating they are. The young man recognizes Kim Il-jung and realizes he cannot react in time. An Sung-go steps between them, catching the hammer with his idea while vowing to catch Kim Il-jung no matter what. The younger fighter thanks the chief captain, who orders him to retreat. Kim Il-jung mocks An Sung-go for daring to come here after being beaten in Gangwon-do. Sung-go admits he ran away back then but declares that today will be different. Kim Il-jung's mind fixates on the command to capture as he tightens his grip on the hammer. Sung-go repeats his thanks and again tells the younger comrade to fall back. Kim Il-jung derides Sung-go for returning after his past defeat, while Sung-go concedes he ran before. Sung-go, eyes blazing, repeats that this time will not be like that day. Kim Il-jung smirks and says he is eager to see just how different the outcome will be. The enemy leader raises his sword amid swirling purple energy, vowing to uncover what is happening. The ability First Beast, the Blasphemer, is explained as a power that weakens manifested ideals by 1 tier unless their owners deactivate them, with resistance tied to willpower. Under the blasphemous power, one of the men clutches his head in pain while another panics that his ideal is being harmed. Realizing the danger, the silver-haired captain urgently orders his team to shut off their ideals, and they obey. Kim Il-jung, gripping his flaming sword, taunts the captain for lasting longer than before, especially in Pyongyang. Holy City is described as an environment created by a top demon where followers of the Reverse Cross gain a combat tier while ordinary ideals are reduced. Kim Il-jung mocks that all the captain can do is endure and questions why he dared to invade the palace with only that strength. The captain counters that Kim Il-jung underestimated him and launches a close-range attack. A monstrous hand swings toward the captain as he focuses on the fight. Kim Il-jung dashes in, forcing the captain to retreat rapidly across the courtyard. Kim Il-jung jeers that the captain's sole name is as irritating as a monkey. The captain glares back in silence, gauging his opponent. Angered by the captain's defiant gaze, Kim Il-jung rushes in with a furious sword strike. The captain notes that greatsword techniques are usually cramped indoors as he dodges another sweeping attack. Kim Il-jung's massive blade whips past, cutting through the air. The narration explains that thanks to Kim Il-jung's ideal, the great sword can swing freely even in tight spaces, allowing devastating red slashes. Another note explains that he also wields a beast-like mutated hand. The narration recalls that anyone touched by that hand in the previous battle was cursed, as Kim Il-jung charges again. The captain analyzes that Kim Il-jung's 2 hands combine unstoppable strikes with spoken curses, a major threat for his own close combat style. Kim Il-jung compliments the captain's evasiveness while preparing something more. He unveils blazing hellfire in his mutated hand, escalating the threat. The captain observes that Kim Il-jung can even attack at long range with hellfire, and information appears about his title First Beast's left hand, his cherubim rank, and immense combat power. Meanwhile, the zombie squad struggles to hold back mutants without ideals, and the captain worries they cannot last. The captain decides that with Kim Il-jung isolated they must stake everything on defeating him now. Kim Il-jung, flames in hand, sneers that the captain looks like he has given up. The captain replies that he has not surrendered but hardened his resolve. Kim Il-jung is unsettled by the captain's suddenly confident eyes. The captain orders the zombie squad to reactivate their ideals and block any other enemies while he duels Kim Il-jung. Kim Il-jung mocks the idea that the captain can beat him one-on-one and asks how long he has even trained since gaining his power. Kim Il-jung, confused by the captain's muttering, asks what nonsense he is talking. His expression shifts as he senses something unexpected. The captain's aura suddenly flares a tier higher, though he notes internally that it is not actually an increase. Kim Il-jung is shocked that the captain seems unaffected by the Holy City's suppressive effect. The captain explains that his training regimen always anticipates future conditions. Surging with blue energy, he declares he will now display the fruits of that effort. The scenery around them begins to distort as a new space forms. Both fighters find themselves transported into a stone coliseum. The must-capture, battle god ideal is described as a seraphim rank power that materializes the user's will to win into a private coliseum for 60 seconds. Kim Il-jung realizes in alarm that space itself has been altered. Purple energy wraps his mutated arm and blade as he suddenly feels his soul name acting strangely. The rules of the battle god space clarify that no ideals can be activated and all ideal-based boosts are nullified. Another rule states that within this space the user's body reverts to its weakest condition of the past year, while the target's body becomes its strongest. Kim Il-jung is horrified that the captain has reached first rank seraphim level. The captain charges, vowing to straighten out Kim Il-jung's twisted mind. He closes in with determined eyes, ready to trade blows. The captain rushes straight at Kim Il-jung across the arena floor. Kim Il-jung initially scoffs at the supposedly slow attack. A punch suddenly slams into his face before he can react. Staggering back, Kim Il-jong realizes his body can no longer keep up with the captain's speed. Racked with pain, he recognizes that being struck now feels like being hit with no soul name protecting him, and that his soul name has been fully sealed. The captain, bloody-fisted, asks how it feels to be on the receiving end when Kim Il-jong usually seals others' ideals. Kim Il-jong roars in fury and lunges again. The narration recalls that Kim Il-jong was a globally monitored figure and gifted swordsman even before becoming the pest. It adds that long reliance on unblockable and neutralizing ideals has dulled his pure combat skills. Humiliated, Kim Il-jong thinks bitterly that someone like him is being beaten by a mere upstart. The captain notes that with Kim Il-jong's ideal neutralized, he is little more than a punching bag and resolves to kill him now, stomping him into the arena floor. Kim Il-jong shields himself and screams as the pummeling continues. The captain seizes him by the collar, lifting his battered body. He draws back another fist for a finishing blow. The blow sends Kim Il-jong flying, screaming, across the arena. As Kim Il-jong lies sprawled, the captain stands over him and coldly tells him to die quietly. Kim Il-jong, trembling on the ground, admits he underestimated the captain's abilities and calls it fortunate he faced him instead of the Lord. The captain replies that even a school bully is not as vile as Kim Il-jong, invoking the Goblin Girl and Park Jin-sung as further victims. Shocked, the captain confirms that by Goblin Kim Il-jong means Kim Seon and asks about Park Jin-sung. Kim Il-jong, surprised they know each other, deduces Park Jin-sung has returned and demands to know his location. Smirking despite his injuries, Kim Il-jong urges the captain to hurry up and kill him, hinting that a soul name which seals another cannot last long. The captain thinks that time really is short, and decides they must use this fleeting chance rather than be distracted by Kim Il-jong's words. He resolves to finish Kim Il-jong within the remaining 10 seconds, while Kim Il-jong laughs that 10 seconds is plenty for his own plans. Kim Il-jong hints ominously that something will happen sooner than that. The captain begins counting off as cracks appear in the Coliseum sky. A gigantic winged leopard-like monster, third, smashes down through the ceiling, startling the captain. The beast addresses Kim Il-jong by name, acknowledging his call. The captain protests at the absurdity of a monster joining them inside the arena as Kim Il-jong repeatedly calls for third. The captain berates himself for assuming monsters could not intervene underground, and realizes they stand no chance against both Kim Il-jong and third. He narrows his eyes, preparing to act despite the hopeless odds. He concludes they must eliminate Kim Il-jong first, and rushes him again in a swirl of blue aura. Kim Il-jong laughs that it is already too late, and invokes third once more. Third's massive paw slams down, crushing the arena floor and knocking the captain back. The narration states that the battle god's time limit has expired. The captain wonders in dismay if they are about to lose the hard-won opportunity as third's footsteps thunder closer. Kim Il-jong smugly claims the captain's nullification power is useless unless wielded by someone like him, and says third will destroy them if he tries it again. The captain realizes he mistakenly wasted time, and that battle god cannot affect a monster like third. He acknowledges they should have focused entirely on Kim Il-jong, and that they have now lost the initiative. Elsewhere, a subordinate anxiously asks the chief captain what to do, and the captain explains that their mission was a rescue-focused guerrilla strike, not a full-scale battle they can win. He grimly notes that if they retreat now, everyone except himself will be captured or killed. The men despair that this might be their final stand. The captain concedes their situation is dire but insists Kim Il-jong still must be eliminated. Kim Il-jong gleefully points out that the captain tried to take them all out together earlier, and doubts the squad can survive third afterward. Third chuckles that the intruders are in checkmate. The zombie unit, fired up, charges while shouting that they will not yield even if it means dying against the big cat. A new voice comments proudly that these reckless fighters are her husband's friends. One of the squad members recognizes the familiar voice with surprise. Kim Il-jong realizes another foe has appeared and remarks that she has come out sooner than expected. The Goblin Girl, Kim Seon, arrives flanked by allies, drawing Kim Il-jong's attention. She greets An Sungo and the zombie unit after a long time, and they exclaim, "Madam," in astonishment. The reunited allies rush toward each other, relieved she survived. Kim Il-jong dismisses their emotional reunion and declares he will not allow such sentimentality. He tells them all to go to hell together, as he sends a deadly slash toward them. Kim Il-jong orders third to finish everyone off. Third eagerly agrees, preparing to crush them with an enormous paw. Kim Seon calls out to An Sungo as she steps forward. An Sungo commands all units to fall behind Kim Seon for protection as third's paw descends. Kim Seon leaps up to meet the gigantic paw with her sword. She unleashes a powerful aura charge technique to deflect the blow. The impact allows the group to escape from the pit, scrambling to safer ground. An Sungo senses that Rainbringer's reign elsewhere has stopped and wonders what is happening with Fecht and Juri, then focuses back on their own situation. He again concludes they must deal with Kim Il-jong first and charges him with renewed blue aura. Tackling Kim Il-jong, An Sungo pins him and yells for his death. Kim Il-jong angrily berates third for failing to subdue a single opponent. Kim Seon shouts for An Sungo to keep restraining him as she prepares another strike, enraging Kim Il-jong. Third counters with another crushing blow, forcing Kim Seon to dodge while still attacking. Kim Seon remarks that despite being called a goblin, she sees third as the cat in this fight. She activates goblin swordsmanship and charges with blinding, multi-directional slashes. Third is stunned as the winds of her technique begin to hit. Her repeated strikes carve across the multi-headed beast. With Ansungo still holding Kim Il-jong, Kim Seon declares that this attack will settle their grudge with him. Kim Il-jong, realizing how badly things have gone, curses the mess of the situation. Accepting defeat, he mutters that he has no face left to show his lord and resolves to go on ahead. Elsewhere in a cavern, a cloaked figure stands before a glowing book that demands he produce results. The book repeats its command to produce results, radiating ominous light. Codex Gigas is introduced as a mysterious scripture that slowly turns the world into hell and grants absolute power over hell to whoever can edit it. The demon before the codex boasts that more than half the earth is already under his control and questions what further results are expected. The book's voice relentlessly repeats its demand, making the demon scowl. He asks what the book intends to do once he delivers the desired results. The demon proposes that with the book's support he could immediately wage war against the heavens. The book only reiterates its order to produce results, ignoring his ambitions. It snaps shut with power as the demand echoes again. The demon sighs that it is the same every time and decides he will personally corrupt the world. Sensing a powerful resonance, he wonders why the intruders have not been eliminated yet. Resolved, he says he has no choice and readies his glowing red hand. He chants for the fourth monster to return, unleashing a torrent of red energy. A blinding reverse cross of light erupts as the summons takes effect. At the arena, Kim Seon moves in for a killing blow on the restrained Kim Il-jong. She is abruptly distracted as a reverse cross of light appears above them. Realizing what it means, she gasps in disbelief. The reverse cross shines above the Coliseum, signaling a new arrival. A towering, horned demon emerges from the cross, complaining about being interrupted but compelled by the Lord's order. He concedes that if it is a command from the Lord he has no choice but to comply. The fourth monster descends, roaring for everyone to be ravaged by violence. The zombie unit stares up in horror at the new demon. Ansungo looks on grimly, shadowed by dread. Kim Seon also watches in shock and fear. A searing column of red light slams down into the arena. As the smoke clears, Kim Il-jong stands again, eyes glowing red, empowered by the Lord. Smiling wickedly, he begins to proclaim why he, Kim Il-jong, is chosen. Revealing the massive form of the fourth monster behind him, he exults that the sight demands praise for the Lord. Kim Il-jong turns with a twisted grin and asks if everyone agrees. Shaken and clutching her sword, Kim Seon faces him, while her summoned guardian flickers beside her. She notes that her left arm has been completely shattered by the previous attack. Ansungo, badly wounded despite his aura defenses, lies on the ground and realizes just how overwhelming their new opponent is. The narrator notes that without Ansungo and the zombie unit, they would not have survived this far. When the brutal giant known as Force appears, the battle is completely overturned. Abaddon taunts Kim Il-jong for looking exhausted, and Kim curtly tells him to shut up. Kim Il-jong asks Abaddon what he did with the intruders outside. Abaddon smugly explains that he trapped the intruders within his abyss. Kim orders Abaddon to bring those intruders out, while Abaddon suggests finishing the current enemies first. Kim dismisses that idea as dull and insists the intruders need to be punished properly. Abaddon agrees to release them, saying with Third and Force present it will not be a problem. Abaddon releases the trapped intruders, who fall out of the abyss into the battlefield. One intruder realizes the space they were in has returned to normal. He reflects that the endless falling sensation made it impossible to even stand straight. Seeing Seon beside the giant monster, he's shocked and asks why she is there. He recognizes who the monsters are and begins to explain. He recalls that the terrifying beasts Force and Third were legendary monsters they had only heard rumors of. He concludes that compared to Force and Third, First was like a mere child, and his comrades call out to him. Accepting likely death, he resolves to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy before he dies. Kim Il-jong mockingly praises his determination to plan even in this hopeless situation. Kim asks Abaddon what punishment would be suitable for fools who dared invade their lord's Jerusalem. Abaddon casually suggests simply tearing the intruders apart. Kim rejects that as insufficiently cruel. He decides they must make an exemplary spectacle so no one ever rebels against the Lord again. Kim snaps his fingers, saying he prepared something especially for this day. He begins activating his prepared monster, stating that regardless of what he summons, his purpose remains the same. Fecht rushes in and attacks as a grotesque pink giant begins to form. Fecht cries out in horror at how completely Kim has abandoned his humanity. Kim proudly reveals the monstrosity as a work he devoted himself to creating. He reminds Fecht that everyone came prepared to die, implying their lives are expendable. Kim explains that since the intruders were ready for death, he decided letting them die peacefully would be wrong. With manic glee, he prepares to unleash the monster on them. He commands the giant to begin, activating it fully. The monster's power surges and distorts the space around them. A description appears of the ground herald ability look to the sky and the answer appears, which projects what the user sees onto the sky over a wide area. The power compacts into a sphere, preparing a massive projection. Kim Il-jong's image begins to focus within the projected sphere. Satisfied, Kim remarks that the projection works well and that he likes it. His face now fills the sky over distant cities as he addresses all his comrades, asking if they can hear him. Across the land, different groups see the broadcast of the captured intruders, and one group angrily recognizes the goblin fighter among them. Another city sees the projection effect lying on the ground as Kim builds suspense about their punishment. Kim says he assumed many comrades would be curious about how the intruders will be punished. He announces that the punishment will now be carried out, and orders everyone to engrave it in their memories. Park Jin-sung and Teeps see their allies in the zombie unit on the broadcast and are shocked that Force, who is fighting elsewhere, is there too. While flying on Bondora, Teeps observes that the enemy apparently has conditional teleportation and asks if they should head straight there. Jin-sung thinks that their flanking plan has been ruined and that Pyongyang's situation is far worse than expected. Teeps tells Park Jin-sung to look in another direction, indicating incoming forces. They see an enemy cavalry unit returning toward Pyongyang. Jin-sung concludes that after raiding another area, this army is now returning to Pyongyang, showing the enemy has both giant monsters and organized troops. He worries that if the forces reach Pyongyang, rescuing their companions will become even harder. Teeps decides they have no choice and prepares to act alone. She declares that she will take care of the cavalry herself. Before flying off, Teeps tells Park Jin-sung she will meet him in Pyongyang. Jin-sung yells after her as she dives toward the cavalry. Teeps streaks through the sky like a red comet toward the mounted enemies. Landing before the cavalry, she says that she can finally play her role. Standing in their path, Teeps proclaims that from this point onward passage is forbidden. She summons her own monstrous servants and orders them to advance. Her summoned monsters clash violently with the enemy cavalry. Above, Bondora prepares to unleash a rain of shadowy forces toward the battlefield. Jin-sung thanks Teeps for handling the cavalry. He rouses Bondora, urging it to fly to Pyongyang before it is too late. Bondora blasts forward at full speed while the sky-projected Kim continues his speech. Back at the academy, Kim Il-jong announces to the intruders that he will spare exactly one person if the rest fight each other to the death. Fecht bitterly notes that Kim is utterly looking down on them. Fecht refuses the offer, saying they did not come this far to betray comrades and will fight together until death. He laughs mockingly, prompting Kim to ask what he finds so funny. Kim says he wanted the world to hear that brave resolve and vows to make Fecht regret not dying quickly. Fecht focuses his power and calls on his ability Rainbringer. He summons dark storm clouds overhead, surprising Kim. Torrential rain pounds directly onto Kim Il-jong. Drenched, Kim fumes that he is being humiliated in front of his comrades. He transforms his arm into a monstrous, dark limb, asking if he really has to accept such an insult. He blocks Fecht's fiery thrust with his transformed arm. Fecht is surprised that his attack, which he expected to be weak, injured Kim so easily. He decides their priority is to buy time for Xian and Ansungo to recover. Fecht unleashes his Nabenhut, tail technique, sending rapid sword slashes at Kim. Kim admiringly calls Fecht's fencing sharp and swift. Then he grins and tells Fecht he is mistaken about something. Fecht asks what Kim means by that. Before he can react, something hits him from the side. Fecht is violently hurled away by Force's massive hand. Force reminds everyone that only he is allowed to move freely. Shaken, Fecht realizes the overwhelming power Kim wields with just a finger snap and calls him a monster far beyond First. Nonetheless, Fecht insists they cannot fall yet. Force dismisses Fecht's struggles as useless and smashes him again. Beaten, Fecht still forces himself up, saying he is not finished. He cries that he can still fight on. Force replies that the fight is already over and gathers power for a finishing blow. Fecht is sent skidding across the ground, nearly unconscious. Kim notes the welcome silence and orders Abaddon to bring Fecht over. Abaddon restrains Fecht and drags him in front of Kim, who prepares to start the punishment with him. Kim says he will deliver the first punishment and steps into a pool of writhing purple slime. He holds the purple mass and commands Fecht to open his mouth. Fecht struggles and gasps, trying to resist. When he refuses, Abaddon forces his mouth open. Kim shoves the slime toward Fecht's face, calling it the Lord's mercy and ordering him to swallow. Kim smiles cruelly, saying he looks forward to watching Fecht go insane. Fecht desperately turns his head, trying to avoid the substance. He screams in agony as the slime starts affecting him. Delighted by the scream, Kim tells Abaddon to feed the intruders more of the substance. Xian hears Fecht scream and, enraged, calls out his name. She charges at Kim Il-jong, demanding that he stop. Kim calls her a persistent goblin girl. Kim orders Force, whom he calls forth, to stop Xian's advance. Xian activates her goblin swordsmanship to confront Force. She unleashes a series of high-speed slashes against the giant's body. Force admits the attack is better than Fecht's but still unsatisfying. Xian yells that such violence is nowhere near enough to stop her as she continues attacking. She lands and releases a powerful shockwave slash across the ground. Exhausted, Xian realizes that with that monster present, she cannot even get close to Kim. Kim complains that his comrades keep interrupting and once again tells Force to put the intruders to sleep for a while. Force finds the request annoying but prepares to comply. He raises one huge arm over Xian, ready to crush her. Xian looks up and says someone is truly late in arriving. Force pauses, confused by her words. Suddenly a green beam of power strikes Force, making him roar. Force recognizes the familiar attack cutting into him. Realizing who attacked, Force says the long-awaited opponent has finally arrived. He laughs with excitement as he faces the newcomer hovering in the sky. The dark dragon humanoid roars back from above. Bondora boasts that Force is now facing the upgraded hellish breath of the shattered world. Park Jin-sung appears within Bondora's wings, scolding his partner for being careless earlier. A system note reiterates that Salbwitty Agent equalizes physical abilities with those of opponents. Jin-sung now stands on Bondora's head, ready to confront Force. Third, the multi-headed beast acknowledges the new arrival, addressing Force. Force answers, and the two monsters focus on Jin-sung. Kim Il-jong glares at Jin-sung, recognizing him and realizing the tide may change. Jin-sung vows that this time he will end everything. His imposing figure is now projected in the sky by Kim's own ability. Elsewhere in the city, an observer on a rooftop notes that events have escalated even faster than expected. Another watcher says he is glad he kept track of everyone's movements. He resolves to repay a favor, charging power into his legs. He leaps off the building, telling the unseen allies to be thankful he moved first. As he falls like a comet, he thinks that this man will be able to change the hearts of all who are hiding. He lands and dashes off at immense speed through the streets. Jin-sung's projected image pleads silently for his comrades to endure until he reaches them. The runner continues toward Pyongyang, hoping his legs will carry him all the way without stopping. Back at the battlefield, the zombie unit cheers that their captain has finally arrived. One of them mutters Park Jin-sung's name in relief. Even the battered fact weekly confirms that Jin-sung has come. Seon smiles faintly and calls out Jin-sung's name as well. Jin-sung, standing on Bondora, mentally lists everyone he must protect, including Seon, Ansungdo, the zombies, Juri and Fect. Anger wells inside him as he clenches his jaw. He focuses that rage specifically on Kim Il-jong. Forcing himself to stay calm, Jin-sung decides that protecting his comrades must come before revenge. Activating Salbwitty Agent against Force, he prepares to match the monster's overwhelming power. A note reiterates that this ability adjusts his body to a level comparable to any opponent, no matter how strong. Jin-sung commands his sand-based power to gather at his weapon. He invokes the Sand Fairy, drawing immense golden sandstorms toward his blade. Two gigantic sand tornadoes rise around Bondora, bearing down on the battlefield. An explanation appears that Sand Fairy allows free manipulation of sand, limited only by the user's strength. Abaddon and the other enemies are caught off guard and battered as Jin-sung's sandstorms crash into them. The three beastly apostles brace themselves as a violent sandstorm surges around them. The priest rages at the destruction of what he calls the Lord's Jerusalem. Jin-sung's classmates are swept behind a rushing wall of sand. Seon is likewise pulled into the sand barrier forming around everyone. The narration explains Sand Fairy, Absolute Shield, which hardens sand into an impenetrable, size-shifting shield that can eject anything trapped inside. Seon realizes the swirling sand is using his old aura plate as a medium. The leopard apostle strains against the shield while the priest shouts at him and complains that even his power is struggling. The red apostle Abaddon is struck and grunts under the assault. Abaddon calls the ongoing violence annoying. The priest orders Abaddon into the fight, impatiently pushing him. Abaddon releases his locust children, sending the swarm to attack. Jin-sung, having secured everyone within the sand shield, declares he can now fight without restraint. Perched on his dragon Bondora, Jin-sung commands Bondora and Glutton to fire again, and Glutton eagerly obeys. Jin-sung summons Glutton in his demonic form, dark red energy coiling around him. Standing on Bondora's head, Jin-sung prepares an enhanced breath of the demonic emperor of the shattered world. The dragon unleashes a massive green blast. The beam pierces the sky and towers over the battlefield. Abaddon and his airborne locust army are stunned as the green column engulfs them. The beam tears through the locusts, disintegrating masses of them. Abaddon's body is buffeted and shaken by the overwhelming blast. The attack carves through structures and continues roaring downward. Watching from below, the priest fears the presidential palace will be destroyed at this rate. Another apostle yells for Third and Fourth to halt the devastating breath attack. Third charges in and is struck head-on by the blast, roaring in pain. The force of the breath continues to batter the apostles. When the light fades, Abaddon and the leopard apostle stand before a fractured, glowing ground. The Locust King hovers over the cracked battlefield, shocked by the devastation. He realizes half of his Locust troops have been wiped out. Flying into a rage, he vows not to forgive Jin-sung. Bondora watches Abaddon, now glowing with power, rise into the air. Jin-sung tells Bondora and Glutton he is going down to fight personally and orders them to stall the enemy. They comply. Jin-sung leaps from the dragon, descending toward the ground. He lands near Seon, who turns to face him. Seon greets Jin-sung by name and teasingly calls him a slowpoke. Overcome with relief, Seon says he thought they would never meet again as Jin-sung suddenly hugs him. Blushing, Seon stammers Jin-sung's name in surprise. Jin-sung apologizes and asks to hold Seon a little longer. He recalls a moment when he nearly lost everything and was buried in sand. He remembers someone precious to him and reflects that he almost lost all that was dear forever. Resolving never to let go of anything again, Jin-sung's eyes harden with determination. He tells Seon to step back while Seon insists on fighting as well. Red demonic energy bursts from Jin-sung, startling Seon. Jin-sung asks Seon to trust him and retreat for a moment. Xion senses Jin Sung's aura and growth have become incomparable and agrees to be careful and step back. The priest mockingly asks if the emotional reunion is over as he approaches Jin Sung. He derides Park Jin Sung as annoyingly persistent. Jin Sung calmly calls Kim Il-jong by name, his eyes glowing red. A dark aura encloses the area as Jin Sung tells Il-jong not to worry. Surrounded by writhing darkness, Jin Sung announces that this fight will be the last. He repeats that this will be the final time as his eyes blaze. Il-jong taunts Jin Sung for returning even after seeing his power in China. Jin Sung answers evenly, asking if that is so. Il-jong admits the atmosphere around Jin Sung feels different now. Jin Sung draws the cursed dagger Man. Il-jong recognizes the weapon as the Man dagger thrown earlier by a goblin and notes Jin Sung picked it up. He scoffs that Man's only effect is to drive people insane and wonders if Jin Sung plans to charge with it. Jin Sung activates Man, invoking its eye-rending power as purple energy erupts. He asks Il-jong if he has anything else to say while power gathers around the blade. Il-jong is shocked that Man possesses such power. Jin Sung tells him that if he has nothing to say, he should just attack, then blasts Il-jong back with a wave of force. Furious, Il-jong slams his hand onto a red device. Powering up a heavy weapon, Il-jong lunges at Jin Sung and shouts not to underestimate him. He swings the massive red blade downward toward Jin Sung. Jin Sung prepares to counter, eyes narrowed. Their clash detonates in a huge purple explosion that sends Il-jong flying. Il-jong recovers in a low stance, sword drawn and breathing heavily. Cloaked in dark energy, Jin Sung vows to repay Il-jong. He warns Il-jong that today's suffering will seem mild compared to what is coming and tells him to prepare. Terrified, Il-jong screams for his allies to kill Jin Sung. Jin Sung dives in with Man, crossing blades and forcing Il-jong to defend. In the skies, Bondora weathers a barrage of blasts. The Locust King grunts in pain as he too is struck in aerial combat. Above, Bondora and the Locust King trade insults as they clash. Bondora boasts that the Locust King cannot match a shattered world, style Supreme Demon Lord. The Locust King decides he cannot waste more time on such foes. He orders his remaining locusts to attack en masse. Bondora growls at the bothersome swarm surrounding him. The locusts swarm close and begin binding Bondora. The Locust King dives, determined to kill the salamander dragon. The impact sends up a blinding eruption of force. Bondora crashes into the ground, pinned by locusts. The Locust King vows to kill the dragon where it lies. Bondora retaliates, saying it is his turn now as he charges a counterattack. Suddenly some locusts are engulfed in red energy, alarming their comrades. Glutton screeches as his thorns impale and scatter the locust swarm. The Locust King reels again from the counterattack. He angrily orders his flock to cling even tighter to Bondora. Bondora warns that if they keep dancing around him, he will respond more seriously. He summons the armies of the shattered world to his side. The summoned dark soldiers surge forward. One locust asks in confusion what is happening to their comrade. The Locust King is stunned to see his own men among the enemy forces. Bondora explains those troops are the locusts killed earlier by his breath, and that he can even summon them now. The Locust King realizes Bondora, like him, is an idea-type summon that can revive by returning to its master. He concludes the real target should be Jin Sung, the summoner. Bondora watches as the Locust King abruptly withdraws from the sky. The Locust King streaks toward the ground, aiming to attack Jin Sung first. Jin Sung senses something and glances back mid-fight. Abaddon opens a bottomless pit beneath the combatants and orders Jin Sung to vanish. A description reveals Abaddon's bottomless pit erases ground in an area, causing only self-aware beings to fall endlessly until the terrain returns, with immense combat power. Il-jong gleefully commands Abaddon to tear Jin Sung and his allies apart. Abaddon mocks how long a human can last in a place where they cannot stand. Falling with Jin Sung in the void, the Locust King swears to kill him. Standing on solidified sand inside the pit, Jin Sung asks who said there would be nowhere to step. The Locust King gapes as sand platforms spread throughout the pit under Jin Sung's control. Jin Sung composes himself on the sandy footing. The Locust King convinces himself he still has the advantage in aerial combat against humans. A furious exchange of attacks erupts inside the pit. Jin Sung and the Locust King clash fiercely in midair over the sand. The Locust King is outraged that humans can move faster than he can. Jin Sung coldly tells him to do better, addressing him as King of Locusts. The Locust King staggers as Jin Sung presses his assault across the sand spiral. Realizing his forces are dwindling, the Locust King reluctantly activates his ultimate ability, Protein Consume. Jin Sung answers that he cannot allow that and manipulates the sand again. Sand wraps around the Locust King's arm and body, disrupting his spell and enraging him. With Man glowing, Jin Sung calmly proposes they finish the battle. He launches a blazing triangular barrage that tears through the pit toward the Locust King. The Locust King roars and counters, but Jin Sung's attack overwhelms him. When the dust settles, the Locust King lies severed, his body in pieces before Jin Sung. Despite being dismembered, he screams that he will not die until he sees his lord's paradise. As he threatens judgment if he ever revives, a blade of light impales his forehead. Holding a staff-like weapon, Jin Sung calmly states there will be no next time. He invokes record release to erase the Locust King's very existence. The Locust King shrieks in agony as his essence begins to unravel. In disbelief, he feels one of his senses snap and realizes something vital is gone. Jin Sung confirms that the blow erased it. He explains that what has been cut is the connection between the Locust King and Satan. Jin Sung thanks him for recklessly charging first, saying Locust Creation and the pit were the main obstacles against their force. The Locust King trembles in horror as his link fades. He screams in denial as his form is completely erased. Elsewhere, a distant blue entity reacts in shock to the severed connection. Back on the surface, Iljong is blinded by a sudden burst of light. Shielding his eyes, he demands to know what just happened. The Red Apostle observes that Abaddon has taken a hit. Iljong curses Abaddon for letting his guard down and vows to scold him if he revives. The Leopard Apostle asks Iljong if he cannot feel what has changed. He explains that the link between Abaddon and their lord has been severed and that Abaddon is completely annihilated. Iljong is stunned by this revelation. The Leopard Apostle notes the same mysterious power that destroyed the first has now been used again. Jin Sung lands amid a vast green explosion of power on the battlefield. The Red Apostle addresses Park Jin Sung directly. He muses about how many times he must challenge Jin Sung's understanding of violence. Jin Sung replies that there is no need for further changes. Smiling, he declares that this will be the final time. Jin Sung, now calm and composed, asks his unseen audience what they think. He wonders aloud if his fight is worth broadcasting to everyone. Bondora flies back and anxiously checks whether his contractor is safe. Jin Sung scolds Bondora for not holding off the locusts properly, and Bondora apologizes, saying the gnats swarmed him. Glutton assures Jin Sung not to worry, reporting that most locusts have been eliminated and the survivors are falling under his control. Jin Sung praises Bondora's side for a job well done, noting that they have neutralized the enemy's numerical advantage. The armored students note that Xiaon and the senior group have successfully retreated to safety. Kim Il-jong curses Park Jin Sung in anger as he steadies himself. Il-jong, unwilling to desecrate Jerusalem, decides he must still use a forbidden power. Declaring he has no choice, Il-jong raises a darkly transformed arm and unleashes ominous energy. Dark clouds churn as his power gathers overhead. He commands his spell to incinerate everyone, raining massive fireballs down on the battlefield. Jin Sung calmly grips his sword, preparing to respond. Jin Sung invokes an ability called Sand Fairy and begins gathering vast amounts of sand into the air. The swirling sand collides with the incoming fireballs, disrupting the bombardment. Il-jong, frustrated, sees his flames blocked by the sandstorm. Jin Sung tells Il-jong that the tactic which already failed at Houndy will not work here either. Il-jong orders the Red Demon named Fourth to stop watching and finish Jin Sung's side off. The Red Demon refuses Il-jong's orders and warns him not to command him. The demon strikes the ground with great force, beginning a powerful technique. Shockwaves hurl the three demonic beasts away as his power activates. The demon taunts Il-jong, saying he will now taste Park Jin Sung's violence. Jin Sung thinks to himself that the demon is brute-forcing a sandstorm. Jin Sung recalls that by copying Force's power earlier via the Agent Scroll, his safe synchronization with Saogwadi has risen to 70%, far higher than before. He judges that despite this improvement, using Force's full power would still tear his body apart. The demon declares the area quiet and advances on Jin Sung through the sandstorm. He asks Jin Sung mockingly if he is that afraid of the demon's violence. The demon issues the command press the ground. Obeying, the fourth demon manipulates the terrain with immense strength. A colossal slab of ground rises, threatening to crush Jin Sung. Jin Sung realizes Doris restriction has already been lifted. He reasons that satanic energy spreading across Pyongyang has shortened the ban's duration. Jin Sung's gargle-like ally panics, asking their contractor what to do. Jin Sung answers that they will simply smash the enemy and summons the weapon Glutton. Glutton manifests as a red blade while the ally screeches in anticipation. Jin Sung exhales, steadying himself with the twin swords. He holds the purple and red blades, readying a dual sword technique. With a shout, Jin Sung floods both swords with intense energy. Power surges through him, altering his appearance in a blinding flare. A violent aura erupts around Jin Sung as he fully activates the twin blades. The demon observes that Jin Sung has produced a grotesque, self-wounding kind of violence. A system message identifies Glutton as a slightly strange divine sword fusion. Energy coils tighter around Jin Sung's hand as he fully fuses with Glutton. The description explains that Glutton, the devouring sword, traps its owner's killing intent, turns them into a heartless tool with heightened combat power, and the longer it is used the more it damages the soul and weakens them. Another prompt signals there is more to this power as Jin Sung's aura intensifies. He adds a second ability titled the Firefly that wants to go mad. Combining Firefly and Moth, Jin Sung assumes a mad combat form as his aura flares. Facing the towering demon, Jin Sung stands with twin blades while dark energy boils between them. Smiling, Jin Sung asks Force if he is afraid of Jin Sung's own violence, and proposes to find out. A description introduces Man-Man, a state where madness and self coexist, reversing control between owner and Man-Man and forcing the body to fight in the style the owner fears most. Jin Sung states that he fears neither the demon's violence nor his own. He confronts the giant demon within the enclosed stone valley, red energy coiling around him. A readout shows the combined power of Jin Sung's Strange Sword Union and Firefly and Moth form reaching nearly 2 million combat power and beyond. Jin Sung laughs darkly as the new power takes hold. The demon, excited, says he will gauge how terrifying Jin Sung's violence truly is. He charges Jin Sung himself to test that strength. Jin Sung rushes forward, laughing, blades glowing. He creates a whirling dome of slashes that carve through the air. The slashes web across the rocky walls, shredding everything around him. The stone floor splits and collapses under the impact. Debris and heavy rocks smash into the demon, making him cry out. Jin Sung peers through the falling rubble with a predatory smile. He begins to speak, preparing his next move. Enraged from being struck, Jin Sung vows never to forgive anyone who hits him and launches another flurry of attacks. The demon recovers and stomps forward, his body wreathed in red energy as he confronts Jin Sung. Their clash sends sand and stones spraying as blows are exchanged at close range. Jin Sung darts around the demon's body, leaving slashes and sand in his wake. Taunting, Jin Sung calls out to the distracted demon from behind. He lands another painful blow, drawing a cry from the demon. The demon curses Jin Sung as a rat while being struck again. Jin Sung notes that his earlier clean cut did little and wonders how tough the demon is. Grinning, Jin Sung asks where he should cut next to make it count. The demon vows to slice Jin Sung properly this time and hurls rubble like blades. He complains that Jin Sung's movements are chaotic as he swings wildly. The demon spins in a destructive whirlwind, scattering rocks and shockwaves. Suddenly he senses something wrong and reacts in alarm. Jin Sung creeps closer with a sinister chuckle, cloaked in red aura. Perched on the demon's tail, Jin Sung laughs hysterically. The demon yells at him to stop using such cheap tricks. Jin Sung leaps away as the tail whips toward him. The demon tries to smash him out of the air with a massive punch. Jin Sung reaches out and channels a black tendril from his blade. The tendril pierces the demon's chest, leaving a focused wound. Smiling, Jin Sung tightens his grip to worsen the injury. He then drags the cutting energy up the demon's body, carving a spiral gash. The demon howls as blood and red light pour from the laceration. Instead of fear, the demon laughs that this level of violence is acceptable. Demanding more, the demon charges again to witness greater violence from Jin Sung. Their auras collide in another explosive impact. The demon's armored chest is further damaged by the clash. He insists that the same trick will not work on him twice and throws a heavy punch. The blow detonates against the ground, creating a massive explosion. From within the smoking crater, Jin Sung erupts into crazed laughter. He emerges from the rubble giggling, seemingly delighted. Jin Sung notes that even a direct hit did not kill the demon, so he needs to use real power. Eyes wild, he exults that the escalating battle feels incredibly good. The demon suddenly feels his wound worsening and wonders what is happening. A narration explains that Salwadi's family trade, ICU, ensures any wound observed by its user never heals and keeps tearing open while they gradually learn the enemy's optimal movements. The demon realizes his injury is splitting wider and identifies it as the power that previously defeated the third. Elsewhere, the multi-headed beast roars in pain as old wounds reopen, shocking its summoner. The beast's master realizes the injury from Houndy is ripping open again. Iljong, furious at Jin Sung's multitude of abilities, shouts for the third to jump in and finish him quickly. Jin Sung's gargoyle ally descends, grandly announcing itself as the triangular demon emperor of Shattered Heaven and confronting the beast. Iljong rages that this trash dares to interfere with him. He tries to suppress the gargoyle again with a powerful curse-like command. The gargoyle recognizes the mental attack but remarks on it calmly. The command fails, and the gargoyle declares that the spell no longer works, startling Iljong. Another description states that Salwadi, as the origin of all killing intent, overrides any lesser mental attacks, always giving the user's killing intent priority. Iljong senses that oppressive aura returning and curses. The gargoyle turns to the gathered enemies, preparing to act. He proclaims that he, the demon king of Shattered Heaven, and his swarm will take care of them. Iljong recognizes the summoned swarm as Abaddon's locusts and is alarmed. As the locust-like demons dive toward him, Iljong shouts in disbelief. Nearby, the red demon criticizes Kim Iljong while continuing to loom over Jin Sung. Jin Sung rebukes the demon for looking away mid-fight as he moves to attack again. Laughing ecstatically, Jin Sung slashes the demon repeatedly, drawing pained grunts. The demon admits Jin Sung's violence is becoming bothersome rather than enjoyable. He decides to end the fight by overwhelming Jin Sung's violence with his own. The demon repeatedly chants "press the ground," triggering another catastrophic terrain attack. The stone walls of the valley surge inward again as "press the ground" is stacked multiple times, surrounding Jin Sung. A status window shows forces "press the ground" used threefold, totaling 3 million combat power. The demon vows to erase everyone with this overwhelming power. His entire body is wrapped in blinding pink-purple energy as the technique peaks. Another readout combines bipedal movement soccer kick with press the ground x3, for 4.5 million combat power, and the demon orders all to perish before absolute violence. Jin Sung, facing this empowered form, says he has been waiting for the demon to reveal that move. With a fierce grin, Jin Sung repeats that he has been waiting specifically for this moment. He calls out to the deputy, activating the copying ability at full power. Jin Sung targets Force himself as the copy subject. He commands the agent ability to copy Force, synchronizing completely. Red energy explodes outward around him as the copy power surges. The strain makes Jin Sung groan, though he continues smiling. He starts laughing again even as the ground beneath his feet cracks from the energy. Jin Sung says it hurts and emphasizes how much pain he is in. The demon questions whether Jin Sung is trying to wield a level of violence his body cannot handle. Instead of backing down, the demon approves, saying anything less would not be worth doing. He slams his foot down, further magnifying the impending attack. The amplified press the ground launches him high above the valley like a cannon shot. From above, he prepares to unleash his full power violence on Jin Sung. He dives toward Jin Sung, declaring he will test the human's violence. Jin Sung stands in a blood-red aura, ready to meet the descending blow. Surrounded by tearing rock and energy, Jin Sung channels force through his blades. His eyes blaze as he leans into the oncoming attack. He kicks off the shattered ground, propelling himself with explosive force. Jin Sung invokes instant acceleration and rockets upward. Their powers collide in a blinding, bloody impact. The shockwave rips through the valley, pulverizing stone. Energy crosses and carves through the already shattered walls. Emerging above the devastation, Jin Sung hovers amid rising blood and energy streams. The demon charges again for a final airborne clash with Jin Sung. Jin Sung, body torn and bleeding, shouts that it hurts over and over as he continues advancing. He leans toward the demon, readying their decisive exchange. Jin Sung yells that they should finish the fight quickly and rushes in. The two collide in another cataclysmic burst of light and power. The explosion spreads outward, obliterating the surrounding rock. Watching from afar, Xiao cries out Jin Sung's name in alarm. Iljong, panicked, orders the fourth demon to hurry and kill Jin Sung at once. The red beast Force hurtles toward Park Jinseong, roaring his name as he unleashes full power. Force exults that this is the pure violence he craves. Jinseong, grinning manically, says the fight is not over yet. He charges in, calling Force an omnivore, and clashes weapons with him. Narration introduces Jinseong's technique's slightly strange sword union, likening the fighters to a firefly seeking madness and a moth already insane. Additional system text defines his form as Agent, Force bipedal, and names the skill that embodies all killing intent with instant acceleration. Jinseong's condensed power explodes against Force's chest, shocking the monster. Force is stunned that his maximum violence is being overpowered. Jinseong laughs wildly as he drives his empowered fist forward. With cold eyes he commands his opponent to die. A blade of energy extends from Jinseong as he prepares the finishing strike. The slash cleaves straight through Force's body. Force's torso is split open in a bloody vertical line. Jinseong hangs in the air, sword extended, as the attack finishes. Force screams in pain, blood spraying from his chest. The grievously wounded dragon-like monster plummets from the sky. Force acknowledges that Jinseong surpassing his violence is impressive for a human but starts to add a caveat. Jinseong, missing one leg, compares their injuries and declares himself the victor of their match. Smiling faintly, Jinseong invokes the command Erase It Steeply. He activates the ability Record Release. Force, still alive, is shocked as light gathers around Jinseong again. Jinseong descends with his white sword, the power of Record Release surging. A system window explains Record Release Backup, which stores the first deleted record and can once per day restore recorded damage, currently saving physical recovery. Jinseong slams into the ground, causing a huge impact. Force, lying battered, recognizes the earlier light and realizes what it means. Jinseong brushes off dust atop a cliff, annoyed by the debris. He admits he thought he would die but stands restored, radiating power from the cloth-like sword. Force laughs that a monster of violence like himself being beaten by such violence makes their score 1 draw and 1 loss. He tallies their past encounters and accepts the current defeat. Jinseong answers that their shared record ends here. Force laments that using his full strength backfired and asks if Jinseong has any last words. Force sneers that true violence does not allow last words but forces them. Jinseong replies that he will forcibly draw out Force's own last words instead, prompting Force to ask what they would be. Jinseong, tightening his grip on his dagger, tells Force to squeal as he dies. Elsewhere, an ally shouts at his comrade Forth not to give up while clashing with enemy monsters. The beast companion facing Bonehead worries Force may lose but, encouraged by its contractor's momentum, resolves to finish its own battle. The injured multi-headed beast curses its unrecovered body for holding it back. Bonehead complains that his foe's excuses are loud and reminiscent of Jinseong. Bonehead then brutally slams his opponent, ordering it to accept defeat while it howls. Surrounded by enemies, Kim Il-jong curses the appearance of a third-rank monster. Besieged by locust-like creatures, another fighter yells at the swarm to get lost. Bonehead activates his skill Execute without falsehood guillotine. A spectral guillotine beheads a locust instantly in a spray of blood. Multiple guillotines drop, decimating the locust swarm around Kim Il-jong. A system window explains guillotine as a world-world execution that targets any visible being and whose power scales with the user. Watching from the academy steps, Satan calls the spectacle pathetic. He appears fully, radiating ominous red energy with sword in hand. Satan's eyes blaze as he says the situation is extremely displeasing. The summoned beasts and allies notice Satan and speculate that after defeating Abaddon, he must have absorbed the locust horde. Kim Il-jong growls uneasily as he faces the newly arrived overlord. Kim Il-jong charges Satan, who silently notes the attack. Satan, annoyed, raises his glowing blade and begins to respond. With a casual motion, he triggers guillotine again, spraying blood from another victim. He coldly tells his foes not to bother him. Countless pink guillotines manifest around the remaining locust monsters. In the sky above, those guillotines turn into crimson rifts, foreshadowing a larger attack. Jinseong, watching from afar, is shaken that Satan instantly erased Bonehead and the entire horde. Satan rebukes Kim Il-jong for his incompetence, and orders him to reflect, while Kim kneels and apologizes. Satan then greets Force, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. He teases Jinseong, asking if the human is nervous because he has gone quiet. Jinseong retorts that Satan should be the one nervous. Jinseong decides internally to eliminate Force first, and dives at the wounded monster. Mid-attack, he senses something as pink energy drops around him. A giant guillotine appears between Jinseong and Force, thwarting his strike. Satan observes and correctly identifies Jinseong's ability as record erasure. Guillotines shoot in multiple directions, forcing Jinseong to block while Force also lashes out. Jinseong is driven back by the combined assault, grunting in pain. Rallying, he calls forth his dagger glutton to continue the fight. Satan decides Jinseong is the bigger threat and declares he will take care of him first. Satan begins an incantation, channeling pink energy with the word execute. He escalates to absolute execution order, maximizing guillotine's power. Chains and glowing sigils of this order begin to form in midair. A system window explains absolute execution order as a guillotine that guarantees death once its shackles bind the target's neck and wrists. Jinseong quickly deduces that if the shackles cannot bind his neck and wrists, the execution cannot activate. He resolves to guard those points while closing in through the storm of chains. Satan remarks that Jinseong is paying for injuring Force as magic circles bloom beneath them. Jinseong curses the sheer number of shackles hemming him in. As he tries to cut them away, one latches onto record erasure, startling him. He wonders why his erasure sword is being affected by the chains. Satan, binding him from afar, asks if Jinseong knows the legend of the creation sword Rebecca. Satan explains that Rebecca is an artifact capable of reshaping terrain, and that his 5 combination swords together summon it. He names the first of those blades, Raincaller, which brings deluges from clear skies. He names the second, Guillotine, which sends its target to execution. He names the third, Sand Fairy, which raises sandstorms with the wielder's strength. He names the fourth, Man, which turns the user's mind into fighting power. He reveals the fifth as Record Erasure, the sword that deletes all records of existence. Satan notes that each combination sword is overwhelmingly powerful and coveted by many seeking to gather them to summon Rebecca. He then reveals that all 5 are now present on this battlefield, though Jinseong scoffs at the claim. Smiling darkly, Satan insists it is fact, not rumor. He raises his blade skyward and calls forth the creation sword Rebecca. A crimson sphere forms overhead as Jinseong watches in alarm. Elsewhere, armored allies recognize Raincolor's presence with shock. Jinseong, now wreathed in multiple sword energies, demands to know what Satan has just done. Satan thanks Jinseong, saying his actions have allowed this holy war to reach completion. With manic glee, Satan proclaims that the holy war is now finally complete. Jinseong and Satan stand beneath a crimson sky as the ritual concludes. The energies of the 5 swords converge in a multicolored explosion. That fusion erupts into a blinding radiance. A pillar of blue light descends, and Jinseong wonders if this is truly Rebecca. The creation sword Rebecca fully materializes as a radiant, ornate long sword. A system window identifies Rebecca as a top-grade Seraphim-class Earth Apostle that embodies the will of the world and can summon both its ruler and its opposing being. Jinseong is baffled that a Seraphim-class weapon has only 100 combat power and seems unable to alter terrain. Satan explains that the terrain-altering legend is a distorted record and that Rebecca's true nature is different. He declares he will now demonstrate the sword's real power. Satan calls upon Leviathan through Rebecca, commanding it to slay Behemoth. A massive torrent of blue light erupts from the sword, rocking everyone around it. Jinseong stares in disbelief at the unfolding phenomenon. The backlash throws him, and he screams as he struggles to stay upright. Satan laughs hysterically, urging Jinseong to struggle harder. A blinding white flash engulfs everything. The eye of a gigantic blue serpent opens, signaling Leviathan's awakening. Its colossal, water-clad body surges into motion. The full length of Leviathan's serpentine form coils through the storm. Leviathan's enormous head looms over the battlefield, dwarfing all below. Jinseong recognizes the serpent as the one he saw in his prophetic dream. Satan greets Leviathan formally, introducing himself as the summoner. He invites Leviathan to join him in killing Behemoth and conquering the earth. Leviathan roars mightily in response. Satan exults that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Narration explains that if Leviathan kills land-governing Behemoth, the world's corruption will rapidly accelerate. Satan thinks that turning the world into hell will grant him the right to challenge God and win hell's full trust. Leviathan hisses loudly, its power shaking the air. Satan notes its approach with satisfaction. Above, a vast water vortex forms as Leviathan manipulates the weather. Behemoth swims within the swirling waters as the vortex intensifies. The oceanic beast behemoth is fully revealed at the vortex's heart. Jinseong realizes that both monsters from his dream were summoned by Rebecca. Satan orders Jinseong to die quietly and commands Leviathan to tear Behemoth apart to open the path to hell. Leviathan and Behemoth rush toward one another, beginning their titanic clash. The serpent closes in on Behemoth at point-blank range. Leviathan's attack smashes into Behemoth's side, shattering scales and stone. The impact sends Behemoth hurtling, carving through rock and battlefield alike. Jinseong barely withstands the shockwave, bracing himself with his daggers. He watches the colossal struggle, unsure whether someone like him can even intervene. Satan turns back to Jinseong, calling this Jinseong's punishment for helping summon both Behemoth and Leviathan, and vowing to end his story here. Jinseong dryly notes that while the monsters fight each other, he and Satan will continue their own duel, which Satan calls a brief amusement. Satan proclaims that when the earth dies of envy, the second gate of hell will open. Hearing Behemoth's roar, Jinseong asks in confusion what Satan just said. Jinseong clarifies he was not speaking to Satan, stunning the demon lord. Satan senses something off and grows wary. Jinseong realizes that Behemoth itself is addressing him. Behemoth bellows again, seemingly asking Jinseong to act as a proxy for the future. Satan wonders aloud if Behemoth is attempting something unexpected. Dismissing it, Satan orders Kim Il-jong and Force to capture Jinseong regardless. Under Satan's control, Kim Il-jong staggers forward to obey. Force, grievously wounded, nevertheless pledges to worship whoever now surpasses his violence. Both Kim Il-jong and Force leap at Jinseong under Satan's command. Jinseong hears an inner warning that the proxy of the future must not be used, yet finds himself questioning why. He concludes that if he wants to win, he has no choice but to use that forbidden power. Behemoth, glowing with light, roars in shock at Jinseong's impending decision. Behemoth's light erupts and surges toward Park Jin-sung. That divine light completely engulfs Jin-sung. Overwhelmed by the influx of power, Jin-sung cries out in pain. The shockwave from the light sends Behemoth's body and others flying as someone questions what is happening. Satan realizes Behemoth's light is entering Park Jin-sung and anxiously demands to know Behemoth's plan. A voice entrusts Earth to its proxy while Jin-sung, struggling against the torrent of light, shouts in protest at the responsibility. The voice bids Jin-sung see it in heaven, and his eyes turn red as he begins to change. The blinding radiance continues to flood the battlefield as Jin-sung's transformation advances. Satan concludes that Behemoth is actually God's will and that this will has now possessed Park Jin-sung. Staring at the light, Satan demands to know what Park Jin-sung really is. The light settles and Jin-sung appears, crackling with new holy energy. Jin-sung mutters about the future as he begins to comprehend the voice that called him proxy. The mysterious voice again calls him proxy while power spirals around Jin-sung. Jin-sung's body finishes changing, his appearance becoming calm and otherworldly. Details of his new robe and the energy lines indicate a full transformation. His long hair and glowing circuits mark him as a different, elevated Jin-sung. The transformed Jin-sung stands in white garments, surrounded by holy energy, as if descended from elsewhere in time. This white figure quietly remarks that this is how the situation has arrived. Facing Satan, the White Herald comments that it feels odd to arrive directly like this. Satan, unnerved, asks who this person actually is. The White Herald greets Satan after a long time and muses about trying to remember how to grin. A status screen reveals this being as Salwadi, a highest-grade seraphic herald perfectly synchronized. The massive serpent Leviathan glares down at the tiny, glowing figure of Salwadi on the ground. Salwadi addresses Leviathan familiarly as Snakehead, noting it has been a long time. Another screen explains the ability agent Future Proxy Scroll, White, which summons the user's peak future self when a crucial order is endangered. Salwadi cheerfully suggests letting his future self fully take over. The ability's rules state the present self is replaced for 3 minutes by the future self, who uses current skills at future mastery while future-altering information stays sealed. Seeing Leviathan loom over the school, Salwadi curses at its size. He dismisses Leviathan as noisy and prepares to respond. Salwadi orders Japsik into Kraken mode, prompting a screeching response. Japsik coils around Salwadi, forming a protective, glowing shell. Kraken mode unfurls into multiple colossal black tentacles surrounding Salwadi. Leviathan lunges forward to attack through the forest of tentacles. The tentacles slash Leviathan with devastating red strikes, making it scream. Salwadi sees the maddened Leviathan and calls it a still insane man while readying his blade. He again calls to Japsik as the snake-like familiar coils playfully around him. Japsik squeals as Salwadi rams his purple blade into it, merging weapon and familiar. Salwadi chides the overreacting Japsik while drawing out a glowing sword wrapped in its energy. The fused blade shines brilliantly, brimming with destructive power. Smiling, Salwadi announces the next step as he swings the blood-stained purple sword. He invokes a technique combining slightly strange divine sword unity with the maddened firefly and moth. Power whips outward from Salwadi toward Leviathan in a massive crimson arc. After finishing his preparations, Salwadi informs the serpent he is truly starting the fight now. Leviathan, wounded and entangled by white ribbons of power, realizes the situation is troublesome. Watching from afar, the armored allies admit the battle is so enormous it feels like a natural disaster that they cannot help with. One soldier laments that all they can do is stand by and watch. Xian stares at the transformed Jin Sung in awe and softly calls his name. Salwitty, still in Kraken mode, comments on Leviathan's huge size and that fighting while looking up is annoying. He calls out Bone Wheel, urging the skeletal dragon to wake from its slumber. Bone Wheel begins to stir, saying it hears its contractor's voice and feels strength's power. Fully awakened, Bone Wheel erupts with energy, roaring joyfully. Bone Wheel boasts to its contractor about gaining 4 wings and overwhelming power, while Salwitty brusquely tells it to just fly. Bone Wheel charges Leviathan head-on under Salwitty's command. Leviathan opens its maw to unleash a massive attack, but Kraken tentacles rush in. Salwitty teleports above Leviathan, taunting it with a question of where it thinks it is going. A tentacle lashes Leviathan as it screams in frustration. Salwitty, holding a bloody blade, tells Leviathan to stop struggling. Bone Wheel dives alongside a huge red barrier or slash forming around Leviathan. The red energy violently tears into Leviathan's body, spilling blood everywhere. As Leviathan panics and tries to flee, Salwitty appears below, wondering if it is attempting to run. Smiling in a field of blood-red light, Salwitty asks if Leviathan really thinks escape is possible. Leviathan hesitates and hisses fearfully. It gathers power and fires a colossal red beam upward toward a swirling crimson vortex. The beam punches into the vortex, opening a blinding pillar of light. Leviathan continues channeling the beam into a cube-shaped, vein-covered gate as it roars. Watching, Salwitty realizes this is how the gate of hell is formed and that Leviathan is summoning it to escape. Leviathan shrieks as the gate stabilizes in the sky. Salwitty flies up and declares Leviathan has gone far enough. Hovering before the gate, he states that it is not supposed to open yet. Salwitty declares it time for the snake to say goodbye as he prepares a final execution technique. A system text names this ultimate move Kraken mode for 100%, crucifixion punishment. Leviathan, terrified, hisses as the technique begins. A gigantic beam of punishing light slams down onto Leviathan's head. Dust and debris erupt skyward as the impact zone engulfs Salwitty's position. The wounded Leviathan struggles to hiss, barely conscious. It coughs up searing flame and energy from its mouth. Salwitty stands surrounded by hellish fire, addressing the snake. He announces that his turn is not yet over, raising a finger. Leviathan continues burning from within, glaring hatefully. Shock flashes in its eye as something worse descends. Cross-shaped lights rain from the red sky as Salwitty unleashes Kraken mode substitution. 100 million crosses falling from the sky. Leviathan's body is relentlessly pierced by countless glowing crosses as it screams. Now pinned and covered in crosses, Leviathan can barely hiss while Salwitty asks if they should finish this. Salwitty proclaims that the following is holy gospel delivered by the killing demon fetus. He calls to the Lord as he prepares the concluding part of the ritual. Salwitty asks the Lord to receive glory while gripping a radiant cross of light. The cross flares into an immense starburst centered on his body. The explosion of sacred light devastates Leviathan's massive form. Amid the shower of crosses and light, Leviathan wails unintelligibly. The narration declares the gospel delivered by 7.5 billion beings and again calls for the Lord to receive glory as the attack continues. Leviathan's body, scorched and shredded, begins to crumble. Satan watches in disbelief, stunned that Leviathan was defeated so easily. Seeing the aftermath, Satan wonders if the white figure could actually be an angel. Salwitty emerges from the smoke in a darkened, ominous silhouette, eyes glowing red. Satan immediately retracts his angel guess, insisting that being is no angel. Narration clarifies that this white-clad figure is in truth a demon from heaven specialized in punishing other demons. Furious at God for erasing records of this being, Satan invokes absolute execution in order to execute him. The execution chains rush Salwitty, who looks mildly surprised. Surrounded by the incoming chains, he only comments about how noisy they are. Satan is shocked that Salwitty deflected absolute execution order with mere energy, and again demands to know who he is. Satan yells that he wants to know the nature of this absurd power, and what Salwitty's soul, his idea, truly is. Salwitty playfully notes that Satan is now curious about his idea. He begins to answer teasingly, saying there is something about his idea he could explain. Then he abruptly refuses to reveal it, infuriating Satan. Satan reasons that, since God erased the records with record release, this being would not expose his identity and invites the will of God to face him. Salwitty casually replies that he does not feel like fighting. Pointing at the Crimson Gate, he says the gate of hell Satan desired will open grandly later and tells him to work hard toward it. As Satan yells, Salwitty turns away, saying someone like Satan is not worth using this power on. Salwitty advises Satan not to waste his energy and instead watch what God's palm will do. He adds that, for him, something more important than killing Satan remains, then walks towards Xian. Xian, stunned, quietly calls the older Jinsung's name. The future Jinsung smiles gently at her. He confirms to Xian that he is indeed Jinsung and hints there is a more important task left. When Xian asks about his altered appearance, he explains it is an ability called Future Proxy. He clarifies that he is Jinsung from roughly 10 years in the future, which explains his sudden growth. Future Jinsung jokes that he is now the older one and tells Xian to try calling him Appa. Xian complains he should call her Nina, while future Jin Sung wonders how many times she will insist on that by his era. Laughing, Xian finally calls him Jin Sung Appa from 10 years in the future. Delighted by the sound of being called Appa, future Jin Sung enjoys the moment but notes the situation is not fully resolved. He apologizes that his role as future self ends here. He warns Xian that Satan cannot be killed yet, prompting her to ask what he means. Bound by rules, future Jin Sung says he cannot reveal detailed future information. As his body begins to fade, Xian calls out, and he grumbles that it is petty to cut him off for slightly exceeding the 3-minute limit. A system screen reiterates the Future Proxy rules, including its strict time and information restrictions. Fading away, future Jin Sung tells Xian that the gate of hell will open soon. He admits his present-day self alone will not be able to stop it. Xian reassures him that he will not be alone in facing that future, and he agrees. Future Jin Sung then politely asks Sung Hoon to look after his current, immature self. Sung Hoon smirks and promises to meet this future Park Jin Sung again in 10 years. Future Jin Sung tells Xian he is returning to his time. As he begins to vanish, he starts to say that the road ahead will be hard. Xian, smiling, promises as his nuna to endure and tells him not to worry. Future Jin Sung softly responds in agreement as he fades. With a burst of radiant light, the future self disappears, leaving Xian alone. Present Jin Sung collapses back into Xian's arms, groaning weakly. Regaining consciousness, he asks Xian where he is and what happened to White and Satan. Xian tells him to look behind, drawing his attention to Satan's presence. Satan, enraged and surrounded by crimson energy, roars Jin Sung's name and curses him. Observing that Leviathan is gone and Satan is furious, Jin Sung concludes Future Proxy worked as intended. Hearing a screech from his dagger, Jin Sung realizes Omnivore is now in his hand. He notices the weapon's color and energy match Lunatic, and wonders why it is merged with Omnivore, guessing this must be another future ability. Worried Xian might be caught in what comes next, Jin Sung decides to move away and tells her he will see her soon. As pink chains manifest and he flips through the air, he remarks that his body now feels much lighter. A notice states that killing demon fetus assimilation with Jin Sung has reached 80%. Jin Sung thinks that summoning his future self has accustomed him to killing intent and that the lunatic omnivore blade now feels perfect in his grip. From Satan's perspective, multiple magical circles and chain attacks appear around Jin Sung, and he calls Jin Sung a blank slate with no records. Satan, accepting future Jin Sung's taunt, vows to open the gate of hell and inflict endless suffering on him. Shouting the command, Satan channels power into the Crimson Cube and forces the gate of hell to open. The gate's twisted interior begins to split apart, showing something monstrous within. Dark, towering tendrils erupt from the open gate, descending toward the battlefield as the next threat emerges. From the newly opened hell gate, ominous purple monsters begin to emerge. Numerous demonic giants and beasts pour out of the gate, roaring. A shadowy being mocks that the gate of hell has been opened. The white-haired demon introduces himself grandly as the fallen Morning Star and Red Dragon Lord. Another dark entity scoffs that this supposed Grand Duke is only a lowly lizard impersonating Satan. The shadowy lords declare the start of a great war against Satan's side. Watching, Jin Sung wonders why his future self left Satan and the gate alone and returned. He senses that the three figures near Satan possess power equal to Satan in force, enough to doom Earth if fully manifested. Determined, Jin Sung decides he must immediately destroy the Hell Gate. A system description explains the ability Prey Contempt, which lets its user perceive lethal methods to kill a target beyond this world's laws. Jin Sung knows using Prey Contempt will force him to retreat later, but resolves to act while his future self's remaining power still lingers. Further details state that Prey Contempt makes his attacks fatally wound the soul for 10 seconds, but then leaves him unable to generate killing intent for 10 hours. Jin Sung prepares to unleash all of his stored killing intent before that restriction activates. He plans to annihilate the enemies at full power within the 10-second window, cutting through demons. Satan notes that Jin Sung's intentions are obvious and orders Force to act. Force, a lion-like subordinate, answers that he will obey his lord's command. The winged chimera Force takes flight as Satan orders him to stop Park Jin Sung. The ability Monster from the Book of Daniel, 3rd, Force Governance, is described, making those who hear its roar instinctively obey unless mentally strong. Force vows to follow Satan's command even if his body shatters. He dives toward Jin Sung in his massive red dragon form, shocking Jin Sung. Force shouts for Jin Sung to stop as he attacks. Their clash sends Jin Sung flying and inflicts heavy damage. Mid-battle, Jin Sung realizes he triggered Prey Contempt too early and already lost his killing intent buff. Force relentlessly assaults Jin Sung, bones cracking under the blows. Xian sees Jin Sung blasted away and cries his name. Jin Sung struggles to his feet, badly hurt from the impact. Looking up, he sees Force closing in and feels overwhelmed by the brutality. Force declares the fight will end now and drops toward Jin Sung, who desperately tries to dodge. Another power approaches, shown by a dragon-like visage. A fiery blast slams into Force, interrupting him. A new ally laughs and hopes he is not too late as he arrives atop the dragon-shaped weapon. Advisor Ishin and his companion Dora appear, saying they came to help. Xian rushes to Jin Sung's side and he acknowledges her through the pain. Their bone dragon mount offers to carry Jin Sung and Xian to safety. Jin Sung and Xian mount the bone dragon, which takes to the sky. Jin Sung tells Xian they must regretfully retreat because their side currently lacks the strength to stop the Hell Gate. Xian explains that Jin Sung's future husband asked everyone, including her, to come help him now. Jin Sung, surprised, asks what she means. She chides him for not noticing and asks if he can hear the sound outside. Jin Sung focuses and realizes the distant noise is cheering. Overwhelmed, he reacts emotionally to the roar of support. Below, vast crowds of allies and monsters rush toward the battlefield. Close UPS show various comrades charging forward to join the fight. More allied fighters sprint in, eager to participate. Mass supporters shout that they came to help Park Jin Sung. Huge monster units and human fighters advance together toward the front lines. A furious enemy commander demands to know where all these vermin came from. One ally rushes ahead, declaring he will throw the first punch. He smashes into the enemy ranks with a powerful attack. Laughing, he continues his assault while the demons reel and another ally calls the noise bothersome. The Esper ally notes that thanks to their numbers he now has plenty of enemies to blow away with his floating stones. He unleashes his simple Esper ability, raining stone projectiles on the demons. He orders his Dukshinis followers forward, and the roaring beasts vow to crush enemy heads. The Dukshinis joyfully smash into the demons, battering them. Another ally greets Jiang mid-battle as he leaps in with green energy. Jiang happily declares he will help as well. He triggers a power that explosively converts his stored fat into combat strength. More volunteers shout that they are also going, yelling to help Park Jin Sung. The healer asks Jiang to ferry her closer to the main battlefield. He telekinetically lifts the rock she stands on, telling her to hold tight. The rock streaks through the sky toward the wounded. She cries out and calls for a medic as she flies, heading toward injured comrades. Once there, she begins healing, asking if everyone is okay and casting a Rise Up type spell. Grateful fighters thank the medic as their injuries mend. Their leader orders the zombie squad and Night Order to patch only urgent wounds and then join the support offensive, and they agree. From the Bone Dragon, Jin Sung and Xian watch thousands of people who came after seeing his struggle on the sky screen. Jin Sung realizes these allies must have started running toward him as soon as the broadcast began, far more than just their acquaintances. He reasons that someone persuaded many strangers in advance, swelling their numbers to over 10,000. That means someone orchestrated this support beforehand, making Jin Sung suspect who it could be. Cut to Dari, bloodied yet determined, running alone through ruined Seoul, glad she began mobilizing people early. Exhausted, Dari notes that the people seem to have arrived on time. She says she did everything she could and is completely spent. Collapsing on the road, she entrusts the rest to Jin Sung, begging him to end this hellish situation. Back in the sky, Jin Sung acknowledges that Dari's brief half-day connection with him became a huge source of strength. Xian asks Jin Sung to return the sand fairy weapon that she entrusted to him. She explains that her muscles weakened once Jin Sung's killing intent vanished, and that the sand fairy has been acting strangely since. Jin Sung decides Xian should hold the weapon for now, and she thanks him. Empowered, Xian rides wind currents, scattering enemies with sweeping attacks. She admits that with her current strength she can only prevent enemies from clustering, while Jin Sung worries about being useless without killing intent. Feeling indebted as everyone fights for him, Jin Sung strains to find a way to contribute despite Prey Contempt's penalty. He hears chains rattling inside himself, and realizes it is not Satan's power but something sealed within him. Jin Sung inspects his hand, sensing this internal restriction. He tells Xian to endure a bit longer. She fears he will overexert himself again, but he insists she just wait. Jin Sung recalls an unexplored ability called Murder Support, which can only be used in world-threatening crises recognized by God. He resolves to invoke this Murder Support ability now. Within his inner world he faces a massive door covered in countless chains and locks, hearing them clatter. He notes he luckily needs no key as he begins snapping one of the locks. Realizing he must remove all the locks individually, he steels himself for the task. He accepts that complaining will not dispel them, deciding to undo each seal one at a time. Outside, Xian observes that Jin Sung is attempting something internally. She hugs and supports him, vowing to buy time while he works. Riding the Bone Dragon, she orders it to fly toward Advisor Ishin's position. They arrive at Ishin's flagship and call out to him. Xian pleads with Ishin to hold out a bit longer while Jin Sung prepares. Seeing Jin Sung's condition, Ishin understands they must stake everything on whatever Jin Sung is attempting. Jin Sung remains silent and focused, continuing to unlock his inner power. Ishin accepts, promising to handle force with Dora and commanding his fleet to pin the dragon down. The turtle ship fleet bombards Force from the air as he roars in pain. Force scoffs that such paltry violence cannot stop him. He charges the human fleet, and Ishin taunts that the dragon is injured enough for them to take him on. Dora launches powerful water blasts to intercept Force. An insectoid ally swoops down screaming, targeting the dragon. This ally, Lyakar, the Insect King, engages Force directly. A description explains Lyakar's proportional multiplier, which makes him the absolute cap of physical strength in the world. Lyakar's blow rocks Force, causing him to grunt in pain. Force admits the humans' combined violence is formidable, but insists he fights for Satan's safety and cannot allow further disgrace. He activates a catastrophic skill called Fold the Earth, attempting to warp or crush the battlefield. Ground troops stare in shock as the earth itself begins to heave. Ishin orders all ranged idea users to synchronize with his next attack while others prepare defenses. The idea users follow Lord Ishin, vowing to block the oncoming calamity however they can. Jion complains he now has to deal with both garbage enemies and incoming rocks, telekinetically catching rubble. Under Ishin's command, all forces concentrate their firepower upward in a massive counterattack. The combined strike explodes in a colossal blast against Force's power. Force is stunned that the human's so-called pathetic violence has actually overwhelmed his own. Ishin triumphantly points out that this is the united strength of the human's Force has always despised. He rallies everyone to advance without hesitation as the ships surge forward. Enraged, Force charges again, shouting about reclaiming his lost violence. He glares murderously, preparing another onslaught. Lyca slams into him again, screaming to kill, and Force cries out in pain. A chain of explosive impacts tears through Force's body, sending him sprawling. Ishin praises Lyca and orders every turtle ship to commence full bombardment. Another massive explosion engulfs Force, flames towering skyward. Two comrades laugh that they will also go all out in this battle. One ally's eyes flare with stored fury as he prepares a dangerous transformation. A text panel explains stored fury stage 4 madness, which detonates a year's growth at once while driving the user insane. Another blue-haired ally activates his own growth type ability, grinning. Text describes his power that burns away fat into an efficient, highly regenerative body. Supercharged, the two charge into hordes of demons, shouting that they will power up like Jin Sung as they massacre enemies. A swordsman comments that the noisy battlefield is not bad, drawing a glowing blade. He invokes the skill Rainstorm, summoning a lightning-charged downpour. Thunder and rain crash down on the demonic army, striking them repeatedly. Zombie squad members excitedly decide to rush in as well. The night unit refuses to be outdone and charges alongside them. Humans and demons clash violently as the combined forces push back the enemy monsters. Watching his carefully laid plan unravel because of this unforeseen human resistance, Satan rages that it is unacceptable. He laments that the Hell Gate has only just opened and already his army recruitment is being disrupted by these small fry. Satan commands his subordinate Third to subdue the meddling rabble. Third, the multi-headed leopard beast, accepts the Lord's order. Third begins roaring a command meant to compel everyone to obey. Before he can finish, something strikes his mouth, hurting him. Third, shocked, realizes something is stopping his control. A human fighter confronts him directly, declaring he will no longer let Third issue commands freely. White Knight hurls boulders at the leopard monster, cursing him. Cian appears, joking about the squad leader's dramatic pose while joining the assault. She says eliminating the leopard was part of their plan from the start, as she readies her sword. Cian unleashes goblin swordsmanship, splitting into afterimages as she dives at Third. Her slashes rip through the leopard's many heads in a bloody flurry. White Knight follows up, bombarding Third with stone projectiles as payback for the creature's past atrocities at Houndy. The exploding barrage tears Third apart as he screams. Satan, furious at seeing Third fall, curses the small human attackers and calls out to his fallen subordinate. Kim Il-jung, enraged and empowered by dark energy, vows to rip his enemies apart. The white-haired swordsman and the bespectacled ally are struck by Kim Il-jung's violent aura and stagger. Kim Il-jung charges the armored leopard monster, screaming for its death. Another fighter intercepts Kim Il-jung, declaring himself Il-jung's true opponent and startling him. The newcomer grabs Kim Il-jung mid-swing and stops his attack with overwhelming strength. Holding Il-jung down, the newcomer says he will fix Il-jung's twisted mindset, while Il-jung curses his reappearance. Kim Il-jung breaks away and insists he will not suffer the same humiliation again, leaping back from his foe. The newcomer coolly asks if Il-jung is retreating and suggests Il-jung does not care about the leopard monster's fate. Kim Il-jung, alarmed, realizes the threat to the leopard monster. He desperately tries to block a massive falling blow from the leopard monster while cursing the situation. Observing from afar, Allied commanders note that Third and Kim Il-jung are pinned down and warn that the open Hell Gate will worsen matters. One commander asks the mermaid-like spirit Dora if she can act to help close the gate. Dora nervously agrees to try, rising into the air inside a sphere of water. She rushes toward the gaping Hell Gate, water swirling around her as she prepares a spell. Dora unleashes a gigantic torrent of crushing water magic toward the gate. She is shocked when her attack suddenly stops working. Strange cubic seals appear on the Hell Gate's surface, blocking Dora's power, leaving her confused. The white-haired noble warns Apex not to try anything and reveals they anticipated his gate-related ability. He explains that the Prohibition's power is enticing and orders Apex to stay quietly imprisoned. A demonic presence mocks the lizard-like Grand Lord for struggling and offers sinister assistance. The white-haired noble angrily asks if the other nobles truly do not care that the Hell Gate might close and taunts them for only wandering the surface to be thrown back into hell. The demonic presence calls the taunt interesting and prepares to respond. It agrees to lend power through the incomplete gate, sending tendrils of energy toward the battlefield. Empowered by this aid, Force curls up beneath a dome of purple energy while fiery barges from turtle ships rain down. An ally realizes the strange auras beside Satan must be those external entities now helping Force. The demonic voices call the turtle ships false familiars and declare they will lend them power as well. Force arrogantly replies that they should be grateful to serve the Lord's will through him. The demons mock Force's arrogance and pour their power into a crackling purple core in his chest. Force fully transforms, bursting with destructive purple energy. His newly armored arm glows ominously as the transformation completes. His entire body becomes a reinforced, monstrous form, ready for battle. Isshin senses Force rapidly recovering strength and is stunned. Another ally dives in with flaming appendages, joining the assault against Force. Their attacks crash against Force's barrier, causing massive explosions. The attacker shouts in concern for an ally struck in the blast. A tiny demonic fairy perched on Force gloats that Zenith's idea correction ability no longer works on Force. Text explains Force's upgraded ability, which makes his full power strike equivalent to a natural law and immune to most interference. The demonic fairy exults that Force will now perform a true extermination of bugs. Force channels an enormous column of purple power downward in preparation for a devastating strike. Allies call out to Ryuk as several turtle ships withdraw and one ally lies trapped in stone hands. Isshin admits the situation is troublesome and that simple weakening is no longer enough against the enhanced Force. He notes with dread that Force is not only recovering but also becoming stronger, making simple endurance impossible. Staring at the towering Force, Isshin resolves that holding out will require him to be ready to die multiple times. Isshin orders all battle formations to fire in unison at Force. A concentrated barrage engulfs Force, but his aura continues to withstand much of the damage. Force, annoyed, says the constant violence is becoming tedious as he closes in on the ships. Isshin slashes at Force at close range, shouting in pain but still pressing the attack. Force grabs onto nearby turtle ships, preparing to smash or hurl them. He leaps, dragging a ship down in a wave of purple destruction. A ship explodes among fleeing allies, who scream and are thrown by the blast. Isshin laments the collapsing battle lines and orders all formations to scatter. Force tries to prevent this retreat, looming over the scattering forces. Isshin responds by invoking his Technica twin dragon swords, wrapping himself in fiery power. His empowered slashes clash with Force's aura, releasing multicolored shockwaves. Force taunts that Isshin can no longer block his violence. Isshin is blasted away by another explosion, groaning in pain. Bruised and bleeding, Isshin thinks that if the fight were at sea he might have held out longer. Dark, thorny energy suddenly rises behind him, and he wonders what is happening to his body. Tepeshu, a winged vampire ally, appears and remarks that Isshin looks terrible. Isshin jokes that Tepeshu arrived late, while Tepeshu insists this is him hurrying. Tepeshu looks around and asks why Park Jin-sung is not present on the battlefield. Isshin explains that Jin-sung is preparing something and that they must buy him time. Realizing the situation, Tepeshu activates his own ability called Full Moon Rising Only for Me. Tepeshu ascends amid swirling blood, activating a massive blood-based power. His power reshapes drained blood into an army of ghoulish cavalry under his command. Text details Tepeshu's vampire skill Soul Drain, which turns blood into ghouls that double physical abilities and can be stockpiled. Tepeshu casually mentions he absorbed every enemy he encountered on the way, surprising Isshin. Force notices Tepeshu's corrupted cavalry and calls it an annoying interference. He scoffs that such crude creations cannot challenge him. Force suddenly senses a strange new feeling as another power emerges. Nearby, Park Jin-sung's ally crushes the weakened leopard monster with a blazing attack, cursing it as he finishes it off. The leopard monster screams as holy fire smashes into its skull. Mortally wounded, the giant beast mutters about its lost governance. Kim Il-jong and the others shout in dismay upon realizing their comrade third has fallen. Force notes with contempt that the weakling finally failed to endure. Tepeshu tells Isshin he will handle the lesser enemies pouring from the Hell Gate, leaving Force to Isshin. Isshin rallies all forces to reorganize their lines and focus their firepower. Soldiers, heartened, shout to follow Lord Isshin. The remaining fighters assemble behind Isshin, readying themselves. The army faces the towering Force, who looms over them like an unstoppable titan. Force, tired of vermin, decides to personally go after Park Jin-sung. He announces his intent to kill Park Jin-sung first. Isshin panics and orders everyone to stop Force from reaching Jin-sung. Isshin and another ally intercept a massive wave of Force's attack to shield Jin-sung. Force dives toward the mountainside where Jin-sung's stone guardian dragon is hidden. Force mocks the dragon for thinking concealment could hide Jin-sung from his perception. He pummels the stone guardian, but the dragon grabs him, causing Force to grunt. Force looks and sees Park Jin-sung nested safely within the guardian's chest, wondering what Jin-sung is planning. Deciding he cannot delay longer, Force crushes the dragon, vowing not to let anyone touch the contractor Jin-sung. He laughs at the idea that anyone like the defenders could stop him, and continues his brutal assault. Force smashes the guardian apart, preparing to seize Jin-sung directly. Hovering above, Force demands that the shattered dragon hand over Park Jin-sung. Suddenly rain falls as Force braces himself, still radiating hostile energy. A swordsman ally, soaked but resolute, declares he cannot stand by even if his attack will hardly work. He and another aura-wreathed ally confront the giant Force from below. The pair shout that they will block Force even for a moment, unleashing green energy. More allies fire flaming attacks upward, adding their strength to stall Force. Force snarls that these pests are infuriating as he is battered by their combined efforts. A fiery winged ally screams and dives straight at Force. She lands a flaming blow on Force's arm, and he notes that Little Summit has already recovered. Isshin praises Laika for the successful interference, and charges in again. Ishin's twin blades carve bright X-shaped arcs across Force's body amid explosions. Force rages that the vermin never know when to give up and keep harassing him. He unleashes an overwhelming surge of dark power that engulfs the field, drawing screams from everyone. The defending soldiers collapse in agony within the purple storm, barely conscious. Force declares that any resistance is pointless before such overwhelming violence. Park Jin-sung suddenly appears above with the Dragon Guardian, asking who said their efforts were useless. Force realizes Jin-sung has regained his senses and fully awakened. Jin-sung thanks everyone for buying time and says his preparations are finished, holding a radiant key. Raising the key to the sky, Jin-sung declares it is time to counterattack and activates a vault called Murder Support. Light explodes overhead as the vault responds to Jin-sung's key. A colossal demonic gateface announces that the master has arrived and commands the door to open. A blinding flash erupts over the school grounds as the vault door begins to materialize. Jin-sung formally issues a request for support to the vault. A divine voice grants permission by the proxy's authority and proclaims that the vault will now open its treasures. The massive golden doors swing open with a roaring blast of light. From within the vault, power pours out over Jin-sung's spectral guardian. Force sees the gigantic door appearing in the distance and is stunned. He concludes that whatever this phenomenon is, Park Jin-sung must be its creator. Realizing the danger, Force charges, ordering his body to stop Jin-sung before he can use the vault's power. Isshin moves to block Force again, ordering remaining formations to charge alongside him. Force collides with another wall of turtle ships and magical fire, grunting from the impact. Isshin warns Jin-sung that these are the final formations buying time and urges him to hurry with the door. Jin-sung smiles and calmly tells his advisor that these formations are not the last. The advisor, bewildered, asks what Jin-sung means. His eyes widen as he senses something immense arriving. In a different space, Isunsen stands on a bright seashore, newly summoned. He recognizes the scene as the sea of his homeland. Looking out, he notices something astonishing forming over the water. Vast colossal doors open across the sea before him, linking to Jin-sung's vault. Back on the battlefield, Isshin laughs loudly as he understands what Jin-sung has brought forth. Jin-sung remarks that this overwhelming force is what he had been preparing. Turtle ships materialize in huge numbers around Force, explosions already rocking the ground. Force tells Isshin that all his ships have been destroyed and orders him to step aside. Isshin refuses, raising his sword as new ships appear behind him. Force scoffs, asking how many more ships there can be and insisting they can never harm him. He suddenly senses something wrong as new power gathers. Isshin admits 12 ships could not endure Force's earlier violence but hints there is more. Hundreds of new turtle ships manifest in the sky as Isshin invokes divine backing before God. The vault announces that 120 turtle ships now remain, fully summoned by Murder Support. Text explains this enhanced Admiral Isunsen turtle ship ability, a legendary fleet expanded by Murder Support to 120 reinforced warships. Force realizes in shock that the idea itself has been drastically enhanced. Staring at the radiant vault door, he wonders if this is its true power. Further text details Murder Support as a divine counterbalance to all killing intent, capable of drawing support from any relic or power in existence. Isshin recalls that Force claimed turtle ships no longer worked on him and asks if he can still say that now. Force roars in fury at the human who summoned the overwhelming fleet. Isshin orders every turtle ship to commence bombardment, unleashing a storm of fiery cannonballs. Force is struck, crying out as explosions erupt all around him. Determined not to take the hits passively, Force tries to dart through the inferno. Isshin notes that with Force's massive size it will be impossible for him to fully dodge such concentrated firepower. The demon-like monster charges through flames but is warned it has overlooked something, reacting in confusion. The monster is violently blasted back into the fire, crying out in pain. A group of fighters unleash coordinated, multicolored attacks against the enemy. The wounded monster, shocked the weaker humans survived, wonders how they were not shredded. A red-haired woman repeats the monster's disbelief, hinting that something protected everyone. She reveals that not only combat power but another ability has been enhanced, covering allies in a vast green dome. An explanation appears describing Rise Up, Time Umbrella at maximum, which instantly heals all mental and physical wounds of recognized allies within a certain range. As the monster turns to look, a swordsman confronts it from behind and asks if it can really spare the attention. A commander orders all cannons to open fire and completely annihilate the target. A brown-haired man sees the bombardment begin and urgently calls for the power named Force. Facing a blue-haired opponent, he says they should settle their own fight as well. The blue-haired warrior summons a colossal dragon spirit, promising to show the power of a Dakibi that surpassed white jade. She names her form Dragon Jade Dakibi as the jade glows on her forehead. A description appears explaining Dragon Jade Dakibi at maximum, allowing 2 generations of Dakibi in one body, combining a top-grade sword master with the imagined strength of creatures. The brown-haired fighter rushes her with his massive weapon, refusing to stand by and do nothing. He smashes the ground with a powerful downward strike, shouting as debris erupts. He is caught off guard as the Dakibi appears behind him with incredible speed. She slashes him and sends him flying, surprising him with how quickly it happened. Seeing multiple images of her attacking, he realizes he is dealing with yet another clone. Frustrated by her repeated trickery, he swings furiously at her illusions. When his blow passes through without resistance, he realizes there was no real impact. He deduces she is moving at ultra-high speed, fast enough to leave after images even to his trained eyes. He activates his own technique, Eastern Dragon Step, preparing to move with the walk of the Eastern Dragon. Clashing with her, he shouts that the dragon-based power she uses was originally his aunt's ability that her side stole. Enraged, he vows to crush her and gathers a sinister purple power. She meets his empowered strike head-on, shocking him when his attack is stopped. Smirking, she says beast-type curses are useless against the Dakibi-bearing dragon Jade. She then unleashes Western Dragon Step, invoking the walk of the Western Dragon with blue energy. Her technique sends him and his great sword hurtling upward amid a towering pillar of light. Battered but alive, he curses her again as dark purple flames envelop his arm. He dives down cloaked in those flames, hurling a massive inferno at her. She stands within swirling blue fire and prepares to counter using Eastern Dragon Step. Adding Western Dragon Step, she combines them into the Dragon Jade Dakibi figure 8 walk. Their techniques collide in midair, blue dragon energy cutting through the purple inferno. As a demonic hand reaches for her, she remarks it is unfortunate their ally first is absent, while she continues her assault. She shouts to Kim Il-jong to accept the lion's share of this attack as she swings with full power. A gigantic beam of blue light erupts from her strike, engulfing the battlefield. The brown-haired man is overwhelmed by the blinding beam, screaming in agony. Half consumed by light, he grimly comments that what is happening is utterly insane. The scene ends with a dazzling blue explosion of energy that obscures everything.